Check, check, check. All right, we should be good to go. Awesome, everyone. We are continuing our Bible reading marathon here. Today will be my longest day of text, so I could appreciate all the prayer you could give to make this possible. Got a little added setup here with the TV tray, hoping this will help me be able to lock in a little bit better as we cozy up and start our morning together. I'm going to pray for us, and then we're going to start in First and Second Kings. Today is my hardest day of text as I hit First and Second Chronicles after this. So bear with me as I say a bunch of names that I have not begun to even think about practicing. Awesome. Dear Lord, God, we just come to you and are just grateful for all that you've done so far through this campaign and through this attempt. God, I ask that you sustain my voice and my body, that you'd allow me to stay focused and continue to read your text with fervor and with pace. Um, Lord, we give you all the glory. God, I just trust you when it comes to the fundraiser that if it's your will for us to raise the additional $21,000, then we will. Otherwise, Lord, you have already done more than I could have asked or imagined. God, we're just so grateful for you, grateful for your wisdom, grateful for the way you spark ideas and give encouragement, and the way you continue to bless our church. I trust that your word will continue to provide a blessing over all of us. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. All right. First Kings. Now King David was old and advanced in years, and although they covered him with clothes, he could not get warm. Therefore a servant said to him, let a young woman be sought for the Lord our the king, and let her wait on the king and be in his service. Let her die in your arms, that my lord the king may be warm. So they so they sought for a beautiful young woman throughout all the territory of Israel, and found Abisag of Shunammite, and brought her to the king. The young woman was very beautiful, and she was a service to the king and attended to him, but the king knew her not. Now Adonijah was son of Haggith, exalted himself to say, I will be king. And he prepared for himself chariots and horsemen, and 50 men to run before him. His father had never at any time displeased him by asking, why have you done thus and so? He was also a very handsome man, and he was born next to Absalom. He conferred with Joab, the son of Zeruiah, and with Abiathar the priest, and they followed Adonijah and helped him. But Zadok, the priest of Benaiah, the son of Jehoiada, and Nathan, the prophet of Shimei, and Ray and David's mighty men were not with Adonijah. Adonijah sacrificed sheep, oxen, and fatted cattle by the serpent stone, which is beside En Rogel, and he invited all his brothers and king's sons and all the royal officials of Judah. But he did not invite Nathan, the prophet of Benaiah, or the mighty men of Solomon his brother. Then Nathan said to Bathsheba, the son of the mother of Solomon, have you not heard that Anihah, the son of Haggith, has become king, and David our Lord does not know this? How now therefore come, let me give you advice, that you may save your own life and the life of your son Solomon. Go in at once to the king David and say to him, Did you not, my lord the king, swear to your servant, saying, Solomon, your son, shall reign after me, and he shall sit on my throne? Why then is Anihah king? Then while you are speaking with the king, I also will come in after you and confirm your words. So Bathsheba went to the king in her chamber. Now the king was very old, and Abishag and the Shunammite was attending to the king. Bathsheba bowed and paid homage to the king, and the king said, What do you desire? She said to him, My lord, you swore to your servant by the Lord your God, saying, Solomon, your son, shall reign after me, and he shall sit on my throne. And now behold, Anihah the king, although you, my lord the king, do not know it. He has sacrificed oxen, fattened cattle, and sheep in abundance, and has invited all the sons of the king, Abiathar the priest, and Joab the commander of the army. But Solomon your servant has not invited. And now, my lord the king, the eyes of all of Israel are on you, to tell them who shall sit on the throne of the Lord the king after him. Otherwise it will come to pass, when the Lord the king sleeps with his fathers, that I and my son Solomon will be counted offenders. While she was still speaking with the king, Nathan the prophet came to him. And they told the king, Here is Nathan the prophet. And when he came in before the king, he bowed before the king with his face to the ground. And Nathan said, My lord the king, have you said, Anihah shall reign after me, and he shall sit on my throne? For he has gone down this day, and has sacrificed oxen, fattened cattle, and sheep in abundance, and has invited all the king's sons, the commanders of the army, and Abiathar the priest, and behold, they are eating and drinking before him, and saying, Long live King Adonijah. But me, the servant of Zadok the priest, and Benaiah the son of Jehoiada, and your son, and your servant Solomon, he has not invited. Has this thing been brought about by my lord the king? And you have not told the servants who should sit on the throne of my lord the king after him? Then King David said, Call Bathsheba to me. So she came into the king's presence and stood before the king. And the king swore, saying, As the Lord lives, who has redeemed the soul on every adversity, as I swore to you by the Lord, the God of Israel, saying, Solomon your son shall reign after me, and he shall sit on my throne in my place. Even so will I do this day. Then Bathsheba bowed with her face to the ground and paid homage to the king and said, May my lord King David live forever. King David said, Call to me Zadok the priest, Nathan the prophet, and Benaiah the son of Jehoiada. So that they so they came before the king, and the king said to them, Take with you the servant of the Lord, and have Solomon my son ride my own mule, and bring him down to Gihon, and let Zadok the priest of Nathan the prophet there anoint him king over Israel. Then bow the trumpet and say, Long live King Solomon. You shall then come up after him, and he shall come and sit on my throne, for he shall be king in my place, and I have appointed him to be ruler over Israel and over Judah. And Benaiah the son of Jehoiada answered the king, Amen. May the Lord, the God of my lord the king, say so. As the Lord has been with my lord the king, even so may he be with Solomon, and make his throne greater than the throne of my lord King David. So Zadok the priest, Nathan the prophet, and Benaiah the son of Jehoiada, and the Cherethites and the Pelethites went down and had Solomon ride on King David's mule, and brought him to Zion. Then Zadok the priest took the horn of oil from the tent and anointed Solomon. Then they blew the trumpet, and all the people said, Long live King Solomon. And all the people went up after him, playing on pipes and rejoicing with great joy, so that the earth was split by the noise. Adonijah and all the guests who were with him heard it as they finished feasting. And when Joab heard the sound of the trumpet, he said, What does the uproar of the city mean? While he was still speaking, behold, Jonathan, the son of Abiathar, the priest, came, and Anijah said, Come in, for you are a worthy man, and bring good news. Jonathan answered Adonijah, No, for our lord King David has made Solomon king, and the king has sent with him Zadok the priest, Nathan the prophet, and Benaiah the son of Jehoiada, and the Cherethites and the Pelethites, and they had him ride on the king's mule. And Zadok the priest and Nathan the prophet had anointed him king of Gihon, and they have gone up from the rejoicing, so that the city is in an uproar. This is the noise that you have heard. Solomon sits on the royal throne. Moreover, the king's servants came to congratulate our lord King David, saying, May you, God, make the name of Solomon more famous than yours, and make the throne greater than your throne. And the king bowed himself on the bed, and the king also said, Blessed be the Lord, the God of Israel, who has granted someone to sit on my throne this day, my own eyes seeing it. Then all the guests of Adonijah trembled and rose, and each went his own way. And Adonijah feared Solomon, so he rose and went and took hold of the horns of the altar. Then it was told to Solomon, Behold, Adonijah fears King Solomon, for behold, he has laid hold of the horns of the altar, saying, Let King Solomon swear to me, first, that he will not put a servant to death with the sword. And Solomon said, If he will show himself a worthy man, not one of his hairs shall fall on the earth, but the wickedness is found in him. He shall die. So King Solomon sent, and they brought him down from the altar. And he came and paid homage to King Solomon. And Solomon said to him, Go to your house. When David came to die, drew near, he commanded Solomon by saying, I am about to go the way of the earth. Be strong and show yourself a man, and keep the charge of the Lord your God, walking in his ways and keeping his statutes, his commandments, his rules, and his testimonies, as it is written in the law of Moses, that you may prosper in all that you do and wherever you turn, that the Lord may establish his word. And he spoke concerning me, saying, If your sons pay close attention to their ways, to walk before me in faithfulness with all their heart and with all their soul, you shall not lack a man on the throne of Israel. Moreover, you also know that Joab the son of Zeruiah did to me, how he dealt with the two commandments of the armies of Israel, Abner the son of Ner, and Manasseh the son of Jether, whom he killed, avenging the time of peace for blood that had been shed in war, and putting the blood of war on the belt around his waist and on the sandals of his feet. Act therefore according to your wisdom, but do not let the gray head go down to Sheol in peace, but deal loyally with the sons of Barzillai the Gileadite, and let him be among those who eat from your table. With such loyalty they meet him when I fled from Absalom your brother. And there is also with you Shimei, the son of Gera, the Benjamite from Bahurim, was cursed me with a grievous curse on that day, went into Bahanium. But when he came down to meet me at the Jordan, I swore to him by the Lord, saying, I will not put you to death with your sword. But therefore do not hold out guiltless for you, a wise man. You will know what you brought to do to him, and you shall bring his gray hairs down with blood to Sheol. Then David slept with his father and was buried in the city of David. And at that time David reigned over Israel was 40 years. He reigned 7 in Hebron, 33 years in Jerusalem. So Solomon sat on the throne of David his father, and his kingdom was firmly established. Then Adonijah the son of Haggith came to Bathsheba, the mother of Solomon, and she said, Do you come peacefully? He said, Peacefully. Then he said, I have something to say to you. She said, Speak. He said, You know that the kingdom was mine, and that all of Israel fully expected me to reign. However, the kingdom has turned about and become my brother's, for it was his from the Lord. And now I have one request to make to you. Do not refuse me. She said to him, Speak. And he said, Speak, ask King Solomon. He will not refuse you. To give Abishag the Shunammite as my wife. Bathsheba said, Very well, I will speak for you to the king. So Bathsheba went to King Solomon to speak to him on behalf of Adonijah. And the king rose to meet her and bowed down to her. And he sat on his throne, and he had a seat brought to the king's mother, and she sat on his right. Then she said, I have one small request to make to you. Do not refuse me. And the king said to her, Make your request, my mother, for I will not refuse you. She said, Let Abishag the Shunammite be given to Adonijah, your brother, as his wife. King Solomon answered his mother, And why do you ask Abishag the Shunammite for Adonijah? Ask for him the kingdom also. For he is my older brother, and on his side are Abiathar the priest and Joab the son of Zeruiah. Then King Solomon swore by the Lord, saying, God, do so to me and more also to this word, because do me also if this word does not cost Adonijah his life. Now therefore, as the Lord lives, who has established me and placed me on the throne of David my father, and who has made me a house, and has promised Adonijah, shall be put to death today. So King Solomon sent Benaiah the son of Jehoiada, and he struck him down, and he died. And to Abiathar the priest of the king said, Go to Ananoth to your estate, for you deserve death, but I will not at this time put you to death, because you carried the ark of the Lord God before David my father. and because you shared in all of your father's afflictions. So Solomon expelled Abiathar from being priest to the Lord, thus fulfilling the word of the Lord that he had spoken concerning the house of Eli from Shiloh. When the news came to Joab, for Joab had supported Adonijah, although he had not supported Absalom, Joab fled to the tent of the Lord and caught hold of the horns of the altar. And when it was told King Solomon, Joab had fled to the tent of the Lord, and behold, he is beside the altar. Solomon sent Benaiah the son of Jehoiada, saying, Go strike him down. So Benaiah came to the tent of the Lord and said to him, The king commands, come out. But he said, No, I will die here. Then Benaiah brought the king's word again, saying, Thus said Joab, and thus he answered me. The king replied to him, Do as he had said, strike him down and bury him, and thus take away from me and from my father's house the guilt for the blood that Joab shed without cause. The Lord will bring back his bloody deeds on his own head, because without the knowledge of my father David, he attacked and killed with the sword 2 men more righteous and better than himself, Abner the son of Ner, commander of the army of Israel, and Amasa the son of Jether, commander of the army of Judah. So shall their blood come back on the head of Joab, and on the head of his descendants forever. But for David, and for his descendants, and for his house, and for his throne, there shall be peace from the Lord forevermore. Then Benaiah the son of Jehoiada went up and struck him down, and put him to death, and he had buried in his own house in the wilderness. The king put Benaiah the son of Jehoiada over the army in the place of Joab, and the king put Zadok the priest in the place of Abiathar. Then the king sent and summoned Shimei, and said to him, Build yourself a house in Jerusalem and dwell there, and do not go out from there to any place whatever. For on that day you go in the cross of brook Kidron. Now for certain that you shall die, your blood shall be on your own head. And Shimei said to the king, What you say is good, as my lord the king had said. So will your servant do. So Shimei lived in Jerusalem many days. But it happened at the end of 3 years, the two of Shimei's servants ran away to Ashish, son of Maacah, the king of Gath. And when he told, and when it was told Shimei, Behold, your servants are in Gath, Shimei arose and saddled a donkey, and went to Gath to Ashish to seek his servants. Shimei went and brought his servants from Gath, and when Solomon was told that Shimei had gone from Jerusalem to Gath and returned, the king sent and summoned Shimei and said to him, Did I not make you swear by the Lord and solemnly warn you to know that for certain that on the day you go out and go to any place whatever, you shall die? And you said to me, What you say is good, I will obey. Why then have you not kept your oath to the Lord and the commandment with which I commanded you? The king also said to Shimei, You know in your own heart all the harm that you did to David my father. So the Lord will bring back your harm on your own head, but King Solomon shall be blessed, and the throne of David shall be established before the Lord forever. Then the king commanded Benaiah the son of Jehoiada, and he went out and struck him down as he died. So the kingdom was established in the hand of Solomon. Solomon made a marriage alliance with Pharaoh, king of Egypt. He took Pharaoh's daughter and brought her into the house of David until he had finished building his own house, and the house of the Lord, and the wall around Jerusalem. The people were sacrificing at the high places. However, because no house had yet been built for the name of the Lord, Solomon loved the Lord, walking in the statutes of David his father. Only he sacrificed and made offerings at the high places, and the kings went to Gibeon to sacrifice there, for that is the great place. Solomon used to offer thousands of burnt offerings on the altar. But Gibeon, the Lord, appeared to Solomon in a dream by night, and God said, Ask what I shall give you. And Solomon said, You have shown great and steadfast love to your servant David my father, because he walked in your faithfulness and righteousness and uprightness of heart towards you. And you have kept from him this great steadfast love, and have given him a son to sit on his throne this day. And now, O Lord my God, you have made your servant king in place of David my father. Although I am but a little child, I do not know how to go out or come in. And your servant is in the midst of your people, whom you have chosen, a great people, too many to be numbered or counted for multitude. Give your servant therefore an understanding mind to govern your people, that I may discern between good and evil. For this is able to govern this your great people. It pleased the Lord that Solomon had asked this, and God said to him, Because you've asked this and have not asked for yourself a long life or riches or the life of your enemies, but you've asked for yourself understanding to discern what is right. Behold, I now do according to your word. Behold, I give you a wise and discerning mind, so that none like you have been before you, and none like you shall arise after you. I give you also what you have not asked, both riches and honor, so that no other king shall compare to you all your days. And if you will walk in my ways, keeping my statutes and my commandments, as your father David walked in, I will lengthen your days. And Solomon awoke, and behold, it was a dream. Then he came to Jerusalem and stood before the ark of the covenant of the Lord, and offered up burnt offerings and peace offerings, and made a feast for his servants. Then two prostitutes came to the king and stood before him. The woman said, "Oh, my lord, the woman and I live in the same house, and I gave birth to a child while he was in the house. Then on the third day after I gave birth, the woman also gave birth, and we were alone. There was no one else with us in the house, only we two were in the house, and the woman's son died in the night because she lay on him. And she arose at midnight and took my son from beside me while your servant slept, and laid him on her breast, and laid her dead son at my breast. When I rose in the morning to nurse my child, behold, he was dead. But when I looked at him closely in the morning, behold, he was not the child that I had borne. And the other child said, No, the living child is mine, and the dead child is yours. The first said, No, the dead child is yours, and the living child is mine. Thus they spoke before the king. And the king said, The one says, This is my son that is alive, and your son is dead. And the other says, No, but your son is dead, and my son is the living one. And the king said, Bring me a sword. So a sword was brought before the king, and the king said, Divide the living child in two, and give half to one and half to the other. Then the woman whose son was alive said to the king, because her heart yearned for her son, O my lord, give her the living child, and by no means put him to death. And the other said, He shall be neither mine nor yours, divide him. The king answered to him, Give the living child to the first one, and by no means put him to death. She is the mother. And all Israel heard of the judgment that the king had rendered, and they stood in awe of the king, because they perceived that his wisdom from God was in him to do justice. King Solomon was king over all of Israel, and these were his high officials. Azariah the son of Zadok was the priest. Eli Elihoreph and Eliha the sons of Shisha was secretaries. Jehoshaphat the son of Elihud was recorder. Benaiah the son of Jehoiada was in commander of the army. Zadok and Abiathar were priests. Z- Azariah the son of Nathan was over the officers. Zabdud the son of Nathan was priest and king's friend. Abishar was in charge of the palace, and Adoniram the son of Adda was in charge of the forced labor. Solomon had 12 officials, 12 officers over all of Israel, who provided food for the king and his household. Each man had to make provisions for 1 month in the year. These were the names: Ben-Hur, in the hill country of Ephraim; Ben-Deserek of Machaz; Shalabim; Beth Shemesh, and Elon Beth Hanan; Beth Heshed, to Arabeth. To him belonged Succoth, and all the land of Hepher; Ben-Aminadab, and all of Naph- Naphath Dor. He had Tapheth, the daughter of Solomon, and his wife; Benah the son of Elihud, in Tanakh; Megiddo, and all of Bethshan, that is, besides Zarethan, below Jezreel; and from Beth Shean and Abel Meholah, as far as the other side of Joachim; Ben-Geber of Ramoth Gilead. He had the villages of Jar, the son of Manasseh, which are in Gilead; and he had the region of Argob, which is in Bashan, 60 great cities with walls and bronze bars. Anahab, the son of Edo, and Manaam, Ahimaaz of Naphtali. He had taken Basemath, the daughter of Solomon, as his wife; Benaiah the son of Hushi, and Asher in Belahath; Jehoshaphat the son of Peruah in Iscar; Shimei the son of Elah in Benjamin; Geber the son of Uri in the land of Gilead, the country of Shiloh, king of the Amorites, and of Og, king of Bashan. And there was one governor who was over the land. Judah and Israel were as many as the sand of the sea. They ate and drank and were happy. Solomon ruled over all of the kingdoms of the Euphrates to the land of the Philistines and to the border of Egypt. They brought tribute and served Solomon all the days of his life. Solomon's provision for 1 day was 30 costs of fine flour, and 60 costs of meal, 10 fat oxen, and 20 pasture-fed cattle, 100 sheep, besides deer, gazelles, roebuck, and fatted fowl. For he had dominion over all the region west of the Euphrates, from Tisha to Gaza, over all the kings west of the Euphrates. He had peace on all sides around him, and Judah and Israel lived in safety, from Dan even to Beersheba. every man under his vine and under his fig, all the days of Solomon. Solomon also had 400,000 stalls of horses for his chariots and 12,000 horsemen. And those officials supplied provisions for King Solomon and for all who came to King Solomon's table, each one in his month. They let nothing be lacking. Barley also and the straw of the horse and swift steeds they brought to the place where it was required, each according to his duty. And God gave Solomon wisdom and understanding beyond measure, and breadth of mind like the sand of the seashore, so that Solomon's wisdom surpassed the wisdom of all the people of the east and all the wisdom of Egypt. For he was wiser than the other men, wiser than Ethan and Ezrahite and Heman, Calcol and Darda, the sons of Mahol, and his fame was in all the surrounding nations. He also spoke 3,000 proverbs, and his songs were 1,005. He spoke to the trees from the cedar that is in Lebanon, to the hyssop that grows out of the wall. He spoke also of beasts and of birds and of reptiles and of fish. The people of the nations came to hear the wisdom of Saul, and from all the kings of the earth who had heard his wisdom. Now Hiram, king of Tyre, sent a servant to Solomon when he had heard that they had anointed him king in place of his father. For Hiram also loved David, and Solomon sent word to Hiram, You know that David my father could not build a house for the Lord, for the name of the Lord, but God became of the warfare with which the enemy surrounded him, until the Lord put them under the soles of his feet. But now the Lord my God had given me rest to every side. There is neither adversary nor misfortune. So I intend to build a house for the name of your Lord my God. As the Lord said to David my father, Your son, whom I will set on your throne in your place, shall build the house for my name. Now therefore, commanders, now therefore command that cedars of Lebanon will cut for me, and my servants will join your servants, and I will pay you for your servants such wages as you said. For you know that there is no one among you who knows how to cut timber like the Sidonians. As soon as Hiram heard the words of Solomon, he rejoiced greatly. He said, Blessed be the Lord this day, who has given to David a wise son to be over the great people. And Hiram sent to Solomon, saying, I have heard the message that you have sent me. I am ready to do all that you desire in the matter of cedar and cypress timber. My servants shall bring it down to the sea of Lebanon, and I will make it into the rafts and go to sea to the place that you direct. And I will have them broken up there, and you shall receive it, and you shall meet my wishes with providing food for my household. So Hiram supplied Solomon with all the timber of cedar and cypress as he had desired, while Solomon gave Hiram 20,000 cores of wheat as food for his household and 20,000 cores of beaten oil. Solomon gave this to Hiram year by year, and the Lord gave Solomon wisdom as he promised him. And there was peace between Hiram and Solomon, and the two of them made a treaty. King Solomon drafted forced labor out of all of Israel, and the draft number was 30,000 men. And he sent them to Lebanon, 10,000 a month in shifts. There would be a month of Lebanon and 2 months at home. Adoniram was in charge of the draft. Solomon was also had 70,000 burden bearers and 80,000 stone cutters in the hill country, besides Solomon's 3,300 chief officers who were over the work, who had charge of the people who carried on the work. At the king's command, they quarreled out greatly costly stones in order to lay the foundation of the house with dressed stones. So Solomon builders and Hiram's builders and the men of Gebal did the cutting and prepared this timber and the stone to build the house. In the 418th year, after the people of Israel came out of the land of Egypt, in the 4th year of Solomon's reign over Israel, in the month of Ziv, which is the 2nd month, he began to build the house of the Lord. The house of King Solomon built for the Lord was 60 cubits long, 20 cubits wide, and 30 cubits high. The vestibule in front of the nave of his house was 20 cubits long, equal to the width of the house, and 10 cubits deep in front of the house. And he made for the house windows with recessed frames. He also built a structure against the wall of the house, running around the walls of the house, both the nave and the inner sanctuary, and he made side chambers all around. The lowest story had 5 cubits broad. The middle one was 6 cubits broad, and the third was 7 cubits broad. For around the outside of the house he made offsets on the wall, in order that a supporting beam would not insert into the walls of the house. When the house was built, it was made with stone prepared at the quarry, so that neither hammer nor axe nor any tool of iron was heard in the house while it was being built. The entrance of the lowest story was on the south side of the house, and one went up the stairs of the middle story, and from the middle story to the third. So he built the house and finished it, and he made the ceilings of the house of beams and planks of cedar. He built the structure against the whole house 5 cubits high, and he joined to the house with timbers of cedar. Now the word of the Lord said to King Solomon concerning this house that you are king, if you will walk in my statutes and obey my rules and keep my commands and walk in them, and I will establish my words with you, which I spoke to David your father, and I will dwell among the children of Israel, and will not forsake my people Israel. So Solomon built the house and finished it. He lined in the walls of the house on the inside of the board of cedar. From the floor of the house to the walls of the ceiling, he covered them on the inside with wood, and he covered the floor of the house with boards of cypress. He built 20 cubits to the rear of the house with boards of cedar from the floor of the walls, and he built this within the inner sanctuary as the most holy place. The house that is in the nave in front of the inner sanctuary was 40 cubits long. The cedar within the house was carved in the form of gourds and open flowers. All was cedar, no stone was seen. The inner sanctuary was prepared in the innermost parts of the house to set the ark of the covenant for the Lord. The inner sanctuary was 20 cubits long, 20 cubits wide, 20 cubits high, and it overlaid with pure gold. He had overlaid an altar of cedar, and Solomon overlaid the inside of the house with pure gold. And he drew chains of gold across in front of the inner sanctuary and overlaid it with gold. And he overlaid the whole house with gold until the house was finished with all. Also, the whole altar that belonged to the inner sanctuary was overlaid with gold. In the inner sanctuary he made 2 cherubim of olive wood, each 10 cubits high, 5 cubits in the length of the wings of the cherub, and 5 cubits in the length of the other wing of the cherub. It was 10 cubits from the tip of one wing to the tip of the other. The other cherub also measured 10 cubits, both cherubs at the same measure and at the same form. The height of one cherub was 10 cubits, and so also was the other cherub. He put the cherub in the innermost parts of the house, and the wings of the cherubim were spread out, so that the wing of one touched the one wall, and the wing of the other cherub touched the other wall. Their other wings touched each other in the middle of the house, and they overlaid the cherubim with gold. Along all the walls of the house he carved engraved figures of cherubim and palm trees and open flowers in the inner golden outer rooms. The floor of the house was overlaid with gold in the inner and outer rooms. But the entrance of the inner sanctuary he made doors of olive wood. The lintel and the doorposts were 5-sided. He covered the 2 doors of olive wood with carvings of cherubim, palm trees, and open flowers. He overlaid them with gold and spread gold onto the cherubim and on the palm trees. So also he made for the entrance of the nave doorposts of olive wood in the forms of a square and 2 doors of cypress wood. The 2 leaves of the one door were folding, and the 2 leaves of the other door were folding. On them he carved cherubim and palm trees and open flowers, and he overlaid them with gold, evenly applied on the carved work. He built the inner court in 3 courses of cut stone and 1 course of cedar beams. In the 4th year, the foundation of the house of the Lord was laid in the month of Ziv. And in the 11th year, in the month of Bul, there was an 8th month, and the house was finished in all its parts. And according to all the specifications, he was 7 years in the building with it. Solomon was building his own house 13 years, and he finished his entire house. He built the house of the forest of Lebanon. Its length was 100 cubits, and its breadth 50 cubits, and its height 30 cubits. And it was built on 4 rows of cedar pillars, with cedar beams on the pillars. And it was covered with cedar from the chambers that were on the 45 pillars, 15 in each row. There were window frames of 3 rows, and window opposite window of 3 tiers. All the doorways and the windows had square frames, and the windows were opposite window in 3 tiers. And he made the hall of pillars. This length was 50 cubits, and its breadth 30 cubits. There was a porch in front with the pillars, and a canopy in front of them. And he made the hall of the thorn, where it was pronounced judgment, even the hall of judgment. It was finished with cedar, with floor and rafters. His own house was like that. His own house, where he was to dwell in the other court of the hall, was like the workmanship. Solomon also made a house like the wall of the Pharaoh's daughter, whom he had taken in marriage. All of these were made of costly stones cut according to measure, sewed with saws, sawed with saws, back and front, even in the foundation of the coping, and from the outside of the great court, the foundation was of costly stone, huge stones of 8 and 10 cubits, and above were costly stones cut according to measurement, and cedar. The great court had 3 courses of cut stone all around, and a course of cedar beams. So had the inner court of the house of the Lord and the vestibule of the house. And the king Solomon sent and brought Hiram from Tyre. He was the son of the widow of the tribe of Naphtali, and his father was a man of Tyre, a worker in bronze. and he was full of wisdom, understanding, and full of making his work in the bronze. He came to King Solomon, did all his work. He cast two pillars of bronze. 18 cubits was his height of one pillar, and the line of 12 cubits measured in its circumference. It was hollow, and its thickness was 4 fingers. The two pillars of the same. He also made two capitals of cast bronze to set on the tops of pillars. The heights of the one capital was 5 cubits, and the heights of the other capital was 5 cubits. There was lattice of checker work with wreaths of chain working for the capitals on the tops of the pillars, a lattice of the one capital and a lattice of the other capital. Likewise, he made pomegranates in 2 rows around the one lattice to cover the capital that was on the top of the pillar, and he did the same with the other capital. Now the capital was on top of the pillars. In the vestibule were lily work, 4 cubits. The capitals that were on the two pillars were also the rounded projection which he was beside the lattice work. There was 200 pomegranates in 2 rows all around, and so with the other capital he set the pillars of the vestibule of the temple. He set up the pillar on the south and called its name Jachin, and he set up the pillar on the north and he called its name Boaz. And on the tops of the pillars were lily work. Thus the work of the pillars were finished. Then he made the sea of cast metal. It was round, 10 cubits from brim to brim, and 5 cubits high, and line of 30 cubits measured its circumference. Under its brim were grounds of 10 cubits, compassing the sea all around. The gourds were of 2 rows cast with it. When it was cast, it stood on 12 oxen, 3 facing north, 3 facing west, 3 facing south, 3 facing east. The sea was set on them, and all the rear parts were inward. Its thickness was a handbreadth, and its brim was also like the brim of a cup, like the flower of a lily. It had 2,000 baths. He also made the 10 statutes of bronze. Each stand had 4 cubits long, 4 cubits wide, 3 cubits high. This was the construction of the stand. They had panels, and the panels were set in frames, and on the panels that were set in the frames were lions, oxen, and cherubim. On the frames were both above and below the line of oxen. There were wreaths of beloved work. Moreover, each stand around 4 bronze wheels and axles of bronze, and of the 4 corners were supports for a basin. The supports were cast in wreaths on the side of each. Its opening was within the crown that projected upward 1 cubit. Its opening was round. All the pedestals it had made 1.5 cubits deep, and its openings there were carvings, and its panels were square, not round. And of the 4 wheels were underneath the panels. The axles of the wheel were of one piece with the stands, and the height of a wheel was 1.5 cubits. And the wheels were made like a chariot wheel. Their axles, their rims, their spokes, their hubs were all cast. There were 4 supports of the 4 corners of each, and the supports of one piece with the stand. And on the top of the stand was a round band 1/2 cubit high, and on the top of the stand its stays and its panels were on the piece with it. And on the surface of its stays and on its panels he carved cherubim, lions, and palm trees, according to the space of each, with wreaths all around. After the manner he made the 10 stands. All of them were cast alike, of the same measure and the same form, and he made 10 basins of bronze. Each basin held 40 baths. Each basin measured 4 cubits, and there was a basin of each of the 10 stands. And he set the stands, 5 on the south side of the house and 5 on the north side of the house. And he set the sea to the southeast corner of the house. Hiram also made the pots and the shovels and the basins. So Hiram finished all the work that he did for King Solomon on the house of the Lord, the 2 pillars, the 2 bowls of the capitals that were on the tops of the pillars, and the 2 lattice to cover the 2 bowls of the capitals that were on the tops of the pillars, and the 400 pomegranates for the 2 lattice works, 2 rows of pomegranates for each lattice work. To cover the 2 bowls of the capital that were on the pillars, the 10 strands and the 10 basins on the strands and on the sea, and the 12 oxen underneath the sea. Now the pots, the shovels, and the basins, all these vessels in the house of the Lord, which Hiram made for King Solomon, who is who King Solomon were of burnished bronze, in the plain of the Jordan of the king of the cast of them, in the clay ground between Succoth and Zeran. And Solomon left all the vessels unweighed, because there were so many of them, and the weight of the bronze was not ascertained. So Solomon made all the vessels that were in the house of the Lord, the golden altar, the golden table, the bread of the presence, the lampstand of pure gold, 5 on the south side and 5 on the north, before the inner sanctuary, the flowers, the lamps, the tongues of gold, the cups, snuffers, basins, dishes for incense, and fire pans of pure gold, and the sockets of gold, for the doors of the innermost part of the house, the holy place, and for the doors of the nave of the temple. Thus all the work of King Solomon did did on the house of the Lord were finished, and Solomon brought in the things that David and his father had dedicated, the silver and the gold in the vessels, and stored them in the treasuries of the house of the Lord. Then Solomon assembled the elders of Israel and all the heads of the tribes and the leaders of the fathers' houses of all the people of Israel before King Solomon in Jerusalem to bring up the ark of the covenant of the Lord out of the city of David, which is in Zion. And all the men of Israel assembled to King Solomon at the feasts of the month of Ethanim, which is the seventh month. And all the elders of Israel came, and of the priests took of the ark, and they brought up the ark of the Lord, the tent of the meeting, and all the holy vessels that were in the tent. The priests and the Levites brought them up. And King Solomon and all the congregation of Israel, who had assembled before them, were with them before the ark, sacrificing so many sheep and oxen that they could not be counted or numbered. Then the priests brought the ark of the covenant to the Lord to its place at the inner sanctuary of the house of the most holy place, underneath the wings of the cherubim, and the cherubim spread out their wings over the place of the ark, so that the cherubim overshadowed the ark and its poles. And the poles were so long that the ends of the poles were seen from a holy place before the inner sanctuary, but they could not be seen from the outside. And they were there to this day. There was nothing in the ark except the two tablets of stone that Moses put here on Horeb, where the Lord made the covenant with the people of Israel, where they came out of the land of Egypt. And when the priests came out of the holy place, a cloud filled the house of the Lord, so that the priests could not stand to minister, because the cloud of the glory of the Lord filled the house of the Lord. Then Solomon said, The Lord has said that he would dwell in thick darkness. I have indeed built you an exalted house, a place for you to dwell in forever. Then the king turned around and blessed all the assembly of Israel, while all the assembly of Israel stood, and he said, Blessed be the Lord, the God of Israel, who with his hand has fulfilled what had promised to the mouth of David my father, saying, Since the day that I brought my people Israel out of Egypt, I chose no city out of the tribe of Israel to which to build a house, and my name might be there. But I chose David to be over my house of my people of Israel. Now it was in the house of David my father to build a house to the name of the Lord, the God of Israel. But the Lord said to David, Whereas he was in your heart to build a house for my name, and you did well that it was in your heart. Nevertheless, you shall not build the house, but your son, who shall be born to you, shall build the house in my name. Now the Lord has fulfilled his promise that he now the Lord has fulfilled his promise that he made. For I have risen to the place of David my father, and sit on the throne of Israel. And the Lord promised that I have built the house for the name of the Lord, the God of Israel. And there I have promised a place of the ark in which is the covenant of the Lord that he has made with his fathers when he had brought them out of the land of Egypt. Then Solomon stood before the altar of the Lord in the presence of all the assembly of Israel and spread out his hands towards heaven and said, O Lord God of Israel, there is no God like you in heaven above or on the earth beneath, keeping covenant and showing steadfast love to your servants who walk before you with all their heart. You have kept with your servant David, my father, what you declared to them. You spoke with your mouth, and with your hand you fulfilled in this day. Now, therefore, O Lord, God of Israel, keep of your servant David, my father, who you have promised him, saying, You shall not lack a man to sit before me on the throne of Israel, if only your sons pay close attention to their way, to walk before me as you have walked before me. Now, therefore, O God of Israel, let your word be conformed, which you have spoken to your servant David, my father. But will God indeed dwell on the earth? Behold, heaven and the highest heaven cannot contain you. How much less this house that I have built, yet have regard to the prayer of your servant and to his plea. O Lord my God, listening to the cry of your and to the prayers of your servants' prayers before you to this day, and to the eyes may be open night and day toward this house, the place of which you have said, My name shall be therefore, that you may listen to the prayers of the servants, officers toward the place, and listen to the plea of the servant and of the people of Israel. Then you pray towards the place and listen to heaven, your dwelling place, and when you hear, forgive. If a man sins against his neighbor, and he may take an oath, and it comes and swears his oath before the altar in the house, then hear in heaven the act of judge, your servants condemning the guilty by bringing his conduct to his head and vindicating the righteous by reward him according to his righteousness. When your people of Israel are defeated before the enemy, because they have sinned against you, and if you turn against If they turn again to you and acknowledge your name and pray and plead with you in this house and here in heaven and forgive the sin of your people of Israel and bring them again to the land of that you gave to your fathers. When heaven is shut up and there is no rain because they have sinned against you, if they pray toward the place and acknowledge your name and turn from your sin, when you afflict them, then hear in heaven and forgive the sin of your servants, your people Israel, that you teach them to the good way in which you should walk, and grant upon rain upon your land, which you have given to your people as an inheritance. If there is famine in the land, if there is pestilence, or blight, or mildew, or locust, or caterpillar in your enemy, and besiege them in the land at the gates, whatever plague, whatever sickness there is, whatever prayer, whatever plea is made by the man or by all the people of Israel, each knowing the affliction of his own hand and stretching out his hands towards the house, then hear in heaven your dwelling place, and forgive and act and render to each whose heart you know according to all the ways. For you only, know the hearts of all the children of mankind, that they may fear you in all the days that they live in the land that you have given to your fathers. Likewise, when a foreigner, who is not of your people of Israel, comes from a far country for your name's sake, for they shall hear of the great name of your mighty hand and of your outstretched arm. When he comes and prays towards this house, hear the heavens your dwelling place, and do according to all for which the foreigners calls to you, in order that all the people of the earth may know your name and fear you, and do your people of Israel, and that they may know that the house that I have built is called by your name. If your people go into the battle against their enemy, by whatever way you shall send them, and they pray to the Lord towards the city that you have chosen, and the house that I have built in your name, then hear in heaven their prayers and their plea, and maintain their gods. If they sin against you, for there is no one who does not sin, and you are angry with them and give them the enemy, so that they are carried away captive in the land of the enemy, far off or near. If yet if they turn their heart to the land to which they have been carried captive, and repent and plead with you in the land of the captors, saying, we have sinned and we have acted perversely and wickedly. If they repent with their heart and with all their soul in the land of the enemies, we carried them captive and pray to you towards their land, which you have given to their fathers, a city that you have chosen, and the house that I have built in your name. Then hear and plea in dwelling place of prayer and with plea, and maintain their cause, and forgive your plea who have sinned against you in all their transgressions that they have committed against you. And grant the compassion in the sight of those who carried them captive, that they may have compassion on them, that they are the people and that your heritage, which you brought out of Egypt in the midst of the iron furnace. Let your eyes be open to the plea of your servant and to the plea of the people of Israel, giving ear to them to whatever you call them to do. For you separated them from among all the people on the earth to be your heritage, as you declared through Moses your servant, when you brought our fathers out of Egypt, O Lord God. Now, as Solomon finished offering all his prayer and plea to the Lord, he arose from before the altar of the Lord, where he had knelt, his hands outstretched toward the heaven, and he stood and blessed all the assembly of Israel with a loud voice, saying, Blessed be the Lord, who has given rest to his people of Israel, according to all that he has promised. Not one word has failed, for all of his good promises, which he spoke to Moses and his servant. The Lord our God be with us, and with our fathers. May they not leave us and forsake us, that he may incline our hearts to him in all his ways, and to keep his commandments, his statutes, and his rules, which he commanded our fathers. Let these words of mine, with which I have pleaded before God, be near the Lord our God day and night, and may he maintain the cause of the servant, the cause of his people of Israel, each day requires, that all the people of Israel may know that the Lord is God, there is no other. Let your heart therefore be wholly true to the Lord our God, walking in his statutes and keeping his commandments, as is the day. Then the king and all of Israel was with him, offered statues before the Lord. Solomon offered a peace offering to the Lord, 22,000 oxen and 120,000 sheep. So the king and all the people of Israel dedicated the house of the Lord. The same day that the king consecrated the middle of the court that was before the house of the Lord. For there he offered the burnt offering and the grain offering and the fat pieces of the peace offerings, because the bronze altar that was before the Lord was too small to receive a burnt offering and the grain offering and the fat pieces of the peace offering. So Solomon held the feast at that time, and all of Israel with him, a great assembly from Lebo Hamath to the brook of Egypt, before the Lord our God 7 days. On the eighth day he sent the people away, and he blessed the king, and he went to his homes, joyful and glad of heart, for the goodness of the Lord has shown, and David his servant to the people of Israel. As soon as Solomon had finished building the house of the Lord, and the king's house, and all that Solomon desired to build, the Lord appeared to Solomon a second time, and he appeared to him in Gibeon. And the Lord said to him, I have heard your prayers and your pleas, which you have made before me. I have consecrated this house that you have built, by putting my name there forever. My eyes and my hearts will be there for all time. And as for you, if you will walk before me, as David your father walked with integrity, with heart, and with uprightness, doing according to all that I have commanded you, and keeping my statutes and my rules, then I will establish your royal throne over Israel forever. And as I promised David your father, saying, you shall not lack a man on the throne of Israel. But if you turn aside from following me, you and your children, and do not keep my commandments and my statutes that I have set before you, but go and serve other gods and worship them, that I will cut off Israel from the land that I have given them, and the house that I have consecrated for the name that I will cast out of sight. And Israel will become a proverb and a byword among all the people, and the house will become a heap of ruins. Everyone passing it by it will be astonished by its hiss, and they will say, why has the Lord done this, and thus the land into his house? Then they will say, because they abandoned the Lord their God, who brought their fathers out of the land of Egypt, and laid hold on other gods, and worshipped them and served them. Therefore the Lord has brought all this disaster on him. At the end of 20 years, in which Solomon had built the two houses, the house of the Lord and the king's house, and Hiram, king of Tyre, had supplied Solomon with cedar and cypress timber and gold, as much as he desired. King Solomon gave to Hiram 20 cities in the land of Galilee. But when Hiram came to Tyre to see the cities of Solomon had given him, and they did not please. Therefore he said, what kind of cities are these that you have given to me, my brother, so that we are called the city of Cabul to this day? Hiram had sent to his king 120 talents of gold. And this is the account of the forced labor that King Solomon drafted to build the house of the Lord, in his own house in Milo, in the walls of Jerusalem, and Hazor, and Megiddo, and Gezer. Pharaoh's king of Egypt had gone up and captured Gezer, and burned it with fire, and he had killed the Canaanites who lived in the city, and he had given it to the dowry to his daughter, Solomon's wife. So Solomon rebuilt Gezer. And lower Beth Horon, and Balath, and Tamar in the wilderness, in the land of Judah, and all the cities of Solomon had, and the cities of the chariots, and the cities of the horsemen, and whatever Solomon desired to build in Jerusalem, and Lebanon, and in all the land of the dominions. All the people who were left in the Amorites, the Hittites, the Perizzites, the Hivites, and the Jebusites, who were not of the people of Israel, their descendants who were left after them in the land, whom the people of Israel were unable to devote to destruction. These Solomon drafted to be slaves, so that they are to this day. But of the people of Israel, Solomon made no slaves. They were the soldiers, they were the officials, they were the commanders, his captains, his chariot commanders, and his horsemen. They were chief officers who were over Solomon's work, 550, who had charged the people who carried on the work. But Pharaoh's daughter went up to the city of David, to his own house that Solomon had built for her. Then he built the Millo. 3 times a year, Solomon used to offer up burnt offerings and peace offerings on the altar that he built to the Lord, after making offerings with it before the Lord. So he finished his house. King Solomon built a fleet of ships at Azine Geber, which is near Aloth in the shore of the Red Sea, in the land of Edom. And Hiram sent with the fleet of his servants, seamen who were familiar with the sea, together with the servant of Solomon, and they went to Ophir and brought from the gold 420 talents, and they brought it to King Solomon. Now, when the queen of Sheba heard of the fame of Solomon concerning the name of the Lord, she came to test him with hard questions. She came to Jerusalem with a very great retinue, with camels bearing spices and much gold and precious stones. And when she came to Solomon, she told him all that was on her mind, and Solomon answered her all the questions. There was nothing hidden from the king that he could not explain to her. And when the queen of Sheba had seen all the wisdom of Solomon, the house that he had built, the food on the table, the seating of his officials, and the attendance of the servants, his clothing, his cupbearers, and his burnt offerings that he offered to the house of the Lord, there was no more breath in her. And she said to the king, the report was true that I heard in my own land of your words and of your wisdom, but I did not believe the reports until I came to see it with my own eyes. And behold, the half was not told to me. Your wisdom and prosperity surpass the report that I heard. Happy are your men. Happy are your servants who continually stand before you and hear your wisdom. Blessed be the Lord your God, who has delighted in you and set you on the throne of Israel. Because the Lord loved Israel forever, he has made you king, that you execute justice and righteousness. Then she gave the king 120 talents of gold and a very great quantity of spices and precious stones. Never again came with such an abundance of spices as these were the queens of Sheba gave to King Solomon. Moreover, the fleet of Hiram, which brought gold from Ophir, brought from Ophir a very great amount of almug wood and precious stones. The king made of the almug wood supporters for the house of the Lord and for the king's house, also lyres and harps for the singers. No such almug wood has come or been seen to this day. And King Solomon gave to the queen of Sheba all that he has desired, whether he asked besides what had given her by the bounty of King Solomon. So she turned and went back to her own land with her servants. Now the weight of the gold that came to Solomon in 1 year was 666 talents of gold, beside that which came from the explorers and from the business of the merchants, and from all the kings of the west and from the governors of the land. King Solomon made 200 large shields of beaten gold. 600 shekels of gold into went into each shield, and he made 300 shields of beaten gold. 3 minas of gold were into each shield, and the king put them in the house of the forest of Lebanon. The king also made a great ivory throne and overlaid it in the finest gold. The throne had 6 steps, and the throne had a round top, and on each side of the seat were armrests, and 2 lions standing. Beside the armrests were 12 lions stood there, one of each end of the step on the 6 steps. The like of it was never made in any kingdom. All King Solomon's drinking vessels were of gold, and all the vessels of the house of the forest of Lebanon were of pure gold. None were of silver. Silver was not considered as anything in the days of Solomon. For the king had a fleet of ships in Tarshish at the sea, the fleet of Hiram. Once every 3 years, the fleet of ships in Tarshish used to come, bringing gold, silver, ivory, apes, and peacocks. Thus King Solomon excelled all the kings of the earth in riches and in Solomon, and the whole earth sought the presence of Solomon and heard the wisdom which God put before his mind. Every one of them brought his presents, articles of silver, gold, garments, myrrh, spice, horses, and mules, so much year by year. And Solomon gathered together chariots of horsemen. He had 1,400 chariots and 12,000 horsemen, whom he stationed in the chariot cities and with the kings of Jerusalem. And the king made silver as common in Jerusalem as stone, and he made cedar as plentiful as the sycamore of the Shephelah. And Solomon import the horses from Egypt and Cu, and the king's traders received them from Cu at a price. A chariot could not a chariot could be imported from Egypt for 600 shekels of silver, and a horse for 150. And so through the king's traders they were exported to all the kings of the Hittites and the kings of Syria. Now King Solomon loved many foreign women, along with his daughter Pharaoh, Moabite, Ammonite, Edomite, Sidionite, and Hittite women from the nations, concerning which the Lord had said to the people of Israel, "Ye shall not enter into marriage with them, neither shall they with you, for surely they will turn away your heart after their gods." Solomon clung to these in love. He had 700 wives who were princesses, and 200 concubines. And his wives turned away his heart. For when Solomon was old, his wives turned away his heart for other gods, and his heart was not wholly true to the Lord his God, as was the heart of David his father. For Solomon went to Ashtoreth, the goddess of the Sidonians, and after Milcom, the abomination of the Ammonites. So Solomon did what was evil in the sight of the Lord, and did not follow wholly to the Lord, as David his father had done. Then Solomon built a high place with Chemosh, the abomination of Moab, and the Moloch of abomination of the Ammonites, on the mountain of the east of Jerusalem. And so he did for all of the foreign wives who had offerings and sacrifices to their gods. And the Lord was angry with Solomon because his heart had turned away from the Lord, the God of Israel, who had appeared to him twice, and had commanded him concerning the thing that he should not go after other gods. But he did not keep what the Lord commanded. Therefore the Lord said to Solomon, "Since this has been the practice, and you have not kept my covenants and my statutes that I have commanded you, I will surely tear the kingdom from you, and will give it to your servant. Yet for the sake of David your father, I will not do it in your days, but I will tear it out of the hand of your son. However, I will not tear away all the kingdom, but I will give one tribe to your son, for the sake of David my servant, and for the sake of Jerusalem that I have chosen. And the Lord raised up an adversary against Solomon, Hadad the Edomite. He was of the royal house of Edom. For when David was in Edom, and Joab, the commander of the army, went up to bury the slain, he struck down every male in Edom, from Joab, and all of Israel remained there 6 months until he had cut off every male in Edom. But Hadad fled to Egypt, together for certain Edomites for the fathers' servants, Hadad still being a little child. They set out from Midim and from Paran, and they took men from each of the Param and came to Egypt. To Pharaoh's king of Egypt, who gave to his house and assigned him an allowance of food, and gave him land. And Hadad found great favor in this sight of the Pharaoh, so that he gave him in marriage the sister of his own wife, the sister of Teraphins the queen, and the sister of Teraphins bore to him Genubath his son, whom Teraphins weaned in Pharaoh's house. And Jerebath was in the Pharaoh's house among the sons of Pharaoh. But when Hadad heard in Egypt that David slept with his father, and then Joab, the commander of the army of the dead, Hadad said to Pharaoh, let me depart, that I may go to my own country. But Pharaoh said to him, what have you lacked with me, that you are not seeking to go to your own country? And he said to him, only let me depart. God also raised up an adversary to him, Rezon the son of Eliada, who had fled to the master of Hadazer the king of Zobah. And he gathered men about him and became a leader of a marauding band after the killing of David. And they went to Damascus and lived there and made him king of Damascus. He was an adversary of Israel all the days of Solomon, doing harm as Hadad did, and he loathed Israel and reigned over Syria. Jeroboam the son of Nebat, an Epaphonite of Zedah, the servant of Solomon, whose mother's name was Zedurah, a widow, was lifted up his hands against the king, and this was the reason that he lifted up his hands against the king. Solomon built the Millo and closed up the breach of the city of David. His father, the son of Jeroboam, was very able, and when Solomon saw that the young man was industrious, he gave him charge over all the forced labor and of the house of Joseph. And at the time of Jeroboam, went out to Jerusalem, the prophet Eliah and Shimei found him on the road. And Eliah had dressed himself in a very new garment, and the two of them went alone to the open country. Then Ahiah laid hold of the new garment that was on him, and tore it into 12 pieces. And he said to Jeroboam, take for yourself 10 pieces, for thus says the Lord, then the God of Israel, behold, I am about to tear the kingdom from the hand of Solomon, and will give you 10 tribes. But he shall have one tribe for the sake of the servant David, and for the sake of Jerusalem, the cities that I have chosen out of the tribes of Israel, because they have forsaken me and worshipped Ashtaroth, the goddess of the Sidonians, Chemosh, the god of Moab, and Milcom, the god of the Ammonites. And they have not walked in my ways, doing what is right in my sight, and keeping my statutes and my rules, as David his father did. Nevertheless, I will not take the whole kingdom out of his hand, but I will make him ruler of all the days of his life, for the sake of David my servant, whom I chose, who kept my commandments and my statutes. But I will take the kingdom out of the son's hands, and will give it to him, to you, 10 tribes. Yet to his son I will give one tribe, and to David my servants may always have a lamp before me in Jerusalem, the city in which I have chosen to put my name. And I will take you, and you shall reign over all that your soul desires, and you shall be king over Israel. And if you will listen to all that I command you, and will walk in my ways, and will do what is right in my eyes, by keeping my statutes and my commandments, as David my servant did, I will be with you, and you will and will build you a sure house, as I built for David. And I will give Israel to you, and I will afflict the offsprings of David because of this, but now forevermore. Solomon sought therefore to kill Jeroboam, but Jeroboam arose and fled to Egypt, to Shishak, king of Egypt, and was in Egypt until the death of Solomon. Now the rest of the acts of Solomon and all that he did was in his wisdom, as they were written in the book of Acts of Solomon. And the time of Solomon reigned in Jerusalem over all of Israel 40 years. And Solomon kept with his father, and was buried in the city of David his father. And Rehoboam his son reigned in his place. Rehoboam went to Shechem, for all Israel had come to the Shechem to make him king. And as soon as the Jeroboam and the son of Nebat heard of it, For he was still in Egypt, where he had fled from King Solomon. When Jeroboam returned from Egypt, they sent and called him, and Jeroboam and all the assembly of Israel came and said to Rehoboam, your father made our yoke heavy, but therefore lighten the hard service of your father, his heavy yoke on us, and he will service you. And he said to them, go away for 3 days, then come again to me. So the people went away. Then King Rehoboam took counsel with the old men who had stood before Solomon his father, while he was yet alive, saying, how do you advise men to answer this people? And they said to him, if you will be a servant of the people today, and serve them, and speak good word of them when you answer them, and they will be the servants forever. And he abandoned the counsel of the old man gave him, and took counsel of the young men who had grown up with him, and stood before him. And he said to them, what do you advise that we answer the people who have said to me, lighten the yoke that your father has put on us? And the young men who had grown up with him, and said to him, thus shall you say to the people who said to you, your father made my yoke heavy, but you lighten it for us. Thus shall you say to them, my little finger is thicker than my father's thighs. And now, whereas my father laid on you a heavy yoke, and I will add to your yoke. The fathers discipline with you whips, but I will discipline you with scorpions. So Jeroboam and all the people came to the Rehoboam the third day, and the king said, come to me again the third day. And the king answered the people hastily, and forsaking the counsel that the old men had given him, he spoke to them according to the counsel of the young men, saying, my father made your yoke heavy, but I will add to your yoke. My father disciplined you with whips, but I will discipline you with scorpions. So the king did not listen for the people, for it was a turn of affairs brought about by the Lord, that he might fulfill his word, which the Lord spoke to Ahiah the Shilonite of Jeroboam the son of Nebat. And when all of Israel saw that the king did not listen to them, the people answered the king, what portion do we have in David? We have no inheritance in the son of Jesse. To your tents of O Israel. Look now to your own house, David. So Israel went to their own tents, but Rehoboam reigned over the people of Israel who lived in the cities of Judah. Then King Rehoboam set Adoram, who was taskmaster over the forced labor, and all of Israel stoned him to death with stones. And King Rehoboam hurried to mount his chariot to flee in Jerusalem. So Israel had been in rebellion against the house of David to this day. And when all Israel heard that Rehoboam had returned, they sent and called him to the assembly and made him king over all of Israel. There was none that followed the house of David into the tribe of Judah only. When Rehoboam came to Jerusalem, he assembled all the house of Judah and the tribe of Benjamin, 180,000 chosen warriors, to fight against the house of Israel, to restore the kingdom of Rehoboam, the son of Solomon. But the word of God came to Shemaiah, the man of God. Say to Rehoboam, the son of Solomon, king of Judah, and to all the house of Judah and Benjamin, and to the rest of the people, thus saith the Lord. You shall not go up against your relatives, the people of Israel. Every man shall return to his home, for this thing is from me. So they listened to the word of the Lord and went home again, according to the word of the Lord. Then Jeroboam built Shechem in the hill country of the Ephraim and lived here. And he went out from there and built the Peniel. And Jeroboam said to his heart, now the kingdom will turn back to the house of David, to the people Go up, the officer, go up to offer sacrifice at the temple of the Lord of Jerusalem, that the heart of this people will turn to their Lord, to Rehoboam king of Judah, and they will kill me and return to Rehoboam king of Judah. So the king took counsel and made 2 calves of gold, and he said to the people, you have gone up to Jerusalem long enough. Behold your gods, O Israel, who brought you up out of the land of Egypt. And he set one in Bethel, and the other he put in Dan. Then the thing came to sin. The people went as far as Dan to be before one. He also made temples on high places and appointed priests from among all the people who were not the Levites. And Jeroboam appointed a feast on the 15th day of the 8th month, like the feast that was in Judah, and he offered sacrifices to the altar. He did it in Bethel, sacrificing to the calves that he had made. He had placed in Bethel the priests of the high places that he had made. He went up to the altar and he had made in Bethel on the 15th day of the 8th month, in the month that he had devised his own heart. And he instituted a feast to the people of Israel, and went up to the altar to make offerings. And behold, a man of God came out of Judah by the word of the Lord up to Bethel. Jeroboam was standing by the altar to make offerings. And the man cried against the altar by the word of the Lord, and said, O altar, altar, thus says the Lord, behold, a son shall be born to the house of David, Josiah by name, and he shall sacrifice to you the priest of the high places, who make offerings to you, and the human bones shall be burned on you. And he gave signs of the same day, saying, This is the sign of the Lord had spoken. Behold, the altar shall be torn down, and the ashes that are on it shall be poured out. And when the king heard the sayings of the man of God, which he cried against the altars of Bethel, Jeroboam stretched out his hand, saying to the altar, saying, Seize him. And his hand, which had stretched out against them, dried up, so that he could not draw it back himself. The altar was also torn down, and the arches poured from the altar according to the signs of the man of God had given by the word of the Lord. And the king said to the man of God, Entreat now the favor of the Lord your God, and pray for me, that my hand may be restored to you. And the man of God entered the Lord, and the king's hand had restored to him, and became as it was before. And the king said to the man of God, Come with me and refresh yourself, and I will give you a reward. And the man of God said to the king, If you give me half your house, I will not go in with you, and I will not eat bread or drink water in this place. For so was the for so it was commanded to me by the word of the Lord, saying, You shall neither eat bread nor drink water, nor return to the water as you came. So he went another way and did not return by the way that he came to Bethel. Now an old prophet lived in Bethel, and his son came and told him all the man of God had done that day in Bethel. They also told to the father the words that he had spoken to the king, and his father said to him, Which way did he go? And the sons showed him the way that the man of God who came to Judah had gone. And he said to those sons, Saddle the donkeys for me. So they saddled the donkeys for him, and he mounted it. And he went after the man of God and found him sitting under the oak. And he said to him, Are you the man of God who came from Judah? And he said, I am. Then he said to him, Come home with me and eat bread. And they said, I may not return with you and go in with you. Neither will I eat the bread or drink of the water with you in this place. For it was said to me by the word of the Lord, You shall neither eat nor drink water, nor return by the way that you came. And he said to him, I also am a prophet, as you are. And the angel spoke to me by the word of the Lord, saying, Bring him back with you into your house, that he may eat bread and drink water. And they lied to him. So he went back with him and ate the bread in his house and drank the water. And as they sat at the table, the word of the Lord came to the prophet who had brought him back. And he cried to the man of God who came to Judah, Thus says the Lord, because you have disobeyed the words of the Lord, and have not kept the command that the Lord your God commanded you, but you have come back and have eaten bread and drunk water in the place of which he has said to you, Eat no bread and drink no water. Your body shall not come to the tomb of your fathers. And after he had eaten bread and drunk, he saddled the donkeys for the prophet whom he had brought back. And as he went away, a lion met with him on the road and killed him. And his body was thrown to the road, and the donkey stood beside it. The lion also stood beside the donkey, and behold, the men passing by, and saw the body thrown on the road, and the lion standing by the body. And they came and told it to the city where the prophet lived. When the prophet who had brought him back from the way heard of it, he said, It is the man of God who has disobeyed the words of the Lord. Therefore the Lord has given him to the lion, which has torn him and killed him. And according to the word of the Lord spoke to him, and he said to his sons, Saddle the donkey for me. And they saddled it, and he went and found his body thrown in the road, and the donkey and the lion standing beside the ground. And the lion had not eaten the body nor tore the donkey, but the prophet took up the body of the man of God and laid it on the donkey and brought it back to the city to mourn. And he buried him, and he laid the body on the grave, and they mourned over him, saying, Alas, my brother, and alas, he has buried him. He said to his sons, When I die, bury me in the grave in which the man of God is buried. Lay my bones beside his bones. For the saying that he called out by the word of the Lord against the altar of Bethel, against all the houses of the house of the high places and of the cities of Samaria, shall surely come to pass. After the thing Jeroboam did not turn from the evil way, but made priests for high places again from among all the people. Any who would, he ordained to be the priests of the high places, and this thing became sin to the house of Jeroboam, so as to cut it off and destroy it from the face of the earth. At the time, Abijah the son of Jeroboam fell sick And Jeroboam said to his wife, Arise and disguise yourself, that it not be known that you are the wife of Jeroboam, and go to Shiloh. Behold, Elijah the prophet is there, who said to me that I should be king over his people. Take with him 10 loaves, some cakes, and a jar of honey, and go to him. He will tell you what has happened to his child. Jeroboam's wife did so. She arose and went to Shiloh, and came to the house of Ahihud. Now Ahihud could not see, for his eyes were dim because of his age. And the Lord said to Ahihud, Behold, the wife of Jeroboam is coming to inquire of you concerning your son, for he is sick. Thus and thus shall you say to her. When she came, she pretended to be another woman. But when Ahijah heard of the sound of her feet, as she came to the door, he said, Come in, wife of Jeroboam. Why do you pretend to be another? For I am charged with unbearable news for you. Go tell Jeroboam, Thus says the Lord, the God of Israel, because I exalted you from among the people, and made you leader over my people Israel, and tore the kingdom away from the house of David, and gave it to you. And yet you have not been like my son David, who kept my commandments and followed me with all his heart, doing only what is right in my eyes. But you have done evil above all who were before you, and you have gone and made for yourself other gods and metal images, provoking me in anger, and have cast me behind your back. Therefore, behold, I will bring harm upon the house of Jeroboam, and will cut off Jeroboam every male, both bond and free in Israel, and will burn up the house of Jeroboam as a man burns up dung until it is all gone. Anyone belonging to Jeroboam who dies in the city of the dog shall eat, and anyone who dies in the open country, the birds of the heavens shall eat, for the Lord has spoken it. Arise, therefore, go to your house for your feet into the city, and your child shall die, and all of Israel shall mourn for him and bury him. For the only for only of Jeroboam shall come to the grave, because in him there is found something pleasing to God, the God of Israel in the house of Jeroboam. Moreover, the Lord will raise up for himself a king over Israel, who shall cut off the house of Jeroboam today, and henceforth the Lord will strike Israel as a reed, and is shaken in the water, and root up Israel out of the good land that he has given his father, and scatter them beyond the Euphrates, because they have made there Asherim, provoking the Lord in anger. And he will give Israel up because of the sins of Jeroboam, which he sinned and made Israel to sin. Then Jeroboam's wife arose and departed and came to Tirzah. And as she came to the threshold of the house, the child died, and all of Israel buried him and mourned him according to the word of the Lord, which is spoken to the servant of Ahijah the prophet. Now the rest of the acts of Jeroboam, how he warned and how he reigned, behold, it was written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Israel. And the time of Jeroboam reigned was 22 years, and he slept with the fathers, and Nahab his sons reigned in their place. Now Rehoboam, the son of Solomon, reigned in Judah. Rehoboam was 41 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 17 years in Jerusalem, the city of the Lord, had chosen all of the tribes of Israel to put the name of his. His mother's name was Naamah the Ammonite. And Judah did what was evil in the sight of the Lord, and they provoked him to jealousy with the sins of the committed, more than all that the fathers had done. For also had built themselves high places and pillars, and Asherim on every high hill and under every green tree. And they were also made cult prostitute in the land. They did according to all the abominations of the nations the Lord drove out before the people of Israel. In the 5th year of King Rehoboam, Rishak, king of Egypt, came up against Jerusalem. He took away the treasures of the house of the Lord and the treasures of the king's house. He took away everything. He also took away all the shields of the gold that Solomon had made, and King Rehoboam made in their place shields of bronze and committed them to the hands of the officers of the guard, who kept the door to the king's house. And as often as the king went into the house of the Lord, the guard carried them and brought them back to the guard room. Now the rest of the acts of Rehoboam and all that he did are not written in the book of Chronicles of the kings of Judah. And there was war between Rehoboam and Jeroboam continually, and Rehoboam slept with his father and was buried with his father in the city of David. His mother's name was Naamah the Ammonite, and Abiham his son reigned in his place. Now in the 18 years of King Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, Abiam began to reign over Judah. He reigned for 3 years in Jerusalem. His mother's name was Maacah, the daughter of Absalom, and he walked in the sins of his fathers did before him, and his heart was wholly true to the Lord God. as the heart of David was. Nevertheless, for David's sake, the Lord his God gave him a lamp in Jerusalem, setting up his son after him and establishing Jerusalem, because David did what was right in the eyes of the Lord and did not turn aside from anything that he commanded him all the days of his life, except for the matter of Uriah of Hittite. Now there was war between Rehoboam and Jeroboam all the days of his life. The rest of the acts of Abiram and all that he did, and they had not written the books of Chronicles to the kings of Judah. And there was war between Abiam and Jeroboam, and Abiam slept with his father, and they buried him in the city of David, and Asa, his son, reigned in his place. In the 20th year of Jeroboam, king of Israel, Asa began to reign over Judah, and he reigned 41 years in Jerusalem. His mother's name was Maacah, the daughter of Absalom, and Asa did what was right in the eyes of the Lord. And David, his father, was done. He put away the male cult prostitutes of the land and removed all the idols that his father had made. He also removed Maacah, his mother, from being queen mother because she had made an abominable image of Asherah. And Asa cut down her image and buried it in the brook Kidron. But the high places were not taken away. Nevertheless, the heart of Asa was wholly true to the Lord all his days. And he brought into the house of the Lord the sacred gifts of his father and his own sacred gifts, silver and gold and vessels. And there was war against Asa and Baasha, king of Israel, all the days. Baasha, king of Israel, went up against Judah and built Ramah, that he might permit no one to go out and come into Asa, king of Judah. Then Asa took all the silver and the gold that were left in the treasures of the house of the Lord, and the treasures of the king's house, and gave them into the house of his servants. And King Asa sent them to Ben-Hadad, the son of Heberon, the son of Hebzon, king of Syria, who lived in Damascus, saying, Let there be a covenant between me and you, as there are between my father and your father. Behold, I am sending you a present of silver and gold. Go back to your covenant with Baasha, king of Israel, that he may be drawn with me. And Ben-Hadad listened to King Asa and sent the commanders of his armies against the cities of Israel and conquered Ehon, Dan, Abel Beth Makkah, and all of Chimerath, with all the land of Naphtali. And when Baasha heard of it, he stopped building Ramah, and he lived in Tirzah. Then the king Asa had proclaimed to all of Judah, none was exempt, and they carried away the stones of Ramah and its timber, with which Baasha and his building, and with all of King Asa, built Geber and Benjamin and Mitzpah. Now the rest of all the acts of Asa, all his might, and all that he did, and the cities that he built, as they were written in the books of Chronicles of the kings of Judah. But in his old age he was diseased in his feet. And Asa slept with his father and was buried with his father in the city of David his father. And Jehoshaphat his son reigned in his place. Nadab the son of Jeroboam began to reign over Israel the second year as Asa king of Judah, and he reigned over Israel 2 years. He did what was evil in the sight of the Lord, and walked in the way of his father, and in the sin which he made Israel to sin. Baasha, the son of Ahiah, the house of Eshkar, conspired against him, and Baasha struck him down at Gibbethon, Gibbethon, which prolonged to the Philistines. For Nadab and all of Israel were laying siege to Gibbethon, as Baasha killed him on the third year of Asa, king of Judah, and reigned in his place. And as soon as he was king, he killed all the house of Jeroboam. He left in the house of Jeroboam not one that breathed until he had destroyed it, according to the word of the Lord that he had spoken to his servant Ahira of Shilonite. It was for the sins of Jeroboam that he sinned, and that was made later that was made Israel to sin, and because the anger of which he provoked the Lord the God of Israel. Now the rest of the acts of Nadab and all that he did, are they not written in the book of Chronicles of the kings of Israel? And there was war between Asa and Baasha, the king of Israel, all their days. In the third year of Asa, king of Israel, Baasha the son of Ahiham began to reign over all of Israel and Tisra, and he reigned 24 years. He did what was evil in the sight of the Lord, and he walked in the way of Jeroboam, and in the sin which he made Israel to you. And the word of the Lord came to Jehu the son of Hanani against Baasha, saying, Since I exalted you out of the dust, and made you leader over my people Israel, and you have walked in the way of Jeroboam, and have made my people Israel to sin, provoking me to anger with the sins, behold, I will utterly sweep away Baasha and his house, and I will make your house like the house of Jeroboam, the son of Nebat. Anyone belonging to Baasha who dies in the city, the dog shall eat, and anyone who dies in the field of the birds shall of the heaven shall eat. Now the rest of the acts of Baasha, and what he did and his might, are they not written in the book of Chronicles of the kings of Israel? And Baasha slept with his father and was buried in Tirzah. And Eli and Elha, his son, reigned in the place. Moreover, the word of the Lord came to the prophet Jehu, the son of Hananiah, against Baasha and his house, both because of all the evil that he did in the sight of the Lord, provoking him to anger with the work of his hands, in being like the house of Jeroboam, and also because he destroyed it. In the 26th year of Asa, king of Judah, Elah, the son of Baasha, began to reign over Israel in Tirzah. And he reigned 2 years, and his servant Zermi, commander of half of his chariots, conspired against him. When he was at Tirzah, drinking himself drunk in the house of Arza, who was over the household of Tirzah, Zemuri came in and struck him down and killed him in the 27th year of Asa, the king of Judah, and reigned in his place. When he began to reign, as soon as he had seated himself on the throne, he struck down all the house of Baasha. He did not leave him in a single male of his relatives of his friends. Thus Zimri destroyed all the house of Baasha according to the word of the Lord, which he spoke against Baasha by Jehu the prophet. For all that the sins of Baasha and the sins of Eliha his son were which they sinned in which they made Israel to sin, provoking the Lord God of Israel to anger and to his idols. Now the rest of the acts of Elah and all that he did, are they not written in the book of Chronicles in the kings of Israel? In the 27th year of Asa, king of Judah, Zimri reigned 7 days in Tirzah. Now the troops had encamped against Gibbethon, which belonged to the Philistines. And the troops who were encamped heard it, said, Zimri had conspired, and he had killed the king. Therefore all Israel made Amori, the commander of the army, king over Israel that day in the camp. So Amori went up from Gibbethon, and all of Israel with him, and they besieged Tirzah. And when Missouri saw that the house was taken, he went into the citadel of the king's house and burned the king's house over them with fire, and died because of the sins of the committed, doing evil in the sight of the Lord, walking in the way of Jeroboam, and for his sin which he committed, making Israel to sin. Now the rest of the acts of Zimri and the conspiracy that he had made, and they not written in the book of Chronicles of the kings of Israel. Then the people of Israel were divided into two parts. Half of the people followed Tibni, the son of Gibnath, to make him king, and the other half Amuri. But the people who followed Omri overcame the people who followed Tibri, and the son of Ginath. So Tibni died, and Amori became king. In the 30 years of Asa, king of Judah, Amori began to reign over Israel, and he reigned for 12 years. 6 years he reigned in Tibzah. He bought the hill of Samaria from Shemer for 2 talents of silver, and he fortified the hill, and he called the name of the city, and he built Samaria after the name of Shemer, the owner of the hill. Omri did what was evil in the sight of the Lord, and did more evil than all those who were before him. For he walked in all the way of Jeroboam the son of Nebat, and in sins that he made Israel to sin, provoking the Lord, the God of Israel, to anger by their idols. Now the rest of the acts of Omri that he did, in the might that he showed, are they not written in the books of Chronicles and the kings of Israel? And Omri slept with the fathers and was buried in Samaria, and Ahab his son reigned in his place. In the 38 years of Asa, king of Judah, Ahab the son of Omri began to reign over Israel, and Ahab the son of Omri reigned over Israel in Samaria 22 years. And Ahab the son of Omri did evil in the sight of the Lord more than all that he who were weak before him. And as it had been a light thing to him to walk in the sins of Jeroboam the son of Nebat, he took for his wife Jezebel, the daughter of Ethabal, king of the Sidonians, and went and served Baal and worshipped him. He erected an altar for Baal to the house of Baal, which he built in Samaria. And Ahab made an Asherah, and Ahab did more to provoke to the Lord, the God of Israel, to anger than all the kings of Israel who were before him in the days of Hillel of Bethel built in Jericho. He laid its foundations at the cost of Abiram his firstborn, and he set up the gates at the cost of son, the youngest son, Jerub, according to the word of the Lord which he had spoken by Joshua the son of Nun. Readjusting here. Now Elijah the Tishbite of Tishbe of Gilead said to Ahab, As the Lord, the God of Israel, lives, before whom I stand, there shall be neither dew nor rain these years, except by my word. And the word of the Lord came to him, Depart from me and turn eastward, and hide yourself by the brook Cherith, which is east of the Jordan. You shall drink from the brook, and I have commanded the ravens to feed you there. So he went and did according to the word of the Lord. He went and lived by the brook Cherith, that is east of the Jordan. And the ravens brought him bread and meat in the morning, and the bread and meat in the evening, and he drank from the brook. And after a while the brook dried up, because there is no rain in the land. Then the word of the Lord came to him, Arise, go to Zarephath, which belongs to Sidon, and dwell there. Behold, I have commanded a widow there to feed you. So he arose and went to Zarephath. And when he came to the gate of the city, behold, a widow was there gathering sticks. And he called to her and said, Bring me a little water in a vessel, that I may drink. And as she was going to bring it, he called to her and said, Bring me a morsel of bread in your hand. And she said, As the Lord your God lives, I have nothing baked, only a handful of flour in a jar and a little oil in a jug. And now I am gathering a couple of sticks, that I may go in to prepare it for myself and my son, that he may eat it and die. And Elijah said to her, Do not fear. Go and do as you have said. But first, make me a little cake of it and bring it to me, and afterward make something for yourself and for your son. For thus says the Lord, the God of Israel, the jar of flour shall not be spent, and the jug of oil shall not be empty until the day that the Lord sends rain upon the earth. And she went and did as Elijah had said. And he and her household ate for many days. The jar of flour was not spent, neither did the jug of oil become empty, according to the word of the Lord that he spoke to Elijah. After this, the son of the woman, mistress of the house, became ill, and his illness was so severe that there was no breath left in him. And she said to Elijah, What have you against me, O God? O man of God, you have come to me to bring my son to remembrance and to cause the death of my son. And he said to her, Give me your son. And he took from him her arms and carried him to the upper chamber where he lodged and laid him on his own bed. And he cried to the Lord, O Lord my God, have you brought calamity even upon the widow with whom I sojourned by killing her son? Then he stretched himself upon the child 3 times and cried to the Lord, O Lord my God, let the child's life come into him. And the Lord listened to the voice of Elijah, and the life of the child came into him again, and he revived. And Elijah took the child and brought him down from the upper chamber into the house and delivered him to his mother. And Elijah said, See, your son lives. And the woman said to Elijah, Now I know that you are the man of God, and that the word of the Lord is in your mouth is true. After many days, the word of the Lord came to Elijah in the 3rd year, saying, Go, show yourself to Ahab, and I will send rain upon the earth. So Elijah went to show himself to Ahab. Now the famine was severe in Samaria, and Ahab called Obadiah, who was over the household. Now Obadiah feared the Lord greatly, and when Jezebel cut off the prophets of the Lord, Obadiah took 100 prophets and hid them by fifties in a cave, and fed them with bread and water. And Ahab said to Obadiah, Go through the valley of all the springs of water into all the valleys. Perhaps we may find grass and save the horses and mules alive and not lose some of the animals. So they divided the land between them to pass through it. Ahab went in one direction by himself, and Obadiah went in another direction by himself. And as Obadiah was on his way, Behold, Elijah met him, and Obadiah recognized him and fell on his face and said, Is it you, my lord Elijah? And he answered him, It is I. Go tell your lord, Behold, Elijah is here. And he said, How have I sinned that you would give your servant into the hand of Ahab to kill me? And as the Lord your God lives, there is no nation or kingdom where my lord has not sent to seek you. And when they would say, He is not here, he would take an oath of the kingdom of the nation that they had not found you. And now you say, tell your lord. Go tell your Lord, behold, Elijah is here, and as soon as I have gone from you, the Spirit of the Lord will carry you, and I know not where. And so, when I come and tell you, Ahab, that you cannot find you, he will kill me. Although I, your servant, have feared the Lord with your youth, has it not been that the Lord, what I did when Jezebel killed the prophets of the Lord, now I did 100 men of the Lord prophets by fifties in the caves and fed them with bread and water. And now you say, Go tell your Lord, behold, Elijah is here, and he will kill me. And Elijah said, As the Lord of hosts lives, before whom I will stand, I will surely show myself to him today. So Obadiah went to meet Ahab and told him, and Ahab went to meet Elijah. When Ahab saw Elijah, Ahab said to him, Is it you, your troubler of Israel? And he answered, I have not troubled Israel, but you have in your father's house, because you have abandoned the commandments of the Lord and followed the Baals. Now therefore send and gather all Israel to me and Mount Carmel and the 450 prophets of Baal and 400 prophets of Asherah who eat at Jezebel's table. So Ahab sent to all the people of Israel and gathered the prophets together at Mount Carmel. And Elijah came near to all the people and said, How long will you go limping between two different opinions? If the Lord is God, follow him. But if Baal, then follow him. And the people did not answer him a word. Then Elijah said to him, even I, only am left a prophet for the Lord, but Baal's prophets are 450 men. Let two bulls be given to us, and let them choose one bull for themselves, and cut into pieces, and lay it on the wood, but put no fire to it. And I will prepare the other bull, and lay it on the fire, and put no fire to it. And you call upon the name of your God, and I will call the name upon the Lord. And the God who answers by fire, he is God. And all the people answered, It is well spoken. Then Elijah said to the prophets of Baal, Choose for yourselves one bull, and prepare it to put for you are many, and call upon the name of your God, but put no fire to it. And they took the bowl that was given to them, and they prepared it, and called upon the name of Baal from morning until noon, saying, O Baal, answer us. But there was no voice, and no one answered. And they limped around the altar that they had made. And at noon Elijah mocked them, saying, Cry aloud, for he is God. Either he is musing, or he is relieving himself, or he is on a journey, or perhaps he is asleep and he must be awakened. And they cried aloud and cut themselves after the custom of sword and lances until the blood gushed out upon them. And as midday passed, they raved on until the time of the offering the obligation, and there was no voice, no one answered, no one paid attention. Then Elijah said to the people, Come near me. And all the people came near him, and he repaired the altar of the Lord that had been thrown down. Elijah took 12 stones, according to the number of the tribes of the sons of Jacob, to whom the word of the Lord, saying, Israel shall be my name. And with the stones he built an altar in the name of the Lord, and he made a trench about the altar as great as would contain 2 seahs of seed. And he put the wood in order to cut the bull in pieces, and he laid it on the wood, and he said, Fill 4 jars with water and pour it on the burnt offering and on the wood. And he said, Do it a second time, and they did it a second time. And he said, Do it a third time. They did it a third time, and the water ran around the altar and filled the trench with water. And at the time of the offering, the obligation, Elijah the prophet came near and said, O Lord God of Abraham, Isaac and Israel, let it be known this day that you are God in Israel, and that I am your servant, and that I have done in these things at your word. Answer me, O Lord, answer me, that the people may know that you, O Lord, are God, and that you have turned their backs. Then the fire of the Lord fell and consumed the burnt offering, and the wood, and the stones, and the dust, and licked up the water that was in the trenches. And when all the people saw it, they fell on their faces and said, The Lord, he is God, the Lord, he is God. And Elijah said to them, Seize the prophets of Baal, let not one of them escape. And they seized them, and Elijah brought them down to the brook of Khan and slaughtered them there. And Elijah said to Ahab, Go up, eat and drink, for there is a sound of the rushing rain. So Ahab went up to eat and to drink, and Elijah went out of the top of Mount Carmel, and he bowed himself down to the earth, and he put his face between his knees. And he said to his servant, Go up now, look toward the sea. And he went up and looked and said, There is nothing. And he said, Go again 7 times. And the seventh time he said, Behold, a little cloud like a man's hand is rising from the sea. He said, Go up, say to Ahab, Prepare your chariot and go down, lest the rain stop you. And in a little while the heavens grew black in the clouds and winds, and there was a great rain. And Ahab rode and went to Jezreel. And the hand of the Lord was on Elijah, and he gathered up the garments, and ran before Ahab to the entrance of Jezreel. Ahab told Jezebel all that Elijah had done, and now that he had killed all the prophets with the sword. Then Jezebel sent a messenger to Elijah, saying, So may the gods do to me, and more also, if I do not make your life as your life of one of them by this time tomorrow. Then he was afraid, and he arose and ran for his life, and came to Beersheba, which belongs to Judah, and left his servants there. But he himself went a day's journey into the wilderness, and came and sat down under a broom tree. And he asked that he might die, saying, It is enough now, O Lord, take my life, for I am no better than my fathers. And he lay down and slept under a broom tree or juniper tree. And behold, an angel touched him and said to him, Arise and eat. And he looked, and behold, there was at his head a cake baked on a hot stone of a jar of water. And he ate and drank and lay down. And the angel of the Lord came again a second time and touched him and said, Arise and eat, for the journey is too great. And he arose and ate and drank. And he went to the strength of the food 40 days and 40 nights of Horeb, the mount of God. There he came to a cave and lodged it. And behold, the word of the Lord came to him and said to him, What are you doing here, Elijah? He said, I have been very jealous of the Lord, the God of hosts, for the people of Israel have forsaken your covenant, thrown down your altars, and killed your prophets with the sword. And I, even I alone, am left, and they seek my life and take it away. And he said, Go out and stand on the mount before the Lord. And behold, the Lord passed by, and a great and strong wind tore the mountains and broke in pieces the rocks before the Lord. But the Lord was not in the wind. And after the wind, an earthquake. But the Lord was not in the earthquake. And after the earthquake, a fire. But the Lord was not in the fire. And after the fire, the sound of a low whisper. And when Elijah heard it, he wrapped his face in the cloak. And he went out and stood at the entrance of the cave. And behold, there was a voice that came to him and said, What are you doing here, Elijah? And he said, I have been very jealous for the Lord, the God of hosts, for the people of Israel have forsaken your covenant, thrown down on your altars, and killed your prophets with the sword. And I, even I only, am left, and seek my life to take away. And the Lord said to him, Go return on your way to the wilderness of Damascus, and when you arrive, you shall anoint Hazael to be the king of Syria, and Jehu the son of Nimshi you shall appoint to the king over Israel, and Elijah the son of Shaphat to Abel Meholah. You shall appoint to your prophets to this place, and to the one who escapes from the sword of Hazael shall Jehu put to death, and the one who escapes from the sword of Jehu shall Elijah put to death. Yet I will leave 7,000 in Israel, and all the knees that have not bowed to Baal, and every mouth that has not kissed him. So he departed from there and found Elijah, the son uh, of Shaphat, who was plowing the 12 yoke of oxen in front of him. And he was with the 12th. Elijah passed by him and cast the cloak upon him. And he left the oxen and ran after Elijah and said, Let me kiss my father and my mother, and then I will follow you. And he said to him, Go back again, for what have I done to you? And he returned from following him. And he took the yoke of the oxen and sacrificed them and boiled their flesh with the yokes of the oxen and gave it to the people, and they ate. Then he arose and went to Elijah and assisted him. Ben-Hadad, the king of Syria, gathered all his army together. 32 kings were with him, and horses and chariots. And he went up and closed in on Samaria and fought against it. And he sent messengers into the city of Ahab, king of Israel. And he said to him, Thus says Ben-Hadad, Your silver and your gold are mine. Your best wives, your children are also mine. And the king of Israel answered, As you say, my lord, O king, I am yours and all that I have. The messengers came again and said, Thus says Ben-Hadad, I sent to you, saying, Deliver to me the silver of your gold, your wives and your children. Nevertheless, I will send my servant to you tomorrow about this time, and they shall search the house and the houses of the servants, and lay hands on whatever pleases you, and take it away. Then the king of Israel called all the elders of the land and said, Mark now and see how the man is seeking trouble, for he sent to me for the wives of my children, for the silver and my gold, and I did not refuse him. And all the elders and all the people said to him, Do not listen or consent. So he said to the messengers of Ben-Hadad, Tell my lord the king all that you have demanded of your servant, and I will do, and I will do. But the thing that I cannot do, and the messengers departed and brought him word again. Ben-Hadad sent to him and said, The gods do so to me and more also, to the dust of Samaria. shall sacrifice for handfuls for all the people who follow me. And the king of Israel answered, Tell him, let him, let not him who straps on the armor boast himself as he who takes it off. When Ben-Hadad heard his message, as he was drinking with the king of booths, he said to the men, Take your positions. And they took their positions against the city. And behold, a prophet came near to Ahab, king of Israel, and said, Thus says the Lord, Have you seen all the great multitude? Behold, I will give it into your hands this day, and you shall know that I am the Lord. And Ahab said, By whom? He said, Thus says the Lord, by the servants of the governors of the districts. Then he says, Who shall begin the battle? He answered, You. Then he mustered the servants of the governors of the districts, and they were 232. And after them he mustered all the people of Israel 7,000. And they went out at noon. When Ben-Hadad was drinking himself drunk in the booths, he and the 32 kings who helped him, the servants of the governors of the districts, went out first. And Ben-Hadad sent out scouts, and they reported to him, Men are coming out from Samaria. He said, If they have come out from peace, take them alive. Or if they have come out from war, take them alive. So these went out to the city, and servants of the governors of the districts and the armies that followed them, and each struck down this man. The Syrians fled, and Israel pursued them. But Ben-Hadad, king of Syria, escaped on a horse with a horseman, and the king of Israel went out and struck the horse of chariots, and struck the Syrians and with a great blow. Then the prophet came near to the king of Israel and said to him, Come, strengthen yourself, and consider with what you have to do for the king of Israel. For in the spring the king of Syria will come up against you. And the servants of the king of Syria said to him, Their gods are gods of the hills, and so they are stronger than we. But let us fight against them in plain, and surely we shall be stronger than they. And do this: remove the kings each from the posts, and put commanders in their places, and muster an army like the army that you have lost, horse for horse and chariot for chariot. Then we will fight against them in the plain, and surely we will be stronger than they. And he listened to the voice and did so. In the spring, Ben-Hadad mustered the Syrians and went up to Aphek to fight against Israel. And the people of Israel had mustered and were provisioned and went against them. The people of Israel encamped before them like two little flocks of goats. But the Syrians filled the country, and the man of God came near and said to the king of Israel, Thus says the Lord, because the Syrians had said, The Lord is a God of the hills, and he is a God of the valleys. Therefore, I will give to this a great multitude into your hand, and you shall know that I am Lord. And they encamped opposite one another 7 days. Then on the seventh day, the battle they joined, the people of Israel struck down the Syrians, 100,000 foot soldiers in one day, and the rest fled into the city of Aphek, and the walls fell upon 27,000 men who were left. Ben-Hadad also fled and entered into the inner chamber in the city, and his servants said to him, Behold, now you have heard that the king of Israel are merciful kings. Let us put sackcloth around our waists and ropes in our heads, and go out to the king of Israel. Perhaps he will spare your life. So they tied sackcloth around their waists and put ropes on their heads, and went to the king of Israel and said, Your servants, Ben-Hadad, say, Please let me live. And he said, Does he still live? He is my brother. Now the men were watching for a sign, and they quickly took it up from him and said, Yes, your brother Ben-Hadad. Then he said, Go and bring him. Then Ben-Hadad came out to him and caused him to come into the chariot. And Ben-Hadad said to him, The cities that my father took from your father I will restore, and you may establish bazaars for yourself in Damascus, as my father did in Samaria. And Ahab said, I will let you go on these terms. So he made a covenant with him and let him go. And a certain man of the sons of the prophets said to him, to his fellow, at the command of the Lord, Strike me, please. But the man refused to strike him. Then he said to him, Because you have not obeyed the voice of the Lord, behold, as soon as you have gone from me, a lion shall strike you down. And as soon as you departed from me, a lion met him and struck him down. And he found another man and said, Strike him, please. And the man struck him and wounded him. So the prophet departed and waited for the king by the way, disguising himself in a bandage over his eyes. And as the king passed, he cried to the king and said, Your servant went out into the midst of the battle, and behold, a soldier turned and brought a man to me and said, Guard this man. If by any means he is missing, your life shall be his life, or else you shall pay a talent of silver. And as your servant was busy here and there, he was gone. And the king of Israel said to him, So shall your judgment be. You yourself have decided it. Then he hurried in to take the bandage away from his eyes. And the king of Israel recognized him as one of the prophets. And he said to him, Thus says the Lord, because you have let go of your hand the man whom I have devoted to destruction, therefore Your life shall be for his life, and your people for his people. And the king of Israel went to his house, vexed and sullen, and came to Samaria. Now, Naboth the Jezreelite had a vineyard in Jezreel beside the palace of Ahab, king of Samaria. And after this, Ahab said to Naboth, give me your vineyard, that I may have for you a vegetable garden, because it is near to my house, and I will give you a better vineyard for it, as it seems good to you, and I will give you its value in money. But Naboth said to Ahab, the Lord forbid it, that I should give you the inheritance of my fathers. And Ahab went into his house vexed and sullen because of what Naboth of the Jezreelite had said to him. And he said, I will not give you your inheritance of my fathers. And he lay down on his bed, turned away his face, and could not eat no food. But Jezebel, his wife, came to him and said to him, why in your spirit so vexed that you eat no food? And he said to her, because I spoke to Naboth the Jezreelite and said to him, give me your vineyard for money, or else, if it pleases you, I will give you another vineyard for it. And he answered, I will not give you a vineyard. And Jezebel, his wife, said to him, do you now govern Israel? Arise and eat bread, and let your heart be cheerful. I will give you a vineyard of Naboth the Jezreelite. So she wrote letters to Ahab's. She wrote letters in Ahab's name and sealed them with a seal. And she sent the letters to the elders of the cities who lived with Naboth in his city. And she wrote in the letters, proclaim a fast and set Naboth to the head of the people and set two worthless men opposite him, and let them bring a charge against him, saying, you have cursed God and the king. Then take him out and stone him to death. And the men of the city, the elders of the leaders who lived in the city, did as Jezebel had sent word to them. As it is written in the letters that he had sent to them, they proclaimed it fast and set Naboth at the head of the people. And the two worthless men came in and sat up opposite him, and the worthless men brought a charge against Naboth in the presence of the people, saying, Naboth cursed the king, the God of the king. So that they took him outside the city and stoned him with death with stones. And they said to Jezebel, saying, Naboth has been stoned, he is dead. As soon as Jezebel heard that Naboth had been stoned and was dead, Jezebel said to Ahab, arise, take possession of the vineyard of Naboth the Jezreelite, which he refused to give me for money. For Naboth is not alive, but dead. And as soon as Ahab heard that Naboth was dead, Ahab arose to go down to the vineyard of Naboth the Jezreelite to take possession of it. Then the word of the Lord came to Elijah the Tishbite, saying, arise, go down and meet Ahab, king of Israel, who is in Samaria. Behold, he is in the vineyard of Naboth, where he has gone to take possession, and you shall take to him, and you shall say to him, thus says the Lord, have you killed and taken possession? And you shall say to him, thus says the Lord, in the place where the dog licks up the blood of Naboth, shall dog lick up your own blood. Ahab said to Elijah, have you found me, O enemy? He answered, I have found you, because you have sold yourself to do what is evil in the sight of the Lord. Behold, I will bring disaster upon you. I will utterly burn you up, and will cut you off from Ahab, every male, bond or free, in Israel, and I will make your house like the house of Jeroboam the son of Nebat, and like the house of Baasha the son of Ahiah, for the anger of which you have provoked me, and because you have made Israel to sin. And of Jezebel the Lord also said, the dog shall eat Jezebel within the walls of Jezreel. Anyone belonged to Ahab who dies in the city, the dog shall eat, and anyone who dies in an open country, the birds of the heaven shall eat. There is none who sold himself to do what is evil in the sight of the Lord, like Ahab, whom Jezebel his wife incited. He acted very abominably in going after idols, as the Amorites had done, whom the Lord cast out before the people of Israel. And then Ahab heard these words, he tore his clothes, and he put sackcloth on his flesh, and he fasted and lay in sackcloth and went about dejectedly. And the word of the Lord came to Elijah and Tishbite, saying, have you seen how Ahab has humbled himself before me? Because he has humbled himself before me, I will not bring the disaster in his days, but in his son's days I will bring the disaster upon his house. For 3 years Syria and Israel continued without war. But in the third year Jehoshaphat the king of Judah came down to the king of Israel, and the king of Israel said to his servants, do you know that Ramoth Gilead belongs to us? And he kept quiet. and do not take it out of his hand of the king of Syria. And he said to Jehoshaphat, will you go with me to battle of Ramoth Gilead? And Jehoshaphat said to the king of Israel, I am as you are, my people as you are, my horses are your horses. And Jehoshaphat said to the king of Israel, inquire first for the word of the Lord. Then the king of Israel gathered the prophets together for 400 men and said to them, shall I go to battle against Ramoth Gilead, or shall I refrain? And they said, go up, for the Lord will give into the hand of the king. But Jehoshaphat said, is there not here another prophet of the Lord, of whom we may require? And the king of Israel said to Jehoshaphat, there is yet one man by whom we may inquire of the Lord, Micaiah the son of Imlah, but I hate him, for he never prophesies good concerning me, but evil. And Jehoshaphat said, let not the king say so. Then the king of Israel summoned an officer and said, bring quickly Micaiah the son of Imlah. Now that the king of Israel and Jehoshaphat the king of Judah were sitting on their thrones, arraying in their robes, at the threshing floor at the entrance of the gate of Samaria, and all the prophets were prophesying before them, and Zedekiah the son of Chenah Shinana made for himself horns of iron and said, thus says the Lord, with these you shall push the Syrians until they are destroyed. And all the prophets prophesying so and said, go up to Ramoth Gilead and triumph. The Lord will give it to into the hands of the king. And the messengers who went to summon Micaiah said to him, behold, the words of the prophets with one accord are favorable to the king. Let your word be like the word of one of them who speaks favorably. And Micaiah said, as the Lord lives, what the Lord says to me, that I will speak. And when he had come to the king said to him, Micaiah, shall we go to Ramoth Gilead to battle, or shall we refrain? And he answered him, go up and triumph, and the Lord will give you into the hands of the king. And the king said to him, how many times shall I make you swear that you speak to me nothing but the truth in the name of the Lord? And he said, I saw all Israel scattered on the mountains as sheep and had no shepherd. And the Lord said, there these have no master. Let each return to his home in peace. And the king of Israel said to Jehoshaphat, did I not tell you that he would not prophesy good concerning me, but evil? And Micaiah said, therefore, hear the word of the Lord. I saw the Lord sitting on the throne, and all the host of heaven standing beside him on his right hand and on his left. And the Lord said, who will entice Ahab, that they may go up and fall unto Ramoth Gilead? And one said to one thing, and the other to another. Then the Spirit came forward and stood before the Lord, saying, I will entice him. And the Lord said to him, by what means? And he said, I will go out and will be lying a spirit in the mouth of the prophets. And he said, you are to entice him, and you shall succeed. Go out and do so. Now therefore, behold, the Lord has put a lying spirit in your mouth. All of these are the prophets, and the Lord has declared disasters for you. Then Zedekiah the son of Shanaha came near and struck Micaiah on the cheek and said, how did the Spirit of the Lord go from you and speak to you? And Micaiah said, behold, you shall see on that day when you go into the inner chamber to hide yourself. And the king of Israel said, seize Micaiah and take him back to Amon, the governor of the city of Joash, the king's son, and say, thus says the king, put this fellow in prison and feed him meager rations of bread and water until I come in peace. Micaiah said, if you return in peace, the Lord has not spoken to me. And he said, hear all of your peoples. So the king of Israel and Jehoshaphat, the king of Judah, went up from Ramoth Gilead. And the king of Israel said to Jehoshaphat, I will disguise myself and go into battle, but you wear your robes. And the king of Israel disguised himself and went into battle. Now the king of Syria had commanded the 32 captains of the chariots, fight with neither small nor great, but only with the king of Israel. And when the captains of the chariots saw Jehoshaphat, they said, it is surely the king of Israel. So they turned the fight against him, and Jehoshaphat cried. And when the captains of the chariots saw that there was not a king of Israel, they turned back from pursuing him. But a certain man drew his bow at a random and struck the king of Israel between the scale armor and the breastplate. Therefore he said to the driver of the chariot, turn around and carry me out of the battle, for I am wounded. And the battle continued that day, and the king was propped up on his chariot, facing the Syrians, until that an evening he died. And the blood of the wound flowed from the bottom of the chariot, and about the sunset a cry went through the enemy, every cry in his city, and every man in his country. So the king died, and he brought to Samaria, and they buried the king in Samaria, and they washed the chariot by the pool of Samaria, and the dogs licked up the blood, and the prostitutes washed themselves in it, according to the word of the Lord that he had spoken. Now the rest of the acts of Ahab, all that he did, and the ivory house that he had built, and all the cities that he had built, are they not written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Israel? So Ahab slept with his fathers, and Ahaz his son reigned in his peace. Jehoshaphat the son of Asa began to reign over Judah in the 4th year of Ahab, king of Israel. Jehoshaphat was 35 years old when he began to reign. He reigned 25 years in Jerusalem. His mother's name was Ahuzabah, the daughter of Shilihi. He walked in all the ways of his father, of Asa his father. He did not turn aside from it, doing what was right in the sight of the Lord. Yet the high places were not taken away, and the people still sacrificed and made offerings to the high places. Jehoshaphat also made a peace offering to the king of Israel. Now to the rest of the acts of Jehoshaphat and his might that he had shown, and how he warned, are they not written in the book of Chronicles of the kings of Judah? And from the land of the exterminate and the remnant of the male cult prostitute who remained in the days of the kings of Asa. There was no king of Edom, a deputy was king. Jehoshaphat made ships of Tarshish to go to Ophir for gold, but they did not go for the ships of the wrecks of Azine Geber. Then Elijah, the son of Ahad, said to Jehoshaphat, let my servants go with your servants in the ships. But Jehoshaphat was not willing, and Jehoshaphat slept with his father and buried with his father in the city of David, his father, and Jehoram, his his son, reigned in their place. And Ahaz and Ahijah, the son of Ahab, began to reign over Israel to Samaria in the 17th year of Jehoshaphat's king of Judah, and he reigned 2 years over Israel. He did what was evil in the sight of the Lord, and walked in the way of his father, and in the way of his mother, in the way of Jeroboam the son of Nebat, who made Israel to sin. He served Baal and worshipped him, and provoked the Lord, the God of Israel, to anger in every way that his father had done. First Kings done. Take a break. Ugh, I was 1 minute forward of my pace. I needed to finish this one by 9. Mm. Uh-huh. Actually, I like Bricks and the Kings, and they're kind of entertaining, which has been good. It's like I struggle. It's crazy. I, I was like, I tried even bringing a little tray to think that that would help. I think the shadows, like the light, is not great back here too. So the pages are just darker, and maybe on this side, I think this is going to be my better chair. That one just I sit farther back. I don't really like it. Yeah, yeah. It's making my eyes just strain so much. I wish I could get something brighter. All right, back at it. Second Kings. After the death of Ahab, Moab rebelled against Israel. Now Isaiah fell through the lattice of the chamber of Samaria and lay sick, so that they sent messengers telling them, "Go inquire of Beelzebub, the god of Ekron, whether I shall recover from the sickness." But the angel of the Lord said to Elijah the Tishbite, "Arise, go up and meet the messengers of the king of Samaria, and say to them, it is because there is no God of Israel that you are going to inquire of Beelzebub, the god of Ekron. Now, therefore, thus says the Lord, you shall not come down from the bed to which you had gone up, but you shall surely die." So Elijah went. The messengers returned to the king, and he said to them, "Why have you returned?" And they said to him, "There came a man to meet us and said to us, Go back to the king who sent you, and say to him, Thus says the Lord, it is because there is no king of Israel that you are sending to inquire of Beelzebub, the god of Ekron. Therefore you shall not come down from the bed of which you have gone up, but you shall surely die." He said to them, "What kind of man was he who came to meet you and told you these things?" They answered him, "He wore of garments of hair and belt of leather about his waist." And he said, "It's Elijah the Tishbite." When the king sent to him a captain of 50 men with his 50, he went up to Elijah, who was sitting on the top of the hill, and said to him, "O man of God, the king says, 'Come down.'" But Elijah answered the captain of 50, "If I am a man of God, let fire come down from heaven and consume you and your 50." The fire came down from heaven and consumed him and his 50. Again, the king sent to him another captain of 50 men with the 50. And he answered to him and said, "O man of God, this is the king's order. Come down quickly." But Elijah answered him, "If I am a man of God, let fire come down from heaven and consume you and your 50." Then the fire of God came down from heaven and consumed him and his 50. Then the king sent the captain of the third 50 with his 50, and the third captain of 50 went up and came and fell with his 50 servants of the precious site. Behold, the fire came from the heaven and consumed the two former captains of 50 men with their 50, and now with the light of the precious site. And the angel of the Lord said to Elijah, "Go down with him, and do not be afraid." For he rose and went down with him to the king and said to him, "Thus says the Lord, because you have sent messengers to acquire Beelzebub, the god of Ekron, it is because there is no God in Israel to inquire of his word. And therefore you shall not come down from his bed, which you have gone up, for you shall surely die. He has died according to the word of the Lord that Elijah has spoken. Jehoram became the king of his place in the second years of Jeroham, the son of Jehoshaphat, the king of Judah, because Ahazaz had his son. Now the rest of the acts of Ahazaz that he did, as they are not written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Israel. Now when the Lord was about to take Elijah up to heaven with a whirlwind, Elijah and Elisha were on their way from Gilgal. And Elijah said to Elisha, "Please stay here, for the Lord has sent me far from Bethel." And Elisha said, "As the Lord lives, and as you yourself live, I will not leave you." So they went up to Bethel, and as soon as the prophets who were in Bethel came out of Elijah and said to him, "Do you know that today the Lord will take away your master from over you?" And he said, "Yes, I know it. I know it. Keep quiet." Elijah said to him, "Elisha, please stay here, for the Lord has sent me to Jericho." And he said, "As the Lord lives, and as you yourself live, I will not leave." So they came to Jericho. The son of the prophets who were at Jericho drew near to Elijah and said to him, "Do you know that today the Lord will take you away from your master over you?" And he answered, "Yes, I know it. Keep quiet." Then Elijah said to him, "Please stay here, for the Lord has sent me to Jordan." And he said, "As the Lord lives, and as you yourself live, I will not leave you." So the two of them were on. 50 men of the sons of the prophets also went and stood at the some distance from them. And as they were standing by the Jordan, then Elijah took the cloak and rolled it up and stuck the water, and the water was parted from one side to the other, till the two of them could go on over to the dry ground. When they had crossed, Elijah said to Elisha, "Ask what I shall do to you before I am taken to you." And Elisha said, "Please let there be double portions of the Spirit on me." And he said, "You have asked a hard thing, yet if you see me as I am being taken from you, it shall be so to you. But if you do not see me, it shall be not so." And as they still went on and talked, behold, chariots of fire and horses of fire separated the two of them. And Elijah went up by a whirlwind into heaven, and Elisha saw, and he cried, my father, the chariots of Israel and its horsemen." And he saw him no more. Then he took hold of his own clothes and tore them in two pieces. And he took up the cloak of Elijah and said that had fallen from them, and he went back and stood on the banks of the Jordan. Then he took the cloak of Elijah that had fallen from him and struck the water with it. Where is the Lord, the God of Elijah? And when he had struck the water was parted to the one side over the other, and Elisha went over. Now, when the sons of the prophets who were at Jericho saw him opposite of them, they said, the spirit of Elijah rests on Elisha. And they came to meet him and bowed to the ground before him. And they said to him, behold, now there are your servants, 50 strong men. Please let them go and seek your master. It may be that the Spirit of the Lord has caught him up and cast him upon some mountain or into some valley. And he said, you shall not send. And when they urged him till they were ashamed, they sent therefore 50 men, and for 3 days they sought him, but he did not find him. And they came back to him while he was also staying in Jericho, and they said to him, did I not say to you, go, do not go? Now the men of the city of Elijah, behold, the situation of the city is pleasant as my lord, but the water is bad, and the land is unfruitful. And he said, bring to me a new bowl and put salt in it. So they brought it to him. Then he went to the spring of the water and threw salt in it, and said, thus says the Lord, I have healed the water from now on. Neither death nor miscarriage shall come of it, so that the water has been healed to this day, according to the word that Elijah had spoke. He went up from there to Bethel, and while he was going up on the way, some small boys came to the city and jeered to him and said, go up, you bald head, go up, you bald head. And he turned around, and when he saw him, he cursed them in the name of the Lord. The two she bears came out of the woods, and and tore 42 of the boys. From there he went on to Mount Carmel, and from there he returned to Samaria. In the 18 years of the year of Jehoshaphat, king of Judah, Jehoram, the son of Ahab, became king over Israel and Samaria, and he remained 12 years. He did what was evil in the sight of the Lord, though not like his father and his mother. For he put away the pillar of Baal that his father had made. Nevertheless, he clung to the sin of Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, which he made Israel to sin. He did not depart from it. Now Mesha, king of Moab, was a sheep breeder, and he was to deliver the king of Israel 100,000 lambs to the wool of 100,000 lambs. But when Ahab died, the king of Moab rebelled against the king of Israel. So King Jehoram marched out to the Samaria and to the time of the mustard all of Israel. And he went out and sent word to the Jehoshaphat, king of Judah, the king of Moab, he rebelled against me. Will you go with me to battle against Moab? And he said, I will go. I am as you are, my people as your people, my horses as your horses. Then he said, by which way shall we march? Jehoram answered, by the way of the wilderness of Edom. So the king of Israel went with the king of Judah and the king of Edom, and when they had made a circuition march of 7 days, there was no water for the army or for the animals that followed them. Then the king of Israel said, alas, the Lord has called these three kings to give them into the hand of the Moab. And Jehoshaphat said, is there no prophet of the Lord here, though through whom we may inquire of the Lord? Then one of the kings of Israel's servants answered, Elijah, the son of Shaphat, is here, who poured water onto the hands of Elijah. And Jehoshaphat said, the word of the Lord is with him. So the king of Israel and Jehoshaphat and the king of Edom went down to him. And Elijah said to the king of Israel, what have I to do with you? Go to the prophets to your father and to the prophets of your mother. But the king of Israel said to him, no, it is the Lord who has called these three kings to him into the hand of Moab. And Elijah said, as the Lord of hosts lives, before whom I stand, where is not that I have regard for Jehoshaphat, the king of Judah? I would neither look at you nor see you. But now bring me a musician. And when the musician played, the hands of the Lord came upon him, and he said, thus says the Lord, I will make this dry stream bed full of pools. For thus says the Lord, you shall not see wind or rain, but that stream bed shall be filled with water, so that you shall drink, you and your livestock and your animals. This is a light thing in the sight of the Lord. He will also give the Moabites into your hand, and you shall attack every fortified city and every choice, and shall fell every good tree, and stop with the springs of the water, and ruin every good piece of land with stones. The next morning, about the time of offered the sacrifices, behold, the water came in the direction of Edom, till the country was filled with water. When all the Moabites heard that the kings had come up to fight against them, all who were able to put on the armor, from the youngest to the oldest, were called out and were drawn up to the border. And when they rose early in the morning and the sun shone on the water, the Moabites saw that the water opposite them was red of blood. And they said, "This is blood, and the kings have surely fought together and struck one another down. Now then, Moab to the spoil." But when they came to the camp of Israel, the Israelites rose and struck the Moabites till they fled before them. And they went forward, striking the Moabites as they went. And they overthrew the cities, and on every good piece of the land, every man threw a stone until it was covered. They stopped every spring of water and filled it with the good trees, till only its stones was left. In Kir Haresh, the slingers surrounded the attacking and attacked it. When the king of Moab saw the battle was going against him, he took with him 700 swordsmen to break through opposite the king of Edom, but they could not. Then he took his oldest son, who was to reign in his place, and offered for a burnt offering on the wall. And there came great wrath against Israel, and they withdrew from him and returned to their own land. Now the wife of his one of the sons of the prophets cried to Elijah, "Your servant, my husband, is dead, and you know that your servant feared the Lord. But the creditor has come to take my two children to be as slaves." And Elijah came to her, "What shall I do for you? Tell me, what have you in the house? What have you in the house?" And she said, "Your servant has nothing in this house except a jar of oil." He said to her, "Go outside, borrow the vessel from your neighbor's empty vessel, and not too few. Then go in and shut the door behind yourself and your sons, and pour into all the vessels, and with one is full, set it aside." So she went to him and shut the door behind him and her sons, and she poured the vessel, and they brought the vessels to her. And when the vessels were full, she said to her son, "Bring me another vessel." And he said to her, "There is not another." Then the oil stopped flowing. She came and told the man of God and said, "Go, sell the oil and pay your debts, and you and your sons can live on the rest." One day Elijah went on to Shaman, where a wealthy woman lived, who urged him to eat some food. So whenever he passed that way, he would turn in there and eat food. And she said to her husband, "Behold, now I know that this is a holy man of God who is continually passing our way. Let us make a small room on the roof with walls and put there for him a bed, a table, a chair, a lamp, so that whenever he comes to us, he can go in there." One day he came there, and he turned into the chamber and rested there. And he came to Gehazi, his servant, called this a Shunammite, where when he had called her, he stood before him, and he had said to him, "Say now to her, see, you have taken all your trouble from us. What is to be done for you? Would you have a word spoken on your behalf to the king of the commander of the army?" She answered, "I dwell among my own people." And he said, "What then is it to be done for her?" Geza answered, "Well, she has no son, and her husband is old." He said, "Call her." And when he had called her, she stood in the doorway, and she said, at this season, about this time next year, you shall embrace a son." And she said, "No, my lord. O man of God, do not lie in your servant." But the woman conceived, and she bore a son about the time of the following spring, as Elijah had said to her. When the child had grown, he went out he went out one day to his father among the reapers, and he said to his father, "Oh, my head, my head." The father said to his servants, "Carry him to his mother." And when he had lifted him and brought him to his mother, the child sat on her lap till noon, and then he died. And she went up and laid him on the bed of the man of God, and shut the door behind him, and went out. Then she called of her servants and said, "Send me out one of the servants and one of the donkeys, that I may quickly go to the man of God and come back again." And he said, "Why will you go to him today? It is neither new moon nor Sabbath." She said, "All is well." Then she saddled up the donkey, and she said to her servant, "Urge the animal on. Do not slacken the pace for me unless I tell you." So she set out and came to the man of God at Mount Carmel. When the man of God saw her coming, he said to Gezi, his servant, "Look, there is a Shunammite. Run at once to meet her, and say to her, 'Is all well with you? Is all well with your husband? Is all well with your child?'" And she answered, "All is well." And when she came to the mountain, to the man of God, she caught hold of his feet, and Gehazi came to push her away. But the man of God said, "Leave her alone, for she is in bitter distress, and the Lord was hidden from me and is not told to me." Then she said, "Did I ask the Lord for a son? Did I not say, did I do not deceive me?" He said to Gehazi, "Tie up your garments and take your staff in your hand and go. If anyone meet anyone, do not greet him, and if anyone greets you, do not reply, and lay my staff in the face of the child." Then the mother of the child said, "As the Lord lives, and as you yourself live, I will not leave you." So he arose and followed her. Gehazi went on ahead and laid the staff on the face of the child, but there was no sound on his life. Therefore he returned to meet him and told him, "The child has not awakened." Then Elisha came into the house. He saw the child lying dead on the bed. So he went in and shut the door behind the two of them, and prayed to the Lord. Then he went up and lay on his child, putting his mouth to his mouth, his eyes on his eyes, and his hands on his hands. And as he stretched himself upon him, the flesh of the child became warm. Then he got up again and walked once back and forth to his house, and went up and stretched himself upon him. And the child sneezed 7 times, and the child opened his eyes. Then he summoned Gehazi and said, "Call this Shunammite." So he called her. And when he said to him, he said, "Pick up your son." She she came and fell at his feet, bowing at his ground. Then she picked up her son and went out. And Elijah came again to Gilgal when there was a famine in the land. And as the sons of the prophets were sitting there before him, he said to the servant, "Set up one large pot and boil stew for the sons of the prophets." One of them went out into the field of to gather herbs and found a wild vine and gathered from it its lap and wild gourds and came and cut them into the pot of stew, not knowing what they were. And they poured out some of the men to eat. And while they were eating of the stew, they cried out, "O man of God, there is a death of the pot." And they could not eat it. And he said, "Then bring flour." And he threw it in the pot and said, "Pour some out for the men, and they eat." And then there was no harm in the pot. A man came to Baal Shemash, bringing the man of God bread and his first fruits, 20 loaves of barley, and fresh ears of the grain of sack. And Elijah said, "Give to the men that they may eat." And his servant said, "How can I set this before 100 men?" So he repeated, "Give them to the men that they may eat. For thus says the Lord, they shall eat, and some have left." So he set it before them, and they ate, and some had left, according to the word of the Lord. Naaman, commander of the army of the king of Syria, was a great man with his master in high favor. Because of him, the Lord had given victory to Syria. He was a mighty man of valor. But he was a leper. Now the Syrians, one of their raids, had carried off a little girl from the land of Israel, and she worked in the service of the Naaman's wife. She said to her mistress, "Would that my lord were with a prophet who is in Samaria. He would cure him of leprosy." So Naaman went in and told the Lord. Thus and so spoke of the girl from the land of Israel. And the king of Israel said, "Go now, and I will send a letter to the king of Israel." So he went, taking him 10 talents of silver, 6,000 shekels of gold, 10 changes of clothing, and he brought the letter of the king of Israel, which read, "When the letter reaches you, know that I have sent you to Naaman, my servant, that you may cure him of leprosy." And when the king of Israel read the letter, he tore the clothes and said, Am I God to kill and to make alive? This man sent word to me to cure the man of leprosy. Only consider to see how he is seeking to quarrel with me. But when Elijah the man of God heard that the king of Israel had torn his clothes, he sent the king, saying, "Why have you torn your clothes? Let him come now to me, that you may know that there is a prophet of Israel." So Naaman came to his horses and chariots and stood in the door of Elijah's house. And Elijah sent a messenger to him, saying, "Go and wash to the Jordan 7 times, and your flesh shall be restored, and you shall be clean." But Naaman was angry and went away, saying, "Behold, I thought that he would surely come out to me and stand and call upon the name of the Lord his God and weave his hand to the place and cure the leper. But now Abna and Pharpah, the rivers of Damascus, better than the waters of Israel, could I not wash with them and be clean?" So I turned and went away to the rage. But his servants came near and said to him, "My father is a great word. The prophet has spoken to you. Will you not do it? Has he actually said to you, 'Wash and be clean'?" So he went down and dipped himself 7 times in the Jordan, according to the word of the man of God, and his flesh was restored like the flesh of the little children, and he was clean. Then he returned to the man of the Lord, he and all his company, and he came and stood before him, and he said, "Behold, I know that there is no God in all of the earth but in Israel. So accept now a present from your servant." But he said, "As the Lord lives, before whom I stand, I will receive none." And he urged him to take it, but he refused. Then Naaman said, "If not, please let there be given to your servant 2 mule loads of earth. From now on, your servants will not offer burnt offerings or sacrifice to any God but the Lord. In this matter, may the Lord pardon your servant. When my master goes into the house of Rimmon of worship there, leaning on my arm, and I bow myself to the house of Rimmon. When I bow myself in the house of Rimmon, the Lord pardon your servant in this matter." He said to them, "Go in peace." They said, Naaman had gone from him a short distance to Gehazi. The servant of Elisha, the man of God, said, "See, my master has spared the Naaman the Syrian in not accepting him from his hand as he had brought. As the Lord lives, I will run after him and get something from him. So Gehazi followed Naaman, and when Naaman saw something running after him, he got down from the chariots to meet him and said, Is all well? And he said, All is well. My master has sent me to say, there have just now come to me from the hill country of Ephraim two young men of the sons of the prophets. Please give them a talent of silver or two changes of clothing. And Naaman said, Be pleased to accept 2 talents. And he urged him and tied him up 2 talents of silver in 2 bags with 2 changes of clothing and laid them on 2 of his servants. And they carried them before Gehazi. And when he came to the hill, he took them from the hand and put them in the house. And he sent the men away, and they departed. He went in and stood with his master. And Elisha said to him, Where have you been to Gehazi? And he said, Your servant went nowhere. But he said to him, Did not my heart go when the man turned into the chariot to meet you? Was it a time to accept the garments, olive orchards and vineyards, sheep and oxen, male servants and female servants? Therefore, the leprosy of Naaman shall cling to you and to your descendants forever. So he went out his presence, to his presence, a leper like snow. Now the sons of the prophets of Elijah see the place where we dwell under the charge is too small for us. Let us go to the Jordan, and each of us get there a log, and let us make a place for us to dwell. And he answered, Go. Then one of them, Be pleased to go with your servants. And he answered, I will go. So he went with him, and when they came to the Jordan, they cut down the trees. But as one was felling along, his axe fell into the water, and he cried out, Alas, my master, it was borrowed. And then the man of God said, Where did it fall? When he showed him the place, he cut off a stick and threw it there and made the iron float. And he said, Take it up. So he reached out to his hand and took it. Once, when the king of Syria was warning against Israel, he took counsel with his servants, saying, At such and such a place shall be my camp. But the man of God sent wood to the king of Israel, Beware that you do not pass this place, for the Syrians are going down there. And the king of Israel sent to the place about which the man of God told him. Thus he used to warn him, so that he saved him there before then once or twice. And the mind of the king of Syria had greatly troubled because of this thing. And he called his servants and said to them, Will you not show me who of us is for the king of Israel? And one of the servants said, None, my lord, O king of but Elijah, the prophet who is in Israel, tells the king of Israel the words that you spoke in your bedroom. And he said, Go and see where he is, and I may send and seize him. It was told to him, Behold, he was in Dothan. So he sent their horses and chariots and a great army, and they came by night and surrounded the city. When the servants of the men of God rose early in the morning and went out, behold, an army of horses and chariots were all around the city. And the servants said, Alas, my master, what shall he do? He said, Do not be afraid, for those who are with us are more than those who are with them. Then Elijah prayed and said, O Lord, please open my eyes that he may see. So the Lord opened the eyes of the young man, and he saw, and behold, a mountain was full of horses and chariots of fire all around Elisha. And when the Syrians came down against him, Elisha prayed to the Lord and said, Please strike the people with blindness. So he struck them with blindness in accordance to the prayer of Elisha. And Elisha said to him, This is not the way, and this is not the city. Follow me, and I will bring you to the man whom you seek. And he led them to Samaria. As soon as they entered Samaria, Elisha said, O Lord, open these eyes of these men as they see. So the Lord opened their eyes, and they saw, and behold, there was in the midst of Samaria. As soon as the king of Israel saw them, he said to Elijah, My father, shall I strike them down? Shall I strike them down? He answered, You shall not strike them down. Would you strike down those whom you have taken captive with your sword and with your bow? Set bread and water before them, and that they may eat and drink and go to their master. So he prepared them a great feast. And when they had eaten and drank, he sent them away, and they went to their masters. And the Syrians did not come again on the raids into the land of Israel. Afterward, Ben-Hadad, king of Syria, mustered his entire army and went up and besieged Samaria. And there was a great famine in Samaria as they besieged it, until a donkey's head was sold for 8 shekels of silver, and a fourth part of a cab of doves' dung for 5 shekels of silver. Now, as the king of Israel was passing on the wall, a woman cried out to him, saying, Help my lord, O king. And he said, If the Lord will not help you, how shall I help you? From the threshing floor, from the winepress? And the king asked her, What is your trouble? And she answered, The woman said to me, Give your son that we may eat him today, and we will eat my son tomorrow. So we boiled my son and ate him. And on the next day I said to her, Give your son that we may eat him. And she has hidden her son. Then the king heard the words of the woman. He tore his clothes. Now that he is passing by on the wall, and the people looked, and behold, he had sackcloth beneath on his body. And he said, My God, do so to me, and also, and more also. If the head of Elijah the son of Shaphat remains on his shoulders today, Elijah was sitting in his house, and the elders were sitting with him. Now the king had dispatched a man from his presence, but before the messenger arrived, Elijah said to the elders, Do you see how this murderer has sent to take my head? Look, when the messenger comes, shut the door and hold the door fast against him. It is not the sound of the master's feet behind him. And when he was still speaking to them, the messenger came down to them and said, The trouble is from the Lord. Why should I wait for the Lord any longer?" But Elijah said, "Hear the word of the Lord. Thus says the Lord, tomorrow, about the time of Sia, a fine flour shall be sold for a shekel, and 2 seahs of barley for a shekel. And at the gate of Samaria, then the captain of whose hand the king leaned said to the man of the Lord, If the Lord himself should make windows of in heavens, could the thing be? But he said, You shall see it with your own eyes, but you shall not eat it. Now there were 4 men who were lepers at the entrance of the gate, and they said to one another, Why are we sitting here until we die? If we say, Let us enter the city, the famine is in the city, and we shall die there. And if we sit here, we die also. So now come, let us go over to the camp of the Syrians. If they spare our lives, we shall live, and if they kill us, we shall die. So they arose at twilight to go to the camp of the Syrians. And when they came to the edge of the camp of the Syrians, behold, there was no one out there. For the Lord has made the army of the Syrians hear the sound of the chariots and of the horses, and the sound of the great army, so that they said to one another, Behold, the king of Israel has hired against us the king of the Hittites and the king of the Egyptians of Egypt to come against us. So they fled away in the twilight and abandoned their tents, their horses, and their donkeys, leaving the camp as it was, and fled for their lives as they. And when these lepers came to the edge of the camp, they went into the tent and ate and drank, and they carried off silver and gold and clothing and went and hid to them. Then they came back and entered another tent and carried off things with them and went to another and hid them. Then they said to another, We are not doing this right. The day is a day of good news. If we are silent and wait until the morning light, punishment will overtake us. Now, therefore, come, let us go and tell the king's household. So they came and called to the gatekeepers of the city and told them, We came to the camp of the Syrians, and behold, there is no one to be seen or heard, nothing but the horses tied and the donkeys tied and the tents as they were. When the gatekeepers called out, it was told to the king's household, and the king rose in the night and said to the servants, I will tell you what the Syrians have done to you. They know that they are hungry. Therefore, they have gone out to the camp and hid themselves in the open country, thinking, When they come out of the city, we shall take them alive and get into the city. And one of the servants said, Let some men take 5 of the remaining horses, seeing that those who are left here are fair, and the whole multitude of Israel, who have already perished. Let us send and see. So they took the 2 horsemen and the king, and sent them after many of the Syrians, saying, Go and see. So they went after him to the Jordan, and behold, all that was littered of garments and equipment that the Syrians had thrown away in haste, and the messengers returned and told to the king. Then the people went out and plundered the camp of the Syrians. So a seah of fine flour was sold for a shekel, and 2 seahs of barley for a shekel, according to the word of the Lord. Now the king had appointed the captain, on whose hand he leaned, to have the charge of the gate, and the people trampled him in the gate, so that he died. And the man of God had said, when the king came down to him, for when the man of God had said to the king, 2 seahs of barley shall be sold for a shekel, and a seah of fine flour for a shekel about this time, tomorrow in the gate of Samaria. The captain had answered the man of God, if the Lord himself should make windows in heavens, could such a thing be? And he had said, You shall see it with your own eyes, but you shall not eat of it. And so it happened to him, for the people trampled him in the gate, and he died. Now Elijah had said to the women whose son has had restored his life, Arise and depart, for your household and sojourn whenever you can, for the Lord has called for a famine, and it will come upon the land for 7 years. For the woman arose and did according to the word of the man of God. He went with her household and sojourned in the land of the Philistines 7 years. And at the end of the 7 years, when the woman returned from the land of the Philistines, she went to appeal to the king with her house and her land. And now the king was talking with Gehazi, the servant of the man of God, saying, "Tell me all the great things that Elijah has done." And when he was telling the king now, Elijah had restored the dead to life. Behold, the woman whose son he had restored to life appealed to the king for her house and her land. And Gazi said, "My lord, O king, here is the woman, and here is her son, whom Elijah restored to life." And when the king asked of the woman, she told him. So the king appointed an official for her, saying, "Restore all that was hers, together with all the produce of the fields from the day that she left in the land until now." Now Elijah came to Damascus. Ben-Hadad, the king of Syria, was sick, and when it was told, the man of God had come to her. The king said to Hazazel, "Take a present with you and go to meet the man of God and inquire of the Lord through him, saying, 'Shall I recover from the sickness?'" So Hazazel went to meet him and took a present with him, all kinds of goods of Damascus, 40 camels' loads. When he came and stood before him, he said, "Your son Ben-Hadad, king of Syria, has sent me to you, saying, 'Shall I recover from this sickness?'" And Elijah said to him, "Go, say to him, he shall certainly recover. But the Lord has shown me that he shall certainly die." And he fixed his gaze and stared on him until he was embarrassed. And the man of God wept. And Hazazel said, "Why does your Lord weep?" He said, "Because I know the evil that you will do to the people of Israel. You will set on fire the fortress and your kings, and you will kill their young men with the sword and the dash to pieces their little ones and rip open the pregnant women." And Hazazel said, "What is your servant, who is but a dog, and he should do to this great thing?" And Elijah said, "The Lord has shown me that you are a king over Syria." Then he departed from Elisha and came to his master and said to him, "Why did Elisha say to you?" And he answered, "He told me that you would certainly recover." But the next day he took the bedcloth and dipped it in the water and spread it over his face till he died. And Hazazel became king in his place. In the 5th year of Joram, the king of Ahab, king of Israel, when Jehoshaphat was king of Judah, Joram, the son of Jehoshaphat, king of Judah, began to reign. He was 32 years old when he became king, and he reigned 8 years in Jerusalem. And he walked in the way of the kings of Israel, as the house of Ahab had done for the daughter of Ahab, his wife. And he did what was evil in the sight of the Lord. Yet the Lord was not willing to destroy Judah for the sake of David, his servant, because he promised to give a lamp to him and his sons forever. In his days, Edom revolted from the rule of Judah and set up a king of their own. Then Joram passed over to Zar with all of his chariots and rose by night, and he and his chariot commanders struck the Edomites who had been surrounding him, but his army fled home. So Edom revolted from the rule of Judah to this day. Then Libnah revolted in the same time. Now the rest of the acts of Joram and all that he did, all that they had written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Judah. So Joram slept with his father and was buried with his father, and the king of David, and Ahaz his son reigned in his place. And in the 12th year of Joram, the son of Ahab, the king of Israel, Ahaz the son of Joram, king of Judah, began to reign. Ahaz was 22 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 1 year in Jerusalem. His mother's name was Elihaz, and she was the granddaughter of Amori, king of Israel. He also walked in the way of the house of Ahab, and did what was evil in the sight of the Lord, and the house of Ahab had done, for he was the son-in-law of the house of Ahab. He went to Joram, the son of Ahab, to make war against Hazazel, king of Syria, and Ramoth Gilead, and the Syrians wounded Joram, and the king Joram returned to be healed in Jezreel of the wounds of the Syrian that the Syrians had given him. Ramah, when he fought against Hazazel, king of Syria, and Hazazel the son of Joram, king of Judah, went down to see Joram, the son of Ahab, in Jezreel, because he was sick. Then Elisha, the prophet, called to one of the sons of the prophetess and said to him, "Tie up your garments and take his flask of oil in his hand and go to Ramoth Gilead. And when you arrive, look there for Jehu, the son of Jehoshaphat, son of Nimshi, and go in and have him rise from among his fellows and lead him the inner chamber. Then take the flask of oil and pour it on his head and say, 'Thus says the Lord, I anoint you king over Israel.' Then open the door and flee and do not linger." So the young man, the servant of the prophet, went to Ramoth Gilead. And when he came, behold, the commanders of the army were in council. And he said, "I have a word for you, O commander, and Jehu, to which of us all?" And he said, To you, O commander. So he rose and went to his house, and the young man poured the oil on his head, saying to him, Thus says to the Lord, the God of Israel, I anoint you king over the people of the Lord, over Israel, and you shall strike down the house of Ahab your master, so that I may avenge to Jezebel the blood of the servants of the prophets and the blood of all the servants of the Lord. For the whole house of Ahab shall perish, and I will cut off from Ahab every male, bond or free, in Israel. And I will make the house of Ahab like the house of Jeroboam the son of Nebat, and like the house of Nabash the son of Elisha. And the dog shall eat Jezebel in the territory of Jezreel, and none shall bury her. Then he opened the door and fled. When Jehu came out of the servants of his master, they said to him, Is all well? Why did this mad follow you? Why did this mad fellow come to you? And he said to them, You know the fellow in his talk. And they said, This is not true. This is us. And he said, Thus and so he spoke to me, saying, Thus says the Lord, I anoint you king over Israel. Then in haste every man of them took his garment and put it under him in the bare steps, and they blew the trumpets and proclaimed Jehu the king. Thus Jehu the son of Jehoshaphat, the son of Nimshi, conspired against Joram. Now Joram and all of Israel has been on guard in the Ramoth Gilead against Hazamal, the king of Syria. But King Joram had returned to be healed in Jezreel of the wounds that the Syrians had given them, when he fought from Hazazel, king of Syria. So Jehu said, If this is your decision, then let no one slip out of the city and go and tell the news in Jezreel. Then Jehu mounted his chariot and went to Jezreel, for Joram lay there, and Ahijah, king of Judah, had come down to visit him. Now the watchmen were standing in the tower of Jezreel, and he saw the company of Jehu. As he came and said, I see a company. And Joram said, Take a horseman and send to him and send to meet them, and let him say, Is it peace? So a man on horseback went to meet with him and said, Thus says the king, Is it peace? And Jehu said, What do you have to do with peace? Turn around and ride behind me. And the watchman reported, saying, The messenger reached them, but he is not coming back. And then he sent out a second horseman who came to them and said, Thus the king has said, Is it peace? And Jehu said, What do you have to do with peace? Turn around and ride behind me. And again the watchman reported, He reached him, but he is not coming back. And the driving is like the driving of Jehu and the son of Nimshi, for he drives furiously. Joram said, Make ready. And they made ready the chariot. Then Joram, king of Israel, and Ahaz, king of Judah, set out, each of the chariots, and went to meet Jehu, and meet him at the property of Naboth of Jezreelite. And when Joram saw Jehu, he said, Is it peace, Jehu? He answered, What peace can there be, as long as the whoring and the sorceries of your mother Jezebel are so many? Then Joram reigned about and fled to the saying of Hazael, Treachery, O Hazael. And Jehu drew his bow with the full strength and the shot of Joram between the shoulders, so that arrow pierced his heart, and he sank in the chariot. Jehu said to Bidkar, his abide, Take him up and throw him on the plot of ground belonging to Naboth of the Jezreelite. For remember, when you and I rode side by side behind Ahab, his father, now the Lord, made his pronouncement against him. As surely as I saw yesterday the blood of Naboth and the blood of his sons, declares the Lord, I will repay you on this plot of gold, of ground. Now therefore take him up and throw him on the plot of ground in accordance with the word of the Lord. When Aziza, the king of Judah, saw this, he fled in the direction of Beth Hagan. And Jehu pursued them and said, Shoot him also. And they shot him in the chariot of the ascent of Gur, which is in Ibleam. And he fled to Megiddo and died there. His servants carried him in a chariot to Jerusalem and buried him in the tomb with his father in the city of David. In the 11th year of Joram, the son of Ahab, Hazazel began to reign over Judah. When Jehu came to Jezreel, Jezebel heard of it, and she painted her eyes and adorned her head and looked out to the window. And as Jehu entered the gates, she said, Is it peace? Is it peace, you Zimri, murdered on your masters? And he lifted up his face to the window, and said, Who is on my side? Who? Two of three eunuchs looked out out at him and said, Throw her down. So they threw her down, and some of the blood spattered on the wall of the horses, and they trampled on her. Then he went in and ate and drank, and he said, See now to this cursed woman and bury her, for she is the king's daughter. But when they went to bury her, they found no more of her than the skull and her feet and the palms of her hands. When they came back and told him, he said, "This is the word of the Lord. When he spoke to his servants Elijah of Tishbite in the territory of Jezreel, the dogs shall eat the flesh of Jezebel, and the corpse of Jezebel shall be a dung on the face of the field in the territory of Jezreel, so that no one can say, 'This is Jezebel.'" Now Ahab had 70 sons in Samaria, so Jehu wrote letters to them in Samaria, to the rulers of the city, and to the elders, and to the guardians of the sons of Ahab, and said, "Now then, as soon as the letter comes to you, seeing your master's sons are with you, and there are with you chariots and horses, fortified cities also, and weapons, select the best and firmest of your master's sons, and set him on the father's throne, and fight for your master's house." But there were exceedingly afraid, and said, "Behold, the two kings could not stand before him. How can how then can we stand?" So he who was over the palace and he who was over the city, together with the elders and the guardians, sent to Jehu, saying, "We are your servants, and we will do all that you tell us. We will not make anyone king, and do whatever is good in your eyes." And then he wrote to them a second letter, saying, "If you are on my side, and if you are ready to obey, take the heads of your master's son, and come to me at Jezreel tomorrow at this time." Now the king's sons, 70 persons, were with the great men of the city, who were bringing them up. And as soon as the letter came to them, they took the sons' daughters and slaughtered them, 70 persons, and put their heads in baskets and sent them to Jezreel. When the messenger came to him and told him, "They have brought the heads of the king's sons," they said, "Lay them in 2 heaps at the entrance of the gate each until morning." Then in the morning, when he went out, he stood and said to all the people, "You are innocent. It was I who conspired against the master and killed him, but who struck down all these. Now then, that there shall fall to the earth nothing of the word of the Lord, when the Lord spoke concerning the house of Ahab. For the Lord had done what we said to his servant of Elisha. So Jehu struck down all who remained in the house of Ahab in Jezreel, all his great men and all his close friends and his priests, until he left him none remaining. Then he set out and went to Samaria. And on the way, when he was at Beth Eked to the shepherds, Jehu met the relatives of Ahijah, king of Judah, and he said, "Who are you?" And they answered, "We are the relatives of Ahijah, and we came down to visit the royal princes and the sons of the queen mother." And he said, "Take them alive." And they took them alive and slaughtered them in the pit of Beth Eked, 42 persons, and he spared none of them. And when he departed from there, he met Jehonadab and the son of Rechab coming to meet him. And he greeted him and said to him, "Is your heart true to my heart as mine is to yours?" And Jehonadab answered, "It is." Jehu said, "If it is, give me your hand." So he gave it his hand, and Jehu took him up with him into the chariot, and he said, "Come with me and see my zeal for the Lord." So he had him ride in the chariot, and when he came to Samaria, he struck down all who remained in Ahab in Samaria, till he had wiped them out, according to the word of the Lord, that he spoke to Elijah. Then Jehu assembled all the people and said to them, "Ahab served Baal a little, but Jehu will serve him much. Now therefore, call to me all the prophets of Baal, all the worshippers, and all the priests. Let none be missing. For I have a great sacrifice to offer Baal. Whoever is missing shall not live." But Jehu did it with cunning in order to destroy the worshippers of Baal. And Jehu ordered, "Sanctify a solemn assembly for Baal." So he proclaimed it, and Jehu sent throughout all Israel, and all the worshippers of Baal came, so that there was not a man left who did not come. And they entered the house of Baal, and the house of Baal had filled from one end to the other. He said to him, who was in charge of the wardrobe, "Bring out the vestments for all the worshippers of Baal." So he brought out the vestments for them. Then Jehu went into the house of Baal with Jehonadab and son of Rechab, and he said to the worshippers of Baal, "Search and see that there is no servant of the Lord here among you, for only the worshippers of Baal." Then they went in to offer sacrifices and burnt offerings. Now Jehu was stationed 80 men outside this. "The man who allowed many of those whom I give into your hands to escape shall forfeit his life." So as soon as he had made an end of offering the burnt offerings, Jehu said to the guard and to the officers, "Go in and strike them down. Let not a man escape." So when they put them to the sword, the guard of the officers cast them out and went into the inner room of the house of Baal. And they brought out the pillar that was in the house of Baal and burned it. And they demolished the house of the pillar and demolished the house of Baal and made it a latrine to this day. Thus Jehu wiped from Baal from Israel, but Jehu did not turn aside from the sins of Jeroboam the son of Nebat, which he made Israel to sin, that is, the gold calves that were in Bethel and in Dan. And the Lord said to Jehu, because you have done well in carrying out what is right in my eyes, and has done to the house of Ahab according to all that was in my heart, my son is the fourth generation, shall sit in the throne of Israel. But Jehu was not careful to walk in the law of the Lord, the God of Israel, with all his heart. He did not turn from the sins of Jeroboam, which he made Israel to sin. In those days, the Lord began to cut off parts of Israel. Hazazel defeated them throughout the territory of Israel, from the Jordan eastward, and all the land of Gilead, the Gadites and the Reubenites and the Manassites from Aor, which is by the valley of Arnon, that is Gilead and Bashan. Now, the rest of the acts of Jehu, and all that he did, and all that he might, are not written in the books of the chronicles of the kings of Israel. So Jehu slept with his fathers, and they buried him in Samaria, and Jehoahaz, his son, reigned in this place. The time of Jehu reigned over Israel in Samaria was 28 years. Now, when Athaliah, the mother of Ahaziah, saw that his son was dead, she arose and destroyed all the royal family, from Jehoshaphat, the daughter of King Joram, sister of Ahijah, to Joash the son of Ahijah, and stole him away from among the king's son, who were being put to death, and she put him in his nurse in a bedroom. Thus they hid him from Athaliah, so that he was not put to death. And he remained with her 6 years, hidden in the house of the Lord, when Athaliah reigned over the land. But in the seventh year, Jehoiada sent and brought the captains of the Carites and of the guards, and had them come to him in the house of the Lord. And he made a covenant with them, and put them under the oath of the house of the Lord. And he showed them the king's son, and he commanded them, this is the thing that you shall do. One third of you, those to come off duty on the Sabbath and guard the king's house, another third being at the gate of Sur, and a third at the gate behind the guards shall guard the palace, and the two divisions of you, which come on duty in force of the Sabbath, and guard the house of the Lord on behalf of the king, shall surround the king, each with his weapon in his hand. And whoever approaches the ranks is to be put to death. But with the king, when he goes out and when he comes in, the captains did according to all that Jehoiada the priest commanded. And when each brought his men who were on duty, who were to go off duty on the Sabbath, with those who were to come on duty on the Sabbath, and came to Jehoiada the priest, and the priests gave the captains the spears and the shields that had been King David's, which were in the house of the Lord. And the guards stood every man with his weapon in his hand. And from the south side of the house, and from the north side of the house, around the altar of the house on behalf of the king. Then he brought out the king's son, and put the crown on him, and gave him the testimony. And he proclaimed him king, and anointed him. And they clapped his hands, and said, long live the king. When Athaliah heard the noise of the guard and of all of the people, she went to the house of the Lord, to the people, and when she looked, there was the king standing in the pillar according to the custom, and the captains and the trumpeters beside the king, and all the people of the land rejoiced, and blowing trumpets. And Athaliah tore her clothes and cried, treason, treason. Then Jehoiada the priest commanded the captains who were set over the army, bring her out between the ranks, and put to death but with the sword anyone who follows her. For the priest said, let her not be put to death in the house of the Lord. So they laid hands on her, and she went through the horses' entrance to the king's house, and there she was put to death. And Jehoiada made a covenant between the Lord and the king and the people, that they should be the Lord's people, and also between the kings and the people. Then all the people of all the land went to the house of Baal and tore it down. His altars and his images they broke in pieces, and they killed Mattan, the priest of Baal, before the altars. And the priest posted watchmen over the house of the Lord. And he took the captains, the Carites, the guards, and all the people of the land. And they brought the king down from the house of the Lord, marching through the gate of the guards and the king's houses. And he took the seat on the throne of the kings. So all the people of the land rejoiced. And the city was quiet after Athaliah had been put to death with the swords of the king's house. Jehoash was 7 years old when he began to reign. In the seventh year, Jehoash began to reign, and he reigned 40 years in Jerusalem. His mother's name was Zibiah of Beersheba, and Jehoash did what was right in the eyes of the Lord all his days because of Jehoiada the priest instructed him. Nevertheless, the high places were not taken away, and the people continued to sacrifice and make offerings on the high places. Jehoash said to his priests, all the money of the holy things that is brought into the house of the Lord, the money for which man is assessed, the money from the assessment of persons, and the money that a man's heart prompts him to bring into the house of the Lord, let the priests take each from his donor, and let them repair the house whenever any needs repairs is discovered. But by the 23rd year, the king Jehoash, the priests had made no repair on the house. Therefore King Jehoash summoned Jehoiada the priest and the other priests and said to them, why are you not repairing your house? Now therefore take no more money from your donors, but hand it over to the repair of the house. So that the priests agreed, and they should take no money from the people, and that he should not repair his house. Then Jehoiada the priest took a chest and bored a hole in the lid in it, and set it beside the altar at the right hand of the entered as one entered the house of the Lord. And the priests who guarded the threshold put it put in it all the money that they had brought into the house of the Lord. And whenever they saw that there was much money in the chest, the king's secretary and the high priests came up and bagged the counted money that he was found in the house of the Lord, and they would give the money that was weighed out into the hands of the workmen who had the oversight of the house of the Lord, and they paid it out to the carpenters and builders who worked on the house of the Lord, and to the masons and the stone cutters, as well as to buy timber and quarried stone for making repairs in the house of the Lord, for an outlay and for the repairs of the houses. But there was not made for the houses of the Lord basins of silver, snuffers, bowls, trumpets, or any vessels of gold or of silver, for from the money that was bought into the house of the Lord. For there was given to the workmen who were repairing the house of the Lord with it, and they did not ask for an accounting for the men into whose hands they delivered the money to pay for the workmen, for they dealt honestly. The money from the guilt offerings and from the money from the silver offerings was not brought into the house of the Lord, it belonged to the priests. And at that time Hazazel king of Syria went up and fought against Gath and took it. And when Hazazel said to his face, set his face to go up against Jerusalem, Jehoash, king of Judah, took all the sacred gifts of Jehoshaphat and Jehoram and Ahijah his father, the king of Judah, had dedicated, and his own sacred gifts and all the gold that was found in the treasuries of the house of the Lord and the king's house, and sent them to Hazazel, king of Syria. Then Hazazel went away from Jerusalem. Now the rest of the acts of Joash and all that he did are there. Are they not written in the book of Chronicles of the kings of Judah? His servants arose and made a conspiracy and struck down Joash in the house of Milio on the way that goes down to Silla. It was Jozachar, the son of Shimeath, and Jehozabad, the son of Shemer, his servants, who struck him down so that he died, and they buried him with his fathers in the city of David. And Amizah, his son, reigned in his place. In the 23rd year of Joash, the son of Ahijah, king of Judah, Jehoaz, the son of Jehu, began to reign over Israel and Samaria, and he reigned 17 years. He did what was evil in the sight of the Lord, and followed the sins of Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, which he made in Israel to sin. He did not depart from them, and the anger of the Lord was kindled against Israel, and he gave them continually into the hand of Hazazel, king of Syria, and into the hand of Ben-Hadad, the son of Hazazel. Then Jehoahaz brought the favor of the Lord, and the Lord listened to him. For he saw the oppression of Israel, how the king of Syria oppressed them. Therefore the Lord gave Israel a savior, so that they escaped from the hand of the Syrians, and from the people of Israel lived in their homes as formerly. Nevertheless, they did not depart from the sins of the house of Jeroboam, which he made Israel to sin, but walked in them, and the Asherah also remained in Samaria. For there was not left in Jehoahaz an army of more than 50 horsemen, and 10 chariots, and 10,000 footmen. For the king of Syria had destroyed them, and made them like the dust of threshing. Now the rest of the acts of Jehoahaz, and all that he did, and all that his might, as they were written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Israel. So Jehoahaz slept with his father, and they buried him in Samaria, and Joash his son reigned in his place. In the 37 years of Joash as king of Judah, Jehoash the son of Jehoahaz began to reign over Israel and Samaria, and he reigned 16 years. He also did what was evil in the sight of the Lord. He did not depart from all the sins of Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, which he had made to Israel, but he walked with them. Now the rest of the acts of Joash and all that they did, and the might with which he fought against Ahaz, king of Judah, are they not written in the book of Chronicles of the king of Israel? So Joash slept with his fathers, and Jeroboam sat on his throne, and Joash had buried in Samaria with the kings of Israel. Now, when Elijah had struck sick with the illness with which which he was to die, Joash, king of Israel, went down to him and wept before him, crying, my father, the chariots of Israel and its horsemen." And Elijah said to him, "Take a bow and arrows." And so he took a bow and arrows. Then he said to the king of Israel, "Draw the bow." And he drew it. And Elijah said to his hands and to the king's hands, and he said, "Open the window eastward." And he opened it. Then Elisha said, "Shoot." And he shot. And he said, "The Lord's arrows of victory, the arrow of victory over Syria. For you shall fight the Syrians of Aphek until you have made an effort of them." And he said, "Take the arrows." And he took them. And when he said to all the kings of Israel, "Strike the ground with them," and he struck 3 times and stopped. Then the man of God was angry with him and said, "You should have struck 5 or 6 times. Then you would have struck down Syria until you had made an end of it. But now you will strike down Syria only 3 times." So Elisha died and was buried there. Now bands of Moabites used to invade the land in the spring of this year, and as a man was being buried, behold, a marauding band was seen, and a man was thrown into the grave of Elisha. And as soon as the man touched the bones of Elisha, he revived and stood on his feet. Now Hazazel, king of Syria, oppressed Israel all the days of Jehoahaz, but the Lord was gracious to them and had compassion on them, and he turned toward them because of the covenant with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and would not destroy them. For he cast them from his presence until now. When Hazazel, king of Syria, died, Ben-Hadad his son became king of his place. Then Jehoahaz, the son of Jehoahaz, took again from Ben-Hadad, the son of Hazazel, the cities, and he had taken from Jehoahaz his father in war. 3 times Joash defeated him and recovered the cities of Israel. In the second year of Joash, the son of Jehoahaz, king of Israel, Amaziah, the son of Joash, king of Judah, began to reign. He was 25 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 29 years in Jerusalem. His mother's name was Jehodian of Jerusalem, and he did what was right in the eyes of the Lord. Yet not like David, his father, he did all things as Joash his father had done. But the high places were not removed. The people still sacrificed and made offerings on the high places. And as soon as a royal power was firmly in his hand, he struck down his servants, who had struck down the king of the father. And he did not put to death the children of the murderers, according to what is written in the book of the law of Moses, where the Lord commanded, "Fathers shall be put to death because of their children, nor shall children be put to death because of their fathers, but each one shall die for his own." He struck down 10,000 Edomites in the valley of the Salt, and took Selah by storm, and called it Joktheel, which is its name to this day. Then Amaziah sent messengers to Joash, the son of Jehoahaz, son of Jehu, the king of Israel, saying, "Come, let us look on one another in his face." And Joash, king of Israel, sent word to Amaziah, king of Judah. A thistle on Lebanon sent to a cedar of Lebanon, saying, "Give your daughter to my son for a wife." And a wild beast of Lebanon passed by and trampled down the thistle. You have indeed struck down Edom, and your heart has lifted you up. Be content with your glory and stay at home. For why should you provoke trouble so that you shall fall, you and Judah with you? But Amaziah would not listen. So Joash, king of Israel, went up, and he and Amaziah, king of Judah, faced one another in battle at Beth Shemesh, which belonged to Judah. And Judah was defeated by Israel, and every man fled to his home. And Joash, king of Israel, captured Amaziah, king of Judah, the son of Joash, son of Haziah, and Beth Shemesh, and came to Jerusalem, and broke down the walls of Jerusalem for 400 cubits with the Ephraim gate at the corner gate. And he seized all the gold and silver, and all the vessels that were found in the house of the Lord, and all the treasuries of the house of the king's house, also hostages, and he returned to Samaria. Now the rest of the acts of Joash that he did in his might, and now he fought with Amaziah, king of Judah. Are they not written in the book of Chronicles of the kings of Israel? And Joash slept with his father and was buried in Samaria with the kings of Israel. And Jeroboam, his son, reigned in his place. Amaziah, the son of Joash, king of Judah, lived 15 years after the death of Jehoash, son of Jehoaz, king of Israel. Now the rest of the deeds of Amaziah, and they were not written in the book of Chronicles of the kings of Judah, and they made a conspiracy against him in Jerusalem, and he fled in Lashish. But they sent after him to Lachish and put him to death there. And they brought him on horses, and he was buried in Jerusalem, and his fathers in the city of David. And all the people of Judah took Azariah, who was 16 years old, and made him king instead of his father Amaziah. He built Eleph and restored it to Judah, and the king slept with his father. In the 15 years of Amaziah, the son of Joash, king of Judah, Jeroboam, the son of Joash, king of Israel, began to reign in Samaria, and he reigned 41 years. And he did what was evil in the sight of the Lord. He did not depart from all the sins of Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, which he made Israel to sin. He restored the border of Israel from Lebo Hamath as far as the sea of Arabah, according to the word of the Lord, the God of Israel, which is spoken by his servant Jonah, the son of Amittai, the prophet who is from Gath Hepher. For the Lord saw that the affliction of Israel was very bitter, for there was none left, bond or free, and there was none to help Israel. But the Lord had not said that he would blot out the name of Israel from under heaven, for he saved them by the hand of Jeroboam the son of Joash. Now the rest of the acts of Jeroboam, and all that he did in his might, now that he fought, and how he restored Damascus and Hamath in Judah and Israel. Are they not written in the book of Chronicles of the kings of Israel? And Jeroboam slept with his father and the kings of Israel, and Zedekiah his son reigned in his place. And in the 27th year of Jeroboam king of Israel, Azariah the son of Amaziah king of Judah began to reign. He was 16 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 52 years in Jerusalem. His mother's name was Jecoliah of Jerusalem, and he did what was right in the eyes of the Lord, according to all that his father Amaziah had done. Nevertheless, the high places were not taken away. The people still sacrificed and made offerings on the high places, and the Lord touched the king so that he was a leper to the day of his death, and he lived in a separate house, and Jotham the king's son was over the household, governing the people of the land. Now the rest of the acts of Azariah and all that he did, are they not written in the book of Chronicles of the kings of Judah? And Azariah slept with his father, and they buried him with his father in the city of David, and Jotham his sons reigned in his place. In the 38th year of Azariah, king of Judah, Zechariah the sons of Jeroboam reigned over Israel and Samaria 6 months, and he did what was evil in the sight of the Lord, as his father had done. He did not depart from his sins of Jeroboam the son of Nebat, which he made Israel to sin. Shallum the son of Jabesh conspired against him and struck him down in Ibleam, and put him to death, and reigned in his place. Now the rest of the deeds of Zechariah, behold, they are written in the book of Chronicles of the kings of Israel. This was the promise of the Lord that he gave to Jehu. Your sons shall sit on your thrones of Israel in the fourth generation. And so it came to pass. Shallum, the son of Jabesh, began to reign in the 39th year of Uzziah, king of Judah, and he reigned 1 month in Samaria. Then Menahem, the son of Gadi, came up from Tirzah and came to Samaria, and he struck down Shallum, the son of Jabesh, in Samaria, and put him to death and reigned in his place. Now the rest of the deeds of Shallum and the conspiracy that he made, behold, they are written in the book of Chronicles of the kings of Israel. At the time, Menahem sacked Tebesh, Tipsha, and all those who were in the territory of Tirzah on, because they did not open to it. Therefore he sacked it, and he ripped open all the women in it who were pregnant. In the 39th year of Azariah, king of Judah, Menahem the son of Gadi began to reign over Israel, and he reigned 10 years in Samaria. And he did what was evil in the sight of the Lord. He did not depart all his days from all the sins of Jeroboam the son of Nebat, which he made Israel to sin. But the king of Assyria came against the land, and Menahem gave Paul 1,000 talents of silver, and he might help him to confirm his hold on the royal power. Menahem exacted the money from Israel, that is, from all the wealthy men, 50 shekels of silver from every man, to give to the king of Assyria. So the king of Assyria turned back and did not stay there in the land. Now the rest of the deeds of Menahem and all that he did, and they not written in the book of Chronicles of the kings of Israel. And Menahem slept with his father, and Pekaniah his son reigned in his place. In the 50th year of Azariah, king of Judah, Shechaniah, the son of Menahem, began to reign over Israel and Samaria, and he reigned 2 years, and he did what was evil in the sight of the Lord. He did not turn away from the sins of Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, which he made Israel to sin. And Pekah, the son of Remaliah, his captain, conspired against him with 50 men and the people of Gilead, and struck him down in Samaria, in the citadel, in the king's house, in Argob, and Ariah, he put him to death and reigned in his place. Now the rest of the deeds of Pekah and all that he did, behold, they are written in the books of Chronicles of the kings of Israel. In the 52nd year of Uzziah, king of Judah, Pekah the son of Remaliah began to reign over Israel and Samaria, and he reigned 22 years. And he did what was evil in the sight of the Lord. He did not depart from the sins of Jeroboam the son of Nebat, which he made Israel to sin. In the days of Pekah, king of Israel, Tebeth Pilsanar, king of the Assyria, came to capture Ijon, Abel Beth Makkah, Jehoah, Kadesh, Hazor, Gilead, and Galilee, in the land of Naphtali, and he carried the people captive to Assyria. Then Hoshea, the son of Eliah, made a conspiracy against Pekah, the son of Remaliah, and struck him down and put him to death, and reigned in his place in the 20th year of Jotham, the son of Uzziah. Now the rest of the acts of Pekah and all that he did, behold, they are written in the book of the Chronicles of the king of Israel. In the 2nd year of Pekah, the son of Remaliah, king of Israel, Jotham, the son of Uzziah, king of Judah, began to reign. He was 25 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 16 years in Jerusalem. His mother's name was Jerusha, the daughter of Zadok, and he did what was right in the eyes of the Lord, according to all that his father Uzziah had done. Nevertheless, the high places were not removed. The people still sacrificed and made offerings to the high places. He built the upper gate of the house of the Lord. Now, the rest of the acts of Jotham and all that he did are not written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Judah. In the days of the Lord began to send Rezin, the king of Syria, and Pekah, and the son of Remaliah, against Judah. Jotham slept with his father and was buried with his fathers in the city of David and his father, and Ahaz his son reigned in his place. In the 17th year of Pekah, the son of Remaliah, Ahaz the son of Jotham, king of Judah, began to reign. Ahaz was 20 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 16 years in Jerusalem, and he did not do what was right in the eyes of the Lord of God, as his father David had done, but he walked in the way of the king of Israel. He even burned his son as an offering according to the despicable practices of the nations whom the Lord drove out before the people of Israel. And he sacrificed and made offerings on the high places and on the hills under every green tree. Then Rezin, king of Syria, Pekah, the son of Remaliah, king of Israel, came up to wage war in Jerusalem, and they besieged Ahaz, but could not conquer him. At that time, Rezin, the king of Syria, recovered Elath for Syria, and drove the men of Judah from Elath to Edomites, came to Elath, where they dwell to this day. So Ahaz sent messengers to Tilgath-Pisner, king of Assyria, saying, I am the servant of your son. Come up to rescue me at the hand of the king of Assyria and from the hand of the king of Israel, who are attacking me. And Ahaz, who took the silver and the gold and found in the house of the Lord and the treasures of the king's house, and sent a present to the king of Assyria, and the king of Assyria listened to him. The king of Assyria marched up against Damascus and took it, carrying his people captive to Kir, and he killed Rezin. When King Ahaz went to Damascus to meet Tiglath-Pileser, king of Assyria, he saw the altar that was in Damascus, and King Ahaz sent to Uriah the priest a model of the altar and its pattern exact in all its details. And Uriah the priest built the altar in accordance with all that the king Ahaz had sent from Damascus. So Uriah the priest made it before King Ahaz arrived in Damascus. And when the king came to Damascus, the king viewed the altar. Then the king drew near to the altar and went up on it and burned his burning offerings and his grain offerings, and poured his drink offerings, and threw the blood of the peace offerings on the altar. And the bronze altar that was before the Lord he removed from the front of the house, and from the place between the altar of his house and the Lord he put it on the north side of the altar. And King Ahaz commanded Uriah the priest, saying, On the great altar burn the morning burnt offering, and on the evening grain offering, and the king's burnt offering, and his grain offering, and with the burnt offering of all the people of the land, and their grain offerings, and their drink offerings, and throw it on all the blood of the burnt offerings, and all the blood of the sacrifices. But the bronze altar shall be for me the iniquity, shall be to inquire by Uriah the priest did all this as King Ahaz commanded. And King Ahaz cut off the frames of the stands and removed the basin from them. And he took down the seas from off the bronze oxen that were under it, and put it on the stone pedestal and the covered way for the Sabbath that had been built inside the house of the outer entrance, for the king had caused to go around the house of the Lord because of the king of Assyria. Now the rest of the acts of Ahaz that he did, and they were not written in the books of the chronicles of the kings of Judah. And Ahaz slept with his fathers, and was buried with his fathers in the city of David. And Hezekiah his son reigned in his place. In the 12th year of Ahaz, king of Judah, Hoshea, the son of Eliah, began to reign in Samaria over Israel, and he reigned 9 years, and he did what was evil in the sight of the Lord, yet not as the kings of Israel who were before him. Against him came to Shalmaneser, king of Assyria, and Hoshea became his vassal and paid him tribute. But the king of Assyria found treachery of Hoshea, for he had sent messengers to So, king of Egypt, and offered no tribute to the king of Assyria, as he had done year by year. Therefore the king of Assyria shut him up and bound him in prison. Then the king of Assyria invaded all the land and came to Samaria, and for 3 years he besieged it. In the 9th year of Hoshea, the king of Assyria captured Samaria, and he carried the Israelites away to Assyria, and placed him in Halaha and on the Habor, the river of Gozan, in the city of Medes. And this occurred because the people of Israel had sinned against the Lord their God, who had brought them up from the land of Egypt and under the hand of Pharaoh, king of Egypt. And he feared other gods and walked in the customs of the nations whom the Lord drove out before the people of Israel, and the customs of the kings of Israel had practiced. And the people of Israel did secretly against the Lord their God things that were not right. They built for themselves high places in all their towns with watchtower to fortified cities. They set up the pillars themselves and Asheron of every high bill and under every green tree, and they made offerings on all the high places as the nations did, whom the Lord carried away with them. And they did wicked things, provoking the Lord to anger, and they served idols, and of which the Lord had said to them, "You shall not do this." Yet the Lord warned Israel and Judah by every prophet and every seer, saying, "Turn from your evil ways and keep my commandments and my statutes in accordance with all the laws that I have commanded your fathers, and that I sent to you by my servants the prophetess." But they would not listen. They were stubborn as their fathers had been, who did not believe that the Lord their God. They despised his statutes and his covenant that he made with his fathers, and the warnings that he had given them. They went after false idols and became false, and they followed the nations that were around them, concerning from the Lord had commanded that they should not do with them. And they abandoned all the commandments of the Lord their God, and made them themselves metal images of 2 calves. And they made an Asherah, and worshipped all the hosts of heaven, and served Baal. And they burned their sons and their daughters in offerings to use to divinations of omens, and sold themselves to do evil in the sight of the Lord, provoking him to anger. Therefore the Lord was very angry with Israel, and removed them out of their sight. None that was left but the tribe of Judah only. Judah also did not keep the commandments of the Lord their God, but walked in the customs of Israel had introduced. And the Lord rejected all the descendants of Israel, and afflicted them, and gave them into the hands of the plunderers, until he had set them out of their sight. When he had torn Israel from the house of David, they made Jeroboam the son of Nebat king. And Jeroboam drove Israel from following the Lord, and made them commit great sins. The people of Israel walked in all the sins of Jeroboam. They did not depart from them until the Lord removed Israel out of his sight, as he had spoken all the servants of the prophets. So Israel was exiled from the land, from their own land of Assyria, until the day. And the king of Assyria brought people from Babylon, Cutha, Ava, Hamath, and Sepharvaim, and placed them in the cities of Samaria instead of the people of Israel. And they took possession of Samaria, and lived in the cities. And at the beginning of their dwelling place they did not fear the Lord. Therefore the Lord sent lions among them, which killed some of them. So the king of Assyria was told, "The nations that you have carried away and placed in the cities of Samaria do not know the law of the God of the land. Therefore he has sent lions among them, and behold, they are killing them, because they do not know the law of the God of the land." Then the kings of Assyria commanded, "Send there one of the priests whom you carried away from there, and let him go and dwell there, and teach them the law of the God of the land." So of the priests whom he had carried away to Samaria came to the Lord in Bethel, and taught them how they should fear the Lord. But every nation still made gods of his own, and put them in the shrines of the high places that the Samaritans had made. Every nation in the cities which they lived. The men of Babylon made Succoth Benoth, The men of Cuth made Nergal. The men of Hamath made Ashima, and the Avites made Nibhaz, and Tartak and the Savarites burned their children to the fire of Adramelech and Anamelech and the gods of the Sepharvaim. They also feared the Lord and appointed from among themselves all sorts of people of priests as the high places, who sacrificed for them in the shrines of the high places. So they feared the Lord, but they also served their own gods, after the manner of the nations whom among whom had been carried away. To this day they do according to the former manner. They do not fear the Lord, and they do not follow the statutes of the rules of the laws of the commandments that the Lord commanded the children of Jacob, whom he named Israel. The Lord made a covenant with them and commanded them, You shall not fear other gods, or bow yourselves to them to serve them, or sacrifice to them, but you shall fear the Lord, who brought you out of the land of Egypt with great power and with an outstretched arm. You shall bow yourselves to them, and to him you shall sacrifice, and to the statutes, and to the rules, and the law, and the commandments that he wrote to you, and you shall always be careful to do. You shall not fear other gods, and you shall not forget the covenant that I made with you. You shall not fear other gods, but you shall fear the Lord your God, and he will deliver you out of the hands of your enemies. However, they did not listen, but they did according to their former manner. So these nations feared the Lord, and also served their carved images. Their children did likewise, and their children's children, as their fathers did. So they do to this day. In the 3rd year of Hoshea, son of Elah, king of Israel, Hezekiah the son of Ahaz, king of Judah, began to reign. He was 25 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 29 years in Jerusalem. His mother's name was Abi, the daughter of Zechariah, and he did what was right in the eyes of the Lord, according to all that David his father had done. He removed the high places and broke the pillars and cut down the Asherah. And he broke in pieces the bronze serpent that Moses had made, for until those days the people of Israel had made offerings to it, and it was called Nehushtan. He trusted in the Lord, the God of Israel, so that there was none like him all the kings of Judah after him, nor among those who were before him. For he held fast to the Lord. He did not depart from following him, but he kept the commandments that the Lord commanded Moses, and the Lord was with him. Whenever he went out, he prospered. He rebelled against the king of Assyria, and he would not serve them. He struck down the Philistines as far as Gaza and its territory, from watchtower to fortified city. In the 4th year, the king Hezekiah, which was in the servant's year of Hoshea, son of Elah, king of Israel, Shalmaneser, king of Assyria, came up against Samaria and besieged it. And at the end of 3 years he took it. In the 6th year of Hezekiah, which was the 9th year of Hoshea, king of Israel, Samaria was taken. The king of Assyria carried the Israelites away from Assyria and put them in Halah, and on the Habor, the river of Gozan, in the city of Medes, because they did not obey the voice of God, their God, but transgressed his covenant, even all that Moses, the servant of the Lord, commanded. They neither listened nor obeyed. In the 14th year of King Hezekiah, Sennacherib, king of Assyria, came up against all the fortified city of Judah and took them. And Hezekiah, king of Judah, sent to the king of Assyria to Lachish, saying, I have done wrong. Withdraw from me whatever you impose on me, and I will bear. And the king of Assyria required of Hezekiah, king of Judah, 300 talents of silver and 30 talents of gold. And Hezekiah gave him all the silver that was found in the house of the Lord and in the treasuries of the king's house. At the time of Hezekiah, stripped the gold from the doors of the temple of the Lord and from the doorposts that Hezekiah, king of Judah, had overlaid and given to the king of Assyria. And the king of Assyria sent to Tartan the Rabsaris and the Rabshakeh after a great army from Lachish to King Hezekiah at Jerusalem. And they went up and came to Jerusalem. When they arrived, they came and stood by the conduit of the upper pool, which is on the highway of the washer field. And when they called for the king, they came out of Eliakim, the son of Hilkiah, who was over the household, and Shebna, the secretary of Joah, the son of Asaph, the recorder. And the Rabshakeh said to them, Say to Hezekiah, Thus says the great king, the king of Assyria, On what do you rest the trust of your powers? Do you think the mere words are strategy and power of war? In whom do you now trust that you have rebelled against me? Behold, you are trusting now in Egypt, the broken reed of the staff, which will pierce the hand of any man who leans on it. Such is Pharaoh the king of Egypt to all who trust in him. But if you say to me, We trust in the Lord our God, is it not he who is in high places and altars Hezekiah,
has removed, saying to Judah and to Jerusalem, "You shall worship before the altars of Jerusalem. Come now, make a wager with his master, the king of Assyria. I will give you 2,000 horses. If you are able on the part to set riders on them, how then can you repulse a single captain among the least of the master's servants? When you trust in Egypt for chariots and of horsemen, moreover, it is without the Lord that I have come up against the place to destroy it. The Lord said to me, Go up against this land and destroy it. Then Elkiam, the son of Hilkiah, and Sheba and Jonah said to the Rabashak, Please speak to your servants in Aramaic, for we understand. We do not speak to us in the language of Judah, within the hearing of the people who are in the wall. But the Rabashak said to him, Has my master sent me to speak the words of the master to you, and not the men sitting on the wall who are doomed with you to eat their own dung and to drink their own urine? Then the Rabashak stood and called out to loud voice to the language of Judah, Hear the word of the great king of the king of Syria. Thus says the king, Do not let Hezekiah deceive you, for he will not be able to deliver to you of my hand. Do not let Hezekiah make you trust in the Lord by saying, The Lord will surely deliver us, and the city will not be given into the hand of the king of Assyria. Do not listen to Hezekiah. For thus says the king of Assyria, Make your peace with me and come out to me. Then each of you will eat. Each of you will eat of your own vine, and each one of his own fig tree, and each one of you will drink the waters of his own cistern, until I come and take you away to a land like your own land, a land of grain and wine, a land of bread and vineyards, a land of olive trees and honey, that you may live and not die. And do not listen to Hezekiah when he misleads you by saying, The Lord will deliver us. Has any of the gods of the nations ever delivered us from the lands of the king of Assyria? Where are the gods of Harmah and Arpad? Where are the gods of Sepharvaim, Hena, and Iva? Have they delivered Samaria out of my hands? Who along who among all the gods of the lands have delivered their lands out of the hands, that the Lord should deliver Jerusalem out of my hand? But the people were silent and answered him not a word for the king's command, Do not answer him. Then Eliakim, the son of Hilkiah, who was over the household, and Shebna the secretary, and Joah the son of Asaph the recorder, came to Hezekiah with their clothes torn, and told him the words of Rabashak. As soon as King Hezekiah heard it, he tore his clothes and covered himself with the sackcloth, and went into the household of the Lord. He sent Eliakim, who was over the household, and Sheba the secretary, and the senior priests covered their sackcloth, and the prophets of Isaiah the son of Amoz. They said to him, Thus says Hezekiah, This day is a day of distress, of rebuke, and of disgrace. Children have come to the point of birth, and there is no strength to bring them forth. It may be that the Lord your God heard all the words of the Rabshakeh, from who his master of the king of Assyria has sent to mock the living God, and will rebuke the words of the Lord your God has heard. Therefore, lift up your prayer to the remnant that is left. When the servants of King Hezekiah came to Israel, Isaiah said to them, Say to your master, Thus says the Lord, Do not be afraid because of the words that you have heard, with which the servant of the king of Assyria has reviled me. Behold, I will put a spirit in him, so that he shall hear a rumor and return his own land, and I will make him fall by the sword of his own land. The Rabshakeh returned and found the king of Assyria fighting against Libnah, for he returned to the king on his left of Lachish. Now the king heard concerning Terkah, king of Cush. Behold, he has set out to fight against you. So he sent messengers against the Hezekiah, saying, Thus shall you speak to Hezekiah the king of Judah. Do not let your God, in whom you trust, deceive you from promising that Jerusalem will not be given into the hands of the king of Assyria. Behold, you have heard what the king of Assyria has done to all the lands, devoting them to destruction, and shall you be delivered? Have the gods of your nations delivered them, the nations that my fathers destroyed, Gozan, Haran, Rezeph, the people of Eden, who were of Telassar? Where is the king of Hamath, the king of Arphad, the king of the city of Sepharvaim, the king of Hurnah, and the king of Irva? Hezekiah received the letter from the hand of the messengers and read it. And Hezekiah went to the house of the Lord and spread it before the Lord. And Hezekiah prayed before the Lord and said, O Lord, the God of Israel, enthroned above the cherubim, you are the God, you are alone of all the kingdoms of the earth, and you have made heavens and earth. Incline your ear, O Lord, and hear. Open your eyes, O Lord, and see, and hear the words of Sennacherib, which he has sent to mock the living God. Truly, O Lord, the kings of Assyria have laid waste the nations and their lands, and have cast the gods into their fire. For they were not gods, but were works of men's hands, wood and stone. Therefore they were destroyed. So now the Lord our God, save us, please, from his hand, that all the kingdoms of the earth may know that you are God and God alone. Then Isaiah the son of Amoz sent to Hezekiah, saying, Thus says the Lord, the God of Israel, your prayer to me about Sennacherib, king of Assyria, I have heard. This is the word that the Lord has spoken concerning him. She despises you, she scorns you, the virgin daughter of Zion. She wages her head behind you, the daughter of Jerusalem. Whom have you mocked and reviled? Against whom you have raised your voice and lifted your eyes in your sights? Against the Holy One of Israel. By your messengers you have mocked the Lord, and you have said, with my many chariots I have gone up to the heights of the mountains, to the far recesses of Lebanon. I felled my tallest cedars, its choicest cypresses. I entered its farthest logging place, its most fruitful forests. I dug wells and drank ford waters, and I dried up the sole of my foot all the streams of Egypt. Have you not heard that I determined it long ago? I planned from days of old what now I bring to pass, that you should turn forfeited cities into heaps of ruins, while the inhabitants, shorn of strength, are dismayed and confounded, and have become like plants in the field, like tender grass, like grass on the housetops, blighted before it is grown. And I know you're sitting down, and you're going out and come in, and you're raging against me, because you've raged against me, and your complacency has come into my ears. I will put my hook in your nose, and my bit in your mouth, and I will turn your back on all the way in which you came. And thus shall be the sign of you. This year eat what grows of itself, in the second year what springs of the same vine. Then in the third year sow and reap and plant vineyards and eat the fruit, and the surviving remnant of the house of Judah shall again take root downward and bear fruit upward. For out of Jerusalem shall go a remnant, and out of Mount Zion a band of survivors. The zeal of the Lord will do. Therefore, thus says the Lord concerning the king of Assyria: He shall not come into the city, or shoot an arrow there, or come before it with a shield, or cast with a siege mound against it. By the way that he came, by the same he shall return. And he shall not come into the city, declares the Lord, for I will defend the city and save it, for my own sake and for the sake of my servant David. And that night the angel of the Lord went out and struck down 185,000 in the camp of the Assyrians. And when people arose early in the morning, behold, these were the dead bodies. Then Sennacherib, king of Assyria, departed and went home and lived in Nineveh. And as he had worshipped in the house of Nisroch his gods, Adramelech and Asherezer his son struck him down with the sword and escaped into the land of the Asherat. And Esarhaddon his son reigned in his place. In those days Hezekiah became sick and at the point of death. And Isaiah the prophet, the son of Amoz, came to him and said to him, Thus says the Lord, Set your house in order, for you shall die, and you shall not recover. Then Hezekiah turned his face to the wall and prayed to the Lord, saying, O Lord, please remember how I have walked before you in faithfulness and with a whole heart, and have done what is good in your sight. And Hezekiah wept bitterly. And before Israel had gone out of the middle court, the word of the Lord came to him. Turn back and say to Hezekiah, the leader of your people, Thus says the Lord, the God of David, your father, I have heard your prayer. I have seen your tears. Behold, I will heal you. On the third day you shall go up to the house of the Lord, and I will add 15 years to your life. I will deliver to you the city out of the hand of the king of Assyria, and I will defend the city with my own sake and for my servant David's sake. And Isaiah said, Bring a cake of figs, and let them take and lay it on the boil, that he may recover. And Hezekiah said to Isaiah, What shall be the sign that the Lord will heal me, and that I shall go up to the house of the Lord on the third day? And Isaiah said, This shall be the sign for you to you from God, and the Lord will do the thing that he has promised. Shall the shadow go forward 10 steps, or go back 10 steps? And Hezekiah answered, It is an easy thing for the shadow to lengthen 10 steps. Rather, let the shadow go back 10 steps. And Isaiah the prophet called to the Lord, and he brought the shadow back 10 steps, by which it had gone down to the steps of Ahaz. At the time, Merodach Baldin, the son of Baldin, king of Babylon, sent envoys with letters to the presence of Hezekiah, for he heard that Hezekiah had been sick, and Hezekiah welcomed him, and he showed them all the treasure houses the silver, the gold, the spices, the precious oil, the armory, all that he had found in the storehouses. There was nothing in the house or in all the realm of Hezekiah did not show them. Then Israel the prophet came to King Hezekiah and said to him, "What did these men say?" And from where did he come to? And Hezekiah said, "They have come from a far country, from Babylon." He said, "What have they seen in your house?" And Hezekiah answered, "They have seen all that is in my house. There is nothing in my storehouses that I did not show them." Then Isaiah said to Hezekiah, "Hear the words of the Lord. Behold, the days are coming when all that is in the house and all that your father has stored up till this day shall be carried to Babylon. Nothing shall be left, says the Lord. And some of his own sons who will come up to you from whom to your father shall be taken away, and they shall be eunuchs in the places of the king of Babylon." Then Hezekiah said to Isaiah, "The word of the Lord that you have spoken is good," for he thought, "Why not? If there will be peace and security in my days, the rest of the deeds of Hezekiah and all the might of and how he made the pool and the conduit and brought water into the city, and they were not written in the book of the Chronicles of the king of Judah. And Hezekiah slept with his fathers, and Manasseh his son reigned in his place. Manasseh was 12 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 55 years in Jerusalem. His mother's name was Hezebeth, and he did what was evil in the sight of the Lord, according to the despicable practices of the nations whom the Lord drove out before the people of Israel. For he rebuilt the high places that Hezekiah his father had destroyed, and he erected altars for Baal, and made an Asherah, as Ahab king of Israel had done, and worshipped all the hosts of heaven, and served them. And he built altars to the heaven of the Lord, in which the Lord had said, "In Jerusalem will I put my name." And he built altars for the hosts of heaven in the two courts in the house of the Lord. And he burned his son as an offering, and used fortune telling and omens, and dealt with the mediums and the necromancers. He did much evil in the sight of the Lord, provoking him to anger. And the carved images of Asherah, and he had made, he set in the house in which the Lord said to David and said to Solomon his son, "In this house and in Jerusalem, which I have chosen out of all the tribes of Israel, I will put my name forever, and I will not cause the feet of Israel to wander any more out of the land that I gave to the fathers, if only they will be careful to do according to all that I have commanded them, and according to all the law that my servant Moses commanded them." But they did not listen, and Manasseh led to the ashtray to do more evil than the nations had done, whom the Lord destroyed before the people of Israel. And the Lord said to his servants and the prophets, "Because Manasseh king of Judah had committed these abominations, and has done more things evil than all that the Amorites did, who were before me, and has made Judah also the sin with his idols. Therefore, thus says the Lord, the God of Israel, Behold, I am bringing upon Jerusalem and Judah such disaster that the ears of everyone who hears it will tingle. And I will stretch over Jerusalem the measuring line of Samaria and the plumb line of the house of Ahab. And I will wipe Jerusalem as one wipes a dish, wiping it and turning it upside down. And I will forsake the remnant of my heritage and give them into the hand of their enemies, and they shall become a prey and a spoil to all the enemies, because they have done what is evil in my sight, and have provoked me to anger since the day their fathers came out of Egypt, even to this day. Moreover, Manasseh shed very much innocent blood till he had filled Jerusalem from one end to another, besides the sin that he made in Judah to sin, so that they did what was evil in the sight of the Lord. Now the rest of the acts of Manasseh and all that he did and the sins that he was committed, are they not written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Judah? Manasseh slept with his fathers and was buried in the garden of his house, in the garden of Uzzah the Amon. His son reigned in his place. Amon was 22 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 2 years in Jerusalem. His mother's name was Meshulameth, the daughter of Harez of Jotbah, and he did what was evil in the sight of the Lord. As Manasseh his father had done, he walked in all ways in which the father walked, and served the idols of the father, served and worshipped them. He abandoned the Lord, the God of fathers, and he did not walk in the way of the Lord. And the servants of Amon conspired against him, and put the king to death in his house. But the people of the land struck down all those who had conspired against King Anon, and the people of the land made Josiah his son king in his place. Now the rest of the acts of Anon that he did, and they were written in the books of the Chronicles of the kings of Judah. And he was buried in the tomb of the garden of Uzzah, and Josiah his son reigned in his place. Josiah was 8 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 31 years in Jerusalem. His mother's name was Jedidiah, his daughter of Adiah of Bozekath, and he did what was evil in the sight of the Lord, and walked in all the way of David his father, and he did not turn aside to the right or the left. In the 18 years of King Josiah, the king sent Japhet, the son of Eliza, son of Meshullam, the secretary, to the house of the Lord, saying, Go up to Hilkiah, the high priest. There he may count the money that he had brought into the house of the Lord, with the keepers of the threshold have collected from the people, and let it be given into the hand of the workmen who have the oversight of the house of the Lord, and let them give to the workmen who are at the house of the Lord repairing his house, that is, in the carpenters, and to the builders, and to the masons, and let them use it for buying timber and quarried stone to repair the house. But no accountant shall be asked for them for the money that is delivered into the hand for the deal honestly. And Hilkiah the high priest said to Shaphan the secretary, I have found the book of the law in the house of the Lord. And Hilkiah gave the book of Shaphan, and he read it. And Shaphan the secretary came to the king and reported to the king, Your servants have emptied out the money that is found in the house, and have delivered it into the hand of the workmen who have the oversights of the house of the Lord. Then Shaphan the secretary told the king, Hilkiah the priest has given me a book. And Shaphan read it before the king. When the king heard the words of the book of the law, he tore his clothes, and the king commanded Hilkiah the priest, and Ahikam the son of Shaphan, and Akbar the son of Micaiah, and Shaphan the secretary, and Asaiah the king's servant, saying, Go inquire of the Lord for me, and for the people, and for Judah, concerning the words of this book that have been found. For great is the wrath of the Lord, that it is kindled against us. Because our fathers have not obeyed the words of the Lord, to do according to all that is written concerning us. So Hilkiah the priest, the Hikam, and Akbar, and Shaphan, and Asariah went to Huldah the prophetess, the wife of Shallum, the son of Tikva, son of Harhas, keeper of the wardrobe. Now she lived in Jerusalem in the second quarter, and they talked to her, and she said to him, Thus says the Lord, the God of Israel, Tell the man who sent you to me, Thus says the Lord, Behold, I will bring disaster upon this place and upon its inhabitants. All the words of the book that the king of Judah has read, because they have forsaken me and have made offerings to other gods, that they might provoke me to anger with all that the work of their hands. Therefore my wrath will be kindled against this place, and it will not be quenched. But to the king of Judah, who sent you to inquire of the Lord, thus shall you say to him, Thus says the Lord, the God of Israel, regarding the words that you have heard, because your heart is penitent, and you humbled yourself before the Lord, when you heard how I spoke against this place and against its inhabitants, that they should become a desolation and a curse, and you have torn the clothes and wept before me, and I also have heard you, declares the Lord. Therefore, behold, I will gather you in this to your fathers, and you shall be gathered to your grave in peace, and your eyes shall not see all the disaster that I will bring into this place. And they brought back word to the king. Then the king sent, and all the elders of Judah and the Jerusalem were gathered to him. And the king went up to the house of the Lord, and with him all the men of Judah, and the inhabitants of Jerusalem, and the priests and the prophets, and all the people, both small and great. And he read to them the hearings of the book, the word of the covenant that had been found in the house of the Lord. And the king stood by the pillar and made a covenant before the Lord, to walk after the Lord, to keep his commandments and his testimonies and his statutes with all his heart and with all his soul, to perform the words of the covenant that were written in this book. And all the people joined in this covenant. And the king commanded Hilkiah the high priest, and the priest of the second order, and the keepers of the threshold, to bring out of the temple of the Lord all the vessels made from Baal and Asherah, and for all the host of heaven. He burned them outside Jerusalem in the fields of Kidron, and carried their ashes to Bethel. And he disposed the priests whom the kings of Judah had ordained to make offerings to the high places in the cities of Judah and around Jerusalem. Those also who burned incense to Baal, and to the sun and the moon and the constellations, and all the hosts of heaven. And he brought out to Asherah from the house of the Lord outside of Jerusalem to the brook Kidron, and burned it to the brook Kidron, and beat it to dust, and cast the dust of it upon the graves of the common people. And he broke down the houses of the male cult prostitutes who were in the house of the Lord, where the woman wove hangings of the Asherah. And he brought all the priests out of the city of Judah, and defiled the high priests, where the priests had made offerings from Geba to Beersheba. And he broke down the high places of the gates that were in the entrance of the gates of Joshua, the governor of the city, which was on one left of the gate of the city. However, the priests of the high places did not come up out of the altar of the Lord of Jerusalem, but they ate unleavened bread among the brothers, and he defiled Topeth, which is in the valley of the son of Hinnom, that is, that no one might burn his son or his daughter as an offering to Moloch. And he removed the horses of the kings of Judah had dedicated to the sun at the entrance of the house of the Lord, by the chamber of Nathan, Melech the chamberlain, which was in the precincts, and he burned the chariots of the sun with fire, and the altars of the roof of the upper chamber of Ahaz, which the kings of Judah had made, and the altars of Manasseh had made to the two courts in the house of the Lord. He pulled down and broke into pieces, and cast the dust into them, into the brook of Kidron. And the king defiled the high priest that was to the east of Jerusalem, to the south of the mount of corruption, which Solomon the king of Israel had built, to Ashtaroth, the abomination of the Sidonians, and to Chemosh, the abomination of Moab, and to Milcom, the abomination of the Ammonites. And he broke in pieces the pillars, and cut down the Asherim, and filled their places with the bones of men. Moreover, the altar of Bethel, the high place, erected by Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, who made Israel to sin, the altar with the high place, he pulled down and buried and burned, reducing it to dust. He also burned to Asherah, and as Josiah turned, he saw the tombs there on the mount, and he sent and took the bones out of the tombs and burned them onto the altar and defiled it, according to the word of the Lord that the man of God proclaimed, who has predicted these things. Then he said, "What is the monument that I see?" And the men of the city told him, "It is the tomb of the man of God came from Judah and predicted these things that you have done against the altar of Bethel." And he said, "Let him be. Let no man move his bones." So they let his bones alone, with the bones of the prophet who came to Samaria. And Josiah removed all the shrines, also the high places that were in the cities of Samaria, which kings of Israel had made, provoking the Lord to anger. He did to them according to all that he had done to Bethel, and he sacrificed all the priests and all the places who were with there to the altars, and burned the human bones to them. And he returned to Jerusalem. And And the king commanded all the people, "Keep the Passover of the Lord your God, as it is written in the book of the covenant. For no such Passover has been kept since the day of the judges, who judged Israel, or during all the days of the kings of Israel, the kings of Judah. But in the 18 years of King Josiah, the Passover was kept in the Lord of Jerusalem. Moreover, Josiah put away the mediums and the necromancers and the household gods and the idols of all the abominations that were seen in the land of Judah and in Jerusalem, and he might establish the words of the law that were written in the book that Hilkiah the priest found in the house of the Lord. Before him there was no king like him. He turned to the Lord with all the heart and with all the soul and with all his might, according to the law of Moses, nor did any like him arise after him. Still the Lord did not turn from the burning of his great wrath, by which his anger was kindled against Judah, because of all the provocation with which Manasseh had provoked him. And the Lord said, "I will remove Judah also out of my sight, and I have removed Israel, and I will cast off the city that I have chosen, Jerusalem, and the house of which I said, my name shall be there." Now the rest of the acts of Josiah and all that he did, are they not written on the books of Chronicles of the kings of Judah? In his days, Pharaoh Necho, king of Egypt, went up to the king of Assyria to the river Euphrates. King Josiah went to meet him, and Pharaoh Necho killed him at Megiddo as soon as he saw him. And his servants carried him dead in his chariot in Megiddo, and brought him to Jerusalem and buried him in his own tomb. And the people of the land of Jehoahaz, the son of Josiah, had anointed and made him king in his father's place. Jehoahaz, the 23-year-old, when he began to reign, and he reigned 3 months in Jerusalem. His mother's name was Hamutal, the daughter of Jeremiah of Libnah, and he did what was evil in the sight of the Lord, according to all that his fathers had done. And Pharaoh Necho put him in the bonds of Riblah, in the land of Hamath, that he might not reign in Jerusalem. And I laid on the land a tribute of 100 talents of silver and talent of gold. And Pharaoh Necho made Elkiam, the son of Josiah, king in the place of Josiah his father, and changed his name to Jehoiakim. But he took Jehoahaz away, and he came to Egypt and died there. And Jehoiakim gave the silver and the gold to Pharaoh, but he taxed the land to give the money according to the command of Pharaoh. He exacted the silver and the gold of people of the land from everyone according to his own testimony, to his own assessment, to give to the Pharaoh Necho. Jehoiakim was 25 years old, and he began to reign And he reigned 11 years in Jerusalem. His mother's name was Zebedah, the daughter of Pedaiah and Ruma, and he did what was evil in the sight of the Lord, according to all that his father had done. In his eyes, Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, came, and Jehoiakim became his servant for 3 years. Then he turned and rebelled against him, and the Lord sent against his bands of the Chaldeans, and bands of the Syrians, and bands of the Moabites, and bands of the Ammonites, and sent them against Judah to destroy it, according to the word of the Lord that he spoke by his servants the prophets. Surely this came to Judah at the command of the Lord to remove them from his sight, for the sins of Manasseh according to all that he had done, and also for the innocent blood that he had shed. For he filled Jerusalem with innocent blood, and the Lord would not pardon. Now the rest of the deeds of Jehoiakim, and all that he did, are they not written in the book of Chronicles of the kings of Judah? So Jehoiakim slept with his fathers, and Jehoiakim his sons reigned in his place. And the king of Egypt did not come again out of the land. For the king of Babylon had taken all that belonged to the king of Egypt from the brook of Egypt and from the river Euphrates. Jehoiakim was 18 years old when he became king, and he reigned 3 months in Jerusalem. His mother's name was Nehushta, the daughter of Elnathan of Jerusalem, and he did what was evil in the sight of the Lord, according to all that his father had done. At the time of the servants of Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, came to Jerusalem, and the city was besieged. And Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, came to the city while his servants were besieging it. And Jehoiakim, the king of Judah, gave himself to the king of Babylon, himself to his mother and his servants and his officials and his palace officials. And the king of Babylon took his prisoners in the 8th year, and his reign had carried off all the treasures of the house of the Lord and the treasures of the king's house, and cut in pieces all the vessels of gold in the temple of the Lord, which Solomon king of Israel had made, and the Lord had foretold. He carried away all all Jerusalem and all the officials and all the mighty men of valor, 10,000 captives, and all the craftsmen and smiths. None remained except the poorest people of the land. And he carried away Jehoiachin of Babylon, the king's mother, the king's wives, his officials, and the chief men of the land. He took into captivity from Jerusalem to Babylon. The king of Babylon brought captive a Babylon all the men of valor, 7,000 of the craftsmen and the metal workers, 1,000 of them strong and fit for war. And the king of Babylon made Mattaniah, Jehoiachin's uncle, king of the palace, and changed his name to Zedekiah. Zedekiah was 21 years old when he became king, and he reigned 11 years in Jerusalem. His mother's name was Hamutal, the daughter of Jeremiah and Libnah, and he did what was evil in the sight of the Lord, according to all that Jehoiakim had done. For because of the anger of the Lord, it came to the point in Jerusalem and Judah that he cast them out from his presence. And Zedekiah rebelled against the king of Babylon. And in the 9th year of his reign, in the 10th month of the 10th day of the month, Nebuchadnezzar, king of the Babylon, came with all his army against Jerusalem and laid siege to it. And they built siege works all around it. So the city besieged till the 11th year of King Zedekiah. On the 9th day of the 4th month of the famine, was so severe in the city that there was no food for the people of the land. Then a breach was made in the city, and all the men of war fled by night by the way of the gate between the two walls by the king's garden and the Chaldeans around the city. And they were in the direction of Arabah. And the army of the Chaldeans pursued the king and overtook him in the plains of Jericho, and all the armies were scattered among him. Then they captured the king and brought him to the king of Babylon to Riblah, and they passed sentence to him. They slaughtered the sons of Zedekiah before his eyes, and put out the eyes of Zedekiah, and bound him in chains, and took him to Babylon. In the 5th month of the 7th day of the month, that is the 19th year of King Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, Nebuzaradan, the captain of the bodyguard, a servant of the king of Babylon, came to Jerusalem, and he burned the house of the Lord and the king's house and all the house of Jerusalem. Every great house was burned down, and all the army of the Chaldeans who were with the captain of the guard broke down the walls around Jerusalem, and the rest of the people who were left in the city of the deserters, and had deserted to the king of Babylon, together with the rest of the multitude. Nebuzaradan, the captain of the guard, carried into exile, and the captain of the guard left some of the poorest of the lands to be vine dressed and plowmen, and the pillars of the bronze that were in the house of the Lord, and the stands of the bronze sea that were in the house of the Lord, the Chaldeans broke in pieces and carried the bronze to Babylon. And they took all the pots and all the shovels and the snuffers and the dishes for incense and all the vessels of bronze used in the temple service, the fire pans also and the bowls, what was of the gold of the captain of the guard, took away as gold, and what was of silver as silver. As for the two pillars, the one sea, and to the stands of Solomon had made for the house of the Lord, the bronze of all the vessels was beyond weight, and the height of the one pillar was 18 cubits, and on it was the capital of bronze. The height of the capital was 3 cubits. The lattice work and the pomegranates and all the bronze were around all the capital, and the second pillar had the same with all the lattice works. And the captain of the guard was Sariah, the chief priest of Zephaniah, the second priest of the three keepers of the threshold. And from the city he took an officer who had been in command of the men of the war, and the 5 men of the king's council who were found in the city, and the secretary of the commander of the army, who mustered the people of the land, and 60 men of the people of the land who were found in the city. The Nebuchadnezzar, the captain of the guard, took them and fought against them, the king of Babylon, in Riblah. And the king of Babylon struck them down and put them to death in Riblah, the king of Hamath. So Judah was taken into exile out of its land. And over the people who remained in the land of Judah, whom Nebuchadnezzar, king of the Babylon, had left, he appointed Gedaliah, the son of Akahim, son of Shaphan, governor. Now, when all the captains and their men heard that the king of Babylon had appointed Gedaliah governor, they came with the men to Gedaliah of Mitzpah, namely Ishmael and the son of Nethanel, and Johanan the son of Kereth, and Serahiah the son of Tehumath, and Netophiat and Jezaniah the son of the Machelite. And Gedaliah swore to them and their men, saying, Do not be afraid because of the Chaldean officials. Live in the land and serve the king of Babylon, and it shall be well with you. But the 7th month, Ishmael the son of Nethaniah, son of Elishama, and the royal family came with 10 men and struck down Gedaliah, and put him to death along with the Jews and the Chaldeans who were with him at Mitzpah. Then all the people were both small and great, and the captains of the forces arose and went to Egypt, for they were afraid of the Chaldeans. And in the 37th year of the exile of Jehoiachin, king of Judah, in the 12th month of the 27th day of the month, evil Merodach, king of Babylon, in the year that he had began to reign, graciously freed Jehoiachin, king of Judah, from prison. And he spoke kindly to him, and gave him a seat above the seats of the kings who were with him in Babylon. So Jehoiachin put off the prisoner's garments, and every day of his life he dined regularly at the king's table. And for his allowance, a regular allowance was given by it was given to him by the king according to his daily needs, as long as he lived. Second Kings done. On to First and Second Chronicles. These will be a doozy. right, we're back at it. First and Second Chronicles have been the books that I have been the most nervous about reading because of all the names. So I just ask that you give me grace as I attempt to read all these confusing names in this book with as fast a succession as I can in order to stay on pace. All right, let's go. Adam, Seth, Enosh, Canaan, Mahalal, Jared, Enoch, Methuselah, Lamech, Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, the sons of Japheth, Gomer, Magog, Madai, Javan, Tubal, Meshish, and Tarsus, the sons of Gomer, Ashmez, Riphon, Torma, the sons of Javan, Elishan, Tarshish, Kittim, and Rodium, the sons of Ham, Cush, Egypt, Put, and Canaan, the sons of Cush, Seba, Havilah, Septa, Rama, and Septa, sons of Rama, Sheba, and Dan, and Dedan. Cush fathered Nimrod. He was the first on the earth of a mighty man. Egypt fathered Luban, Aniam, Lahibam, Naphtam, Parsham, Cassulam, from whom the Philistines came, and Caphtorium. Canaan fathered Sidon, his firstborn, and Heth, and the Jebusites, the Amorites, the Girgashites, the Hivites, the Arkites, the Sinites, the Arvadites, the Zamorites, and the Hamathites. The son of Shem, Elam, Hashur, Hashibad, Lud, and the Aram. The sons of Aram, Uz, Hul, Gether, and Mesha. Arpachshad fathered Shelah, and Shelah fathered Eber, and Eber was born two sons. The name of the two was Peleg, for in the days the earth was divided. And the brother's name was Joktan. Joktan fathered Almadad, Sheleph, Hazarmath, Jehoram, Adoram, Uzal, Dikla, Obal, Abadamel, Sheba, Orphel, Halal, and Jokabim. And these were the sons of Joktan. Shema, Archibald, Shelah, Eber, Peleg, Reu, Sulag, Nabor, Terah, Abram, and that is Abraham, the sons of Abraham, Isaac, and Ishmael. These are the genealogies. The firstborn of Ishmael, Nebaioth, Kedar, Abdiel, Mismam, Mishma, Duma, Massa, Hadar, Tema, Jeter, Naphish, and Kedma. These are the sons of Ishmael, the sons of Kedar. Abraham's concubine, she bore Zimra, Joksan, Medan, Midian, Ibska, and Ishua, the sons of Joksan, Sheba, and Dedan, the sons of Midian, Epher, Ethan, Epher, Hanok, Ediah, Elida. All these were the descendants of Keturah. Abraham fathered Isaac, and then the sons of Isaac, Esau and Israel, the sons of Esau, Eliphaz, Reuel, Jehush, Jalam, and Korah, the sons of Eliphaz, Timon, Omar, Jepho, Gadam, Kenaz, and the Timnah. Amalek, the sons of Reuel, Nahathan, Zahara, Shema, and Mizmah. The sons of Seir, Lodan, Shabal, Zibeon, Anah, Dishan, Hezer, and Dishan. The sons of Lotan, Hori, and Hima. The Lotan's sister was Timah. The sons of Jabal, Avlon, Manada, Alba, Shabo, and Onam. The sons of Zibeon, Eliah, and Allah. And the sons of Anna, Dishan. The sons of Dishan, Hemdan and Eshban, Itran and Cheran, the sons of Ezer, Bilhan, Zavan, and Alkan, the sons of Dishon, Uz, and Aran. These are the kings who reigned in the land of Eden before the kings reigned over all the people of Israel. Bela, the sons of Beor, the name of the cities being Dinhabah. Bela died, and Jobah, the son of Zerah and Basra, reigned in the place. Jobah died, and Husham, the lands of the Timonites, reigned in their place. Husham died, and Hadad, the son of Bedad, who defeated Midian in the country of Moab, reigned in his place, and the name of the city being Avith. Hadad died, and Shammah of Rasika reigned in his place. Shamla died, and Shul of Rehoboth of the Euphrates reigned in this place. Shaul died, and Baal Hashan, the son of Akbor, reigned in this place. Baal Hadid died, and Hadad reigned in this place. The name of his city was Pai, and his wife's name was Mehetabel, and the daughter of Matreb. The daughter of Mahazab and Hadad died. The chiefs of Edom were chiefs Timnah, Alva, Jetheth, Obaheim, Elah, Pinan, Kenaz, Timnah, Mibzar, Magdiel, and Iram. These are the chiefs of Edom. These are the sons of Israel: Reuben, Simeon, Levi, Judah, Ishkar, Zebulun, Dan, Joseph, Benjamin, Naphtali, Gad, and Asher. The sons of Judah are Er, Onan, and Shelah. These three Bathshua the Canaanite bore to him. Now Ir, Judah's firstborn, was evil in the sight of the Lord, and he put him to death. His daughter-in-law Tamar was born with Perez and Zerah. Judah had five sons in all. The sons of Perez, Hezron, Hamuel. The sons of Zerah, Zimri, Ethan, Heman, Calco, and Dara. five in all. The sons of Carmi, Achan and the troubler of Israel, who broke faith in the matter of the devoted things, and Ethan's son was Azirah. The sons of Hezron, who were born to him, Jerahmeel, Ram, and Shelbai. Ram's father Abinadab, and Abinadab fathered Nahshon, prince of the sons of Judah. Nahashon fathered Salmon, Salmon fathered Boaz, Boaz fathered Obed, Obed fathered Jesse, Jesse fathered Eliab, his firstborn, Abinadab, and his second, Shemiah the third, Nathaniel the fourth, Radadad the fifth, Ozem the sixth, David the seventh, and their sisters were Zariah and Abigail. The sons of Zariah, Abishai, Joab, and Ashiel. Three, Abigail bore Amasa, and the father of Amasa was Jether the Ishmaelite. Caleb, the son of Hezron, fathered children by their wife, Azubah, and by Jerioth, and these were the sons Jesher, Shoab, and Ardon. When Jezubah died, Caleb married Ephrath, who bore him at Her. Her, Her fathered Uri, and Uri fathered Bezalel. Afterward, Hezron went to the daughter of Machir, the father of Gilead, whom he married when he was 60 years old, and she bore him Segub. And Segub fathered Jair, who had 23 cities in the land of Gilead. But Jesher in Aram looked from the Havoth Jair, Kenath and its villages, 60 towns. All of these were descendants of Machir, the father of Gilead, after the death of Hezron. Caleb went to Ephrathah, the wife of Hezron, his father, and she bore Asher, the father of Tekoa, the son of Jeherzmeel, the firstborn of Hezron, Ram, his firstborn, Benua, Oren, Ozem, and Eliha. Jeremiel also had another wife whose name was Adorah. She was the mother of Onam. The sons of Ram, the firstborn of Jehamil, Mazan, Jamin, and Eker, the sons of Onam, Shammai and Jada, the sons of Shammai, Nabad and Abishur, the sons of Abishur's wife and Abihail, and she bore him Ahiban and Molid, the sons of Nadab, Shaled, and Aphiam, and Shaled and Saled died childless. The sons of Aphalim, Ishi, the sons of Ishi, Shishan, the sons of Shishan, Ahalai, the sons of Jada, Shammai's brother, Jether and Jether's died childless. The sons of Jonathan, Peleth, and Zaza, these were the descendants of Jeremiel. Now Shishan had only sons, only daughters, but Shishan had an Egyptian slave whose name was Jara. Now Shishan gave his daughter in marriage to Jara, his slave, and she bore him Attai. Attai fathered Nathan, and Nathan fathered Zabad. Zabad fathered Ethlal, and Ethlal fathered Obed. Obed fathered Jehu. Jehu fathered Azirah. Azirah fathered Helez, and Helez fathered Elisha. Elisha fathered Sismai, and Sismai fathered Shalom. Shalom fathered Jechemiah, and Jechemiah fathered Elishama. The sons of Caleb, the brother of Jerahmeel, Maharisha, his firstborn, who fathered Ziph, the son of Maharsha, Hebron, the son of Hebron, Korah, Tapua, Rechem, and Shema. Shema fathered Raham, the father of Jorkam, and Rechem fathered Shammai, the son of Shammai, Maon, and Maon fathered Beth Zur. Ephin also, Caleb's concubine, bore Haran, Moza, and Zazaz, and Haran fathered Gazez, the son of Jadai, Regem, Jotham, Geshan, Pelet, Ephah, and Shahaf. Makkah, Caleb's concubine, bore Sheber and Turna. She also bore Saph, the father of Madmana, Sheba, the father of Machbenah, and the father of Gibeah, and the daughter of Caleb was Ash, Ak, Aksa. These were the descendants of Caleb. The sons of Hur, the firstborn of Ephtorah, Shobal, the father of Kirath-Jearim, Salma, the father of Bethlehem, and Hara, the father of Beth-Gader. Shobal, the father of Kirath-Jearim, had other sons, Hora, half of them, and Menuhoth, and the clans of the Kirath-Jearim, and Ithritites, the Huthites, the Shumathites, and the Mishrahites. From these came the Zoramites and the Eshtalites, the sons of Salma, Bethlehem, and the Netophites. Are Atroth, Beth, Joab, and the half of the Manathites, and the Zorites. The clans also the scribes who lived in Jabez and Terathites and the Shimeathites and the Sukathites. These are the Kenites who came from Hamath, the father of the house of Rechab. These are the sons of David who were born to him in Hebron, the firstborn, Ammon and Ahinoam, the Jezreelite, the second Daniel, by Abigail the Carmelite, the third Absalom, whose mother was Maacah, the daughter of Talmai, king of Geshur, the fourth Adonijah, whose mother was Haggith, the fifth Shephatiah was Abital, the sixth Ithream, by the wife Eglah. Six were born to him of Hebron, when he reigned for 7 years and 6 months, and he reigned 33 years in Jerusalem. These were born to him in Jerusalem: Shemiah, Shoban, Nathan, and Solomon. Four by Bathshua, the daughter of Amiel, and Ibhar, Ishama, Ephelet, Noka, Nepheg, Japhia, Elishama, Elida, and Eliphet. Nine. All these were David's sons, besides the sons of the concubines and Tamar and their sisters. The son of Solomon was Rehoboam, Abijah his son, Asa his son, Jehoshaphat his son, Joram his son, Elizah his son, Jehoash his son, Amaziah his son, Amaziah his son, Araziah his son, Jotham his son, Ahaz his son, Hezekiah his son, Manasseh his son, Amon his son, Josiah his son, the sons of Josiah, Johan the firstborn, the second Jehoiakim, the third Zedekiah, the fourth Shallum, the descendants of Jehoiakim, Jeconiah his son, Zedekiah his son, and the sons of Jeconiah the captive, Shealtiel his sons, Malchurim, Pedadiah, Sen, Shen, Shenazar, Jechamiah, Hoshama, Nadabiah, and the sons of Pedaiah, Zerubbabel and Shimei, and the sons of Zerubbabel, Meshullam and Hananiah, and Shalemith was their sister, and Hashbua, Ohel, Bakarai, Hashadiah, the Jushabeb Hesed, five, the sons of Hananiah, Palatha, and Jeshiah, the sons of Rephahiah, his sons Armon, his sons Obadiah, and his sons Shechaniah, the son of Shechaniah, Shemaiah, and the sons of Shemaiah, Hattush, Igal, Beriah, Neriah, and Saphat. Six, the sons of Neriah, Elionai, Hezekiah, and Erikim. Three, the sons of Elionai, Hodavai, Esalab, Peliah, Akub, Jonah, Johanna, Delia, and Anani. Seven, the sons of Judah, Perez, Hezron, Carmi, Hur, and Shobal. Reahai, the son of Shobal, fathered Jahath. Jahath fathered Ahumi and Lahad. These were the clans of the Jorathites. These were the sons of Edom: Jezreel, Ishma, and Ibash. And the name of his sister was Hazael Poni. And Penuel gathered Gedor, and Ezer fathered Hushah. These were the sons of Hur, the firstborn of Ephrathah, the father of Bethlehem; Ashur, the father of Tekoa, his two wives, Helah and Nara. Nara bore him Ahuzam, Hefer, Temni, and Hashatari. These were the sons of Nara. The sons of Helah: Zereth, Izhar, and Ethron. Kaz fathered Anub, Zobaba, and the clans of Arbahel, the son of Haram. Jezebel was more honorable than his brothers, and his mother called his name Jabez, saying, "Because I bore him in pain." Jabez called upon the God of Israel, saying, "Oh, that you would bless me and enlarge my border, and that your hand might be with me, and that you would keep me from harm, so that I might not bring me pain." And God granted what he asked. Cheluab, the brother of Shemua, fathered Mahir, who fathered Eshton. Eshton fathered Beth Rapha, Paseah, and Tahina, the father of Nahash. These are the men of Rekha. The sons of Kenaz: Othniel and Sariah. The sons of Othniel: Hathath and Meonothai fathered Orpha, and Sariah fathered Joab, the father of Geharashim, so called because they were craftsmen. The son of Caleb, the son of Jehuphanah, Ura, Eliah, and Naam, the son of Eliah, Kenaz, the sons of Jahalal, Ziph, Ziphana, Turiah, and Asariel, the sons of Ezra, Jether, Mered, Mepher, and Jalon. These are the sons of Bithnahi, the sons of Pero, whom Mered married, and she conceived and bore Miram. Shammai and Ishba, and the father of Eshtemoa, and his Judahite wife bore Jared, the father of Gedor, Heber, the son of Soko, and Jekuthiel, the father of Zanoah, the son of his wife Hodiah, the sister of Naham, were the fathers of Keliah and Garmite, and Eshtemoa the Machelite, the son of Shaman, were Amanon, Rimna, Benihan, and Talon, and the sons of Ishi, Zoheth and Ben Zoheth, the sons of Shelah, the sons of Judah, the father of Leka, Ladash, the father of Maresha, the clans of the house of Linen, workers of Beth Ashabia, and Jocham, and the men of Kozabah and Joash and Saraph, who ruled in Moab and returned to Lechem. Now the records are ancient. These are the potters who were inhabitants of Nedium and Gadara. They lived there in the king's service. The sons of Simeon, Nemuel, Jamin, Jareb, Zeruiah, Shalua, Shalom was his son, Mibsam his son, Mishma his son, the sons of Mishma, Hamuel his son, Zakur his son, Shimei his son. Shimei's had 16 sons and 16 daughters, but his brothers did not have many children, nor did all the clans multiply like the men of Judah. They lived in Beersheba, Molda, Hazar, Shua, Bilhan, Ezem, Tola, Tolad, Bethuel, Hormah, Ziklag, Beth Markarbath, Hazar Shumi, Susam, Beth Biri, and Sharaim. These are the cities until David reigned, and the villages of Edom, An, Raman, Takim, and Ashan, 5 cities along with all the villages that were to be kept in the cities far as Baal. These are the settlements, and they kept the genealogical record. Moab, Jamalak, Hashan, the son of Amaziel, Joel, Jeshu, the son of Jehoshabah, son of Sariah, son of Asiel, Elionai, Jacobah, Jeshaniah, Asiah, Abdiel, Jesamiel, Beniah, Ziza, the son of Shishvi, son of Elon, son of Jediah, son of Shishmiri, son of Shemaiah. These mentioned by name were princes of their clans, and their fathers' houses increased greatly. They journeyed to the entrance of Gedor in the east side of the valley to seek pasture to the flocks, where they found rich, good pastures, and the land was very broad, quiet and peaceful, for the former inhabitants there belonged to him. These, registered by name, came into the days of Hezekiah, king of Judah, and destroyed their tents and the Midianites who were found there, and marked them for destruction to this day, and settled in their place because of their pastures there for their flocks. And some of the men, 500 men, of the Simeonites went to Mount Seir, having as they led, having their leaders Pelieth, Neriah, Rephaiah, and Uziel, the sons of Ishi, and they defeated the remnant of the Amalekites who had escaped, and they had lived there to this day. The sons of Reuben, the firstborn of Israel, for he was the firstborn, but because of the defiled his father's couch, his birthright was given to the sons of Joseph, the sons of Israel, so that he could not be enrolled at the oldest son. Though Judah became strong among his brothers, and the chief came from him, yet the birthright belonged to Joseph, the sons of Reuben, the firstborn of Israel, Hanak, Pelua, Hezron, and Carmi, the sons of Joel, Shemaiah the son, Gog his son, Shimei his son, Micah his son, Reiah his son, Baal his son, Bera his son, whom Tiglath-Pileser, king of Assyria, carried away into exile. He was the chief of the Reubenites, and his kinsmen were by their clans when the genealogy of their generations were recorded. The chief Jeriel and Zechariah and Bela the son of Azaz, son of Shema, son of Joel, son who lived in Arior, as far as Nebo and Baal Menon. He also lived in the east as far as the entrance of the desert. This was this side of the Euphrates, because the livestock had multiplied in the land of Gilead. And in the days of Saul they waged war against the Hagarites, who fell into the land, and they lived in the tents throughout the regions of the Gilead. The sons of Gad lived over against them on the land of Bashan, as far as Salachem. Joel the chief Saphalam the second Janai, and Saphalat at Bashan, and their kinsmen according to their fathers' houses, Michael, Meshulam, Sheba, Jorai, Jachin, Zia, and Eber seven. These were the sons of Abihail, the sons of Huri, son of Jorah, son of Gilead, son of Michael, son of Jeshishai, son of Jehido, son of Buz, Ahi, the son of Abdiel, son of Guni, was chief in his father's house, and they lived in Gilead, in Bashan, and in the towns, and in the pasture lands of Sharon to their limits. All of these were recorded in genealogies to the days of Jotham, king of Judah, and the days of Jeroboam, king of Israelite. The Reubenites, the Gadites, and the half tribe of Manasseh were valiant men who carried shield and sword and drew the bow, expert of war, 44,760, able to go to war. They waged war against the Hagrites, Jeder, Naphish, and Nodab, and when they prevailed over them, the Hagrites and all who were with them were given into the hands, for they cried out to the God of the battle, and he granted their urgent plea because they trusted them. They carried off their livestock, 500,000 of the camels, 250 sheep, 50,000 sheep, 2,000 donkeys, and 100,000 men alive. Many fell because of the war of the God, and they lived in the place until the exile. The members of the half tribe of Manasseh lived in the land. They were numerous of Bashan and Baal Hermon, Senir, and Mount Hermon. These were the heads of the fathers' houses: Esphir, Ishi, Eliel, Azriel, Jeremiah, Hodaviah, and Jadiel, mighty warriors, famous men, heads of his fathers' houses. But they broke faith with the God of their fathers and whored after the gods of the people of the land, whom God had destroyed before them. So the God of Israel stirred up the spirit of Paul, king of Assyria, the spirit of Tiglath-Pileser, king of Assyria, and he took them into exile, namely the Reubenites and the Gadites and the half tribe of Manasseh, and brought into the Halal, Habor, Hara, and the river Gazan to this day. The sons of Levi, Gershon, Kohath, and Merari, the sons of Kohath, Amram, Izhar, Hebron, and Uziel. These children of Aram, Aaron, Moses, and Miriam, the sons of Aaron, Nadab, Abizer, Eliezer, and Ishtamar. Eliezer fathered Phinehas, and Phinehas fathered Abishua, and Abishua fathered Buki, and Buki fathered Uzi, and Uzi fathered Zeraniah, and Zeraniah fathered Maranoth, and Maranoth fathered Amariah, and Amariah fathered Ahitub, and Ahitub fathered Zadok, and Zadok fathered Ahimaaz, and Ahimaaz fathered Azariah, and Azariah fathered Johan, and Johan fathered Azariah. It was he who served as priest of the house of Solomon built in Jerusalem. Azariah fathered Amariah, and Amariah fathered Ahitub. Ahitub fathered Zadok. Zadok fathered Shalom. Shalom fathered Hilkiah. Hilkiah fathered Azariah. Azariah fathered Seraniah. Seraniah fathered Jehozadak. And Jehozadak went into exile to the Lord to set Judah and Jerusalem into exile by the hand of Nebuchadnezzar. The sons of Levi, Gershom, Kohath, and Merari. These are the names of the sons of Gershom, Libni and Shimei. These are the sons of Johath, Amram, Izhar, Hebron, and Uziel, the sons of Merari, Mahli, and Mushi. These are the clans of the Levites according to his fathers. Of Gershom, Libni his son, Jahath his son, Zimah his son, Joha his son, Edo his son, Zerah his son, Jethariah his son, the sons of Kohath, Aminadab his son, Korah his son, Asir his son, Elkanah his son, Ebiasaph his son, Asir his son, Tahath his son, Uriel his son, Uzziah his son, and Shaul his son. The sons of Elkanah, Amasai, and Ahimath. Elkanah his son, Zorphi his son, Nahath his son, Eliab his son, Jeroham his son, Elkanah his son, the sons of Samuel, Joel his firstborn, the second Abijah, the sons of Merari, Mahili, Libni, the son, Shimei, his son, Uzzah, his son, Shemiah, his son, Haggiah, his son, Assyria, his son. These are the men who David put in charge of the service of song to the people of the Lord after the ark rested there. They ministered with song before the tabernacle of the tent of meeting until Solomon built the house of the Lord in Jerusalem, and they performed their service according to their order. These are the men who served and their sons. Of the sons of Kohathites, Herman, the singer of the son of Joel, son of Samuel, son of Elkanah, son of Jeroham, son of Eliel, son of Toa, son of Zuph, son of Elkanah, son of Mahath, son of Amasai, son of Elkanah, son of Joel, son of Azariah, son of Zephaniah, son of Tahath, son of Asir, son of Ebasaph, son of Korah, son of Izhar, son of Kokath, son of Levi, son of Israel, and his son Asaph, who stood at the right hand, namely Asaph, the son of Berechiah, son of Shemaiah, son of Michael, son of Basaiah, son of Malchijah, son of Ethni, son of Zerah, son of Adiah, son of Ethan, son of Zimmah, son of Shimei, son of Jahath, son of Gershom, son of Levi, on the left hand of his brothers, the son of Merari, Ethan, the son of Kishi, son of Abdi, son of Maluk, son of Hashabiah, son of Amaziah, son of Hilkiah, son of Amzi, son of Bani, son of Shemer, son of Malhi, son of Mushi, son of Merari, son of Levi, and their brothers the Levites were appointed for all the service of the tabernacle of the house of the God. But Aaron and his son made offerings to the altar of burnt offering on the altar of incense of all the work of the most holy place, and to make atonement to Israel according to all of Moses, the servant of God, had commanded. These are the sons of Aaron: Eleazar his son, Phinehas his son, Abishua his son, Buki his son, Uzi his son, Zerahiah his son, Moriah his son, Amariah the son, his son, Ahitub his son, Zadok his son, Ahimaaz his son. These are the dwelling places according to the settlements within their borders to the sons of Aaron of the clans of Kohathites. For these were the first lot. To them to them they gave Hebron to the land of Judah and its surrounding pasture lands, but the fields of the city and its villages they gave to Caleb the son of Jephunneh. To the sons of Aaron they gave to the cities of refuge, Hebron, Libnah with the pasture lands, Jatir, Eshtemoa with its pasture lands, Hilion with its pasture lands, Debir with its pasture lands, Ashan with its pasture lands, and Beth Shemesh with its pasture lands. And from the tribe of Benjamin, Gibeon, Geba with its pasture lands, Almeth with its pasture lands, and Anath with its pasture lands. All their cities throughout the clans were 13. To the rest of Kohathites were given by lot out of the clan of the tribes, out of the half tribe, out of the Manasseh, 10 cities. To the Gershomites, according to their clans, were allotted 13 cities out of the tribes of Ishkar, Asher, Naphtali, and Manasseh in Bashan. To the Marionites, according to the clans, were allotted 12 cities to the tribes of Reuben, Gad, and Zebulun. So the people of Israel gave to the Levites the cities with the pasture lands. They gave out of the tribes of Judah, Simeon, and Benjamin, these cities that were mentioned by name. And some of the names of the sons of Kohath had cities in their territories in the tribe of Ephraim. They were given the cities of refuge: Shechem with its pasture lands in the hill country of Ephraim, Gezer and its pasture lands, Jokneam with its pasture lands, Beth Horon with its pasture lands, Aijalon with its pasture lands, Gath Ramon with its pasture lands, and out of the half tribe of Manasseh, Aner with its pasture lands, and Bileam with its pasture lands. For the rest of the clans of the Kohathites with the Gershonites were given to the clan of the half tribe of Manasseh: Golan with Bashan with their pasture lands, and Ashtaroth with its pasture lands, and out of the tribe of Ishkar, Kadesh with its pasture lands, Deberath with its pasture lands, Ramoth with its pasture lands, and Anem with its pasture lands. Out of the tribe of Asher, Mashal with its pasture lands, Adon with its pasture lands, Sukak with its pasture lands, Rahab with its pasture lands, and out of the tribe of Naphtali, Kadesh, Engali with its pasture lands, Haman with its pasture lands, Kiriathim with its pasture lands. To the rest of the Marionites were allotted out of the tribe of Zebulun, Rimono with its pasture lands, Tabor with its pasture lands, and beyond the Jordan at Jericho. On the east side of the Jordan, out of the tribe of Reuben, Bezer in the wilderness with its pasture lands, Jaza with its pasture lands, Kedemoth with its pasture lands, and Mephatath with its pasture lands. And out of the tribe of Gad, Ramoth in Gilead with its pasture lands, Rahanaim with its pasture lands, Heshbon with its pasture lands, and Jazer with its pasture lands. The son of Issachar, Tola, Pua, Jashub, and Simron, 4. The son of Tola, Uzi, Rephiah, Jeriel, Jahmai, Isham, and Shemuel. Heads of the fathers' houses, namely of Tola, mighty warriors of the generations, their number in the days of David being 22,600. The son of Uzi, Uzariah, and the son of Uzariah, Michael, Obadiah, Joel, and Ishmai. All the 5 of them were chief men, and among them, and along with them, all their generations, according to their fathers' houses, were units of the army of war, 36,000. For they had many wives and sons. The kinsmen, along with all the clans of Issachar, were in were in all 87,000. Mighty warriors enrolled by genealogy. The son of Benjamin, Bela, Becher, and Jediel, three. Sons of Bela, Esbon, Uzi, Uziel, Jeremoth, and Uri, five. Heads of the fathers' households, mighty warriors, and their enrollment by genealogies was 22,034. The sons of Becher, Zemariah, Joash, Eliezer, Elionai, Omri, Jeremoth, Abijah, Anathoth, and Amalek, Alameth. All these were the sons of Becher in their enrollment by genealogy, according to their genealogies, by heads of their father's house, mighty warriors, was 20,200. The son of Jediel, Bilhan, and the son of Bilhan, Jehush, Benjamin, Ehud, Chin, Chinah, Zethan, Tarshish, and Ashabar. All these were the sons of Jediel, according to the heads of their fathers' houses, mighty warriors, 17,200 able to go to war. In Shupam and Hupam were the sons of Hushim, the son of Asher, the son of Naphtali, Jaziel, Guni, Jezer, and Shalem, the descendants of Bilhah, the son of Manasseh, Azriel, whom the Aramean concubine bore. She bore Machir the son of Gilead, and Machir took the wife of Hupin and for Shupin. The name of his sister was Makkah, and the name of the second was Zelophehad. And Zelophehad had daughters, and Makkah his wife, and Machir bore a son, and they called his name Peresh. And the name of his brother was Sheresh, and his son was Ulam, and Rakam, the son of Ulam, Bedan. These are the sons of Gilead, the sons of Machir, sons of Manasseh, and his sisters Hameleketh bore Ikad, Abizer, and Malhal. The sons of Shemitah were Ahiam, Shechem, Lehi, and Anayam. The sons of Ephraim, Shuthelah, and Bered his son. Taharth, Tahath the son, Eliahad his son, Tahath his son, Zabdad his son, Shuthelah his son, and Ezer and Eliad. From the Meth, from the men of Gath who were born in the land killed, because they came down to the raid of their livestock. And Ephraim, their father, mourned many days, and his brother came to comfort. And Ephraim went to his wife, and she conceived and bore a son, and he called his name Beriah, because disaster had befallen upon his house. His daughter was Shira, who built both lower and upper Beth Horon, and Uzin and Shira. Beth Rephah was his son, Resheph his son, Tela his son, Talnon his son, Ladon his son, Ammihud his son, Elishama his son, Nun his son, Joshua his son. Their possessions and settlements were Bethel and its towns, and to the east Naran, and to the west Gezer and its towns, Shechem and its towns, Aiah and its towns, also in possession of the Manassites, Beth Shean and its towns, Tanakh and its towns, Megiddo and its towns, Dor and its towns. In these lived the sons of Joseph and the sons of Israel, the sons of Asher, Imnah, Ishva, Ishvi, Beriah, and their sons, Sarah. The sons of Beriah, Heber and Malchiel, who fathered Bizerath. Heber fathered Japhlet, Shomer, Hotham, and his sister Shua. The son of Japhlet, Pasek, Bimhal, and Ashvath. These are the sons of Japhlet. The sons of Shemer, his brother, Roga, Jemua, and Aram. The sons of Helam, his brother, Zophah and Imnah, Shalesh and Amal. The sons of Zophah, Shua, Harnefer, Shual, Beri, Imra, Bezer, Had, Shema, Shilsha, Ithran, and Bera. The sons of Jether, Jephunneh, Pispa, and Ara. The sons of Ula, Ara, and Haniel, and Isra. All of these were men of Asher, heads of fathers' houses, approved mighty warriors, chiefs of the princes. Their number enrolled by genealogies for service of war was 26,000 men. Benjamin fathered Bela his firstborn, Ashbel the second, Ahara the third, Noha the fourth, Rapha the fifth, and Bela his sons, Adar, Gera, Ahihud, Abishua, Naman, Ahoa, Gera, Shephupan, and Huram. These are the sons of Ehud. These are the heads of the fathers' house of the inhabitants of Geba, and they were carried into exile to Manath. Naaman, Ahijah, and Gera, that is, Heglam, who fathered Uzzah and Ahud, and Shahiram, fathered the sons of the country of Moab. After he had sent away Husham and Bara, his wives, he fathered sons by Hodesh, his father Jobab, Zebah, Mesha, Malcolm, Jeuz, Sashia, and Mirama. These were the sons heads of his father's household, who also fathered sons of Mushem, Abitub, and Elpa, the sons of Elpal, Eber, and Misham, and Shemed, who built Ono and Lod with the towns, and Beria and Shema. These were the heads of the father's house and the inhabitants of Ajalon, who caused the inhabitants of Gath to flee, and Ahio, Shashak, and Jeremoth, Zebediah, Arad, Eder, Michael, Ishba, and Joha were sons of Beriah. Zebediah, Meshullam, Hizki, Heber, Ishmariah, Isla, Jobab were the sons of Elpal. Jachim, Zeri, Zabdi, Elani, Ziltai, Eliel, Abdi, Beriah, and Shemarath were the sons of Shimei. Ishban, Eber, Eliel, Abdon, Zertri, Hanan, Hananiah, Elam, Athoniah, Iphadelai, and Peniel were the sons of Shishak. Shamshari, Shihari, Athalai, Jarashai, Elijah, and Zeri were the sons of Jeroham. These were the heads of the father's house according to their generations. Chief men, these lived in Jerusalem. Jael, the father of Gibeon, lived in Gibeon, and his name of his wife was Makkah. His first son, Abdon and Zur, Kish, Baal, Nadab, Gedor, Ahio, Zephyr, and Mikloth. He fathered Shemaiah. Now these were the and these also lived opposite of the kinsmen of Jerusalem and their kinsmen. Ner was the father of Kish, Kish of Saul, Saul of Jonathan, Malchi Shua, Abinadab, and Eshbal. And the son of Jonathan was Merib-Baal, and Merib-Baal was the father of Micah. The son of Micah, Pithon, Melech, Tara, and Ahaz. Ahaz fathered Jehoiada, and Jehoiada fathered Elimeth, Asmaveth, and Zimri. Zimri fathered Moza. Moza fathered Benia. Rapha was his son. Elisha his son. Azel his son. Azel his six sons. And these are the names: Azrikam, Bachuriah, Ishmael, Sheariah, Obadiah, and Hanan. All of these were the sons of Azel. The sons of Ashik, his brother, Elam, his firstborn, Jeush the second, and Eliphet the third, the son of Elam, were men who were mighty warriors, bowmen, having many sons and grandsons, 150. All of these were Benjamites. So all Israel was recorded in genealogies, and these are written in the book of Kings of Israel. And Judah was taken into exile in Babylon because of his first breach of faith. Now, the first to dwell again in the possession of the cities were Israel, the priests of the Levites, and the temple servants. And some of the people of Judah, Benjamin, Ephraim, and Manasseh, lived in Jerusalem. Uthai, the son of Ammihud, son of Omri, son of Ermi, son of Bani, from the sons of Perez, the son of Judah, and the Shilonites, as Asaiah, the firstborn of his sons, of the sons of Zerah, Joel, and his kinsmen, 690, of the Benjamites. Salu, the son of Meshullam, son of Hodaviah, son of Hasanua, Ibniah, the son of Jehoam, Eliah, the son of Uzi, son of Mitri, and Meshullam, the son of Shephatiah, son of Reuel, son of Ibniah, and their kinsmen according to the generations, 956. All of these were heads of the father's house according to their father's houses. Of the priests, Jedediah, Jehoram, Jachin, and Azariah, the son of Hilkiah, son of Meshulam, son of Zadok, son of Moriath, son of Ahitub, the chief officer of the house of God, and Adiah, the son of Jeroham, son of Pashur, son of Mal- Malchijah, and Masiah, the son of Adiel, son of Jazerah, son of Meshullam, Meshulam, son of Meshillemith, son of Emir, besides their kinsmen, heads of the father's house, 1,760 men of the works of the service of the house of God, and of the Levites, Shemaiah, the son of Heshud, son of Azrikam, son of Hashbiah, and the son of Merari, of Ba- Bak Bakbakar, Haresh, Galal, and Mattaniah, the son of Micah, son of Zitri, son of Asaph, and Obadiah, the son of Shemiah, son of Galal, son of Jeduthun, and Berechiah, the son of Asa, son of Elkanah, who lived in the village of the Netoph, the Metophathites. The gatekeepers of Shalem, Akab, Talmon, Ahiman, and their kinsmen. Shallum was their chief. Until then, there were in the king's gates on the east side of the gatekeepers in the camps of the Levites, Shallum the son of Kor, son of Ebasaph, son of Korah, and his kinsmen. Of his father's house, the Korahites were in charge of the work of the service, keepers of the threshold of the tent of their fathers had been in charge of the camp of the Lord, keepers of the entrance, and Phinehas, the son of Eleazar, and was the chief officer over them in the time past, and the Lord was with them. Zechariah, the son of Meshlemiah, was gatekeeper in the entrance of the tent of meeting. All these who were chosen as gatekeepers at the threshold were 212. They were enrolled by genealogies in their villages. David and Samuel, the seer, established them in the office of trust, so they and their sons were in charge of the gates of the house of the Lord, that is, the house of the tent of guards. The gatekeepers were on the four sides, east, west, north, and south, and their kinsmen were in the villages, were obligated to come in every 7 days in turn to be with these for the four chief gatekeepers who were Levites, who entrusted to be over the chambers and the treasures of the house of God, and they lodged around the house of God. For one of them lay the duty of watching, and they had charged the opening it to opening it every morning. Some of them had charged of the utensils of service, for they had required to count them when they had brought in and taken out. Others of them had appointed over the furniture and over the holy utensils, also over the fine flour, the wine, the oil, the incense, and the spices. Others of the sons of the priests prepared the mixing of the spices. The Mattathiah, one of the Levites, the firstborn of Shalom and Korahite, was entrusted with making the flat cakes. Also, some of their kinsmen of the Kohathites were charged in the snowbread to prepare it every Sabbath. Now these, the singers, the heads of the fathers' houses of the Levites, were in the chambers of the temple, free from every other service, for they were on duty day and night. These were the heads of the fathers' houses of the Levites according to their generations' leaders. They lived in Jerusalem. In Gibeon lived the father of Gibeon, Jael, and the name of his father was Mecca, and his firstborn son, Abdon, then Zur, Kish, Baal, Ner, Nadab, Bedor, Ohio, Ahio, Zechariah, and Mikloth. And Mikloth was the father of Shimeam. And these also lived opposite their kinsmen in Jerusalem with their kinsmen. Ner fathered Kish, Kish fathered Saul, and Saul fathered Jonathan. Malchi Shua, Abinadab, and Eshbal, and the son of Jonathan was Merib-Baal, and Merib-Baal fathered Micah. The sons of Micah, Bithon and Melech, Hariah and Ahaz fathered Jara, and Jara fathered Alemeth, and Azmaveth, and Zimri fathered Moaz, and Moaz fathered Benia, and Rephaiah was his son. Elisha his son, Aziel his son. Aziel had six sons, and these were their names: Azrikam, Bocheru, Ishmael, Shemurah, Obadiah, and Hanan. These were the sons of Azal. Whew. Now the Philistines fought against Israel, and the men of Israel fled before the Philistines and fell slain on Mount Gilboa. And the Philistines overtook Saul and his sons, and the Philistines struck down Jonathan and Abinadab and Malchishua and the sons of Saul. The battle pressed hard against Saul, and the archers found him, and he was wounded by the archers. Then Saul said to the armor bearer, "Draw your sword and thrust me into this, lest these uncircumcised come and mistreat me." But his armor-bearer would not, for he feared greatly. Therefore Saul took his own sword and fell upon it. And when his armor-bearer saw that Saul was dead, he also fell upon his sword and died. Thus Saul died, he and his three sons, and all the house died together. And when all the men of Israel who were in the valley saw that the army had fled, and that Saul and his son were dead, they abandoned their cities and fled, and the Philistines came and lived on them. The next day, when the Philistines came to strip the slain and found Saul and his sons fallen on Mount Gilboa, then they stripped him and took his head and his armor and sent messengers throughout the land of the Philistines to carry the good news to the idols and to the people. And they put their armor in the temple of the god and fastened his head in the temple of Dagon. And when all Jabesh Gilead heard all the Philistines had done to Saul, all the valiant men arose and took away the body of Saul and the bodies of his sons, brought them to Jabesh, and they buried their bones under the oak of Jabesh and fasted 7 days. So Saul died for the breach of faith. He broke faith with the Lord in that he did not keep the command of the Lord, and also consulted a medium seeking guidance. He did not seek guidance from the Lord. Therefore the Lord put him to death and turned the kingdom over to David, the son of Jesse. Then all Israel gathered together to David at Hebron and said, Behold, we are your born in flesh in past times, even when Saul was king, it was you who led out and brought in Israel. And the Lord your God said to you, You shall be shepherd of my people Israel, and you shall be prince over my people Israel. So all the elders of Israel came to the king at Hebron, and David made a covenant with the king of Hebron before the Lord, and they anointed David king of Israel according to the word of the Lord by Samuel. And David and all of Israel went to Jerusalem, that is Jebus, where the Jebusites were, and the inhabitants of the land. The inhabitants of Jebus said to David, You will not come in here. Nevertheless, David took the stronghold of Zion, that is, the city of David. David said, Whoever strikes the Jebusites first shall be chief and commander. And Joab, the son of Zeruiah, went up first, so he became chief. And David lived in the stronghold. Therefore, it was called the city of David. And he built the city all around from the Milio in complete circuit, and Joab repaired the rest of the city, and David became greater and greater, for the Lord of hosts was with him. Now these are the chiefs of David's mighty men, who gave him strong support in the kingdom, together with all of Israel, to make him king according to the word of the Lord concerning Israel. This is the account of David's mighty men. Jehoshabeam and Hachmonite was chief of the three. He wielded his spear against 300 whom he killed at one time. And next to him, among the three mighty men of Eliezer, the son of Dodo, and Ahohite, he was with David of Pasdammim, when the Philistines were gathered there for battle. There was a plot on ground full of barley, and the men fled from the Philistines. But he took his stand in the midst of the plot and defended it, and killed the Philistines. And the Lord saved them by a great victory. 3 of the 30 chief went down to the rock of David, to the cave of Adullam, where the army of the Philistines was camped in the valley of Rephaim. David was there in the stronghold, and the garrisons of the Philistine was in Bethlehem. And David said longingly, Oh, that someone might give me water to drink from the well of Bethlehem that is by the gate. Then the three mighty men broke through the camp of the Philistines and drew water out of the well of Bethlehem, and that was by the gate, and took it and brought it to David. But David would not drink. He poured it out to the Lord and said, Far be it from me before my God that I should do this. Shall I drink the lifeblood of these men? For at the risk of their lives they brought it, therefore they would not drink it. These things did the three mighty men. Now Abishai, the brother of Joab, was killed of the was chief of the 30, and he wielded his spear against 300 men and killed them, and won a name beside the three. He was the most renowned of the three and became their commander, but he did not attain to the three. And Benaiah, the son of Jehoiada, was a valiant man of Jabzeel, the doer of great deeds. He struck down 2 heroes of Moab. He also went down and struck a lion in a pit on a day when snow had fallen, and he struck down the Egyptian, a man of great stature, 5 cubits tall. The Egyptian had in his hand a spear like a weaver's beam, but Benaiah went down to him with a staff and snatched the spear out of the Egyptian's hand and killed him with his own spear. These things did Benaiah, the son of Jehoiada, and won a name beside the three mighty men. He was renowned among the 30, but he did not attain to the three. And David set him over his bodyguard, the mighty men of Ashael, the brother of Joab, Elhanan, the son of Dodo of Bethlehem, Shemath of Herod, and Helez of Pelionite, Ira, the son of Ikesh, and Tekoa, Abizer of Anathoth, Sibekai of Hushathite, Eliai of Ahahite, Marai of Netopha, Heled the son of Banah and Netoeth, Ithai the son of Ribai, and Gibeah the son of Benjamin, Benaiah of Pirathon, Hurai of the brooks of Gash, Abiel of Arbathite, Azmaveth of Bahurim, Elihaba of Shalbanite, Hashem of Gizonite, Jonathan the son of Shagi and Herite, Ahiam the son of Shakar and Herorite, Eliphal the son of Hefer the Mecherathite, and Ahijah the Pelionite, Hezro of Carmel, Narai the son of Ezbai, Joel the brother of Nathan, Mibhar the son of Hagri, Zelek the Ammonite, Naharai of Beeroth, and and the armor-bearer of Joab the son of Zeruiah, Ira the Erethite, Gareb the Erethite, Uriah the Hittite, Zadab the son of Ali, Adina the son of Shiza, and Shiza the Reubenite, the leader of the Reubenites, the 30 with him, Hanan the son of Makkah, and Jehoshaphat the Mithnite, Uzziah the Ashtaritite, Shammah the Jaleel, the son of Hotham, and Arorite, Jediel the son of Shimri, and Joha his brother, and Tizite, Eliel, and Mahavite, and Jerebiah, and Jehoshaphat the son of Elnam, and Ishma the Moabite, Eliel, and Obed, and Jaasiel the Mezabite. Now these were the men who came to David at Ziklag, where he could not move more freely because of Saul, the son of Kish. They were among the mighty men who helped him in war. They were bowmen and could shoot arrows and sling stones with either the right or the left hand. They were Benjamites, Saul's kinsmen, the chief of Ahazer, then Joash the son of Shema of Gibeah, also Jeziel and Pelet the son of Asmaveth, Baracha, Jehu of Anathoth, Ishmaiah of Gibeon, a mighty man among the 30 and a leader over the 30, Jeremiah, Jahaziel, Johanan, Jozabed of Gedera, Eluzai, Jeremoth, Beliah, Shemariah, Shephatiah, the Heraphite, Elkaniah, Ishmaiah, Azareel, Jozer, and Joshabeam, the Korahites, and Joliah and Zebariah, the sons of the Joram of Gedera. From the Gadites, there went over to David at the stronghold of the wilderness mighty and experienced warriors, expert in shield and spear, whose face were like the faces of lions, and whose swift as gazelles upon the mountains. Ezra the chief, Obadiah the second, Eliab the third, Mishmannah fourth, Jeremiah fifth, Attai sixth, Eliel seventh, Johanan eighth, Elzabad nine, Jeremiah tenth, Machbenai 11. These Gadites were officers of the army, and least was a match of 100 men, and the greatest for 1,000. These are the men who crossed the Jordan in the first month, when it was overflowing at its banks, and put its flight all those in the valleys of the east and to the west. And some of the men of Benjamin and Judah came to the stronghold to David. David went out to meet them and said to them, "If you have come to me in friendship to help me, my heart will be joining to you. But if to betray me and my adversaries, although there is no wrong in my hands, then may the God of our fathers see and rebuke you." Then the Spirit clothed Amasai, chief of the 30, and he said, "We are yours, O David, and with you, O son of Jesse. Peace, peace to you, and peace to your helpers, for your God helps you." Then David received them and gave them officers of his troops. Some of the men of Manasseh deserted to David when he came with the Philistines for the battle of Saul. Yet he did not help them, for the rulers of the Philistines took counsel and sent him away, saying, "At peril to our heads he will desert to him, master of Saul." As he went to Ziklag, these men of Manasseh deserted to him: Abna, Jozabed, Jediel, Michael, Jozabed, Elihu, and Zilithai, thousands, chiefs of thousands in Manasseh. They helped David against the band of the raiders, for they were all mighty men of valor, and were commanders in the army. For from day to day men came to David to help him, until there was a great army, like the army of God. These are the numbers of the divisions of the armed troops who came to David in Hebron to turn to the kingdom of Saul over to him according to the word of the Lord. The men of Judah, bearing shield and spear, were 6,800 armed troops. Of the Simeonites, mighty men of valor were of war, 7,100. Of the Levites, 4,600. Of the prince Jehoiada, and of the house of Aaron, and with him was 3,700. Zadok, the young men mighty in valor, and the 22 commanders from his own father's house. Of the Benjamites, the kinsmen of Saul, 3,000, of whom the majority had to the point kept their allegiance to the house of Saul. Of the Epaphraimites, 20,800 men, mighty men of valor, famous men of their father's house, of the half tribe of Manasseh, 18,000, who were expressly named to come and make David king. Of Issachar, men who had understanding of the times, to know that Israel ought to do 200 chiefs, and all the kinsmen under the command of Zebulun, 50,000 seasoned troops, equipped for battle with all the weapons of war, to help David with singleness and purpose. Of Naphtali, 1,000 commanders, with whom were 30,000 men armed with the shield and spear. Of the Danites, 28,000 men equipped for battle. Of Asher, 40,000 seasoned troops ready for battle. Of the Reubenites and the Gadites and the half tribe of Manasseh, from beyond the Jordan, 120,000 men armed with the weapons of war. All of these men of war, arrayed in battle order, came to Hebron with the whole heart to make David king over all of Israel. Likewise, at the rest of Israel were a single mind to make David king. And they were there with David for 3 days, eating and drinking, for their brothers had made preparation for them. And also their relatives, from as far as Issachar and Zebulun and Naphtali, came, bringing food on donkeys and on camels and on mules and on oxen, abundant provisions of flowers, cakes, and figs, clusters of raisins, wine and oil, oxen and sheep, for there was joy in Israel. David consulted with the commanders and thousands of the hundreds of every leader. And David said to all the assembly of Israel, if it seems good to you and from the Lord your God, let us send abroad to our brothers who remain in all the lands of Israel, as well as to the priests and the Levites in the cities and that the pasture lands, that they may be gathered to us. They let us bring again the ark of the God to us, for we did not seek it in the days of Saul. All the assembly agreed to do so, and the thing was right in the eyes of the Lord of the people. So David assembled all of Israel from the Nile of Egypt to Lebo Hamath to bring the ark of God from Kiriath Jearim, and David and all of Israel went up to Baalahah, that is, from Kiriath Jearim, that belongs to Judah, to bring up from the ark of God, which is called by the name of the Lord, who sits enthroned above the cherubim. And they carried the ark of God on a new cart. From the house of Abinadab and Uzzah and Ahio were driving their cart, and David and all the Israel celebrating before God with all their might, with songs and lyres and harps and tambourines and cymbals and trumpets. When they came to the threshing floor of Chidon, Uzzah put his hand out to take hold of the ark, for the oxen stumbled, and the anger of the Lord was kindled against Uzzah. And he struck him down because he put out his hand to the ark, and he died there before God. And David was angry because the Lord had broken out against Uzzah, and that place is called Perez Uzzah to this day. And David was afraid of God that day. And he said, how can I bring the ark of God home to me? So David did not take the ark home into the city of David. He took it aside to the house of Obed-Edom, the Gittite, and the ark of God remained with the household of the Obed-Edom in the house for 3 months. And the Lord blessed the household of Obed-Edom and all that he had. And Hiram, king of Tyre, sent messengers to David in the cedar trees, also masons and carpenters to build the house for him. And David knew that the Lord God had established him as king over Israel, and that his kingdom was highly exalted for the sake of the people of Israel. And David took more wives in Jerusalem, and David fathered more sons and daughters. These are the names of the children born to him in Jerusalem: Shemusha, Shobab, Nathan, Solomon, Ibhar, Elishua, Elphet, Noga, Nepheg, Japhia, Elishama, Beelidia, and Ephet. When the Palestinians heard that David had been anointed king over all of Israel, All the Philistines went up to search for David, but David heard of it and went out against them. Now the Philistines had come and made a raid in the valley of Rephaim, and David inquired of God, "Shall I go up against the Philistines? Will you give them into my hand?" And the Lord said to him, "Go up, and I will give them into your hand." And he went up to Baal Perazim, and David struck them down there. And David said, "God has broken through my enemies by my hand like a bursting floor." Therefore the name of the place is called Baal Perazim. And they left their gods there, and David gave command, and they were burned. And the Philistines yet again made a raid in the valley. And when David again inquired of God, God said to him, "You shall not go up after them. Go around and come against them, opposite the balsam trees. And when you hear the sound of the marching in the tops of the balsam trees, then go out to battle. For God has gone out before you to strike down the army of the Philistines." And David did as God commanded him, and they struck down the Philistine army from Gibeon to Gezer. And the fame of David went out into all the lands, and the Lord brought the fear of him into the nations. David built houses for himself in the city of David, and he prepared a place in the ark of God and pitched a tent for it. Then David said that no one but the Levites may carry the ark of God, and the Lord had chosen them to carry the ark of the Lord and to be ministered to him forever. And David assembled all of Israel at Jerusalem to bring up the ark of the Lord to its place, which he had prepared for it. And David gathered together the sons of Aaron and the Levites and the sons of Kohath, Uriel the chief, his 120 of his brothers of the sons of Merari, Asaiah the chief, and 220 of his sons of the sons of Gershom, Joel the chief, and 130 of his brothers of the sons of Elsavan, Shemaiah the chief, with 200 of his brothers of the sons of Hebron, Eliel the chief, and 80 of his brothers of the sons of Uziel, Benadab the chief, with 112 of his brothers. Then David summoned the priests Zadok and Abiathar, and the Levites Uriel, Asirah, Joel, Shemaiah, Eliel, Abinadab, and said to them, "You are the heads of the father's house of the Levites. Consecrate yourself, you and your brothers, so that you may bring up the ark of the Lord and the God of Israel to the place that I have prepared to you, because you did not carry." For the first time, the Lord God broke out against us because he did not seek him according to the rule. So the priests of the Levites consecrated themselves to bring up to the ark of the Lord and the God of Israel. And the Levites carried the ark of God on the shoulders of the poles, as Moses had commanded according to the word of the Lord. David also commanded the chiefs of the Levites to appoint their brothers as singers, so that they would play so they play loudly on musical instruments, on harps and lyres and cymbals, to raise sounds of joy. So the Levites appointed Heman, the son of Joel, and his brothers Asaph, the son of Berechiah, and of the sons of Merari, their brothers, Ethan, the son of Cushahiah, and with them their brothers to the second order, Zechariah, Jaziel, Shemiramoth, Jehiel, Uniah, Eliab, Benaiah, Masariah, Mathiel, Math, Matitaha, Heliphalu, and Micniah, and the gatekeepers Obed-Edom and Jael. The singers, Haman, Asaph, and Ethan, were the sound bronze cymbals, Zechariah, Azel, Shemiramoth, Jehiel, Uni, Eliab, Masariah, and Benaiah. These were to play harps according to Almuth, but Matithia, Elphahihu, Machiniah, Obed-Edom, Jael, Azariah were to lead the lyres according to the Sheminith. Cheniah, leader of the Levites in music, according to the direct the music, for he understood it. Berechariah, Elkanah were to be the gatekeepers of the ark. Shebaniah, Jehoshaphat, Nathaniel, Amasiah, Zechariah, Benaiah, and Eleazar. The priests should blow the trumpets before the ark of the God. Obed-Edom and Jeriah were to be gatekeepers of the ark. So David and the elders of Israel and the commanders of thousands went to bring up the ark of the covenant of the Lord from the house of Obed-Edom with rejoicing. And because God helped the Levites who were carrying the ark of the covenant of the Lord, they sacrificed 7 bulls and 7 rams. David was clothed with a robe of fine linen. Also were all the Levites who were carrying the ark and were singing the Chenaniah, the leader of the music of the singers, and David wore a linen ephod. So all of Israel brought up the ark of the covenant of the Lord, were shouting to the sound of the horn, trumpets, and cymbals, made loud music on harps and lyres. And as the ark of the covenant of the Lord came to the city of David, Michal, the daughter of Saul, looked out of the window and saw King David dancing and celebrating, and she despised him in her heart. And they brought in the ark of God and set it inside the tent that David had pitched for it, and they offered burnt offerings and peace offerings before God. And when David had finished offering the burnt offerings and the peace offerings, he blessed the people in the name of the Lord and distributed to all of Israel, both men and women, to each a loaf of bread, a portion of meat, and a cake of raisins. Then he appointed some of the Levites as ministers before the ark of the Lord to invoke, to thank, and to praise the Lord, the God of Israel. Asaph was the chief, and the second to him was Zechariah, Jael, Shemiramoth, Jehiel, Mattatiah, Elab, Benaiah, Obededom, and Jael, who were to play harps and lyres. Asaph was to sound the cymbals, and Benaniah and Jehaziel, the priests, were to blow trumpets regularly before the ark of the covenant of God. Then on the day David first appointed that thanksgiving be sung to the Lord of Asaph and his brothers. Give thanks to the Lord, call upon his name, make known his deeds among his people. Sing to him, sing praises to him, tell of his wondrous works. Glory in his name. Let the hearts of those who seek the Lord rejoice. Seek the Lord in his strength. Seek the presence continually. Remember the wondrous works of that he has done, the miracles of judgments he utters, O offspring of Israel, his servants, children of Jacob, his chosen ones. He is the Lord our God. His judgments are in all the earth. Remember his covenant forever, and the words of his commands for 1,000 generations. The covenant that he made with Abraham, he swore promises to Isaac, and he confirmed to Jacob as a statute, to Israel as an everlasting covenant, saying, to you I will give the land of Canaan as your portion for your inheritance. When you were few in number, a little account, and sojourners in the wandering from nation to nation, from one kingdom to another people, he allowed no one to oppress him. He rebuked kings on their account, saying, touch not my anointed ones, do my prophets no harm. Sing to the Lord, all the earth. Tell of his salvation from day to day. Declare his glory among the nations, his marvelous work among all the people. For great is the Lord, and greatly to be praised, and he is to be feared above all the gods. For all the gods of the people are worthless idols, but the Lord made the heavens. Splendor and majesty are before him. Strength and joy are his place. Ascribe to the Lord, O families of the peoples. Ascribe to the Lord glory and strength. Ascribe to the Lord glory due to his name. Bring him an offering and come before him. Worship the Lord in the splendor of holiness. Tremble before him in all the earth. Yet, yes, the world is established. It shall never be moved. Let the heavens be glad, and let the earth rejoice. And let them say among the nations, the Lord reigns. Let the sea roar and all of it fills. Let the field exult and everything in it. Then shall the tree of the forest sing for joy before the Lord, for he has come to judge the earth. O give thanks to the Lord, for he is good. His steadfast love endures forever. Say also, save us, O God of our salvation, and gather and deliver us from among the nations, that we may give thanks to your holy name and glory to your praise. Blessed be the Lord of God of Israel from everlasting to everlasting. Then all the people said, amen, and praised the Lord. So David left Asaph and his brother there before the ark of the covenant of the Lord to minister regularly before the ark as each day required. And also Obededom and his 68 brothers, while Obededom and the son of Jeduthun and Hosea were at the gatekeepers, and he left Zadok the priests and his brother, the priest, before the tabernacle of the Lord, in the high places that was at Gibeon, to offer burnt offerings to the Lord on the altar of burnt offering regularly, morning and evening, to do all that was written in the law of the Lord that he commanded Israel. With them were Haman and Jeduthun, and the rest of those chosen and expressed, namely, to give thanks to the Lord, for his steadfast love endures forever. Haman and Jeduthun had trumpets and cymbals for the music and instruments of sacred song. The sons of Jeduthun were appointed to the gate. Then all the people departed, each of his house, and David went home to bless his household. Now, when David lived in his household, David said to Nathan the prophet, behold, I dwell in the house of the cedar, but the ark of the covenant and the Lord is under the tent. And Nathan said to David, do all that is in your heart, for God is with you. That same night, the word of the Lord came to Nathan. Go and tell my servant David, thus says the Lord, it is not you who will build me a house to dwell in, for I have not lived in a house since the day that I brought up Israel to this day. But I have gone before the tent to tent, and from the dwelling to dwelling, in all the places where I have moved with all of Israel. Did I speak a word with any of the judges of Israel, whom I commanded to shepherd my people, saying, why have you not built me a house of cedar? Now therefore, thus shall you say to your servant David, thus says the Lord of hosts, I took you from the pasture, from following the sheep, to be prince over the people of Israel, and I have been with you wherever you have gone, and have cut off all your enemies before you. And I will make for you a name, like the name of the great ones of the earth, and I will appoint a name for my people Israel, and will plant them. They may dwell in their own place and be disturbed no more. The violent men shall waste them no more, as formerly, from the time that as I appointed judges over my people of Israel, and I will subdue all your enemies. Moreover, I declare to you that the Lord will build you a house when your days are fulfilled to walk with your fathers. I will raise up your offspring after you, one of your own sons, and I will establish your kingdom. He shall build a house for me, and I will establish his throne forever. I will be to him a father, and he shall be to me a son. I will not take my steadfast love from him, as I took it from him who was before you. But I will confirm him in my house and in my kingdom forever, and his throne shall be established forever. In accordance with all these words and in accordance with all his vision, Nathan spoke to David. Then King David went in and sat before the Lord and said, Who am I, O Lord God? And what is my house that you have brought me thus far? And this was a small thing in your eyes, O God. You have also spoken to your servant's house for a great while to come, and you have shown me future generations, O Lord God. And what more did David say to you for honoring your servant? For you know your servant, for your servant's sake, O Lord, and according to your own heart you have done this greatness, to making known all the great things. There is none like you, O Lord, and there is no God beside you, according to all that we have heard with our ears. And who is like your people Israel, that one nation on earth, whom God went to redeem to his people, making for yourself a name for great and awesome things, is driving out nations before your people, whom you redeemed from Egypt. And you made your people Israel to be your people forever. And you, O God, became their God. And now, O Lord, let the word that you have spoken concerning your servant and concerning his house be established forever. And do as you have spoken, and your name will be established and magnified forever, saying, The Lord of hosts, of God of Israel, is Israel's God. And the house of your servant David will be established before you. For you, my God, have revealed to your servant that you will build a house for him. Therefore, your servant may find courage to pray for you. And now, O Lord, you are God, and you have promised this good thing to your servant. Now you have been pleased to bless the house of your servant, that it may continue forever before you. For it is you, O Lord, who have blessed, and it is blessed forever. After this, David defeated the Philistines and subdued them, and he took Gath and its villages out of the hand of the Philistines. And he defeated Moab, and the Moabites became servants of David and brought tribute. David also defeated Hadadezer, king of Jobah, Hamath, as he went to set up the monument in the river Euphrates. And David took with him 1,000 chariots, 7,000 horsemen, and 20,000 foot soldiers. And David hamstrung all the chariots' horses, but left enough for 100 chariots. And when the Syrians of Damascus came to help Hadadezer, king of Zobah, David struck down 22,000 men of the Syrians. Then David put put garrisons in Samaria and Damascus, and the Syrians became servants of David and brought tribute. And the Lord gave victory to David whenever he went. And David took the shields of gold that were carried by the servants of Hadadezer and brought them into Jerusalem, and from Tibbath and from Can, cities of Hadadezer, David took a large amount of bronze. With it, Solomon made the bronze sea and the pillars and the vessels of bronze. When Tou, king of Hamath, heard that David had defeated the whole army of Hadadezer, king of Zobah, he sent his son Hadoram, to King David to ask about his health and to bless him because he had fought against Hadadezer and defeated him. For Hadadezer had often been at war with Tou, and he sent all sorts of articles of gold, of silver, and bronze. These also King David dedicated to the Lord together with the silver and the gold that he had carried off from all the nations, from Edom and Moab and Ammon and the Ammonites, the Philistines and the Amalek. And Abishai, the son of Zeruiah, killed 18,000 Edomites in the Valley of Salt. Then he put garrisons in Edom and all the Edomites because of David's servants. And the Lord gave victory to David wherever he went. So David reigned over all of Israel, and he administered justice and equity to all the people. And Joab the son of Zeruiah was over the army, and Jehoshaphat the son of Ahilud was was recorder and Zadok the son of Ahitub and Elimelech the son of Abathar were priests, and Shavsha was secretary, and Beniah the son of Jehoiada was over the Cherethites and the Pelethites, and David's sons were the chief officials in the service of the king. Now after this, Nahash the king of the Ammonites died, and his son reigned in his place. And David said, I will deal kindly with Hanun, the son of Nahash, for his father dealt kindly with me. So David sent messengers to console him concerning his father, and David's servants came to the land of the Ammonites, and Hanun to console him. But the princes of the Ammonites said to Hanun, do you think because David has sent comforters to you that he is honoring your father? Have not his servants come to you in search and to overthrow and to spy out his land? So Hanun took David's servants and shaved them and cut up their garments in the middle of their hips and sent them away, and they departed. When David was told concerning the men, he sent messengers to meet him. For the men were greatly ashamed, and the king said, remain at Jericho until your beards have grown and men return. When the Ammonites saw that they had become a stench to David, Hanun the Ammonite sent 1,000 talents of silver to hire chariots and horsemen from Mesopotamia, from Aram Makkah, and from Zobah. They hired 32,000 chariots, and the king of Makkah with his army, who came and encamped before Medeba, and the Ammonites were mustered from their city and came to battle. When David heard of it, he sent Joab and all the army of the mighty men, and the Ammonites came out and drew up into battle array at the entrance of the city, and the kings who had come were by themselves in the open country. Then Joab saw that the battle was set against him, both in front and in rear. He chose some of the best men of Israel and arrayed them against the Syrians. The rest of the men he put in charge of Abishai his brother, and they were arrayed against the Ammonites. And he said, if the Syrians are too strong for me, then you shall help me. But the Ammonites are too strong for you, then I will help you. Be strong and let us use our strength for our God and for our cities, for our God, of our God. And may the Lord do what seems good to him. So Joab and the people who were with him drew near before the Syrians for battle, and they fled before him. And when the Ammonites saw that the Syrians fled, they likewise fled before Abishai, Joab's brother, and entered the city. Then Joab came to Jerusalem. And when the Syrians saw that they had been defeated by Israel, they sent messengers and brought out the Syrians who were beyond the Euphrates, with Shopek, the commander of the army of Hadadezer, at their head. And when it was told to David, he gathered all of Israel together and crossed the Jordan and came to them and drew up the forces against them. And when David set to battle in array against the Syrians, they fought with him, and the Syrians fled before Israel. And David killed of the Syrians the men of 7,000 chariots and 40,000 foot soldiers, and put to death also Shopek, the commander of his army. And when the servants of Hadadezer saw that they had been defeated by Israel, they became peace with David and became subject to him. So the Syrians were not willing to save the Ammonites anymore. In the spring of the year, the time of the time when the kings go out to battle, Joab led out the army and ravaged the country of the Ammonites and came to besiege Rabbah. But David remained in Jerusalem, and Joab struck down Rabbah and overthrew it. And David took to the crown of their king from his head. He found that it weighed a talent of gold, and in it was a precious stone, and he placed it on David's head. And when he brought out the spoil of the city, a very great amount, and he brought out the people who were in it, and set them to labor, and saws and iron picks and axes. And thus David did to all the cities of the Ammonites. Then David and all the people returned to Jerusalem. And after this there arose war with the Philistines at Gezer, and Sibbecai the Hushathite struck down Sippai, who was one of the descendants of the giants, and the Philistines were subdued. And there was again war with the Philistines, and the Elhanan, and the son of Jair, struck down Lachmi, the brother of Goliath the Gittite, the shaft of whose spear was like a, a weaver beams. And there was again war at Gath, where there was a man of great stature who had 6 fingers on one hand and 6 toes on each foot, 24 in number, and he also was descendants of the giants. And when he taught Israel, Jonathan the son of Shemaiah, David's brother, struck him down. There was the descendants of the giants of Gath, and they fell by the hand of David and by the hand of the servants. Then Satan stood against Israel and incited David to number Israel. So David said to Joab and to the commanders of the army, "Go, number Israel from Beersheba to Dan, and bring me a report that I may know their number." But Joab said, May the Lord add to the people 100 times as many as they are, and they not, the Lord my king, as of them the Lord my servants. Why then should my Lord require this? Why should it why should it be a cause of guilt for Israel? But the king's word prevailed against Joab. So Joab departed and went through all of Israel and came back to Jerusalem. And Joab gave the sum of the numbering of the people of David. In all of Israel there were 1,100,000 men who drew the sword, and in Judah 470,000 who drew the sword. He did not include Levi and the Benjamin in the numbering, for the king's command was abhorrent to Joab. But God was displeased with the thing, and he struck Israel. And David said to God, I have sinned greatly in that I have done the thing. And now, please take away the iniquity of your servant, for I have acted very foolishly. And the Lord spoke to Gad, David's seer, saying, Go and stay in David. Thus says the Lord, 3 things that I offer to you, choose one of them that you may do. So Gad came to David and said to him, Thus says the Lord, choose what you will, either 3 years of famine or 3 months of devastation by your foes, while the sword of the enemies overtakes you, or 3 days with the sword of the Lord, pestilence in the land, with the angel of the Lord destroying throughout all the territory of Israel. Now decide what answer I shall return to him who sent me. And David said to Gad, I am in great distress. Let me fall into the hand of the Lord, for his mercy is very great. But do not let me fall into the hand of man. So the Lord sent the pestilence on Israel, and 70,000 men of Israel fell, and God sent the angel of Jerusalem to destroy it. But as he was about to destroy it, the Lord saw, and he relented from the calamity. And he said to the angel who was working destruction, It is enough now to stay your hand. And the angel of the Lord was standing by the by the threshing floor of Ornan the Jebusite. And David lifted his eyes and saw the angel of the Lord standing between earth and heaven, and in his hand a drawn sword stretched over Jerusalem. Then David and the elders, clothed in sackcloth, fell upon their faces. And David said to God, Was it not I who gave command to number the people? Is it I who have sinned and done great evil? But these sheep, what have they done? Please let your hand, O Lord my God, be against me and against my father's house, but do not let their plague be on your people. Now the angel of the Lord had commanded Gad to say to David that David should go up and raise an altar to the Lord on the threshing floor of Ornan the Jebusite. So David went up to Gad's word which he had spoken to the name of the Lord. Now Ornan was threshing wheat. He turned and saw the angel and his 4 sons, who were with him, and hid themselves. As David came to Ornan, Ornan looked and saw David, and went out from the threshing floor and paid homage to David, with his face on the ground. And David said to Ornan, Give me the side of the threshing floor, that I may build on it an altar to the Lord. Give it to me at full price, that the plague may be averted from the people. Then Ornan said to David, Take it, and let my lord the king do what seems good to him. See, I give the oxen for burnt offerings, and the threshing sledges for the wood, and the wheat of the grain offerings. I give it all. But King David said to Ornan, No, but I will buy them for full price. I will not take for the Lord what is yours, nor offer burnt offerings that cost me nothing. So David paid Ornan 600 shekels of gold of weight for this site, and David built there an altar to the Lord, and presented burnt offerings and peace offerings, and called to the Lord, and the Lord answered him with fire from heaven upon the altar of the burnt offering. Then the Lord commanded his angel, and he put his sword back into his sheath. At the time when David saw that the Lord had answered him at the threshing floor of Ornan and the Jebusite, he sacrificed there, for the tabernacle of the Lord, which Moses had made in the wilderness, the altar of burnt offerings were at that time in the high place of Gibeon. But David could not go before it to inquire to the Lord. He was afraid of the sword of the angel of the Lord. And David said, Here shall be the house of the Lord God, and here the altar of burnt offerings to Israel. David commanded to gather together and the resident aliens who were in the land of Israel, and he set stone cutters to prepare dressed stones for burning the house of God. David also provided great quantities for iron, for nails, for the doors and the gates, and for clamps, as well as the bronze for quantities beyond weighing, and cedar timbers without number for the Sidonians, and the Tyrians. He brought great quantities of cedar to David. But David said, Solomon my son is young and inexperienced, and the house that is to be built for the Lord must be exceedingly magnificent. of fame and glory throughout all the lands. I will therefore make preparations for it. So David provided materials in great quantity before his death. Then he called for Solomon his son and charged him to build a house to the Lord and God of Israel. David said to Solomon, my son, I had it in my heart to build a house to the name of the Lord my God. But the word of the Lord came to me, saying, you have shed much blood and have waged great wars. You shall not build a house to my name, because you have shed so much blood before me on earth. Behold, a son shall be born to you, who shall be a man of rest. I will give him rest from all the surrounding enemies, for his name shall be Solomon, and I will give peace and quiet to Israel in all his days. He shall build a house of my name. He shall be my son, and I will be his father, and I will establish his royal throne in Israel forever. Now, my son, the Lord be with you, so that you may succeed in building the house of the Lord your God, as he has spoken concerning you. Only may the Lord grant you distraction and understanding, that when you give your charge over Israel, you may keep the law of the Lord your God, and you will prosper if you are careful to observe the statutes and the rules that the Lord commanded Moses of Israel. Be strong and courageous, fear not, do not be dismayed. Great pains I have provided for the house of the Lord 100,000 talents of gold, 1,000,000 talents of silver, and bronze and iron beyond weighing. For there is so much of it, timber and stone too, and I have provided these that you must add. You have an abundance of workmen, stone cutters, masons, carpenters, and all kinds of craftsmen without number, skilled in working gold, silver, and bronze and iron. Arise and work. The Lord be with you. David also commanded all the leaders of Israel to help Solomon, his son, saying, is not the Lord your God with you? And has he not given you peace on every side? And for he has delivered the inhabitants of the land into the hand. The land is subdued before the Lord your God. Now set your mind in your heart and seek the Lord your God. Arise and build the sanctuary of the Lord God, so the ark of the covenant of the Lord can and the holy vessel of God may be brought into the house and built on the name for the name of the Lord. When David was old and full of his days, he made Solomon his son king over Israel. David assembled all the leaders of Israel and the priests of the Levites, and the Levites 30 years old and upward were numbered at the total of 38,000 men. 24,000 of these, David said, shall have charge of the work in the house of the Lord. 6,000 shall be officers and judges, 4,000 gatekeepers, and 4,000 shall offer praises to the Lord with the instruments that I have made to praise. And David organized them in divisions corresponding to the sons of the Levi: Gershon, Kohath, and Merari. The sons of Gershon were Laden and Shimei, the sons of Laden, Jahiel the chief, and Zetham and Joel, three. The sons of Shimei, Shilomath, Haziel, and Haran, three. These were the heads of the father's house of Laden. And the sons of Shimei, Jathan, Zina, and Jehush, and Beriah. These four were the sons of Shimei. Jada was the chief, and Ziza the second. But Jaish and Beriah did not have many sons. Therefore, they became counted as a single father's house. The sons of Kohath: Amram, Izhar, Hebron, and Uziel, four. The sons of Amram: Aaron and Moses. Aaron was set apart to dedicate the most holy things, that he and his sons forever should make offerings before the Lord and minister to him and pronounce blessings to his name forever. But the sons of Moses, the man of God, was named among the tribe of Levi. The sons of Moses: Gershom and Eliezer. The son of Gershom: Shebuel the chief. The sons of Eliza: Rehabiah the chief. Eliezer had no other sons, but the sons of Rehabiah were very many. The sons of Izhar: Shelomith the chief. The sons of Hebron: Jeriah the chief, Amariah the second, Jahaziel the third, and Jekameam the fourth. The sons of Uziel: Micah the chief, and Ishmaiah the second. The sons of Merari: Mahali and Mushi. The sons of Mahali: Eliezer and Kish. Eliezer died having no sons, but only daughters. Their kinsmen, the sons of Kish, married them. The sons of Mushi: Mahli, Eder, and Jeremoth, three. These were the sons of the Levi by the father's house, the heads of the house, the father's houses, as they were listed according to the number of the names of the individuals from 20 years old and upward, who were to do the work of the service of the house of the Lord. For David said, the Lord, the God of Israel, has given rest to my people, to his people, and he dwells in Jerusalem forever. And so the Levites no longer need to carry the tabernacle or any of the things of his service, for by the last words of David, the son of Levi, were numbered from 20 years old and upward, for the duty was to assist the sons of Aaron for the service of the house of the Lord, having the care of the courts and and the chambers, the cleansing of all that is holy, and the work for the service of the house of God. Their duty was also to assist with the showbread in the flour of the grain offering, and the wafers of the unleavened bread, the baking offerings, the mixing, the offered mixed with oil, and all measures of quantity or size. And they were to stand every morning thanking and praising the Lord, and likewise at evening, and whenever burnt offerings were offered to the Lord on Sabbaths, new moons, and feast days, according to the number of required of them, regularly before the Lord. Thus they were to keep charge of the tent of meeting and the sanctuary, and to attend to the sons of Aaron, their brothers, for the service of the household of God. The divisions of the sons of Aaron were these: the sons of Aaron, Nadab, Abihu, Eleazar, and Ishtamar. But Nadab and Abihu died before their fathers and had no children. So Eleazar and Ishtamar became the priests. With the help of Zadok of the sons of Eleazar and Ahimelech of the sons of Ithamar, David organized them according to the appointed duties in their service. Since more chiefs men were found among the sons of Eleazar than among the sons of Itmar, they organized them under the 16 heads of their father's house of the sons of Eleazar, and 8 of the sons of Itmar. They divided them by lot, all alike. For there were sacred officers and officers of God among both the sons of Eleazar and the sons of Itmar. And the scribe Shemaiah, the son of Nethanel, a Levite, recorded them to the presence of the king, and in the presence of Zadok, and the priests of Abimelech, the son of Abiathar, and the heads of the fathers' houses of the priests of the Levites. One father's house had chosen for Eleazar, one chosen for Itamar. The first lot fell to Jehoiarib, the second to Jedediah, the third to Hiram, the fourth to Seorim, the fifth to Malchijah, the sixth to Mijamin, and the seventh to Hakaz, the eighth to Abijah, the ninth to Jeshua, the tenth to Shechaniah, the 11th to Elishib, the 12th to Jechem, the 13th to Huppah, the 14th to Jeshabib, the 15th to Bilgah, the 16th to Immer, the 17th to Hezer, the 18th to Hapazez, the 19th to Pethahiah, the 20th to Jehezekel, the 21st to Jachin, the 22nd to Gamul, the 23rd to Delilah, the 24th to Messiah. These had these had as their appointed duty in the service to come into the house of the Lord according to the procedure established to them by Aaron their father, as the Lord God of Israel had commanded them. And as for the rest of the sons of Levi, of the sons of Armam, Shabael of the sons of Shabal, Jehediah of Rehabiah, of the sons of Rehabiah, Ishiah the chief, of the Israelites, Shalamoth of the sons of Shalamoth, Jahath, the sons of the Hebron, Jeriah the chief, Amariah the second, Jazahiel the third, Jachamim the fourth, and the sons of Uziel, Micah of the sons of Micah, Shamir, the brother of Micah, Ishmaiah of the sons of Ishiah, Zechariah, the sons of Merari, Mahli, and Mushi, the sons of Jaziah, Beno, the sons of Merari, of Jaziah, Beno, Shokum, Jekur, and Ibri, of Mahli, Elizur, who had no sons, of Kishi, the son of Kishi, Jerahmeel, the son of Mushi, Mahli, Eder, and Jeremoth. These were the sons of the Levites according to their fathers' houses. These also were the head of each father's house and his young brother alike. Cast lots, just as their brothers and sons of Aaron, in the presence of King David, Zadok, Ahimelech, and the heads of their fathers' houses of the priests of the Levites. David and his chiefs of the service also put apart for their service the sons of Asaph and Ahiman, and of Jeduthun, who prophesied with lyres and harps and with cymbals. The lists of those who did the work and the duties was of the sons of Asaph, Zakur, Joseph, Nethaniah, and Asharallah, sons of Asaph, under the direction of Asaph, who prophesied under the direction of the king, of Jeduthun, the son of Jeduthun, Gedilah, Zeri, Jeshiah, Shemaiah, Habashibah, and Mattatiah, 6, under the direction of their father Jeduthun, who prophesied over the lyre in thanksgiving and praise to the Lord of Heman, the son of Heman, Bukiah, Mattaniah, Uziel, Shabuel, and Jeremoth, Hananiah, Hananiah, Eliath, Gidealatite, and Romamut-ezer, Joshbe- Joshbekasha, Malathi, Hothir, Mahaziath, and these were the sons of Heman, the king's seer, according to the promises of God to exalt him. For God has given Heman 14 sons and 3 daughters. They were all under the direction of the father of the music of the house of the Lord, with cymbals, harps, and lyres, in the service of the house of the God. Asaph, Jeduthun, and Heman were under the order of the king. The number of them, along with their brothers who were trained to sing to the Lord, all who were skillful, were 288. And they cast lots for the duties, small and great, teacher and pupil alike. The first lot fell for Asaph to Joseph, the second to Gedaliah to him and his brothers and his sons, 12. The third to Zakur, his sons and his brothers, 12. The fourth to Isri, his sons and his brothers, 12. To fifth of Nethaniah, his sons and his brothers, 12. The sixth to Bukiah, his sons and his brothers, 12. The seventh to Jesharela, his sons and his brothers, 12. The eighth of Jeshiah, his sons and his brothers, 12. The ninth of Mattaniah, his sons and his brothers, 12. The tenth of Shemaiah, his brothers and his brothers, 12. The 11th of Azareel, his sons and his brothers, 12. And the 12th of Hashbiah, his brothers and his sons, 12. To the 13th, Shubabal, his brothers, his sons and his brothers, 12. To the 14th, Mattathiah, his brothers and his sons and his brothers, 12th to the 15th, and Jeremoth, his brothers and his sons, 12th to the 16th, and Hananiah, his brothers, his sons and his brothers, 12th to the 17th, and Josh Bekasha, his sons and his brothers, 12th to the 18th, and Hanani, his sons and his brothers, 12th to the 19th, and Malothi, his sons and his brothers, 12th to the 20th, and Eliatha, his sons and his brothers, 12th to the 21st, and Hothir, his sons and his brothers, 12th to the 22nd, and Gedalti, his brothers, his sons and his brothers, 12th to the 23rd, to Mahazioth, his sons and his brothers, 12th to the 24th, and Romamiti Ezer, his sons and his brothers, 12th. As for the divisions of the gatekeepers, the Korahites, Meshelemiah, and the sons of Kor, for the sons of Asaph, and Meshelemiah his sons, Zechariah the firstborn, Jedidiah the second, Zabadiah the third, Jathniel the fourth, Elam the fifth, Jehonan the sixth, Elihoenai the seventh, and Obededom his sons, Shemaiah the firstborn, Jehozabad the second, Joah the third, Sakar the fourth, Nathaniel the fifth, Amiel the sixth, Issachar the seventh, Petulathai the eighth. For God bless them. Also for his sons of Shemaiah were sons born who are rulers in their father's houses, for they were men of great ability. The sons of Shemaiah, Othni, Raphael, Obed, Elzabad, whose brothers were able men, Elihu, Shemachiah, all who were of the sons of Obededom, were their sons and brothers, able men qualified for the service, 62 of Obededom, and Meshelemiah, his brothers, his sons and his brothers, able men, 18, and Hosha, of the sons of Merari, his sons, Shimri, the chief, for though he was not the firstborn, his father made him chief, Hilkiah the second, Tebaliah the third, Zechariah the fourth, all his sons and brothers of Hosha were 13. These divisions of the gatekeepers, corresponding to their chief men, had duties just as their brothers did, ministering in the house of the Lord. And they cast lots by the father's house, small and great alike, for their gates. The lot of the east fell to Shelemiah. These cast lots also for his son Zechariah, a shrewd counselor. And his lot came out from the north. Abedadom came from the south, and to his sons was allotted the gatehouse for Shupam and Hosah. It came out from the west at the gates of Shalacheketh on the road of on the road that goes up, watch corresponding to watch. On the east there were 6 each day, on the north 4 each day, on the south 4 each day, as well as 2 and 2 at the gatehouse. And on the colonnade on the west there were 4 on the road and 2 on the colonnade. These were the divisions of the gatekeepers among the Korahites and the sons of Merari. And the Levites, Ahijah had charge of the treasuries of the house of God and the treasuries of the dedicated gifts, the sons of Ladan, the sons of the Gershonites, belonging to the Ladan, the heads of the father's house belonging to Ladan, the Gershonite, Jeheli, the sons of Jeheli, Zetham, and Joel, his brother, were in charge of the treasures of the house of the Lord, of the Amorites and the Izharites and the Hebronites and the Uzalites, and the Shebuel of the son of Gershom, son of Moses, was chief officer in charge of the treasuries. His brother from Elizur were his son Rehabiah, and his son Jeshiah, and his son Joram, and his son Zitri, and his son Shalamoth. This Shalamoth and his brothers were in charge of the treasuries of the dedicated gifts that David, the king of the heads of the house of the fathers' houses, and the officers of the thousands, and the hundreds of the commanders of the army had dedicated from spoil won in battle, these dedicated gifts for the maintenance of the house of the Lord. Also, all of Samuel the seer, and Saul the son of Kish, and Abner the son of Ner, and Joab the son of Zeruiah had dedicated. All dedicated gifts were in the care of Shelomoth and his brothers. Of the Zacharites, Shaniah and his sons were appointed to external duties for Israel as officers and judge. Of the Hebronites, the Hashbiah and his brothers, 1,700 men of ability, had the oversight of Israel westward of the Jordan, of all the work of the Lord, and for the service of the king. Of the Hebronites, Jeriah was chief of the Hebronites in whatever genealogy or fathers' houses. In the 14th year of David's reign, search was made, and men of the ability of great ability among them were found at Jazer of Gilead. King David appointed him and his brothers 2,700 men of ability, heads of his father's houses, to have the oversight of the Reubenites and Gad and the Gadites and the half tribe of the Manassites for everything pertaining to God and for the affairs of the king. This is the number of people of Israel, the heads of the fathers' houses, the commanders of thousands and hundreds, and their officers who served the king in all the matters concerning the division that came and went, month after month throughout the year, each division numbering 24,000. Jashobeam, the son of Zabdiel, was in charge of the first division in the first month in the division of 24,000. He was the descendant of Perez and was chief in all the commanders. He served for the first month. Dodai the Ahahite was in charge of the division of the second month in the division of 24,000. The third commander for the third month was Benaiah, the son of Jehoiada, the chief priest in the division of 24,000. This is Benaiah, who was the mighty man of the 30 and the command and in command of the 30. Amazabad, his son, was in charge of his division. Ashahel, the brother of Joab, his fourth, were the 4 months, and his son Zebadiah after him. In the division were 24,000. The first commander for the 5th month was Shamhulath the Israelite. In the division were 24,000. To the 6th month was Ira, the son of Ikesh, and Tekate. In his division were 24,000. Seventh for the 7th month, and Helez the Pelionite for the sons of Ephraim, in the division of 24,000. Eight for the 8th month was Sibbecai of Hushathite of the Zecharites. In the division were 24,000. Ninth for the 9th month was Abiezr of Anathoth and a Benjamite. In his division was 24,000. Tenth for the 10th month was Maharai the Netopha of the Nerahites. In his division were 24,000. 11th for the 11th month was Benaiah of Pirathon. The sons of Ephraim in the division were 24,000. 12th for the 12th month was Heldai the Netophathite of Othniel. In his division were 24,000. Over the tribe of Israel were the Reubenites. Elizur the son of Zertri, his was king officer of the Simeonites. Shephatiah the son of Makkah for Levi, the Hashabiah the son of Kemuel of Aaron, Zadok for Judah, Elihu, one of David's brothers for Issachar, Omri, the son of Michael for Zebulun, Ishmaiah, the son of Obadiah of Naphtali, Jeromoth, the son of Azriel, for the Ephraimites, Hoshea, the son of Uzziah, for the half of the Manasseh, Joel, the son of Pedaiah, for the half tribe of the Manasseh in Gilead, Ado, the son of Zechariah, for Benjamin, Jaasiel, the son of Abner, for Dan, Azareel, the son of Jeroham. These were the leaders of the tribes of Israel. David did not count those below 20 years of age, for the Lord had promised to make Israel as many as the stars of heaven. Joab, son of Zeruiah, began to count, but did not finish. Yet wrath came upon Israel, for this and the number was not entered into the chronicles of King David. Over the king's treasures was Asmaveth, the son of Adiel, and over the treasuries of the country, in the cities, in the villages, and the towers, was Jonathan, the son of Uzziah, and over these who did the work of the field of the trilling of the soil of Ezriah, the son of Cheluib, and over the vineyards of Shimei the Ramathite, and over the produce of the vineyards, over the wine collars was Zabdi the Shifmite, over the olive and sycamore trees in the Shephelah was Baal Hanan the Giradite, and over the stores of oil was Joash, over the herds that pastured in Sharon was Shitreah and Sharonite, over the herds in the valleys of the Shephet, and the son of Al Adlai. Over the camels was Obal the Ishmaelite, and over the donkeys was Jedediah the Meremothite. Over the flocks of Jaziz the Hagritite. All these were stewards of King David's property. Jonathan, David's uncle, was a counselor, being a man of understanding and a scribe. He and Jehiel, the son of Hachmoni, attended the king's son. Ahithophel was the king's counselor, and Ashuhai the Archite was the king's friend. Ahithophel was succeeded by Jehoiada, the son of Benaiah, and Ahithar. Joab was commander of the king's army. David assembled at Jerusalem all the officials of Israel, the officers of the tribes, the officers of the divisions that served the king, the commanders of thousands, the commanders of hundreds, the stewards of all the property and livestock of the kings and the sons, together with the palace officers, the palace officials, the mighty men, and all the seasoned warriors. The king David rose to the feet and said, hear me, my brothers and my people. I had it in my heart to build the house for the rest of the ark of the covenant of the Lord, and for the footstools of our God, and I made preparations for building. But God said to me, you may not build a house for my name, for you are a man of war and have shed blood. Yet the Lord God of Israel chose me from all my father's house to be king over Israel. For he chose Judah as leader, and in the house of Judah, my father's house, and among my father's sons, he took pleasure in me to make me king over all of Israel, and of all my sons. For the Lord has given me many sons. He has chosen Solomon, my son, to sit on the throne of the kingdom of the Lord over Israel. And he has said to me, it is Solomon your son who shall build my house and my courts, for I have chosen him to be my son, and I will be his father. And I will establish his kingdom forever. And if he continues strong in keeping my commandments and my rules, he is as he is today. Now, therefore, in the sight of all of Israel, the assembly of the Lord, and in the hearing of our God, observe and seek all that is commandments of the Lord your God, that he may possess this good land and leave it for an inheritance to the children after you forever. And you, Solomon, my son, know the God of your father and serve him with a whole heart and with a willing mind, for the Lord searches his hearts and understandings, every plan and thought. If you seek him, he will be found by you. But if you forsake him, he will cast you off forever. Be careful now, for the Lord has chosen you to build the house for the sanctuary. Be strong and do it. And then David gave to Solomon his son the plan of the vestibule of the temple of his house, its treasuries, its upper rooms, and its inner chambers, and of the room of the mercy seat, and the plan of all that he had in mind for the courts of the house of the Lord, all the surrounding chambers, the treasuries of the house of God, and the treasuries of the dedicated gifts, and the divisions of the priests, of the Levites, and all the work of the services of the house of the Lord, for all the vessels for the service of the house of the Lord, the weight of the gold of all the gold vessels of each seat of each service, the weight of the silver vessel of each service, the weight of the golden lamp stands in their lands, the weight of the gold of each lampstand and its lamps, the weight of the silver for a lampstand and for its lamps, according to the use of each lampstand in the service, the weight of gold for each table, for the showbread, the silver for the silver tables, the pure gold for the forks, the basins, and the cups, and for the golden bowls, and the weight for each, for the silver bowls, and the weight for each, for the altar of the incense made of refined gold in its weight, also his plan for the golden chariot of the cherubim that spread all their wings and that covered the ark of the covenant of the Lord. All of this is made clear to me in the writing of the hand of the Lord, all of the work that is to be done according to the plan. Then David said to Solomon his son, be strong and courageous and do it. Do not be afraid and do not be dismayed, for the Lord my God, even my God, is with you. He will not leave you nor forsake you until all the work of the service of the house of the Lord is finished. And behold, the divisions of the priests and the Levites for all the service of the house of God, and with you, and all the work will be every willing man who had skill for any kind of service, also the officials and all the people who were wholly at your command. And David, the king, said to his assembly, Solomon, my son, whom alone God has chosen, is young and inexperienced, and the work is great. For all the palace will not be for the man, but for the Lord God. So I have provided for the house of my God, so far as I am able, the gold of the things of the gold, the silver of the things of silver, and the bronze of the things of bronze, the iron of the things of iron, the wood of the things of wood, besides great quantities of onyx and stone for setting, atrimony, colored stones, all sorts of precious stones and marble. Moreover, in addition to all that I have provided for the holy house, I have a treasure of my own of gold and silver, and because of my devotion to the house of my God, I give it to my house of my God 3,000 talents of gold, of the gold of Ophir, and the 7,000 talents of the refined silver for overlaying on the walls in the house, for all the work of the to be done by the craftsmen, gold for all the things of gold, silver for all the things of silver. Who then will offer willingly, consecrating himself today to the Lord? Then the leaders of the father's house made their free will offerings, as did also the leaders of the tribes, the commanders of thousands and of hundreds, and the officers over all the king's work. They did for the service of the house of God 5,000 talents and 10,000 darsics of gold, 10,000 talents of silver, 18,000 talents of bronze, and 100,000 talents of iron. And whoever had precious stones gave them to the treasury of the house of the Lord in the care of Jehiel the Gershonite. Then the people rejoiced because they had given willingly, for with a whole heart they had offered freely to the Lord. David the king also rejoiced greatly. Therefore David blessed the Lord in all the presence of the assembly. And David said, Blessed are you, O Lord, the God of Israel, our Father, forever and ever. Yours, O Lord, is the greatness of the power of the glory and the victory and the majesty, and all that is in the heavens and in the earth is yours. Yours is the kingdom, O Lord, and you are exalted as head above all. Both riches and honor came before you, and you rule over all. In your hand our power and might, and in your hand it is to make great, to give strength to all. And now we thank you, our God, and praise your glorious name. But who am I, and what is my people, that we should be able to thus be offered willingly? For all things come from you and are of your own have we given you. For we are strangers before you and sojourners, as all the fathers were. Our days on the earth are like shadows, and there are no abiding. O Lord, our God, all the abundance that we have been providing our building, you provided for a building, you a house for your holy name, comes from the hand and is all of your own. I know, my God, that you test the heart and have pleasure in uprightness. In the uprightness of my heart, I have freely offered all these things. And now I have seen your people who are present there, offering freely and joyously to you, O Lord, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Israel, our fathers. Keep forever such purposes and thoughts in the hearts of your people, and direct their hearts towards you. Grant to Solomon, my son, a whole heart, that he may keep your commandments, your testimonies, and your statutes, performing all, and that he may build the palace for which I have made provisions. Then David said in the assembly, Bless the Lord your God. And all the assembly blessed the Lord, the God of their fathers, and bowed his head and paid homage to the Lord and to the king. And they offered sacrifices to the Lord. And on the next day, burnt offerings to the Lord, 1,000 bulls, 1,000 rams, and 1,000 lambs, with the drink offerings and sacrifices in abundance for all of Israel. And they ate and drank before the Lord on the day of great gladness. And they made Solomon, the son of David the king, as the second time, and they anointed him as priest of the Lord, and Zadok as priest. And then Solomon sat on the throne of the Lord as king in the place of David his father, and he prospered, and all of Israel obeyed him. All the leaders and all the mighty men, and also all the sons of King David pledged their allegiance to the king Solomon. And the Lord made Solomon very great in the sight of Israel, and bestowed on him such royal majesty as had not been seen on any king before him in Israel. Thus David, the son of Jesse, reigned over all. The time that he reigned over Israel was 40 years. He reigned 7 years in Hebron, and 33 years in Jerusalem. Then he died at a good age, full of full of days, riches, and honor. And Solomon, his son, reigned in his place. Now the acts of King David, from first to last, were written in the chronicles of Samuel the seer, and in the chronicles of Nathan the prophet, and in the chronicles of Gad the seer, with accounts of all who rule, and his might, and all the circumstances that came upon him, and upon Israel, and upon the kingdoms of the countries. First Chronicles down, Second Chronicles to go. All right, Second Chronicles here. This is supposedly the hardest book in the Bible to read out loud. So if I can get through this, I'll be on the other side of it. Second Chronicles starts like this. Solomon, the son of David, established himself and the Lord his God was with him and made him exceedingly great. Solomon spoke to all of Israel, and to the commanders of thousands, and to the hundreds, and to the judges, and all the leaders of Israel, and the heads of his father's household. And Solomon and all the assembly with him went to the high places that was at Gibeon for the tent of meeting with God. When Moses, the servant of the Lord, was made in the wilderness, was there. But David was brought into the ark of God with Kishon Jearim to the place that David was preparing for. For he had pitched a tent for it in Jerusalem. Moreover, the bronze altar that Bezalel, the son of Uri, the son of Hur, had made was there before the tabernacle of the Lord, and Solomon and the assembly sought to it, and Solomon went up there to the bronze altar before the Lord, which was at the tent of meeting, and offered 1,000 burnt offerings to it. And in the night Gad appeared to Solomon and said to him, "Ask what I shall give you." And Solomon said to God, you have shown great and steadfast love to David my father, and have made me king in his place. O Lord God, let your word to David my father now be fulfilled. For you have made me king over a people of numerous as the dust of the earth. Give me now wisdom and knowledge, and go out and come in before your people. For you can govern the people of yours that is so great. God answered Solomon, because this was in your heart. You have not asked for possession, wealth, or honor for the life of those who hate you, and you have not even asked for long life, but you have asked for wisdom and knowledge for yourself, that you may govern my people, over whom I have made you king. Wisdom and knowledge are granted to you. I will also give you riches, possessions, and honor, such as none of the kings who were before you, and none who shall have the like. So Solomon came to the high place of Gibeon from before the tent of meeting in Jerusalem, and he reigned over Israel. Solomon gathered together chariots and horsemen. He had 1,400 chariots and 12,000 horsemen, whom he stationed in the chariot cities and with the king of Jerusalem. And the king made silver and gold as common in Jerusalem as stone, and he made cedar as plentiful as the sycamore of the Shephelah. And Solomon's import of horses was from Egypt and Cu, and the king's traders would buy them from Ku for a price. They imported a chariot from Egypt for 600 shekels of silver and a horse for 150. Likewise, through them they were extorted to all the kings of the Hittites and the kings of Syria. Now Solomon purposed to build a temple for all the name of the Lord and the royal place for himself. And Solomon assigned 70,000 men to bear burdens, and 80,000 to quarry in the hill country, and 3,600 to oversee them. And Solomon sent word to Hiram, the king of Tyre, as you dealt with David, my father, and sent him cedar to build himself a house to dwell in, so deal for me. Behold, I am about to build a house for the name of the Lord my God, and dedicate it to him for the burning of incense, of sweet spices before him, and for the regular arrangement of the showbread, and for burnt offerings morning and evenings, on the Sabbaths and the new moons, and the appointed feasts of the Lord our God, as ordained Israel, or as ordained for ever for Israel. The house that I am to build will be a great one, will be great, for our God is greater than all gods, and who is able to build him a house, since heaven, even highest heaven, cannot contain him? For am I to build a house to him, except as a place to make offerings before him? So now send me a man skilled to work in gold, silver, bronze, and iron, and in purple, crimson, and blue fabrics, trained also in the engravings, to be with the skilled workers who are with me in Judah and Jerusalem, who David my father provided. Send me also cedar, cypress, and algum timber from Lebanon, for I know that your servants know how to cut timber in Lebanon, and my servants will be with your servants, and to prepare timber for me in abundance. For the house that I am to build will also be great and wonderful. I will give for you servants, the woodsmen, who cut timber, 20,000 cores of crushed wheat, 20,000 cores of barley, 20,000 baths of wine, and 20,000 baths of oil. Then Hiram, the king of Tyre, answered in a letter that he sent to Solomon, because the Lord loves his people. He has made you king over them. Hiram also said, Blessed be the Lord, God of Israel, who he made on earth, and who has given King David a wise son who has discretion and understanding, who will build a temple to the Lord for the royal place in him for himself. Now I have sent a skilled man who has understanding, Huram-Abi, the son of a woman of the daughters of Dan, and his father was the man of Tyre. He is trained in work in gold, silver, bronze, iron, stone, and wood, and in purple, blue, and crimson fabrics of fine linen, to do all sorts of engravings and execute any design that may be assigned to him. With your craftsmen, the craftsmen of my lord David your father. Now therefore the wheat, the barley, the oil, the wine, of which my lord has spoken, let him send to his servants, and we will cut whatever timber to you from Lebanon, and bring it in your rafts from sea to Joppa, so that you may take it to Jerusalem. Then Solomon counted all the residents, aliens, who were in the lands of Israel, after the census of them that David his father had taken. And there we found 153,600. 70,000 of them were assigned to bear burdens, 80,000 to quarry in the hill countries, and 3,600 as overseers to make the people work. Then Solomon began to build his house to the Lord in Jerusalem on Mount Moriah, where the Lord had appeared to David his father. At the place that David had appointed on the threshing floor, the Ornan the Jebusite, he began to build in the second month of the fourth year in his reign. These are Solomon's measurements for building the house of God. The length in cubits in old standards was 60 cubits, and the breadth 20 cubits. The vestibule in front of the nave of the house of the 20 cubits long, equal to the width of the house, and its height was 120 cubits. He overlaid it on the inside with pure gold. The nave he lined with cypress, and covered it with fine gold, and made palms and chains on it. He adorned the house with settings of precious stones. The gold was gold of Parvium. He also lined the house with gold, its beams, its thresholds, its walls, its doors, and he carved cherubim on the walls. And he made the most holy place. Its length corresponding to the breadth of the house was 20 cubits, and its breadth was 20 cubits. He overlaid it with 600 talents of fine gold, the weight of gold for the nails of the 50 shekels, and he overlaid the upper chamber with gold. In the most holy place, he made two cherubim of wood and overlaid them with gold. The wings of the cherubim together extended 20 cubits. One wing with one of 5 cubits touched the wall of the house, and the other wing of 5 cubits touched the wing of the other cherub. And all of the cherub, one wing of 5 cubits touched the wall of the house, and the other wing, also of 5 cubits, was joined to the wing of the first cherub. The wings of the cherubim extended 20 cubits. The cherubim stood at the feet facing the nave, and he also the veil of blue and purple and crimson fabrics and fine linens, and he worked cherubim on it. In front of the house, he made two pillars 35 cubits high, with a capital of 5 cubits on top of each. He made chains like a necklace, put them on the tops of the pillars, and he made the 100 pomegranates and put them on the chains. And he set up the pillars in front of the temple on the south, and the other on the north. That on the south he called Jachem, and said to the north, Boaz. He made an altar of bronze 20 cubits long and 20 cubits wide and 10 cubits high. Then he made the sea of cast metal. It was round 10 cubits from brim to brim, and 5 cubits high, and in a line of 30 cubits measured its circumference. Under it were figures of gourds for 10 cubits, compassing the sea all around. The gourds were in 2 rows, cast with it. When it was cast, it stood on 12 oxen, 3 north facing, 3 west facing, 3 south facing, and 3 east facing. The sea was set on him, and all the rear parts were inward. Its thickness was its handbreadth, and its brim was was made with the brim of a cup, like the flower of a lily. It held 3,000 baths. He also made 10 basins in which to watch, and set 5 on the south side and 5 on the north side. In these they were to rinse off what was used for the burnt offering, and the sea was for the priest to wash in. And he made 10 gold lampstands as prescribed, and set them on the temple, 5 on the south and 5 on the north. He also made 10 tables, and placed them in the temple, 5 on the south and 5 on the north. And he made 100 basins of gold. He made the court of the priests and the great court of the doors of the court, and overlaid the doors of bronze. And he set the seat on the southeast corner of the house. Hiram also made the pots, the shovels, and the basins. So Hiram finished the work that he did for King Solomon on the house of God, the 2 pillars, the bowls, and the 2 capitals of the top of the pillars, and the 2 lattice works to cover the 2 bowls of the capitals that were on the top of the pillars, and the 400 pomegranates for the 2 lattice works, 2 rows of pomegranates for each lattice work to cover the tops of the bowls of the capitals that were on the pillars. He made the stands also, and the basins of the stands, and the one sea, and the 12 oxen underneath, the pots, the shovels, the forks, and all the equipment of this. Haramabi made the burnished bronze for King Solomon for the house of the Lord. In the plain of the Jordan the king cast them, and in the city ground between Succoth and Zereda, Solomon made all the things in great quantities, for the weight of the bronze was not sought. So Solomon made all the vessels that were in the house of God, the golden altar, the tables for the bread of the presence, the lampstands and their lamps of pure gold to burn before the inner sanctuary, as prescribed, the flowers, the lamps, and the tongues of purest gold, the snuffers, the basins, the dishes for incense, the fire pans of pure gold, and the sockets of the temple for the inner doors of the most holy place, and for the doors of the nave of the temple of gold. Thus all the work of Solomon did for the house of the Lord was finished, and Solomon brought in the things of that David his father had dedicated, and stored the silver and the gold and all the vessels of the treasures of the house of God. Then Solomon assembled the elders of Israel and all the heads of the house of the tribes, the leaders of the fathers' houses of the people of Israel in Jerusalem, to bring up the ark of the covenant to the Lord out of the city of David, which is Zion. And all the men of Israel assembled before the king at the feast that is in the seventh month, and all the elders of Israel came to the Levites and took up the ark. And they brought up the ark in the tent of meeting, and all the holy vessels that were in the tent. The Levitical priests brought them up. The king Solomon and all the congregation of Israel who had assembled before them, were before the ark, sacrificing so many sheep and oxen that they could not be counted or numbered. Then the priests brought the ark of the covenant of the Lord to its place, and in the inner sanctuary of the house, in the most holy place, underneath the wings of the cherubim spread out their wings over the place of the ark, so that the cherubim made a covering above the ark and its poles, and the poles were so long at the ends of the poles were seen from the holy place before the inner sanctuary, but they could not be seen from outside, and they were there to this day. There is nothing in the ark except the two tablets that Moses put here on Horeb, where the Lord made a covenant of the people of Israel, where they came out of Egypt. And when the priests came out of the holy place, for all the priests who were present had consecrated themselves without regard to the division of all the Levitical singers, Asaph, Heman, and Jeduthun, their sons and kinsmen, arrayed in fine linen and with cymbals, harps, and lyres, stood east of the altar with 120 priests who were trumpeters, and it was the duty of the trumpeters and singers to make themselves head in unison in praise and thanksgiving to the God. And when the song was raised, the trumpets, the cymbals, and other musical instruments in praise to the Lord, for he is good, for his steadfast love endures. The house of the Lord was filled with a cloud, so that the priests could not stand to minister because of the cloud. For the glory of the Lord filled the house of God. And then Solomon said, the Lord had said that he would dwell in thick darkness, but I have built you an exalted house, a place for you to dwell in forever. Then the king turned around and blessed all the assembly of Israel, while all the assembly of Israel stood, and he said, blessed be the Lord, the God of Israel, who was with his hand and was fulfilled what he has promised with the mouth of David, my father, by saying, since the day that I brought my people out of the land of Egypt, I chose no city out of all the tribes of Israel in which to build a house, that my name might be there. And I chose no man as prince over my people of Israel, but I have chosen Jerusalem that my name may be there. And I have chosen David to be over my people of Israel. Now it was in the heart of David, my father, to build a house for the name of the Lord, the God of Israel. But the Lord said to David, my father, whereas it was in your heart to build a house for my name, you did well that it was in your heart. Nevertheless, it is not you who shall build the house, but your son who shall be born to you shall build the house for my name. Now the Lord has fulfilled the promise he has made, for I have risen in the place of David my father to sit on the throne of Israel, as the Lord promised, and I have built the house for the name of the Lord, the God of Israel. And there I have set the ark in which the covenant of the Lord that he made with the people of Israel. Then Solomon stood before the altar of the Lord in the presence of all the assembly of Israel and spread out his hand. Solomon had made a bronze platform 5 cubits long, 5 cubits wide, 3 cubits high, and it set it in the court, and he stood on it. Then he knelt on the knees of the presence of all the assembly of Israel and spread out his hands toward heaven. And he said, O God, O Lord, God of Israel, there is no God like you in heaven or on earth, keeping covenant and showing steadfast love to your servant who walk before you with all their heart, who have kept with your servant David, my father, that you have declared to him. You spoke with him with your mouth, and with your hand have fulfilled it to this day. Now, therefore, O Lord, God of Israel, keep of your servants, David my father, what you have promised him, saying, you shall not lack a man to sit before me on the throne of Israel, if only your sons pay close attention to their way, to walk in my laws as you have walked with me. Now, therefore, O Lord, God of Israel, let your word be confirmed, which you have spoken to your servant David. But will God indeed dwell with man on earth? Behold, heaven and the highest heaven cannot contain you. How much less this house that I have built? Give you regard to your prayer for the servant and to his plea. O Lord my God, listening to the cry and to the prayer that your servant prays before you, that your eyes may be open day and night towards the house, the place where you have promised to set your name, that you may listen to the prayer that your servant offers towards the place, and listen to the pleas of your servant and of your people Israel, when you pray towards this place, and listen from heaven, your dwelling place, and when you hear, forgive. If a man sins against his neighbor, it is made to take an oath and comes and swears his oath before your altar in your house. Then hear from heaven and act and judge your servants, repaying the guilty by bringing his conduct on his own head, and vindicating the righteous by rewarding him according to his righteousness. If your people Israel are defeated before the enemy because they have sinned against you, and they turn again and acknowledge your name and pray and plead with you in your house, then hear from heaven and forgive the sin of your people of Israel, and bring them again to the land that you gave to them and to their fathers. When heaven is shut up and there is no rain because they have sinned against you, if they pray toward the place and acknowledge your name and turn from their sin, then you afflict them, and then hear in heaven and forgive the sin of your servants your people Israel, when you teach them the good way in which they should walk, and grant rain upon your land, which you have given to your people as an inheritance. If there is famine in their land, if there is pestilence or blight or mildew or locust or caterpillar, if their enemies besiege them, in the land of their gates, whatever plague, whatever sickness there is, whatever prayer, whatever plea is made by man or by all your people of Israel, each knowing his own affliction and his own sorrow, and stretching out his hand towards his house, then hear from heaven your dwelling place, and forgive and render each to each whose heart you know, according to all his ways. For you only know the hearts of the children of mankind, that they may fear you and walk in your ways all the days that they live in the land that you give to your fathers. Likewise, when a foreigner who is not of your people of Israel comes from a far country, for the sake of your great name and your mighty hand and your outstretched arm, when he comes and prays towards the house, hear from heaven your dwelling place, and do according to all for which the foreigner calls to you, in order that all the people of Israel may know your name and fear you, as do your people of Israel, and that they may know that this house that I have built is called in your name. If your people go out to battle against their enemies by whatever way you shall send them, and they pray to you toward the city that you have chosen in the house that I have built for your name, then hear from heaven their prayer and their plea, and maintain their cause. If they sin against you, for there is no one who does not sin, and you are angry with them, and give them to an enemy, so that they are carried away captive to a land far or near, yet they turn their heart in the land to which they have been carried captive, and repent and plead with you in the land of the captivity, saying, we have sinned and have acted perversely and wickedly. If they repent with all their heart and with all their soul in their land, to their captivity to which they have carried captive, and pray toward their land, which you have given to their fathers, the cities that you have chosen, the house that I have built for your name, then hear from heaven your dwelling place their prayer and their pleas, and maintain their cause, and forgive your people who have sinned against you. Now, O my God, let your eyes be open and your ears attentive to the prayers of this plea. And now arise, O Lord God, and go to your resting place in the ark of your might. Let your priests, O Lord God, be clothed with salvation. Let your saints rejoice in your goodness. O Lord, do not turn away the face of the Anointed One. Remember your steadfast love for David your servant. As soon as Solomon prayed his prayer, fire came down from heaven and consumed the burnt offering and the sacrifices, and the glory of the Lord filled the temple. And the priests could not enter the house of the Lord, because the glory of the Lord filled the Lord's house. When all the people of Israel saw the fire come down and the glory of the Lord on the temple, they bowed down with their faces to the ground on the pavement, and worshipped and gave thanks to the Lord, saying, for he is good, for his steadfast love endures forever. Then the king and all the people offered sacrifices before the Lord. King Solomon offered as a sacrifice 22,000 oxen and 120,000 sheep. So the king and all the people dedicated the house of God. The priests stood at their posts, and the Levites also with their instruments for music. And the Lord that King David had given thanks to the Lord, for his steadfast love endures forever. Whenever David offered praises by the ministry, opposite of the priests sounded trumpets, and all of Israel stood. And Solomon consecrated the middle of the court that was before the house of the Lord. For there he offered the burnt offering and the fat of the peace offering, because the bronze altar Solomon had made could not hold the burnt offering and the grain offering and the fat. At that time Solomon held the feast of 7 days, and all of Israel with him, a very great assembly from Lebo Hamath to the brook of Egypt. And on the 8th day they held a solemn assembly, for they had kept the dedication of the altar 7 days, and in feast 7 days. On the 23rd day of the seventh month he sent the people away to the homes, joyful and glad of heart, for the prosperity of the Lord had granted to David and the Solomon to Israel his people. Thus Solomon finished the house of the Lord and the king's house, all that Solomon had planned to do in the house of the Lord and in the house and in his own house he successfully accomplished. Then the Lord appeared to Solomon in the night and said to him, I have heard your prayer and have chosen this place for myself as a house of sacrifice. When I shut up the heavens, that there is no rain, or command the locusts to devour the land and send pestilence among his people, if my people who are called by my name humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wickedness, then I will hear from heaven and will forgive their sin and heal their land. Now my eyes will be open and my ears attentive to the prayers that was made to this people. For now I have chosen and consecrated this house, that my name may be there forever. My eyes and my heart will be there for all time. And as for you, if you will walk before me, and as David your father walked, doing according to all that I have commanded you, and keeping my statutes and my rules, then I will establish your royal throne as a covenant with David your father, saying, You shall not lack a man to rule Israel. But if you turn aside and forsake my statutes and my commandments that I have set before you, and go and serve other gods and worship them, then I will pluck you up from my land that I will give in you, and this house that I have consecrated for my name I will cast out of my sight, and I will make it a proverb and a byword among all people. And at this house, which was exalted, everyone passing by will be astonished and say, Why has the Lord done thus to this land and to this house? Then they will say, Because they have abandoned the Lord and God to their fathers, have brought them out of the land of Egypt, and laid hold of other gods and worshipped them and served them. Therefore, he has brought all of his disaster on them. At the end of 20 years, in which Solomon had built the house of the Lord on his own, Solomon rebuilt the cities of Hiram had given to him, and settled in the city of Israel to them. And Solomon went to Hamath Zobah and took it. He built Tadmor in the wilderness, and all the store cities that he built in Hamath. He also built Upper Beth Horon and Lower Beth Horon, fortified cities with walls, gates, and bars in Belath, and all the store cities that Solomon had, and all the cities of his chariots, and the cities of the horsemen. And whenever Solomon desired to build in Jerusalem and Lebanon and all the land of his dominion. All the people who were left of the Hittites, the Amorites, the Perizzites, the Hivites, and the Jebusites, who were not of Israel, from their descendants who were left after them in the land, whom the people of Israel had not destroyed. These Solomon drafted as forced labor, and so they are to this day. But of the people of Israel, Solomon made no slaves for his work. They were soldiers, and they were officers and commanders of his chariots and his horsemen. And these were the chief officers of King Solomon, 250, who exercised authority over the people. Solomon brought Pharaoh, daughter up from the city of David to the house that he had built for her. And he said, My wife shall not live in the house of David, king of Israel, for the places to which the ark of the Lord, our Lord, has come are holy. Then Solomon offered up burnt offerings to the Lord on the altar of the Lord that he had built before the vestibule, as the duty of each day required, offered accordance to the commandments of Moses for the Sabbath and new moons and the 3 annual festivals, the Feast of Unleavened Bread, the Feast of Weeks, and the Feast of Booths, according to the ruling of David his father. He appointed to the division of the priests of their services, and the Levites for their offices of praise and ministry before the priests of the duty, as the duty of each day required, and the gatekeepers in their division of each gate. And so David, the man of God, had commanded, and they did not turn aside from what the king had commanded the priests of the Levites concerning any matter and concerning the treasuries. This was accomplished all the work of Solomon from the day of the foundation of the house of the Lord was laid until it was finished. So the house of the Lord was completed. Then Solomon went to Ezion Geber and Eloth on the shore of the sea in the land of Edom, and Hiram sent to him by the hand of his servants ships and servants familiar to the sea. And they went to Ophir together with the servants of Solomon, and brought from there about 450 talents of gold, and brought it to King Solomon. Now when the queen of Sheba heard of the fame of Solomon, she came to Jerusalem to test him with hard questions, having a great rattoon and camels bearing spices and very much gold and precious stones. And when she came to Solomon, she told him all that was on her mind, and Solomon answered all her questions. There was nothing hidden from Solomon that he could not explain to her. And when the queen of Sheba had seen the wisdom of Solomon, the house that he had built, the food in his table, the seating in his officials, and the attendance of his servants, and their clothing, their cupbearers, and their clothing, and his burnt offerings that he offered to the house of the Lord, there was no more breath in her. And she said to the king, the report was true that I had heard in my own land of your words, of your wisdom, but I did not believe the reports until I came to my own eyes and seen it. And behold, half the greatness of your wisdom was not told to me. You surpassed the report that I heard. Happy are you, happy are your wives, happy are these servants who continually stand before you and hear your wisdom. Blessed be the Lord your God, who has delighted in you and set you on the throne as God for the Lord your God, because your God loved Israel and would establish them forever, he has made you king over them, that you may execute justice and righteousness. Then she gave the king 120 talents of gold, and very great quantity of spices and precious stones. There was no spices such as those that the queen of Sheba gave to King Solomon. Moreover, the servants of Hiram and the servants of Solomon, who brought gold from Ophir, brought algum wood and precious stones, and the king made from the algum wood supporters for the house of the Lord and for the king's house, lyre also for the harps for the singers. There never was like there never was seen the like of them before the land of Judah. And King Solomon gave to the queen of Sheba all that she had desired, whatever she asked besides what she had brought to the king. So she turned back to her own land with her servants. Now the weight of the gold that came to Solomon in 1 year was 666 talents of gold, besides that which the explorers and the merchants bought, and all the kings of Ariah and the governors of the land brought gold and silver to Solomon. King Solomon made 200 large shields of beaten gold, 600 shekels of beaten gold went into the shields, and he made 300 shields of beaten gold, 300 shields of shekels of gold went into the shields, and the king put them on the house of the forest of Lebanon. The king also made a great ivory throne and overlaid it in pure gold. The throne had 6 steps and a footstool of gold, which were attached to the throne, and on one side of each seat were armrests, and 2 lions standing beside the armrests, while 12 lions stood there, one on each end of the step on the 6 steps. Nothing like it was ever made for any kingdom. All King Solomon's drinking vessels were gold, and all of the vessels of the house of the forest of Lebanon were of pure gold. Silver was not considered as anything in the days of Solomon, for the king's ships went to Tarshish with the servants of the Hiram. Once every 3 years the ships of Tarshish used to come, bringing gold, silver, ivory, apes, and peacocks. Thus King Solomon excelled all the kings of the earth in riches and in wisdom, and all the kings of the earth sought the presence of Solomon to hear the wisdom which God had put in his mind. Every one of them brought his presents, articles of silver and gold, garments, myrrh, spices, horses, and mules, so much year by year. And Solomon had 4,000 stalls for horses and chariots, and 12,000 horsemen who had stationed in the chariot cities and with the cities of Jerusalem. And he ruled over all the kings from the Euphrates to the land of the Philistines and to the border of Egypt. And the king made silver as common in Jerusalem as stone. He made cedar as plentiful as the sycamore of the Shephelah. And the horses were imported for Solomon from Egypt and from all the lands. Now the rest of the acts of Solomon, from first to last, are they not written in the history of Nathan the prophet, and of the prophecy of Ahijah and the Shilonite, and in the visions of Iddo the seer, concerning Jeroboam the son of Nebat? Solomon reigned in Jerusalem over all of Israel 40 years, and Solomon slept with his father, and was buried in the city of David his father. And Rehoboam his son reigned in his place. Rehoboam went to Shechem, for all Israel had come to Shechem to make him king. And as soon as Rehoboam the son of Nebat heard of it, for he was in Egypt, where he had fled from King Solomon. Then Jeroboam returned from Egypt, and they sent and called him. And Jeroboam and all of Israel came and said to Rehoboam, your city made our yoke heavy. Now therefore lighten the hard service of your father and his heavy yoke for us, and we will serve you. He said to them, come and be again in 3 days. So the people went away. Then King Rehoboam took counsel with the old men who had stood before Solomon his father while he was yet alive, saying, How do you advise me to answer his people? And they said to him, If you will be good to the people and please them and speak good words to them, they will be your servants forever. And he abandoned the counsel that the old men gave him and took counsel with the young men who had grown up with him and stood before him. And he said to him, What do you advise that we answer the people who have said to them, Lighten the yoke that your father put on us? And the young men who had grown up with him said to him, Thus shall you speak to the people who said to you, Your father made our yoke heavy, but you lightened it for us. Thus say to them, My little finger is thicker than than my father's thigh. And now, whereas my father laid on you a heavy yoke, I will add to your yoke. My father disciplined you with whips, but I will discipline you with scorpions. So Jeroboam and all the people came to Rehoboam the third day, as the king said, come to me again the third day. And the king answered them harshly. And forsaking the counsel of the old men, King Rehoboam spoke to them according to their counsel of the young men, saying, My father made your yoke heavy, but I will add to it. My father disciplined you with whips, but I will discipline you with scorpions. So the king did not listen to the people, for it was turn. For it was a turn of affairs brought about by God, that the Lord might fulfill his word, which he spoke to Ahijah the Shilonite of Jeroboam the son of Nebat. And when all of Israel saw that the king did not listen to them, the people answered the king, What portion have we in David? We have no inheritance in the son of Jesse. Each of you in your tents, O Israel, look now to your own house, David. So all of Israel went to their tents, but Rehoboam resigned over the people of Israel who lived in the cities of Judah. Then King Rehoboam sent Hadoram over to the taskmaster over the forced labor, and the people of Israel stoned him to death with stones. And King Rehoboam quickly mounted his chariot to flee to Jerusalem. So Israel has been in rebellion against the house of David to this day. Then Rehoboam came to Jerusalem. He assembled the house of Judah and Benjamin, 180,000 chosen warriors, to fight against Israel to restore the kingdom of Rehoboam. But the word of the Lord came to Shemaiah, the man of God. Say to Rehoboam, the son of Solomon, king of Judah, to all of Israel, to Judah and Benjamin, Thus says the Lord, You shall not go up to fight against the relatives. Return every man to this home, for this thing is from me. So they listened to the word of the Lord and returned and did not go against Jeroboam. Rehoboam lived in Jerusalem, and he built cities for defense in Judah. He built Bethlehem, Edom, Tekoa, Bethzer, Soko, Adullam, Gath, Haresha, Ziph, Adiram, Lachish, Azekah, Zorah, Eliham, and Hebron, fortified cities that are in Judah and in Benjamin. He made the fortress strong, and he put commanders in them, and stores of food, oil, and wine. And he put shields and spears in all the cities and made them very strong. So he held Judah and Benjamin, and the priests of the Levites who were in all of Israel presented themselves to him for all the places where he lived. For the Levites left their common land and their holdings and came to Judah and Jerusalem, because Jeroboam and his sons cast them out from serving as priests to the Lord, and he appointed his own priests for the high place and for the goat idols and for the calves that he had made. And those who had set their hearts to seek the Lord God of Israel came after them from all the tribes of Israel of Jerusalem to sacrifice to the Lord and the God of his fathers. They strengthened the kingdom of Judah, and for 3 years they made Rehoboam the son of Solomon secure. For they walked for 3 years in the way of David and Solomon. Rehoboam took his wife Mahalath, the daughter of Jeremoth, the son of David, and of Abihail, the daughter of Eliab, the son of Jesse, and she bore him sons, Jehush, Shamariah, and Zaham. After he after her he took Maacah, the daughter of Absalom, who bore from Abijah Attai, Ziza, and Shemeleth. And Rehoboam loved Maacah, the daughter of Absalom, above all the wives and concubines. He took 18 wives and 6 concubines, and fathered 28 sons and 60 daughters. And Rehoboam appointed Abijah, the son of Maacah, his as chief prince among his brothers, for he intended to make him king, and he dealt wisely and distributed some of his sons throughout all the districts of Judah and Benjamin. and all the fortified cities, and he gave them abundant provisions and procured wives for them. When the rule of Rehoboam was established and he was strong, he abandoned the law of the Lord and all Israel with him. In the 5th year of King Rehoboam, because they had been unfaithful to the Lord, Shishak, king of Egypt, came up against Jerusalem with 1,200 chariots and 60,000 horsemen, and the people were without number who came with him from Egypt, Libyans, Sukkim, and Ethiopians, and he took the fortified cities of Judah and came as far as Jerusalem. Then Shemaiah the prophet came to Rehoboam and to the princes of Judah who had gathered at Jerusalem because of Shishak, and said to him, Thus says the Lord, you abandoned me, so I have abandoned you to the hand of Shishak. Then the princes of Israel and the king humbled themselves and said, The Lord is righteous. When the Lord saw that they humbled themselves, the word of God came to Shemaiah. They have humbled themselves. I will not destroy them, but I will grant them some deliverance, and my wrath shall not be poured out of Jerusalem by the hand of Shishak. Nevertheless, they shall be servants to him, that they may know of the service and the service of the kingdoms of all the countries. So Shishak, king of Egypt, came up against Jerusalem. He took away the treasures of the house of the Lord and the treasures of the king's house. He took away everything. He also took away the shields of gold that Solomon had made, and King Rehoboam made to their place shields of bronze and committed them to the hands of the officers of the guard who kept the doors of the king's house. And as often as the king went into the house of the Lord, the guard came and carried them and brought them back to the guard room. And when he humbled himself, the wrath of the Lord turned from him, so as to not make a complete destruction. Moreover, conditions were good in Judah. So King Rehoboam grew strong in Jerusalem and reigned. Rehoboam was 41 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 17 years in Jerusalem, the city that the Lord had chosen out of all the tribes of Israel to put his name there. His mother's name was Nahama the Ammonite. He did evil, for he did not set his heart to seek the Lord. Now the acts of Rehoboam, from first to last, are they not written in the chronicles of Shemaiah the prophet and the Iddo the seer? There were continual wars between Rehoboam and Jeroboam, and Rehoboam slept with his fathers and was buried in the city of David, and Abijah his son reigned in his place. In the 18th year of King Jeroboam, Eliah began to reign over Judah. He reigned for 3 years in Jerusalem. His mother's name was Micaiah, the daughter of Uriel of Gibeah. Now there was war between Abijah and Jeroboam. Abijah went out to battle, having an army of valiant men in war, 400,000 chosen men. And Jeroboam drew up his line of battle against him with 800,000 chosen mighty warriors. Then Abijah stood up from Mount Samara, that is in the hill country of Ephraim, and said, Hear me, O Jeroboam, and all of Israel. Ought you not to know that the Lord of God of Israel gave the kingship over Israel forever to David and his sons by a covenant of salt? Yet Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, the servant of Solomon, the son of David, rose up and rebelled against his Lord, and certain worthless scoundrels gathered about him and defied Rehoboam, the son of Solomon. And Rehoboam was young and irresolute, could not withstand them. And now you think to withstand the kingdom of the Lord in the hand of the sons of David, because you are a great multitude, and have with you the golden calves of Jeroboam, made for you gods. Have you not driven out the priests of the Lord, the sons of Aaron and the Levites, and made priests for yourselves like the people of other lands? Whoever comes for ordination with a young bull or 7 rams become a priest of what are not gods. But as for us, the Lord is our God, and we have not forsaken him. We have priests ministering to the Lord, who are sons of Aaron and Levites for their service. They offer to the Lord every morning and every evening burnt offerings and incense of sweet spices. Set out the showbread on the table of pure gold, and care for the golden lampstand, that the lamps may burn every evening. For we keep the charge of the Lord our God, but you have forsaken him. Behold, God is with us at our head, and his priests with their battle trumpets to sound the call of the battle against you. O sons of Israel, do not fight against the Lord and the Lord, the God of the fathers, for you cannot succeed. Jeroboam had sent an ambush around to come upon them from behind, and his troops were in front of Judah and the ambush was behind them. And when Judah looked, behold, the battle was in front of and behind them, and they cried to the Lord, and the priests blew the trumpets. Then the men of Judah raised the battle shout. When the men of Judah shouted, God defeated Jeroboam and all of Israel before Abijah and Judah. The men of Israel fled before Judah, and God gave them into their hand. Abijah and his people struck them with great force. So there fell slain of Israel 500,000 chosen men. Thus the men of Israel were subdued at that time, and the men of Judah prevailed, because they relied on the Lord, the God of their fathers. And Abijah pursued Jeroboam and took cities from him: Bethel with its villages, and Jeshanah with its villages, and Ephron with its villages. Jeroboam did not recover his power in the days of Abijah, and the Lord struck him down, and he died. But Abijah grew mightily, and he took 14 wives and had 22 sons and 16 daughters. The rest of the acts of Abijah, his ways and sayings, are written in the story of the prophet Iddo. Abijah slept with his fathers, and they buried him in the city of David. And Asa his son reigned in the place. In his days the land had rest for 10 years, and Asa did what was good and right in the eyes of the Lord his God. He took away the foreign altars and the high places, and broke down the pillars, and cut down the Asherim, and commanded Judah to seek the Lord, the God of his fathers, and to keep the law of the commandment. He also took out all the cities of Judah, the high places and the incense altars, and the kingdom had rest under him. He built fortified cities in Judah, for the land had rest. He had no war in those years. For the Lord gave peace, and he said to Judah, let us build these cities and surround them with walls and towers, gates and bars. The land is still ours, because we have sought the Lord our God. He has sought him, and he has given us peace on every side. So they built and prospered, and Asa had an army of 300,000 from Judah, armed with large shields and spears, and 280,000 men from Benjamin. They carried shields and drew bows, as they were mighty men of valor. Zerah the Ethiopian came out against them with an army of 1,000,000 men and 300 chariots, and came as far as Maresha. And Asa went out to meet him, and they drew up their lines of battle in the valley of Zephthah at Maresha. And Asa cried to the Lord our God, our Lord, there is none like you to help between the mighty and the weak. Help us, O Lord our God, for we rely on you, and in your name we have come against this multitude. O Lord, you are God, you are our God. Let not man prevail against you. So the Lord defeated the Ethiopians before Asa and before Judah, and the Ethiopians fled. Asa and the people who were with him pursued them as far as Gerar, and the Ethiopians fell until none remained alive. For they were broken before the Lord and his army. The men of Judah carried away very much spoil, and they attacked all the cities around Gerar, for the fear of the Lord was upon them. They plundered all the cities, for there was much plunder in them, and they struck down the tents of those who had livestock, and carried away such the abundance of the camels. Then they returned to Jerusalem. The Spirit of God came upon Azariah, the son of Oded, and he went out to meet Asa, and said to them, hear me, Asa, and all Judah and Benjamin, the Lord is with you, or you are with him. If you seek him, he will be found by you. But if you forsake him, he will forsake you. For the long time Israel was without the true God, and without the teaching of the priests, and without the law. But when their distress, they turned to the Lord, the God of Israel, and sought him, he was found by them. In those times there was no peace to him who went out, or to him who came in. For great disturbance afflicted all the inhabitants of the land. They were broken in pieces. Nation was crushed by nation, and city by city. God troubled them with every sort of distress. But you, take courage, do not let your hand be weak, for your work shall be rewarded. As soon as Asa heard those words, the prophecy of Azariah the son of Oded, he took courage and put away the detestable idols from all the land of Judah and Benjamin, and from the cities that he had taken in the hill country of Ephraim. And he repaired the altar of the Lord that was in front of the vestibule of the house of the Lord. And he gathered all Judah and Benjamin, and those in Ephraim, Manasseh, and Simeon, who were residing with him. For great numbers he deserted with him from Israel, when they saw that the Lord his God was with him. They were gathered in Jerusalem in the 3rd month of the 15th year of the reign of Asa. They sacrificed to the Lord on that day from the spoil that they had brought 700 oxen and 7,000 sheep, and they entered into the covenant to seek the Lord, the God of their fathers, with all their heart, with all their soul. But that whoever would not seek the Lord, the God of Israel, should be put to death. whether young or old, man or woman, they swore an oath to the Lord with a loud voice, and with shouting, and with trumpets, and with horns. And all Judah rejoiced over the oath, for they had sworn with all their heart and with all, and had sought him with their whole desire, and he was found for them, and the Lord gave them rest all around. Even Maacah, his mother, King Asa, removed from mother, being queen mother, because she had made a detestable image for Asherah. Asa cut down her image, crushed it, and burned it on the brook Kidron. But the high places were not taken out of Israel. Nevertheless, the heart of Asa was wholly true all his days, and he brought into the house of God the sacred gifts of the Father, and his own sacred gifts, silver and gold and vessels. And there was no more war until the 35th year of Asa, of the reign of Asa. In the 36th year of the reign of Asa, Baasha, king of Israel, went up against Judah and built Ramah, that he might permit no one to go out or to come in to Asa, king of Judah. Then Asa took silver and gold from the treasures of the house of the Lord and the king's house, and sent them to Ben-Hadad, king of Assyria, who lived in Damascus there. There is a covenant between me and you, and there is between my father and your father. Behold, I am sending to you silver and gold. Go break your covenant with Baasha, king of Israel, that he may withdraw from me. And Ben-Hadad listened to King Asa, and sent the commanders of his army against the cities of Israel. And they conquered Ijon, Dan, Abel, Maim, and all the store cities of Naphtali. And when Baasha heard of it, he stopped building Ramah and let his work cease. Then King Asa took all Judah, and they carried away the stones of Ramah and its timber, with which Baasha has been building, and with them he built Geba and Mitzpah. At the time, Hanai the seer came from Asa, king of Judah, and said to him, because you relied on the king of Syria and did not rely on the Lord your God, the army of the king of Syria has escaped you. Were not the Ethiopians and the Libyans a huge army with very many chariots and horsemen? Yet because you relied on the Lord, he gave them into your hand. For the eyes of the Lord run to and fro throughout the whole earth, to give strong support to those whose heart is blameless towards him. You have done foolishly in this, for from now on you will have wars. Then Asa was angry with the seer, and put him in the stocks in prison. And he was in a rage with him because of this. And Asa inflicted cruelties upon some of the people at this time. The acts of Asa, from first to last in the book, are written in the book of the kings of Judah of Israel. In the 39th year of the reign, Asa was diseased in his feet, and his disease became severe. Yet even in the disease he did not seek the Lord, but sought help from physicians. And Asa slept with his fathers, dying in the 41st year of his reign. They buried him in the tomb that he had cut for himself in the city of David. They laid him on the bier that had been filled with various kinds of spices prepared by the perfumer's art, and they made a very great fire in his honor. Jehoshaphat his son reigned in this place and strengthened himself against Israel. He placed forces in all the fortified cities of Judah, and set garrisons in all the land of Judah, and in the cities of Ephraim, that Asa, his father, had captured. The Lord was with Jehoshaphat. Because he walked in the earlier ways of the father David, he did not seek the Baals, but sought the God of his father, and walked in his commandments, and not according to the practices of Israel. Therefore the Lord established the kingdom of his hand, and all Judah brought tribute to Jehoshaphat, and he had great riches and honor. His heart was courageous in the ways of the Lord, and furthermore he took the high places in the Asherim out of Judah. On the third year of the reign, he sent the officials, Benal, Obadiah, Zechariah, Nathaniel, and Micaiah, to teach in the cities of Judah, and with them the Levites, Shemaiah, Nethaniah, Zebediah, Ashiel, Shemiramoth, Jehonathan, Adonijah, Tobadonijah, and with these Levites, the priests Elishama and Jehoram. And they taught in Judah, having the book of the law of the Lord with God. They went about through all the cities of Judah, and taught among the people. And the fear of the Lord fell upon the kingdoms of the lands that were around Judah, and they made no war against Jehoshaphat. Some of the Philistines brought Jehoshaphat presents the silver for tribute, and the Arvanians also brought him 7,700 rams and 7,700 goats. And Jehoshaphat grew steadily greater. He built in Judah fortresses and store cities, and he had large cities in the city of Judah. He had soldiers, mighty men of valor in Jerusalem. This was the muster of them by fathers' houses, of Judah the commanders of thousands, Adnah the commander of 300,000 mighty men of valor, and next to him Jehohan the commander of 280,000, and next to him Amashiah the son of Zerchi, a volunteer for the service of the Lord, with 200,000 mighty men of valor. Of Benjamin, Eliada, the mighty men of valor, with 200,000 men armed with bow and shield, and next to him Jehozabad with 180,000 armed for war. These were in the service of the king, beside those whom the king had placed in the fortified cities throughout all of Judah. Now Jehoshaphat had great riches of honor. He made a marriage alliance with Ahab. After some years he went down to Ahab in Samaria, and Ahab killed an abundance of sheep and oxen for him and for the people who were with him, and introduced him to go up against Ramoth Gilead. Ahab, king of Israel, said to Jehoshaphat, king of Judah, "Will you go with me to Ramoth Gilead?" He answered him, "I am as you are, my people as your people. We will be with you in the war." And Jehoshaphat said to the king of Israel, "Inquire first for the word of the Lord." And the king of Israel gathered the prophets together, 400 men, and said to them, "Shall we go to battle against Ramoth Gilead, or shall I refrain?" And they said, "Go up, for God will give it into your hand to the king." And Jehoshaphat said, "Is there not here another prophet of the Lord that we may acquire?" And of the king of Israel, again, Israel said to Jehoshaphat, "There is yet one man by whom we may inquire of the Lord, Micaiah, the son of Imlah. But I hate him, for he never prophesied good concerning me, but always evil." And Jehoshaphat said, "Let not the king say so." Then the king of Israel summoned an officer and said, "Bring quickly Micaiah the son of Imlah." Now the king of Israel and Jehoshaphat the king of Judah were sitting on their thrones arrayed in their robes, and they were sitting at the threshing floor at the entrance of the gate of Samaria. And all the prophets were prophesying about them. And Zedekiah the sons of Chemenah made for himself horns of irons, and said, "Thus says the Lord, with these you shall push the Syrians until they are destroyed." And all the prophets prophesied so and said, "Go up to Ramoth Gilead and triumph. The Lord will give it into the hand of the king." And the messenger who went to summon Micaiah said to him, "Behold, the word of the prophets with one accord are favorable to the king. Let your word be like the word of the one of them, and speak favorably." And Micaiah said, "As the Lord lives, what my God says, that I will speak." And when he had come to the king said to him, "Micaiah, shall we go to Ramoth Gilead to battle, or shall I refrain?" And he answered, "Go up and triumph. They will be given into your hand." But the king said to him, "How many times shall I make you swear that you speak to me nothing but the truth in the name of the Lord?" And he said, "I saw all Israel scattered on the mountains, as sheep that have no shepherd. And the Lord said, These have no master. Let each return from his home to peace." And the king of Israel said to Jehoshaphat, "Did I not tell you that he would not prophesy good concerning me, but evil?" And Micaiah said, "Therefore, hear the word of the Lord. I saw the Lord sitting on his throne, and all the host of heaven standing on the right hand of his left. And the Lord said, Who will entice Ahab, the king of Israel, that he may go up and fall at Ramoth Gilead?" And one said one thing, and the other said another. Then the Spirit came forward and stood before the Lord, saying, "I will entice him." And the Lord said to him, "By what means?" And he said, "I will go out and will be a lying spirit in the mouth of all the prophets." And he said, "You are to entice him, and you shall succeed out. You shall succeed. Go out and do so. Now, therefore, behold, the Lord has put the lying spirit in the mouth of the prophets. The Lord has declared disaster concerning you." Then Zedekiah the son of Chenaanah came near and struck Micaiah on the cheek and said, "Which way did the Spirit of the Lord go from me to speak to you?" And Micaiah said, "Behold, you shall see on that day when you go into an inner chamber to hide yourself." And the king of Israel said, "See." Micaiah and take him back to Amon, the governor of the city of Joash, the king's son, and say, Thus says the king, put this fellow in prison and feed him with meager rations of bread and water until I return. And Micaiah said, If you return in peace, the Lord has not spoken to me. And he said, Hear all your peoples. So the king of Israel, Jehoshaphat, and the king of Judah went up to Ramoth Gilead, and the people of Israel said to Jehoshaphat, I will disguise myself and go into battle, but you wear your robes. And the king of Israel disguised himself, and they went into battle. For the king of Syria had commanded the captains of his chariots, Fight with neither small nor great, but only with the king of Israel. As soon as the captains of the chariots saw Jehoshaphat, they said, It is the king of Israel. So they turned to fight against him, and Jehoshaphat cried out, and the Lord helped him. God drew them away from him. As soon as the captains of the chariots saw that it was not the king of Israel, they turned back from pursuing him. But a certain man drew his bow at random and struck the king of Israel between the scale armor and the breastplate. Therefore he said to the driver of his chariot, Turn around and carry me out of battle, for I am wounded. And the battle continued that day, and the king of Israel had propped up in the chariot facing the Syrians until the evening. Then at sunset he died. Jehoshaphat, the king of Judah, returned in safety to the house of Jerusalem, but Jehu, the son of Hanani, the seer, went out to meet him and said to King Jehoshaphat, Should you help the wicked and love those who hate the Lord? Because of this, wrath has gone out against you from the Lord. Nevertheless, some good is found in you. For you destroyed the Asheroth out of the land, and you have set your heart to seek God. Jehoshaphat lived in Jerusalem, and he went out again among the people of Beersheba to the hill country of Ephraim, and brought them back to the Lord, the God of their fathers. He appointed judges in all the lands and all the fortified cities of Judah, city by city, and said to the judges, Consider what you do, for you judge not for man, but for the Lord. He is with you in giving judgment. Now then, let the fear of the Lord be upon you. Be careful that you do, for there is no justice with the Lord our God, or partiality or taking bribes. Moreover, in Jerusalem, Jehoshaphat appointed certain Levites and priests and heads of his family of Israel to give judgment to the Lord and to decide dispute cases. They had their seat at Jerusalem, and they charged him, Thus you shall do in your fear of the Lord in faithfulness and with your whole heart. Whenever a case comes to you from your brothers who live in the cities concerning bloodshed, law or commandment, statutes or rules, that you shall warn them, they may not incur guilt before the Lord, and wrath may come upon you and your brothers. Thus you shall do, and you will not incur guilt. And behold, Amariah the chief priest is over you in all matters of the Lord, and Zebadiah the son of Ishmael, the governor of the house of Judah, in all the king's matters, and the Levites will serve you as officers. Deal courageously, and may the Lord be with the upright. After this, the Moabites and the Ammonites, and with them some of the Mennonites, came against Jehoshaphat for battle. Some men came and told Jehoshaphat, A great multitude is coming against you from Edom, from beyond the sea, and behold, they are the Hazan Tamar, that is in Gedi. Then Jehoshaphat was afraid, and set his face to seek the Lord, and proclaim a fast throughout all Judah. And Judah assembled to seek help from the Lord from all the cities of Judah that came to seek the Lord. And Jehoshaphat stood at the assembly of Judah and Jerusalem in the house of the Lord before the new court and said, O Lord, God of our fathers, are you not God in heaven? You rule over all the kingdoms of the nations. In your hand are power and might, so that is able to withstand you. Did you not, our God, drive out the inhabitants of this land before our people of Israel and give it forever to the descendants of Abraham your friend? And they have lived in it and have built for you in the sanctuary of your name, saying, If disaster comes upon us, the sword, judgment of pestilence or famine, we will stand before the house and before you, for the name is in this house, and cry out to you in our affliction, and you will hear and save. And now behold, the men of Ammon and Moab and Mount Seir, whom you would not let Israel invade, when they came from the land of Egypt, and whom they avoided and did not destroy, behold, they rewarded us by coming to drive us out of your possession, which you have given us to our inheritance. O our God, you will not execute judgment on them, for we are powerless against the great horde that is coming against us. We do not know what to do, but our eyes are on you. Meanwhile, in Judah stood before the Lord with their little ones, the wives and their children, and the Spirit of the Lord came upon Jahaziel, the son of Zechariah, son of Beniah, son of Jael, son of Mattaniah, the Levite, of the sons of Asaph, in the midst of the assembly. And he said, Listen, all Judah and inhabitants of Jerusalem and King Jehoshaphat, thus says the Lord to you, do not be afraid and do not be dismayed at the great horde, for the battle is not yours, but God's. Tomorrow go down against them. Behold, they will come up from the ascent of Ziz. You will find them at the end of the valley, east of the wilderness of Jeruel. You will not need to fight in the battle. Stand firm, hold your position, and see the salvation of the Lord on your behalf. O Judah and Jerusalem, do not be afraid and do not be dismayed. Tomorrow go out against them, and the Lord be with you. Then Jehoshaphat bowed his head with his face to the ground, and all Judah and the inhabitants of Jerusalem fell down before the Lord, worshipped the Lord, and the Levites and the Kohathites and the Korathites stood up and praised the Lord, the God of Israel, with a very loud voice. And they rose early in the morning and went out into the wilderness of Tekoa. And when they went out to Jehoshaphat, stood and said, Hear me, Judah, the inhabitants of Jerusalem. Believe in the Lord your God, that you will be established. Believe his prophets, and you will succeed. And when he had taken counsel with the people, he appointed those who were to sing to the Lord and praise him in his holy attire, as they went before the army, and said, Give thanks to the Lord, for the steadfast love endures forever. Take a quick break. And when they began to sing and praise, the Lord set an ambush against the men of Ammon, Moab, and Mount Seir, who had come against Judah, so that they were routed. For the men of Ammon and Moab rose against the inhabitants of Mount Seir, devoting them to destruction. And when they had made an end in the inhabitants of Seir, they had inhabitants destroy one another. When Judah came to the watchtower in the wilderness, they looked towards the horde, and behold, they were dead bodies lying on the ground. None had escaped. When Jehoshaphat and his people came to take the spoil, they found among them in great numbers goods, clothing, and precious things, which they took for themselves until they could carry no more. Then they were 3 days in the taking of the spoil. It was so much on the fourth day that they assembled in the valley of Barakah, for they had blessed the Lord. Therefore, the name of the place had been called the Valley of Barakah. So this to this day they had returned, every man of Judah and Jerusalem, and Jehoshaphat at their head, returning to Jerusalem with the joy. For the Lord has made them rejoice over all their enemies. They came to Jerusalem with harps and lyres and trumpets to the house of the Lord, and the fear of God came on to all the kingdoms of the countries when they had heard to the Lord and fought against the enemies of Israel. So the realm of Jehoshaphat was quiet, for all God gave them rested around. Then Jehoshaphat reigned over Judah. He was 35 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 25 years in Jerusalem. His mother's name was Zebuah, the daughter of Shalihi. He walked in the way of Asa his father, and did not turn aside from him, doing what was right in the sight of the Lord. The high place, however, were not taken away. The people had not yet set their hearts upon the God of their fathers. Now the rest of the acts of Jehoshaphat, from first to last, were written in the chronicles of Jehu and the son of Hanani, are recorded in the books of the first king, the books of kings of Israel. After this, Jehoshaphat, king of Judah, joined with Ahazerah, king of Israel, who acted wickedly. He joined in building to go to Tarshish, and they built the ships of Ezion Geber. Then Eliezer, the son of Dodahavu of Maharshish, prophesied against Jehoshaphat, saying, "Because you have joined in with Ahaziah, the Lord will destroy what you have made." And the ships were wrecked and were not able to go to Tarshish. Jehoshaphat slept with his father and was buried in the fathers of the cities of David. And Jehoram, his son, reigned in his place as he had brothers and sisters of Jehoshaphat: Azariah, Jehiel, Zechariah, Azariah, Michael, and Shephatiah. All these were the sons of Jehoshaphat, king of Israel. Their father gave them great gifts of silver, gold, and valuable possessions, together with fortified cities in Judah. But he gave the kingdom of Jehoram, because he was the firstborn. When Jehoram had ascended the throne of his father, and was established, he killed all his brothers and with the sword, and also some of the princes of Israel. Jehoram was 32 cities when he became king, and he reigned 8 years in Jerusalem. And he walked in the way of the kings of Israel, and the house of Ahab had done for the daughters of Ahab was his wife. And he did what was evil in the sight of the Lord. Yet the Lord was not willing to destroy the house of David because of the covenant that he had made with David, and since he had promised to give a lamp to him and to his sons forever. In the days Edom revolted from the rule of Judah and set up a king of their own. Then Jehoram pressed over with it his commanders and all the chariots, and he rose by night and struck the Edomites who had surrounded him and his chariot commanders. So Edom revolted from the rule of Judah to this day. And at the time, Libnah also revolted from his rule because he had forsaken the Lord, the God of his fathers. Moreover, he made the high places of the hill country of Judah and led the inhabitants of Jerusalem into whoredom and made Judah go astray. And the letter came to him from Elijah the prophet, saying, "Thus says the Lord, the God of David your father, because you have not walked in the ways of Jehoshaphat your father, or in the ways of Asa king of Judah, but have walked in the way of the king of Israel, and have enticed Judah and the inhabitants of Jerusalem into whoredom, and as the house of Ahab led Israel into whoredom, and also you have killed your brothers and your father's house, and who were better than you. Behold, the Lord will bring a great plague on your people, your children, your wives, and all your possessions, and you yourself will have a severe sickness with the disease of your bowels, until the bowels came out because of the disease day by day. And the Lord stirred up against Jehoram the anger of the Philistines and of the Arabians who were near the Ethiopians, and they came up against Judah and invaded it and carried away all the possessions they found that belonged to the king's house, and also his sons and his wives, so that no son was left in him except Jehoahaz, his youngest son. After all this, the Lord struck him in the bowels with an incurable disease. And in the course of time, at the end of 2 years, his bowels came out because of the disease, and he died in great agony. His people made no fire in his honor, like the fires made for his fathers. He was 32 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 8 years into Jerusalem. And he departed with no one's regret. They buried him in the city of David, but not in the tombs of the king. And then the inhabitants of Jerusalem made Ahaziah, his youngest son, king of his place. For the band of men that carries with the Arbinians to the king, had killed all the older sons. So Ahaziah, the son of Jehoram, king of Judah, reigned. Ahaziah was 22 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 1 year in Jerusalem. His mother's name was Athaliah, the granddaughter of Omri. He also walked to the ways of the house of Ahab, for his mother was the counsel in doing wickedly. He did what was evil in the sight of the Lord, as the house of Ahab had done. For after the death of his father, they were his counselors in his undoing. He even followed the counselors and went with Jehoram, the son of Ahab, king of Israel, to make war against Hazael, king of Syria, at Ramoth Gilead. And the Syrians wounded Joram, and he returned to be healed with Jezreel in the wounds that he had received in Ramah. When he fought against Hazael, king of Syria, and Hazaziah, the son of Jehoram, king of Judah, went down to see Joram, the son of Ahab, in Jezreel, because he was wounded. But it was ordained by God that the downfall of Hazaziah should come about through his going to visit Joram. For when he came here, he went with the Jehoram and to meet Jehu the son of Nimshi, whom the Lord had anointed to destroy the house of Ahab. And when Jehu had executed judgment of the house of Ahab, he met the princes of Judah and the sons of Ahaz, his brothers, who attended Hazael, and he killed them. He searched for Hazael, and he was captured while hiding in Samaria, and he was brought to Jehu and put to death. And they buried him, for they said, he is the grandson of Jehoshaphat, who sought the Lord with all his heart. In the house of Hazaziah had no one able to rule the kingdom. Now, when Athaliah, the mother of Hazaziah, saw that her son was dead, she arose and destroyed all the royal family of the house of Judah. But Jehoshaphat, the daughter of the king, took Joash, the son of Haziah, and stole him away from among the king's son, who was about to be put to death. And she put him and his son and his nurse in a bedroom. Thus Jehoshaphat, the daughter of the king Jehoram, the wife of Jehoiada, the priest, because she was the sister of Ahaziah, hid him from Athaliah, so that she did not put him to death. And he remained with them 6 years, hidden in the house of God, with Athaliah reigned over the land. But in the 7th year, Jehoiada took courage and entered into a covenant with the commanders and hundreds of Azariah, the son of Jeroham, Ishmael, the son of Jehoranan, Azariah, the son of Obed, Masariah, the son of Adiah, and Elsaphat, the son of Zerchi. And they went about through Judah and gathered the Levites from all the cities of Judah and the heads of the fathers' house of Israel, and they came to Jerusalem. And all the assembly made a covenant with the king of the house of God, and Jehoiada said to them, behold, the king's son. Let them reign as the Lord spoke concerning the son of David. This is the thing that ye shall do. Of the priests of the Levites who come off duty on the Sabbath, 1/3 shall be gatekeepers, and 1/3 shall be the king's house, and 1/3 at the gate of the foundation, and all the people shall be in the courts of the house of the Lord. Let no one enter the house of the Lord except the priests and ministering Levites. They may enter, for they are holy, but all the people shall keep the charge of the Lord. The Levites shall surround the king, each with his weapons in his hands, and whoever enters the house shall be put to death. But with the king, when he comes in and when he goes out, the Levites and all Judah did according to all that Jehoiada the priest commanded, and they each brought his men who were to go off duty on the Sabbath with those who were to come on duty on the Sabbath. For Jehoiada the priest did not dismiss the divisions, and Jehoiada the priest gave to the certain the spears and the large and the small shields that had been King David's, which were in the house of God. And he set all the people as the guard of the king, every man for his weapon, for his hand, and for the south side of the house, to the north side of the house, around the altar of the house. Then they brought out the king's son and put the crown on him and gave him the testimony. And they proclaimed him king, and Jehoiada and his sons appointed him. And they said, Long live the king. When Athaliah heard the noise of the people running and praising the king, she went into the house of the Lord to the people, and when she entered, or when she looked, there was the king standing up his pillar at the entrance, and the captains of the trumpeters beside the king, and all the people of the land rejoicing and blowing trumpets, and the singers with their musical instruments leading in the celebration. And Athaliah tore her clothes and cried, Treason, treason! Then Jehoiada the priest brought out the captains who were set over the army, saying to them, Bring her out between the ranks, and any one who follows her is to be put to death with the sword. For the priest said, Do not put her to death in the house of the Lord. So they laid hands on her, and she went into the entrance of the horse gate of the king's house, and they put her to death. And Jehoiada made a covenant between himself and all the people and the king, that they should be the Lord's people. Then all the people went to the house of Baal and tore it down, his altars and his image is that broke into pieces, and they killed Matan and the priest of Baal before the altars. And Jehoiada posted watchmen for the house of the Lord under the direction of the Levitical priest and the Levites, whom David had organized to be in charge of the house of the Lord, to burnt offerings to to offer burnt offerings to the Lord, as it is written in the law of Moses, with rejoicing and with singing, according to the order of David. He stationed the gatekeepers at the gates of the house of the Lord, that no one should enter who was in any way unclean. And he took the captains, the nobles, and the governors of the people, and all the people in the land, and they brought the king down from the house of the Lord, marching through the upper gate of the king's house. And they set the king on the royal throne, so that all the people of the land rejoiced. And the cities was quiet, and Athaliah had been put to death with the sword. Joash was 7 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 40 years in Jerusalem. His mother's name was Zebiah of Beersheba, and Joash did what was right in the eyes of the Lord all the days of Jehoiada the priest. Jehoiada got for him two wives, and he had sons and daughters. After this, Joash decided to restore the house of the Lord, and he gathered the priests and the Levites and said to them, Go out to the cities of Judah and gather from all of Israel money to repair the house of your God for year to year, and see that you act quickly. But the Levites did not act quickly. So the king summoned Jehoiada, the chief, and said to them, Why have you not required the Levites to bring in to Judah and Jerusalem the tax levied by Moses, the servant of the Lord, and the congregation of Israel for the tent of testimony? For the sons of Athaliah, the wicked woman, had broken into the house of God and had also used the dedicated things for the house of the Lord for the Baals. So the king commanded, and they made a chest and set it outside the gate of the house of the Lord, and proclamation was made throughout Judah and Jerusalem to bring in for the Lord the tax that Moses, the servant of God, laid on Israel in the wilderness. And all the princes and all the people rejoiced and brought their tax and dropped it into the chest until they had finished. And whenever the chest was brought to the king's officers by the Levites, when they saw that there was much money in it, the king's secretary and the officers of the chief priest would come and empty the chest and take and return it to its place. Thus they did day after day and collected money in abundance. And the king of Jehoiada gave it to those who had charge of the work of the house of the Lord. And they hired masons and carpenters to restore the house of the Lord, and also workers in iron and bronze to repair the house of the Lord. For those who were engaged in the work labored, and the repairing went forward in their hands. And they restored the house of the Lord in proper condition and strengthened it. And when they had finished, they brought the rest of the money before the king of Jehoiada, and with it were made utensils for the house of the Lord, both for the service of the burnt offerings and dishes for incense and vessels of gold and silver. And they offered burnt offerings in the house of the Lord regularly all the day of Jehoiada. But Jehoiada grew old and full of days and died. He was 130 years old at his death, and they buried him in the city of David among the kings, because he had done good in Israel and towards God and his house. Now, after the death of Jehoiada, the prince of Judah came and paid homage to the king. Then the king listened to them, and they abandoned the house of the Lord and God to their fathers, and served the Asherim and the idols. And wrath came upon Judah and Jerusalem for the guilt of theirs. Yet he sent prophets among them to bring them back to the Lord. These testified against them, but they would not pay attention. Then the Spirit of God clothed Zechariah the son of Jehoiada, the priest, and he stood above the people and said to them, Thus says the Lord, why do you break the commandments of the Lord, so that you cannot prosper? Because you have forsaken the Lord, you have forsaken you. And they conspired against him, and by command of the king they stoned him, and with stones in the court of the house of the Lord. Thus Joash the king did not remember the kindness of Jehoiada, Zechariah's father, had shown him, but killed his son. And when he was dying, he said, May the Lord see and avenge. At the end of the year, the army of the Syrians came up against Joash. They came to Judah and Jerusalem and destroyed all the princes of the people from among the people, and sent all the spoil to the king of Damascus. Though the army of the Syrians had come with few men, the Lord had delivered into the hands a very great army, because Judah had forsaken the Lord, the God of the fathers. Thus they had executed judgment on Joash. When they had departed from him, leaving him severely wounded, his servants conspire against him because of the blood of the son of Jehoiada the priest, and killed him on his bed, so that he died and was buried. And they buried him in the city of David, but they did not bury him in the tombs of the king. Those who conspired against him were Zebed the son of Shemith the Ammonite, and Jehoshaphat the son of Shemerith the Moabite. Accounts of the sons and of the many oracles against him, and of the rebuilding of the house of God, were written in the story of the book of Kings. And Amaziah the son reigned in his place. Amaziah, the 25 years old, when he began to reign, and he reigned 29 years in Jerusalem. His mother's name was Jehoadan of Jerusalem, and he did what was right in the eyes of the Lord, and not with the whole, yet not with a whole heart. And as soon as the royal power of his family, he killed the servants who had struck down the king of his father. But he did not put the father to death, according to what is written in the law in the book of Moses, where the Lord commanded, Fathers shall not die because of their children, nor children die because of their fathers, but each one shall die for his own sin. Then Amaziah assembled the men of Judah, and set them by fathers' houses under the commanders of thousands and of hundreds, and of all of Judah and Benjamin. He mustered those 20 years old and upward, and found that they were 300,000 choice men, fit for war, able to handle a spear and a shield. He hired also 100,000 mighty men of valor from Israel for 100 talents of silver. But a man of God came to him and said, O king, do not let the army of Israel go with you, for the Lord is not with Israel, with all these Epaphraimites, but go, act, be strong for the battle. Why should you suppose that God will cast you down before the enemy? For God has power to help or to cast down. And Amaziah said to the man of God, But what shall we do about the 100 talents that I have given to the army? The man of God answered, The Lord is able to give to you much more than this. Then Amaziah discharged the army that had come to him from Epaphram to go home again. And they became very angry with Judah, and returned home in fierce anger. And Amaziah took courage and led out his people, and went to the valley of Salt, and struck down 10,000 men of Seir. The men of Judah captured another 10,000 alive, and took them to the top of the rock, and threw them down from the top of the rock, and they were all dashed to pieces. But the men of the army whom Amaziah sent back, not letting them go with him to battle, raided the cities of Judah and Samaria to Beth Horon, and struck down 3,000 people to them, and took much spoil. After Amaziah came from striking down the Edomites, he brought the gods of the men of Seir, and set them up as his gods, and worshipped them, making offerings to them. Therefore the God was angry, and Amaziah sent to him a prophet, who said to him, Why have you sought the gods of the people, who did not deliver their own people from their hand? But as he was speaking, the king said to him, Have we made a royal council? Stop. Why should you be struck down? So the prophet stopped. But he said, I know that God has determined to destroy you, because you have done this, and have not listened to my counsel. Then Amaziah king of Judah took counsel and sent to Joash the son of Jehoahaz, son of Jehu, king of Israel, saying, Come, let us look one another in the face. And Joash the king of Israel sent word to Amaziah king of Judah, a thistle of Lebanon sent to a cedar of Lebanon, saying, Give your daughter to my son for a wife. And a wild beast of Lebanon passed by and trampled down the thistle. You say, See, I have struck down Edom, and your heart has lifted you up in boastfulness. But now stay at home. Why should you provoke trouble you and Judah with you? But Amaziah would not listen, for it was of God, in order that he might give to them into the hands of the enemies, because he had sought the gods of Edom. So Joash, king of Israel, went up, and he and Amaziah, king of Judah, faced one another in battle at Beth Shemesh, which belongs to Judah. And Judah was defeated by Israel, and every man fled to his home. And Joash, king of Israel, captured Amaziah, king of Judah, the son of Joash, son of Amaziah, at Beth Shemesh, and brought him to Jerusalem, and broke down the wall of Jerusalem for 400 cubits, from the Ephraim gate to the corner gate. And he seized all the gold and silver, and all the vessels that were found in the house of God, in the care of Obededom. He seized all the treasuries in the king's house, also hostages, and he returned to Samaria. Amaziah the son of Joash, king of Judah, lived 15 years after the death of Joash the son of Jehoahaz, king of Israel. Now the rest of the deeds of Amaziah, from first to last, are they not written in the book of kings of Judah in Israel? From the time that he had turned away from the Lord, they made a conspiracy against him in Jerusalem, and he fled to Lachish. But they sent after him to Lachish and put him to death. And they brought him upon horses, and he was buried by his father in the city of David. And all the people of Judah took Uzziah, who was 16 years old, and made him king instead of his father Amaziah. He built a loth and restored it to Judah after the king slept with his fathers. Uzziah was 16 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 52 years in Jerusalem. His mother's name was Jecholiah of Jerusalem, and he did what was right in the eyes of the Lord, according to all that was his father's Amaziah had done. He set himself to seek God in the days of Zechariah, who instructed him in the fear of God, and as long as he sought the Lord, God made him prosper. He went out and made war against the Philistines, and broke through the wall of Gath and the wall of Jabneh and the wall of Ashdod, and he built cities in the territory of Ashdod and elsewhere among the Philistines. God helped him against the Philistines and against the Arabians who lived in Jerubbaal, and against the Meunites. The Ammonites paid tribute to Uzziah. His fame spread even to the border of Egypt, there he became very strong. Moreover, Uzziah built towers in Jerusalem at the corner gate and at the valley gate and at the angle, and fortified them. And he built towers in the wilderness and cut out many cisterns, for he had large herds both in the Shephelah and in the plain. And he had farmers and vine dressers in the hills and in the fertile lands, for he loved the soil. Moreover, Uzziah had an army of soldiers fit for war, for divisions according to the number of the mustard made by Jael, the secretary of Maaseiah the officer, under the direction of Hananiah, one of the king's commanders. The whole number of the heads of the fathers, horses of mighty men of valor, was 2,600. Under the command was the army of 307,500, who could make war with a mighty power and help the king against the enemy. And Uzziah prepared for all the army shields, spears, helmets, coats of mail, bows, and stones for slinging. In Jerusalem he made machines invented by skillful men to be on the towers and the corners to shoot arrows and great stones, and he and his fame spread far, for he was marvelously helped till he be strong. But when he was strong, he grew proud in his destruction, for he was as unfaithful to the Lord his God, and entered the temple of the Lord to burn incense on the altar of incense. But Azariah the priest went in after him with 80 priests of the Lord, who were men of valor, and they withstood King Uzziah, and said to him, It is not for you, Uzziah, to burn incense to the Lord, but for the priests, the son of Aaron, who are consecrated to burn incense. Go out of the sanctuary, for you have done wrong, and it will bring to you no honor for the Lord God. Then Uzziah was angry, Now he had a censer in his hand to burn incense, and when he became angry with the priests, leprosy broke out on his forehead in the presence of the priest in the house of the Lord, by the altar of incense. And Zirah, the king, the chief priest, and all the people, and all the priests looked at him, and behold, he was leprous in his forehead. And they rushed to him quickly, and he himself hurried to go out, because of the Lord had struck him. And King Uzziah was a leper to the day of his death, and being a leper, lived in a separate house, for he was excluded from the house of the Lord. And Jotham his son was over the king's household, governing the people of the land. Now the rest of the acts of Uzziah, from first to last, Isaiah the prophet, the son of Amoz, wrote. And Uzziah slept with his father, and they buried him with his father in the burial field that belonged to the kings, for they said, he is a leper. And Jotham his son reigned in his place. Jotham was 25 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 16 years in Jerusalem. His mother's name was Jerushish, the daughter of Hadok, and he did what was right in the eyes of the Lord, according to all that his father Uzziah had done, except he did not enter the temple of the Lord. But the people still followed corrupt practices. He built the upper gate of the house of the Lord, and did much building in the wall of Ophel. Moreover, he built cities in the hill country of Judah, and forts and towers in the wooded hills. He fought with the king of the Ammonites and prevailed against them, and the Ammonites gave him the year 100 talents of silver, 100 cores of wheat, and hundreds and 10,000 of barley. The Ammonites paid him the same amount in the second and third years. So Jotham became mighty because he ordered his ways before the Lord his God. Now the rest of the acts of Jotham, and all his ways, behold, they are written in the book of the kings of Israel of Judah. He was 25 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 16 years in Jerusalem. And Jotham slept with his father, and they buried him in the city of David, and Ahaz his son reigned in his place. Ahaz was 20 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 16 years in Jerusalem, and he did not do what was right in the eyes of the Lord. His father David had done, but he walked in the ways of the king of Israel. He even made metal images for the Baals, and he made offerings to the valley of the son of Hinnom, and burned his son at the offering according to the ab, ab, abominations abominations of the nations, whom the Lord drove out from people of Israel. And he sacrificed and made offerings to the high places and on the hills and under every green tree. Therefore the Lord his God gave him into the hands of the king of Syria, who defeated him, took captive the great number of his people, and brought them to Damascus. He was also given into the hand of the king of Israel, who struck him with great force. For Pekah the son of Remaliah killed 120,000 for Judah in one day, for all the men of valor, because they had forsaken the Lord, the God of his father. And Zerchi, a mighty man of Ephraim, killed Messiah, the king's son, and Azrikam, the commander of the palace, and Elkanah, the next in authority to the king. The men of Israel took captive 200,000 of their relatives, women, sons, and daughters. They also took much spoil from them and brought spoil of Samaria. But a prophet of the Lord was there, whose name was Obed, and he went out to meet the army and came to Samaria and said to them, behold, because the Lord your God of your fathers was angry with Judah, he gave to them your hand, but you have killed them in a rage, and he has reached up to the heavens, and now have intended to subjugate the people of Judah and Jerusalem, male and female, as your slaves. Have you not sins of your own against the Lord your God? Now hear me, and send back the captives of your own relatives, whom you have taken, for the fierce wrath of the Lord is upon you. Certain chiefs also of the men of Ephraim, Azariah the son of Johanan, Berechiah the son of Meshillemoth, Jehez, Jehezkiah the son of Shallum, and Amasa the son of Hedaliah, stood up against those who were coming up from the war, and said to them, you shall not bring the captives in here, for you propose to bring upon us guilt against the Lord in addition to his present sins and guilt. For our guilt is already great and fierce, and there is fierce wrath against Israel. So the alarmed men left the captives and the spoil before the princes and all the assembly, and the men who have been mentioned by name rose and took the captives, and with the spoil they clothed all who were naked among him. They clothed them, gave them sandals, provided them with food and drink, and anointed them, and carried all the feeble among them on donkeys. They brought them to their kinsfolk at Jericho, the city of palms. Then they returned to Samaria. At the time, King Ahaz sent to the king of Assyria for help. for the Edomites had again invaded and defeated Judah and carried away captives, and the Philistines had made raids on the cities of Shephelah and the Negeb of Judah, and had taken Beth Shemesh, Aijalon, Gederath Soko with the villages, Timnah with the villages, and Gimzo with the villages, and they settled there. For the Lord humbled Judah because of Ahaz, king of Israel, for he had made Judah act sinfully and had been very unfaithful to the Lord. So Tiglath Pileser, king of Assyria, came against him and afflicted him instead of strengthening him. For Ahaz took a portion of the house of the Lord and the house of the king and of the princes, and gave tribute to the king of Assyria, but it did not help him. In the name of his distress, he became yet more faithful to the Lord, the king Ahaz. For he sacrificed to the god of Damascus that had defeated him, and said, "Because the gods of the kings of Syria helped him, I will sacrifice to them that they may help me." For they were the ruin of him and all of Israel. And Ahaz gathered together the vessels of the house of God, and cut into pieces the vessels of the house of God. And he shut up the doors of the house of the Lord, and he made himself altars in every corner of Jerusalem. In every city of Judah he made high places to make offerings to other gods, provoking and anger the Lord, the God of the fathers. Now the rest of his acts and all his ways, from first to last, behold, they were written in the book of the king of Judah and Israel. And Ahaz slept with his father, and they buried him in the city in Jerusalem, for they did not bring him into the tombs of the king of Israel. And Hezekiah the son reigned in his place. Hezekiah began to reign when he was 25 years old, and he reigned 29 years in Jerusalem. His mother's name is Abijah, the daughter of Zechariah, and he did what was right in the eyes of the Lord, according to all that David his father had done. In the first of the year, in the first month, he opened the doors of the house of the Lord and repaired them. He brought them in the priests of the Levites and assembled them in the square on the east, and said to him, "Hear me, Levites. Now consecrate yourselves and consecrate the house of the Lord, the God of your father, and carry out the filth from the holy place, for our fathers have been unfaithful, and you have done what is evil in the sight of the Lord. They have forsaken him, and have turned away their face from the habitation of the Lord, and turned their back. They also shut the doors of the vestibule, and put out the lamps, and have not burned incense, or offered burnt offerings in the holy place to the God of Israel. Therefore the wrath of God came to Judah and Jerusalem, and he has made them an object of horror, of astonishment, and of hissing, as you see with your own eyes. For behold, our father has fallen by the sword, and our son and our daughters and our wives are the company of this. Now it is in my heart to make the covenant with the Lord, the God of Israel, to order that his fierce anger may turn away from him. My sons, do not now be negligent, for the Lord has chosen you to stand in his presence, to minister to him and in his ministries, and make offerings to him. Then the Levites arose, Mahath the son of Amasai, and Joel the son of Azariah, of the sons of the Kohathites, and of the sons of Merari, Kish the son of Abdi, and Azariah the son of Jehalalel, and of the Gashonites, Joah the son of Zimmah, and Eden the son of Zoah, and of the sons of Elsapam, Shimri and Jeuel, and of the sons of Asaph, Zechariah and Mattaniah, and of the sons of Heman, Jehuel, Shimei, and all the sons of Jeduthun, Shemaiah, and Uziel. They gathered their brothers and consecrated themselves, and went in as the king had commanded by the words of the Lord, to cleanse the house of the Lord. The priests went into the inner parts of the house of the Lord to cleanse it, and they brought out all the uncleanliness that they found in the temple of the Lord into the court of the house of the Lord. And the Levites took it and carried it out of the brook of Kidron. They began to consecrate on the first day of the first month, and on the eighth day of the month they came to the vestibule of the Lord. Then for 8 days they consecrated the house of the Lord, and on the 16th day of the first month they finished. Then they went to Hezekiah the king and said, "We have cleansed all the house of the Lord, an altar of burnt offering and all its utensils, and the table for the showbread and all its utensils, and all the utensils that King Ahaz discarded in his reign when he was faithless. We have made ready the consecrated, and behold, they are before the altar of the Lord." Then Hezekiah the king rose early and gathered the officials of the city, and went up to the house of the Lord, and they brought 7 bulls, 7 rams, 7 lambs, and 7 male goats for a city offering for the kingdom, and for the sanctuary, and for Judah. And he commanded the priests, the sons of Aaron, to offer them to the altar of the Lord. So they slaughtered the bulls, and the priests received the blood and threw it against the altar. And he slaughtered the rams, and their blood was thrown against the altar. And they slaughtered the lambs, and their blood was thrown against the altar. And the goats for the sin offering were brought to the king, and they assembled, and they laid their hands on them. And the priests slaughtered them and made a sin offering from them, from their blood on the altar to make atonement for all of Israel. For the king commanded that the burnt offering of the sin offering should be made for Israel, and he stationed the Levites in the house of the Lord with cymbals, harps, and lyres, according to the commandment of David, and of Gad the king's seer, and of Nathan the prophet, and of the commandments was from the Lord through his prophets. The Levites stood with the instruments of David, and the priests with the trumpets. Then Hezekiah commanded that the burnt offerings be offered on the altar. And when the burnt offerings began, the song of the Lord began also, and the trumpets accompanied, and the instruments of the David said to the in the instruments of David, king of Israel. The whole assembly worshipped, and the singers sang, and the trumpeters sounded. All this continued until the burnt offering was finished. When the offering was finished, the king and all who were present with them bowed themselves and worshipped. And Hezekiah the king and all the officials commanded the Levites to sing praises to the Lord with the words of David and of Asaph the seer. And they sang praises with gladness, and they bowed down and worshipped. And then Hezekiah said, "You have now consecrated yourself to the Lord. Come near, bring sacrifices and thank offerings to the house of the Lord." And the assembly brought sacrifices and thank offerings, and all who were willing to heart brought burnt offerings, and the number of the burnt offerings that the assembly brought were 70 bulls, 100 rams, and 200 lambs. All of these were the burnt offerings of the Lord. And the consecrated offerings were 600 bulls and 3,000 sheep, but the priests were too few and could not flay all the burnt offerings. So until other priests had consecrated themselves, their brothers, the Levites, helped them until the work was finished. For the Levites were more upright in heart than the priests in the consecrating themselves, besides the great number of burnt offerings that were the fat of the peace offerings, and there were the drink offerings for the burnt offerings. Thus, for the service of the house of the Lord was restored. And Hezekiah and all the people rejoiced because God had provided for the people, for the thing came about suddenly. Hezekiah sent to all of Israel All right, we are back. A little technical difficulty again. And let's see, where were we? So the countries went from city to city through the countries of Ephraim and Manasseh, and as far as Zebulun, but they laughed them to scorn and mocked them. However, some men of Asher, Manasseh, and of Zebulun humbled themselves and came to Jerusalem. The hand of God was also on Judah, and give to them one heart to do what the king of the princes commanded by the word of the Lord, by the word of the Lord. And many people came together in Jerusalem to keep the feasts of the unleavened bread in the second month, a very great assembly. They set to work and removed the altars that were in Jerusalem and all the altars for burning incense that took away and threw into the brook Kidron. And they slaughtered the Passover lamb on the 14 days of the second month. And the priests of the Levites were ashamed, so that they consecrated themselves and brought burnt offerings into the house of the Lord. They took their accustomed pots according to the law of Moses and the man of God. The priests threw the blood that they received from the hand of the Levites, for there were many of the assembly who had not consecrated themselves. Therefore, the Levites had to slaughter the Passover lamb for everyone who was not clean to consecrate it to the Lord. For a majority of the people, many of them from Manasseh and Issachar and Zebulun, had not cleansed themselves, yet they ate the Passover otherwise that was prescribed. For Hezekiah had prayed for them, saying, May the good Lord pardon everyone who sets his heart to seek God and the Lord, the, the God of his fathers, even though not according to the sanctuary rules of cleanliness. And the Lord heard Hezekiah and healed the people. And the people of Israel who were present at Jerusalem, kept the feast of the unleavened bread 7 days with great gladness. And the Levites and the priests praised the Lord day by day, singing with all their might to the Lord. And Hezekiah spoke encouragingly to all the Levites who showed good skill in the service of the Lord. So they ate the food in the festivals for 7 days, sacrificing some peace offerings and giving thanks to the Lord, the God of their fathers. Then the whole assembly agreed together to keep the feast of another 7 days. So they kept it for another 7 days with gladness. For Hezekiah, king of Judah, gave the assembly 1,000 bulls and 7,000 sheep offerings, and the princes gave the assembly 1,000 bulls and 10,000 sheep. And the priests consecrated themselves in great numbers in the whole assembly of Judah, and whole assembly of Judah, and the priests of the Levites, and the whole assembly that came out of Israel, and the sojourners who came out of the land of Israel, and the sojourners who lived in Judah rejoiced. So they so there was great joy in Jerusalem, for since the time of Solomon the son of David, king of Israel, there had been nothing like this in Jerusalem. Then the priests and the Levites arose and blessed the people, and their voice was heard, and their prayer came to him in holy habitation in heaven. For now all that was finished all of Israel who were present were out of the cities of Judah, and broke in pieces the pillars and cut down the Asherim, and broke down the high pillars and the altars throughout all Judah and Benjamin and all of Paphram and Manasseh, until they had destroyed them all. Then all the people of Israel returned to the cities, every man for his possession. And Hezekiah appointed the division of the priests and the Levites division by division, each according to their service. The priests of the Levites for burnt offerings and the peace offerings to minister to the gates of the camp of the Lord and to the thanks and the praise. The contributions of the king from his own possessions was for the burnt offerings and the burnt offerings of morning and evening, and the burnt offerings of the Sabbath, the new moons, and the appointed feasts, as it is written in the law of the Lord. And he commanded the people who lived in Jerusalem to give the portion due to the priests and the Levites, that they might give themselves to the law of the Lord as soon as they command had spread abroad. And people of Israel gave in abundance the first fruits, the grain, wine, oil, honey, and all the produce of the field. And they brought in abundantly the tithe of everything, and the people of Israel and Judah who lived in the cities of Judah also brought in the tithe of cattle and sheep, and the tithe of the dedicated things that they had dedicated to the Lord their God, and laid them in heaps in the third month. That they began to pile up the heaps, and finished them in the seventh month. Then Hezekiah the princes came and saw the heaps. They blessed the Lord and his people of Israel. And Hezekiah questioned the priests and the Levites about the heaps. Azariah, the chief priests, who was in the house of Zadok, answered him, since they began to bring the contributions into the house of the Lord, and they had eaten and had enough, and they had plenty left, and the Lord had blessed his people, so that we had this large amount. Then Hezekiah commanded them to prepare chambers in the house of the Lord, and they prepared them, and they faithfully brought in the contributions, the tithes, and the dedicated things. The chief officer in charge of them, with Conaniah the Levite, the Shimei, his brother, his second, while Jehiel, Uzziah, Nahath, Asahel, Jeremoth, Jobazed, Eliam, Ishma, Ishmachiah, Matha, and Benaiah were overseers, consisting Coniah and the Shimei of his brothers, by the appointed of Hezekiah the king, and Azariah the chief officer of the house of God, and Kor the son of Imnah the Levite, keeper of the east gate, was over the free will offering to God, to apportion the contribution reserved to the Lord and to the most holy offerings. Edom, Menahem, Jeshua, Shemaiah, Amariah, and Shechaniah were faithfully assisting him and the cities of the priests to distribute the portions to their brothers, old and young alike, in divisions, except those enrolled in the genealogy, males from the 3 years old and upward, all who entered the house of the Lord, as the duty of each day required. For the service according to their officers by their divisions, the enrollment of the priests was according to the fathers' houses, that the Levites from 20 years old and upward was according to their offices by their divisions. They were enrolled with all the little children, their wives, their sons, their daughters, the whole assembly, and they were faithful in keeping themselves holy. For all the sons of Aaron, the priests who were in the fields of the common land, belonging to their cities, there were men in the several cities that were designated by name to distribute portions to every male, and among the priests to everyone among the Levites who had enrolled. Thus Hezekiah did throughout all Judah, and he did what was good and right and faithful before the Lord his God. And every work that he undertook in the service of the house of the God, and in accordance to the law and the commandments, seeking his God, he did with all the hearts and prospered. After these things and these acts of faithfulness, Sennacherib, king of Assyria, came and invaded Judah and encamped against the fortified cities, thinking to win them for himself. And then Hezekiah saw that Sennacherib had come and intended to fight against Jerusalem. He planned with the officers and his mighty men to stop the water of the springs that were outside the city, and they helped him. A great many people were gathered, and they stopped all the springs and all the brooks that flowed through the land, saying, "Why should the king of Assyria come and find much water?" He set to work resolutely and built up all the wall that was broken down, and raised towers upon it. And outside it he built another wall, and he strengthened the Milium in the city of David. He also made weapons and shields in abundance, and he set combat commanders over the people and gathered them together to him in the square of the gate, and the city spoke encouragingly to them, saying, "Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid or dismayed before the kings of Assyria and all the horde that is with him. For there are more with us than with him in the arm of flesh, but with us is the Lord our God, to help us in and to fight the battles." And to the people took confidence in the words of Hezekiah, king of Judah. After the Sennacherib, king of Assyria, who had besieged Lachish, with all the forces, sent to the servants of Jerusalem and Hezekiah, king of Judah, and to the people of Judah who were in Assyria, saying, "Thus says the Sennacherib, king of Assyria, on what are you trusting that you endure the siege of Jerusalem? Is not Hezekiah misleading you, that he may give to you or die of the famine by thirst? That he tells you, the Lord our God will deliver us from the hand of the king of Assyria? Has not the same Hezekiah taken away his high places and his altars, and commanded Judah and Jerusalem, before one altar you shall worship, and on it you shall burn your sacrifices? Do you not know what I and my fathers have done to all the people of the other lands? Were the gods of the nations in those lands at all able to deliver their lands out of my hand? Who among all the gods of those nations that my father devoted to destruction was able to deliver his people from my hand, that your God should be able to deliver you from my hand? Now, therefore, do not let Hezekiah deceive you or mislead you in this fashion, and do not believe him, nor for no God of any nation or kingdom has been able to deliver his people from my hand or from the hand of my fathers. How much less will your God deliver you from my hand? And his servants said still more against the Lord God and against the servant Hezekiah. And he wrote letters to cast contempt to the Lord and the God of Israel, to speak against him, saying, "Like the gods of the nations of the lands, who had not delivered their people from my hands, so that God of Hezekiah will not deliver his people from my hand." And they shouted it with a loud voice in the language of Judah to the people of Jerusalem who were on the wall, to frighten and to terrify them, in order that they might take the city. And they spoke to the God of Jerusalem as they spoke to the God of the people of earth. which are to the work of men's hands. Then Hezekiah the king and Isaiah the prophet, the son of Amoz, prayed because of this and cried to heaven. And the Lord sent an angel who cut off all the mighty warriors and the commanders and the officers in the camp and the king of Assyria. And he returned with shame of face to his own land. And when he came into the house of God, some of his own sons struck him down there with the sword, so that the Lord saved Hezekiah and the inhabitants of Jerusalem from the hand that Sennacherib, king of Assyria, and from the hand of all his enemies, and he provided for them on every side. And many brought gifts to the Lord of Jerusalem and precious things to Hezekiah king of Judah, so that he was exalted in the sight of all nations from the time onward. In those days Hezekiah became sick and was at the point of death, and he prayed to the Lord, and he answered him, and he gave him a sign. But Hezekiah did not make him return according to the benefit done to him, for his heart was proud. Therefore wrath came upon him and Judah and Jerusalem. But Hezekiah humbled himself for the pride of his heart, both he and the inhabitants of Jerusalem, so that the wrath of the Lord did not come upon them in the days of Hezekiah. And Hezekiah was very great, riches and honor, and he made for himself treasuries for silver, for gold, for precious stones, for spices, for shields, and for all kinds of costly vessels, storehouses, also for yields of grain, wine, and oil, and stalls for all kind of cattle and sheepfold. He likewise provided cities for himself, and flocks and herds in abundance, for God had given him very great possessions. The same Hezekiah closed the upper outlet of the waters of Gihon and directed them down to the west side of the city of David. And Hezekiah prospered in all the works, and so in the matter of the envoys of the princes of Babylon, who had been sent to him to inquire about the sign that they had been done to the land, God let left him to himself in order to test him and to know all that was in his heart. Now, the rest of the acts of Hezekiah, his good deeds, behold, they are written in the vision of Isaiah the prophet, the son of Amoz, in the books of the kings of Judah and Israel. And Hezekiah slept with his fathers, and they buried him in the upper part of the tombs of the sons of David. And all Judah and the inhabitants of Jerusalem did him honor in his death. And Manasseh, his son, reigned in his place. Manasseh was 12 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 55 years in Jerusalem, and he did what was evil in the sight of the Lord, according to the abomination of the nations whom the Lord drove out before the people of Israel. For he rebuilt the high places that his father Hezekiah had broken down, and he erected altars of the Baals, and made Asheroth and worshippers all the host of heaven, and served them. And he built altars to the house of the Lord, on which the Lord had said, In Jerusalem shall my name be forever. And sorry, the missus brought me some coffee, so I was just saying thank you real quick. And he built altars of all the hosts of heaven in the two courts of the house of the Lord. And he burned his sons as an offering in the valley of the sons of Hanan, and used fortune telling and omens and sorcery, and dealt with mediums and with necromancers. He did much evil in the sight of the Lord, provoking him to anger. And he craved image from the idols that he had made. He set in the house of God, of which God said to David and to Solomon his son, In his house and in Jerusalem, which I have chosen, out of all the tribes of Israel, I will put my name forever, and I will no more remove the foot of Israel from the land that I appointed for your fathers, if only they will be careful to do all that I commanded to them. All the laws, the statutes, and the rules given through Moses, Manasseh led Judah and the inhabitants of Jerusalem astray to do more evil than the nations whom the Lord destroyed before the people of Israel. The Lord spoke to Manasseh and to the people, but they paid no attention. Therefore, the Lord brought upon them the commanders of the army of the king of Assyria, who captured Manasseh with hooks and bound him with chains of bronze and brought him to Babylon. And when he was in distress, he entreated the favor of the Lord his God and humbled himself greatly before God his fathers. He prayed to him, and God was moved by the entreaty and heard the plea and brought him again to Jerusalem and into the kingdom. Then Manasseh knew that the Lord was God. Afterward, he built an outer wall for the city of David, west of Gihon, in the valley, and for the entrance into the first gate, and carried it around Ophel, and raised it to a very great height. He also put commanders of the army in all the fortified cities of Judah, and he took away the foreign gods and the idol in the house of the Lord, and all the altars that he had built in the mountain of the house of the Lord and in Jerusalem, and he threw them outside of the city. And he also restored the altar of the Lord and offered on its sacrifices of peace offerings and of thanksgiving. And he commanded Judah to serve the Lord, the God of Israel. Nevertheless, the people still sacrificed at the high places, not only at the Lord their God. Now the rest of the acts of Manasseh and his prayer to his God and to the words of the seers who spoke to him in the name of the Lord, the God of Israel, behold, they are in the chronicles of the king of Israel. In his prayer and how God has moved by his entreaty, and all the sin of his faithfulness, and the sites on which he built the high places and set up the Asherim and the images before he humbled himself, behold, they are written in the chronicles of Seers. So Manasseh slept with his fathers, and they buried him in the house, and Amon his son reigned in his place. Amon had 22 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 2 years in Jerusalem, and he did what was evil in the sight of the Lord, as Manasseh his father had done. Amon sacrificed to all the images of Manasseh his father had made, and served them, and he did not humble himself before the Lord, as Manasseh his father had humbled himself. But his Amon incurred guilt more and more, and his servants conspired against him, and put him to death in his house. But the people of the land struck down all those who had conspired against King Amon, and the people of the land made Josiah his son king of the place. Josiah was 8 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 31 years in Jerusalem. And he did what was right in the eyes of the Lord, and he walked in the ways of David his father, and he did not turn aside in the right hand or to the left. And in the 8 years of his reign, while he was yet a boy, he began to seek to the Lord of David his father. And in the 12th year, he began to purge Judah and Jerusalem of the high places and Asherim, and keep in the carved and the metal images. If they chopped down the altars and veils in his presence, and he cut down the incense altars that stood above them, and he broke in pieces and Asherim and the carved and the metal images, and he made dust to them and scattered it over the graves and over those who sacrificed to them. He also burned the bones of the priests on the altars and cleansed Judah and Jerusalem, and in the cities of Manasseh, Ephraim, and Simeon, as far as Naphtali. In the ruin all around he broke down the altars and beat the Asherim and the images into powder, and cut down all the incense altars throughout all the land of Israel. Then he returned to Jerusalem. Now in the 18th year that he reigned, when he had cleansed the land of the house, he sent Shaphan, the son of Eliza, and Manasseh, the governor of the city, and Joah, the son of Joahaz, the recorder, to repair the house of the Lord his God. They came to Hilkiah the high priest and gave him the money that he had been brought to the house of God, which the Levites, the keepers of the threshold, had collected from Manasseh and Ephraim, and from all the remnant of Israel, and from all Judah and Benjamin, and from all the inhabitants of Jerusalem. And they gave it to the workmen who were working in the house of the Lord. And the workmen who were working in the house of the Lord gave it for repairing and for restoring to the house. They gave it to the carpenters and to the builders to buy quarried stone and timber for binders and beams for the buildings. But the kings of Israel had let go to ruin, and the men did the work faithfully. Over them were set Jahath and Obadiah and the Levites of the son of Merari, and Zechariah and Meshullam, and the sons of the Kohathites to have oversight. The Levites all were very skillful with instruments of music, were over the burden bearers, and directed all who did work in every kind of service. And some of the Levites were scribes and officials and gatekeepers. While they were bringing out the money and they had brought into the house of the Lord, Hilkiah the priest found the book of the law and the Lord given to Moses. Then Hilkiah answered and said to Shaphan the secretary, I have found the book of the law in the house of the Lord. And Hilkiah gave the book of Shaphan. Shaphan brought the book of the king and further reported to the king all that was committed to the servants they are doing. They have emptied out the money that was found in the house of the Lord, and had given it into the hand of the overseers and the workmen. Then Shaphan the secretary told to the king, Hilkiah the priest has given me a book, and Shaphan read from it before the king. And when the king heard the words of the Lord, he tore his clothes, and the king commanded Hilkiah, Ahikam the son of Shaphan, Adon the son of Micah, Shaphan the secretary, and Asaiah the king's servant, saying, Go, inquire of the Lord for me and for those who are left in Israel and in Judah concerning the words of the books that have been found. For great is the wrath of the Lord that is poured out for us, because our fathers have not kept the word of the Lord to do according to all that is written in the book. So Hilkiah and those whom the king had sent went to Huldah the prophetess, and the wife of Shallun the son of Toketh, son of Hasherah, keeper of the wardrobe. Now she lived in Jerusalem in the second quarter, and spoke to her to the effect that she said to them, Thus says the Lord, the God of Israel, till the man who sent you to me, Thus says the Lord, Behold, I will bring disaster upon the place and upon its inhabitants, all the curses that are written in the book that was read before the king of Judah, because they have spoken to me, and we have made offerings to other gods, that they might provoke me to anger with all the works of their hands. Therefore my wrath will be poured out on this place and will not be quenched. But the king of Judah, who sent you to inquire to the Lord, thus shall you say to him, Thus says the Lord, the God of Israel, regarding the words that you have heard, because of the heart was tender, and you humbled yourself before God, when you heard his words against the place and its inhabitants, and you have humbled yourself before me, and have torn your clothes and wept before me. I also have heard you, declares the Lord. Behold, I will gather you to your fathers, and you shall be gathered to your grave in peace, and your eyes shall not see the disaster that I will bring upon the place of its inhabitants. And they brought back word to the king. And the king sent and gathered together all the elders of Judah and Jerusalem. And the king went to the house of the Lord with all the men of Judah and the inhabitants of Jerusalem, and the priests and the Levites and the people, both great and small, and he read in the hearings of the word of the book of the covenant that had been found in the house of the Lord. And the king stood in his place and made covenant before God and to the people of the Lord to keep the commandments and his testimonies and his statutes with all his heart and with all his soul, to perform the words of the covenant that were written in this book. Then he made all who were present in Jerusalem and in Benjamin join in, and the inhabitants of Jerusalem did according to the covenant of God, the God of their fathers. And Josiah took away all the abomination from all the territory that belonged to the people of Israel, and made all who were present in Israel serve the Lord their God. All his days they did not turn away from the following of the Lord, the God of their fathers. Josiah kept a Passover in the Lord in Jerusalem, and they slaughtered the Passover lamb on the 14th day. In the first month, he appointed the priests to their officers and encouraged them in the service of the house of the Lord. And he said to the Levites who taught all Israel and who were holy to the Lord, Put the holy ark in the house of Solomon, the son of David, king of Israel, built. You need not carry it on your shoulders. Now serve the Lord your God and his people Israel. Prepare yourselves according to your father's house by your divisions, as prescribed in the writing of David, king of Israel, in the document of Solomon his son, and stand in the holy place according to the groupings of the fathers, houses of your brothers that lay people, and according to the divisions of the Levites by fathers' households, and slaughter the Passover lamb, and consecrate yourself, and prepare for your brothers, and do according to the word of the Lord of Moses. Then Josiah contributed to the lay people as Passover, according to all who were present, lambs and young goats from the flock of the number was 30,000, and 3,000 bulls. These were the king's possessions, and his officials contributed willingly to the people of the priests and to the Levites. Hilkiah, Zechariah, and Jehiel, the chief officers of the house of God, gave to the priests of the Passover offerings 2,600 Passover lambs, 300 bulls. Conaniah also, and Shemaiah, and Nathaniel, his brother, and Habasheba, and Jael, and Jozabah, the chiefs of the Levites, gave to the Levites for the Passover offering 5,000 lambs and young goats and 500 bulls. Then the service had been prepared for. The priests stood in their place, and the Levites in their divisions, according to the king's command. And they slaughtered the Passover lambs, and the priests threw the blood that they had received from them, while the Levites flayed the sacrifices. And they set aside the burnt offerings that they might distribute them according to the groupings of the fathers' houses of the lay people to offer to the Lord, as it is written to the book of Moses. So they did with the bulls, and they roasted the Passover lamb with fire according to the rule. And they boiled the holy offerings in pots and cauldrons and pans, and carried them quickly to all the lay people. And afterward they prepared for themselves and for the priests, because the priests, the sons of Aaron, were offering the burnt offerings and the fat parts until the night. So the Levites prepared for themselves, and for the priests, the sons of Aaron, the singers, the sons of Asaph, were in their place according to the command of David and Asaph, and Heman, and Jeduthun, the king's seer, and the gatekeepers were at each gate. They did not need to depart from their service, for their brothers the Levites prepared for them. So all the service of the Lord was prepared that day to keep the Passover and to offer burnt offerings on the altar of the Lord according to the command of King Josiah. And the people of Israel who were present kept the Passover at the time and the feast of unleavened bread 7 days. No Passover like it had been kept in Israel since the days of Samuel the prophet. None of the kings of Israel had kept such a Passover as was kept by Josiah, and the priests of the Levites and the Judah and all Judah and Israel who were present, and the inhabitants of Jerusalem of the 18th year in the reign of Josiah. This Passover was kept. After all this, after Josiah had prepared the temple, Necho, the king of Egypt, went to fight in Carchemish on the Euphrates, and Josiah went out to meet him. But he sent envoys to him, saying, "What have we to do with each other, king of Judah? I am not coming against you this day, but against the house with which I am at war, and God had commanded me to hurry. Cease opposing God who is with me, lest he destroy you." Nevertheless, Josiah did not turn away from him, but disguised himself in order to fight with him. He did not listen to the words of Necho from the mouth of God. He came to fight in the plain of Megiddo, and the archers shot King Josiah, and the king said to the servants, "Take me away, for I am badly wounded." So his servants took him out of the chariot and carried him in his second chariot and brought him to Jerusalem. And he died and was buried in the tombs of his father. As Judah and Jerusalem mourned for Josiah, Jeremiah also uttered a lament for Josiah. And all the singing men and singing women had spoken of Josiah in their laments to this day. They made these a rule of Israel. Behold, they were written in the laments. Now the rest of the acts of Josiah and his good deeds, according to that which is written in the law of the Lord, and his acts, first and last, behold, they are written in the book of kings of Israel and Judah. The people of the land of Jehoahaz, the son of Josiah, and made him king in his father's place in Jerusalem. Jehoahaz was 23 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 3 months in Jerusalem. Then the king of Egypt disposed him in Jerusalem and laid on the land a tribute of hundreds of talents of silver and talent of gold. And the king of Egypt made Eliakim, his brother, king over Judah and Jerusalem, and changed his name to Jehoiakim. But Necho took Jehoahaz, his brother, and carried him to Egypt. Jehoiakim was 25 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 11 years in Jerusalem. He did what was evil in the sight of the Lord his God. Against him came up Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, and bound him in chains and take him to Babylon. Nebuchadnezzar also carried parts of the vessel of the house of the Lord to Babylon and put them in his palace in Babylon. Now the rest of the acts of Jehoiakim and the abominations that he did and what was found against him, behold, they are written in the book of the king of Israel and Judah. And Jehoiakim his son reigned to his place. Jehoiachin was 18 years old when he became king, and he reigned 3 months and 10 days in Jerusalem. He did what was evil in the sight of the Lord. In the springs of the year, King Nebuchadnezzar sent and brought him to Babylon with the precious vessel of the house of the Lord, and made his brother Zedekiah king over Judah and Jerusalem. Zedekiah was 21 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 11 years in Jerusalem. He did what was evil in the sight of the Lord his God. He did not humble himself before Jeremiah the prophet. He spoke from the mouth of the Lord. He also rebelled against King Nebuchadnezzar, who had made him swear to God. He stiffened the neck and hardened the heart against turning to God and the God of Israel. And all the officers and the priests and the people likewise were exceedingly unfaithful, people of all the abominations of the nations. And they polluted the house of the Lord that he had made holy in Jerusalem. The Lord, the God of the fathers, sent persistently to them by his messengers, because he had compassion on his people and his dwelling place. But they kept mocking the messengers of God, despising his words and scoffing at his prophets, until the wrath of the Lord rose against the people, until there was no remedy. Therefore, he brought up against them the king of the Chaldeans, who killed their young men in the sword of the house of the sanctuary, and had no compassion on the young man or virgin, old man or aged. He gave them all into his hand, and all the vessels of the house of God, great and small, and the treasures of the house of the Lord, and the treasures of the king of his princes, all who brought to Babylon. And he burned the house of God, and broke down the wall of Jerusalem, and burned all of its palaces, and the fire destroyed all of the precious vessels. And he took into exile in Babylon those who had escaped from the sword, and they became servants to him and his sons until the establishment of the kingdom of Persia, to fulfill the word of the Lord by the mouth of Jeremiah, until the land had enjoyed its Sabbath. All the days that the lay desolate, it kept Sabbath to fulfill 70 years. Now, the first year of Cyrus, king of Persia, that the word of the Lord by the mouth of Jeremiah might be fulfilled, the Lord stirred up the spirit of Cyrus, king of Persia, so that he made a proclamation throughout all the kingdom, and also put in the writing, "Thus says Cyrus, king of Persia, the Lord, the God of heaven, has given me all the kingdoms of earth, and he charged me to build him a house of Jerusalem, which is in Judah. Whoever is among you, all of his people, may the Lord his God be with him. Let him go up." Second Chronicles done. Now on to Ezra. Man, that was a doozy. All right, we're back here. We at least get some shorter text that we get to enjoy going through now. We're in Ezra. We're going to have to keep going because we're trying to stay on pace here. In the first year of Cyrus, king of Persia, that the word of the Lord by the mouth of Jeremiah might be fulfilled, that the Lord stirred up the spirit of Cyrus, king of Persia, so that he made a proclamation throughout all the kingdoms and also put in this writing. Thus says Cyrus, king of Persia, the king, the Lord, the God of heaven, has given me all the kingdoms of the earth, and he has charged me to build him a house of Jerusalem, that is in Judah. Whoever is among you of all the people, may his God be with him, and let him go up to Jerusalem, which is in Judah, and rebuild the house of the Lord, and the God of Israel. He is the God who is in Jerusalem, and let each survivor in whatever place he sojourns, he assists by the men of his place with silver and gold, with goods, with beasts, besides free will offerings for the house of the God that is in Jerusalem. Then rose up in the heads of the fathers' household in Judah and Benjamin, and all the priests and the Levites, everyone whose spirit God has stirred to go up in to rebuild the house of the Lord that is in Jerusalem, and all who were about them aided them with vessels of silver, with gold, with goods, with beasts, with costly wares, besides all that was freely offered. Cyrus the king also brought out the vessels of the house of the Lord that Nebuchadnezzar had carried away from Jerusalem and placed in the house of the gods. Cyrus, king of Persia, brought these out of the charge of Mithredath, the treasurer, who counted these as Sheshbazzar, the prince of Judah. And this was the number of them: 30 basins of gold, 1,000 basins of silver, 29 censers, 30 about 30 bowls of gold, 410 bowls of silver, and 1,000 other vessels. All the vessels of gold and the silver were 5,400. All of these did Sheshbazzar bring up with the exiles were brought up from Babylonia to Jerusalem. Now these were the people of the province who came up out of the captivity and in to those exiles who Nebuchadnezzar the king of Babylon who carried captive to Babylonia. They returned to Jerusalem and Judah, each to his own town. They came to Zerubbabel, Jeshua, Nehemiah, Sariah, Reliah, Mordecai, Bilshan, Mispar, Bigvai, Reshmum, and Benah. Number of the men of the people of Israel, the sons of Parash, 2,172. The sons of Shephatiah, 372. The sons of Erah, 775. The sons of Pahath Moab, namely the sons of Jeshua and Joab, 2,812. The sons of Elam, 1,254. The sons of Zattu, 945. The sons of Zakai, 760. The sons of Bani, 642. The sons of Bebai, 623. The sons of Azgad, 1,222. The sons of Adonikam, 666. The sons of Bigvai, 2,056. The sons of Adin, 454. The sons of Adar, namely of Hezekiah, 998. The sons of Bazai, 323. The sons of Jorah, 112. The sons of Hashem, 223. The sons of Gabar, 95. The sons of Bethlehem, 132. The men of Netopha, 56. The men of Atoeth, 128. The sons of Azav Asmaveth, 42. The sons of Kirathariim, Chephariim, and Beeroth, 743. The sons of Ramah and Geba, 621. The sons of Michmas, 122. The men of Bethel and Ai, 223. The son of Nebo, 52. The sons of Migbish, 156. The sons of the other Elam, 1,254. The sons of Hiram, 320. The sons of Lod, Hadid, and Ono, 725. The sons of Jericho, 345. The sons of Sanah, 3,630. The priests, the sons of Jedediah of the house of Jeshua, 973. The sons of Immer, 1,052. The sons of Pashur, 1,247. The sons of Hiram, 1,017. The Levites, the sons of Jeshua and Kadmiel, of the sons of Hodaviah, 74. The singers, the sons of Asaph, 128. The sons of the gatekeepers, the sons of Shallum, the sons of Adar, the sons of Talmon, the sons of Akub, the sons of Hatita, and the sons of Shabai, in all 132. The temple servants, the sons of Ziha, the sons of Hasupha, the sons of Tabath, the sons of Keros, the sons of Shiha, the sons of Padan, the sons of Leba, the sons of Hagaba, the sons of Akub, the sons of Hagab, the sons of Shemal, Shamlai, the son of Hanan, the son of Gidel, the son of Gahar, the sons of Rehaia, the sons of Rezin, the son of Nakoda, the sons of Gazam, the sons of Uzzah, the sons of Paseah, the sons of Besaia, the son of Asna, the son of Meunim, the sons of Nephisim, the son of Bakbuk, the son of Hakupha, the son of Hur, the sons of Bazluth, the son of Mahida, the sons of Harsha, the sons of Bakas, the sons of Caesarea, the sons of Temeh, the sons of Neziah, the sons of Hatipha, the sons of Solomon's servants, the sons of Sotai, the sons of Hassaphereth, the sons of Peruda, the sons of Jelaha, the sons of Darkon, the sons of Gideal, the son of Shephatiah, the son of Hatil, the son of Potreth Hezebaim, and the sons of Ami. All the temple servants and the sons of the Solomon servants were 392. The following were those who came up from Tel Melah, Tel Harsha, Cherub, Adam, Imar, those though they could not prove their fathers' households or their descent, whether they belonged to Israel, the sons of Deliah, the son of Tobiah, the son of Nekoda, 642, also the sons of the priests, the son of Habiah, the sons of Hekaz, and the sons of Barzillai, who had taken a wife from the daughters of Barzillai the Gileadite, and was called by their name. These sought their registrations among those enrolled in the genealogies, but they were not found there, and so they were excluded from the priesthood as unclean. The governor told them that they were not to partake of the most holy food until they should be a priest to consult Urim and Thummim. The whole assembly together was 42,360, besides their male and female servants, to whom there were 7,337, and they had 200 males and female singers. The horses were 736, their mules were 245, their camels were 435, and their donkeys were 6,720. Some of the heads of the family, when they came to the house of the Lord that is in Jerusalem, made free will offerings for the house of God to erect it on a site according to their ability. They gave to their treasury to the work 61,000 darsics of gold, 5,000 minas of silver, and 100 priests' garments. Now the priests, the Levites, some of the people, the singers, the gatekeepers, and the temple servants lived in their towns, and all the rest of Israel in their towns. When the seventh month came and the children of Israel were in the towns, the people gathered as one man to Jerusalem. Then arose Jeshua the son of Jozadak with his fellow priests, and Zerubbabel the son of Shealtiel with his kinsmen, and they built the altar of the God of Israel to offer burnt offerings on it, as it is written in the law of Moses, the man of God. They set the altar in the place, for fear was on them because of the people of the lands, and they offered burnt offerings on it to the Lord, burnt offerings morning and evening, and they kept the feast of booths as it is written, and offered the daily burnt offerings by number according to the rule, as each day required, and after that the regular burnt offerings, the offerings at the new moon, and at all the appointed feasts of the Lord, and the offerings of everyone who made a free will offering to the Lord. From the first day in the seventh month they began to offer burnt offerings to the Lord. But the foundation of the temple of the Lord was not yet laid. So they gave money to the masons and the carpenters, and the food to drink, and to oil, and the Sidonians and the Tyrians to bring cedar trees from Lebanon to the sea of Joppa, according to the grant that they had from Cyrus king to Persia. Now in the second year after their coming in the house of God in Jerusalem, in the second month, Jerubbaal the son of Shealtiel and Jeshua the son of Jozadak made the beginning together with the rest of the kinsmen and the priests and the Levites and all who come to Jerusalem from the captivity. They appointed the Levites from 20 years old and upward to supervise the work of the house of the Lord, and Joshua with his sons and his brothers, and Kadmiel and his sons and the sons of Judah together supervised the workmen in the house of God, along with the sons of Hernadad and the Levites and the sons of his brother. And when the builders laid the foundation of the temple of the Lord, the priests in their vestments came forward with trumpets, and the Levites and the son of Asaph with cymbals to praise the Lord according to the directions of David, king of Israel. And they sang responsively, praising and giving thanks to the Lord, for he is good, and his steadfast love endures forever towards Israel. And all the people shouted with a great shout, and they praised the Lord, because the foundations of the house of the Lord was laid. But many of the priests and the Levites and heads of the fathers' households, old men who had seen the first house, wept with a loud voice when they saw the foundation of the house being laid, though many shouted aloud for joy, so that the people would not diminish the sound of the joyful shout from the sound of the people weeping. For the people shouted with great joy, and the sound was heard far away. Now when the adversaries of Judah and Benjamin heard that the returned exiles were building a temple to the Lord, the God of Israel, They approached Zerubbabel and the heads of the fathers' houses and said to them, "Let us build with you, for we worship your God as you do, and we have been sacrificing to him ever since the day of Esarhaddon, king of Assyria, who brought us here." But Zerubbabel, Jeshua, and the rest of the heads of the fathers' houses in Israel said to them, "You have nothing to do with us in building a house to God, but we alone will build to the Lord, the God of Israel, as King Cyrus, the king of Persia, has commanded us." Then the people of the land discouraged the people of Judah and made them afraid to build and bribed counselors against them to frustrate their purpose all of the days of Cyrus, king of Persia, even until the reign of Darius, king of Persia, and in the reign of Ahasuerus. In the beginning of his reign, they wrote an accusation against the inhabitants of Judah and Jerusalem. And in the days of Artaxerxes, Artaxerxes, Bishlam, and Mithridath, and the Tabeel, and the rest of the associates wrote the Artaxerxes, king of Persia. The letter was written in Aramaic and translated. Rehum, the commander of Shimshai, the scribe, wrote the letter against Jerusalem to Artaxerxes, the king, as followed: Rehum the commander, Shimshai the scribe, and the rest of the associates, the judge, the governors, the officials, and the Persians, the men of Erech, the Babylonians, and the men of Suah, that is, in the Elamites, and the rest of the nations whom the great and noble Osnaffar deported and settled in the cities of Samaria and the rest of the province beyond the river. This is a copy of the letter that they sent to Artaxerxes the king. Your servants, the men of the province beyond the river, send greeting. And now be it to whom the king and the Jews who came up from you to us have gone to Jerusalem. They are rebuilding the rebellion and wickedness and wicked city. They are finishing the walls and repairing the foundations. Now be it known to the king that if this city is rebuilt and the walls finished, they will not pay tribute, custom, or toll, and the royal revenue will be impaired. But now, because we eat the salt of the palace, and it is not fitting for us to witness the king's dishonor, therefore we send and inform the king in order that search may be made in the book of the records of your fathers. You will find in the book of the records and learn in the city is a rebellious city, hurting to kings and providences, and that sedition was stirred up in and from the old. This was why the city was laid waste. We make known to the king that if the city was rebuilt and its walls finished, you will then have no possession of the province beyond the river. The king sent an answer to Rahum, the commander, and Shimshai, the scribe, and to the rest of the associates who lived in Samaria and the rest of the province beyond the river greeting. And now the letter that you sent to us has been plainly read before me, and I make a decree, and search has been made, and it has been found that the city of from the old has risen against the king, and the rebellion and sedition have been made in it. And mighty kings have been made over Jerusalem, who ruled over the whole province beyond the river, to whom tribute, custom, and toll were paid. Therefore, make a decree that those men who made to cease, and that the city be not rebuilt until the decree is made by me, and take care not to slack in the matter. Why should damage grow and hurt of the king? Then, when the copy of King Artaxerxes' letter was read before Rehum and Shimshai, the scribe, and the associates, they went in haste to the Jews of Jerusalem, and by the force of the power made them cease. Then the work of the house of God, that is in Jerusalem, stopped, and it ceased until the second year of the reign of Darius, king of Persia. Now the prophets Haggai and Zechariah, the son of Iddo, prophesied to the Jews who were in Judah and Jerusalem in the name of God of Israel, who was over them. Then Zerubbabel, the son of Shealtiel, and Jeshua, the son of Zozadak, arose and began to rebuild the house of God that is in Jerusalem, and the prophets of God were with them, supporting them. At the same time, Tattenai, the governor of the province beyond the river of Shatar Bozenai, and their associates came to them and spoke to them thus: Who gave you a decree to build the house and to finish this structure? They also asked them this: What are the names of the men who are rebuilding this building? But the eye of their God, who is on the elders of the Jews, they did not stop them until the report should reach Darius, and then an answer be returned by letter concerning this. This is a copy of the letter that Tatene, the governor of the province beyond the river, and Shethar-bozenai and his associates, the governors who were in the province beyond the river, sent to Darius the king. They sent him a report in which was written as follows: To Darius the king, all peace. Be it known to the king that we went to the province of Judah, to the house of the great God. It is being built with huge stones, and timber is laid in the walls. This work goes on diligently and prospers in their hands. Then we asked those elders and spoke to them thus: Who gave to you a decree to build the house and to finish the structure? We also asked them their names for their information, that we might write down the names of their leaders, and this was their reply to us: We are the servants of God of heaven and earth, and we are rebuilding the house that was built many years ago, when the great king of Israel built and finished. But because our fathers had angered the God of heaven and gave them into the hands of Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, the Chaldean who destroyed his house was carried away to the people of Babylonia. However, in the first year of Cyrus, king of Babylon, Cyrus the king made a decree that this house of God should be rebuilt, and the gold and silver vessels of the house of God, which Nebuchadnezzar had taken out of the temple that was in Jerusalem and brought into the temple of Babylon. These Cyrus the king took out the temple of Babylon, and they were delivered to the one whose name was Sheshbazzar, whom he had made governor. And he said to them, Take these vessels, go and put them in the temple, and that is in Jerusalem, and let the house of God be rebuilt on its site. This is Sheshbazzar came and laid the foundation of the house of God that is in Jerusalem, and from that time until now it has been in building, and it is not yet finished. Therefore, it is if it seems good to the king, let search be made in the royal archives that in Babylon to see whatever decree was issued by Cyrus the king for the rebuilding of the house of God in Jerusalem, and let the king send us his pleasure in his matter. Then Darius the king made a decree, and search was made in Babylonia, in the house of the archives where the documents were stored, and in Ecbatana, the citadel that is in the province of Media. A scroll was found on which this was written, a record in the first year of Cyrus the king. Cyrus the king issued a decree concerning the house of God at Jerusalem. Let the house be rebuilt, the place where sacrifices were offered, and let its foundation be retained. Its height shall be 60 cubits, and its breadth 60 cubits, with 3 layers of great stones and 1 layer of timber. Let the cost be paid from the royal treasury, and also let the gold and silver vessels of the house of God, which Nebuchadnezzar took out of the temple, this is in Jerusalem, and brought to Babylon, be restored and brought back to the temple that is in Jerusalem, each to its place. You shall put them in the house of God. Now, therefore, Tadenai, governor of the province beyond the river, Shethar-bozenai, and your associates, the governors who are in the province beyond the river, keep away. Let the work of the house of God alone. Let the governor of the Jews and the elders of the Jews rebuild the house of God on its site. Moreover, I make a decree regarding what you shall do for the elders of the Jews, for the rebuilding of the house of God. The cost is to be paid to these men in full and without delay from the royal revenue, the tribute of the providence whom beyond the river, and whatever is needed, bulls, rams, or sheep for burnt offerings to the God of heaven, wheat, salt, wine, or oil, as the priest of Jerusalem required. Let that be given to them day by day without fail, that they may offer pleasing sacrifices to God of heaven and pray for the life of the king of his sons. Also, I make a decree that if anyone alters the edict, a beam shall be pulled out of his house, and he shall be impaled on it, and his house shall be made a dunghill. May the God who has caused his name to dwell there overthrow any king of people who shall be put out a hand to the altar of this, and to destroy the house of God that is in Jerusalem. I, Darius, make a decree, let it be done with all diligence. Then, according to the word sent by Darius the king, Tadenai, the governor of the province beyond the river, Shetheth-bozenai, and the associates did with all diligence what Darius the king had ordered, and the elders of the Jews built and prospered through the prophesying of Haggai, the prophet of Zechariah the son of Iddo. They finished their building by decree of the God of Israel, and by decree of Cyrus and Darius and Artaxerxes king of Persia. And this house was finished on the third day of the month of Adar, in the 6th year of the reign of Darius the king. And the people of Israel, the priests of the Levites, and the rest of the returned exiles, celebrating the dedication of the house of God with joy. They offered all the dedication of the house of God, 100 bulls, 200 rams, 400 lambs, and as a sin offering for all Israel, 12 male goats, according to the number of the tribes of Israel. And they set the priests in their divisions, and the Levites in their divisions, for the sacrifice of God at Jerusalem, as it is written in the book of Moses. On the 14th day of the first month, the returned exiles kept the Passover, for the priests of the Levites had purified themselves together, all of them who were clean. So they slaughtered the Passover lamb for all the returned exiles, for their fellow priests, and for themselves. It was eaten by the people of Israel who had returned from exile, and also by every one who had joined them and separated himself from the uncleanliness of the Lord of the land of worship of the land to worship the Lord, the God of Israel. And they kept the feast of unleavened bread 7 days with joy, for the Lord had made them joyful and had turned the heart of the king of Assyria to them, so that he aided them in the work of the house of God and God of Israel. Now after this, in the reign of Artaxerxes, king of Persia, Ezra the son of Sariah, son of Azariah, son of Hilkiah, son of Shallum, son of Zadok, son of Adahub, son of Amariah, son of Azariah, son of Marioth, son of Zerahiah, son of Uzi, son of Buki, son of Abishua, son of Phinehas, son of Eliezer, son of Aaron, the chief priests. This Ezra went up from Babylon. He was a scribe skilled in the law of Moses. The Lord, the God of Israel, had given to the king, granted him all that he had asked, and the hand of the Lord his God was on him. And there went also to Jerusalem in the 7th year of Artaxerxes the king, some of the people of Israel, and some of the priests of the Levites, the singers, the gatekeepers, and the temple servants. And Ezra came to Jerusalem in the 5th month, which was in the 7th year of the king. For on the first of the first month he began to go up to Babylonia, and on the first day of the 5th month he came to Jerusalem, for the good hand of his God was on him. For Ezra had set his heart to study the law of the Lord, and to do it, and to teach his statutes and rules in Israel. This is a copy of the letter of King Artaxerxes gave to Ezra the priest, the scribe, a man learned in matters of the commandments of the Lord, his statutes of Israel. Artaxerxes, king of kings, to Ezra the priest, the scribe of the law of the God of heaven, peace. And now I have a decree that any one of the people of Israel, or their priests of Levites in my kingdom, who freely offers to go to Jerusalem, may go with you. For you are sent by the king and his 7 counselors to make inquiries about Judah and Jerusalem according to the law of our God, which is in your hand, and also to carry the silver and gold that the king of his counselors have freely offered to the God of Israel, whose dwelling is in Jerusalem, with all the silver and the gold that you shall find, to the point of providence of Babylonia, and with the freewill offerings of the people of the priests vowed willingly for the house of their God that is in Jerusalem with this money, when you shall with all diligence buy bulls, rams, and lambs, and their grain offerings and their drink offerings, and you shall offer them to the altar of the house of your God that is in Jerusalem. Whatever seems good to you and your brothers to do with the rest of the silver and gold, and may do according to the will of your God, the vessels that have been given for the service of the house of your God, you shall deliver before the God of Jerusalem. And whatever else is required of the house of your God, which it falls to you to provide, it may provide it out of the king's treasury. And I, Artaxerxes the king, make a decree to all the treasurers in the province beyond the river, whatever Ezra and the priest, the scribe of the law of God of heaven, requires of you, let it be done with the diligence up to 100 talents of silver, 100 cores of wheat, 100 baths of wine, 100 baths of oil, and salt without prescribing how much. Whatever is decreed by the God of heaven, let it be done in full for the house of the God of heaven, lest his wrath be against the realm of the king and his sons. We also notify you that it shall not be lawful to impose tribute, custom, or toll on any one of the priests, the Levites, the singers, the doorkeepers, the temple servants, or other servants of the house of God. And you, Ezra, according to the wisdom of your God that is in your hand, appoint magistrates and judges who may judge all the people in the province beyond the river, All such as known the laws of your God, and those who do not know them you shall teach them. Whoever will not obey the law of your God and the law of your king, let judgment be strictly executed on him, whether for death or for banishment or for confiscation of his goods or for imprisonment. Blessed be the Lord, the God of our fathers, who put such a thing as this into the heart of the king, to beautify the house of the Lord that is in Jerusalem, and who extends to me his steadfast love before the king and his counselors. And before all the king's mighty officers, I took courage, for the hand of the Lord was on me, and I gathered leading men from Israel to go up with me. These are the heads of their fathers' houses, and this is the genealogy of those who went up with me from Babylonia in the reign of Artaxerxes, the king of the sons of Phinehas, kings of the son of the king. Of the sons of Phinehas, Gershom; of the sons of Ishtamar, Daniel; of the sons of David, Hattush; of the sons of Shechaniah, who was of the sons of Parosh, Zechariah, with whom we registered 150 men; of the sons of Parath Moab, Elihoenai, the son of Zechariah, and with him 200 men; of the sons of Zattu, Shechaniah, the son of Jahaziel, and with him 300 men; of the sons of Adin, Abed, the son of Jonathan, and with him 50 men; of the sons of Elam, Jeshiah, the son of Athaliah, and with him 70 men; of the sons of Shephatiah, Zebadiah the son of Michael, and with him 80 men; of the sons of Joab, Obadiah the son of Jehiel, and with him 218 men; of the sons of Bani, Jeholameth, the sons of Josaphiah, and with him 160 men; of the sons of Bebai, Zechariah the son of Bebai, and with him 28 men; of the sons of Azgad, Jonathan, and the son of Hakatan, and with him 110 men; of the son of Adonikam, those who came later, their names were Eliphat, Joel, and Shemaiah, and with him 60 men; and of the sons of Bigvai, Uthai, and Zakur, and with them 70 men. I gathered them to the river that runs to Hava, and there they camped 3 days. As I reviewed the people and the priests, I found there none of the sons of Levi. Then I sent for Eliezer, Ariel, Shemaiah, Elnathan, Jarib, Nathan, Zechariah, and Meshullam, leading men; and for Joiarib, and for Elnathan, who was men of insights, and sent them to Edo, the leading men of the place, Cassapha, leading them what to say to Iddo and his brothers and the temple servants at the place Cassaphia, namely, to send us ministers for the house of our God, and by the good hand of our God on us, they brought us a man of discretion. Of the sons of Machli, the son of Levi, son of Israel, named Sherebiah, with his sons and kinsmen 18. Also Hashbiah, and with him Jeshahiah and the sons of Merari, and his kinsmen and his sons, 20, besides 220 of the temple servants whom David and his officials had set apart to attend the Levites. These were the men were all mentioned by name, and I proclaimed a fast there at the river of Ahava, that we might humble ourselves before our God, that we might seek from him a safe journey for ourselves, our children, and for our gods. For I am ashamed to ask the king of for a band of soldiers and horsemen to protect us against the enemy on our way, since we had told the king, the hand of our God is for good on all who seek, and for the power of the wrath is against us, against all who forsake him. So we fasted and implored our God for this, and he listened to our entreaty. Then I set apart 12 of the leading priests, Sherebiah, Hashabiah, and 10 of their kinsmen with them, as I weighed out to them the silver and the gold and the vessels, and offering for the house of the God of the king and his counselors and the Lord of all of Israel here present had offered. I weighed out into the hand 650 talents of silver, and silver vessels worth 200 talents, and 100 talents of gold, 20 bowls of gold worth 100 darsics, and 2 vessels of fine bright bronze, as precious as gold. And I said to them, You are holy to the Lord, and the vessels are holy, and the silver and the gold are a freewill offering to the Lord. the God of your fathers, guard them and keep them until you weigh them before the chief priests and the Levites and the heads of the fathers' house of Israel in Jerusalem, within the chambers of the house of the Lord. So the priests and the Levites took over the weight of the silver and the gold and the vessels to bring them to Jerusalem to the house of God. Then we departed from the river Ahava on the 12th day of the first month to go to Jerusalem. The hand of our God was on us, and he delivered us from the hand of the enemy and from ambushes by the way. We came to Jerusalem, and there we remained 3 days. And on the fourth day, within the house of God, the silver, the gold, the vessels were weighed into the hands of Meremoth, the priest's son of Uriah, and with him was Eleazar, the son of Phinehas, and with them were the Levites, Jozabad, the son of Jeshua, and Nehodiah, the son of Benua. The whole was counted and weighed, and the weight of everything was recorded. At at the time, those who had come from captivity, the returned exiles, offered burnt offerings to God of Israel, 12 bulls for all Israel, 96 rams, 77 lambs, and all the sin offerings, 12 male goats. All of this was a burnt offering to the Lord. They also delivered the king's commission to the king's satraps and to the governors of the province beyond the river, and they aided the people of the house of God. After these things, after these things had been done, the officials approached me and said, "The people of Israel and the priests and the Levites have not separated themselves from the people of the lands of the Ammonites, from the Canaanites, the Hittites, the Perizzites, the Jebusites, the Ammonites, the Moabites, the Egyptians, and the Amorites. For they have taken some of their daughters to be their wives for themselves and for their sons, so that the holy race has mixed itself with the people of the lands. In this faithlessness, the hand of the officials and the chief men have been foremost." As soon as I heard this, I tore my garment and my cloak, and I pulled hair from my head and beard, and sat up appalled. Then all who trembled at the words of the Lord of God of Israel, because of the faithlessness and the return of exile, gathered around me while I sat appalled until the evening sacrifice. And at the evening sacrifice I rose from my fasting, with my garments and my cloak torn, and fell upon my knees and spread out my hands to the Lord my God, saying, "O my God, I am ashamed and blush to lift my face to you, my God, for our iniquities have risen higher than our heads, and our guilt has mounted up to the heavens. From the days of our fathers to this day, we have been in great guilt. And for our iniquities, we, our kings, and our priests have been given into the hand of the king of the lands, to the sword and the captivity, to plundering and to the utter shame, as it is today. But now, for a brief moment, favor has been shown by the Lord our God to leave us a remnant and to give us a secure hold within this holy place, that our God might brighten our eyes, and grant us a little reviving in our slavery. For we are slaves, yet our God has not forsaken us in our slavery, but has extended to us the steadfast love before the king of Persia, to grant us from reviving, to set us on the house of God, to repair its ruins, and to give the protection of Judah and Jerusalem. Now, our God, what shall we say after this? For we have forsaken our commandments, what you commanded by your servants and prophets, saying, "The land that you are entering to take possession of it is a land impure with the impurity of the people of the lands, with their abominations, that we have filled in from end to end with their uncleanliness. Therefore, do not give your daughters to your sons, neither take your daughters for your sons, and never seek their peace or prosperity, that you may be strong and eat the good of the land, and leave it for the inheritance of your children forever. And after all that has come upon us for our evil deeds and for our great guilt, seeing to you our God has punished us less than our iniquities deserved, and have given us such a remnant as this, shall we break our commandments again and intermarry with the people who practice these abominations? Would you not be angry with us until you consumed us, so that there should not be remnant nor any escape? O Lord, the God of Israel, you are just, for we are left a remnant that has escaped as it is today. Behold, we are before you in our guilt, for none of us stand before you because of this." While Ezra prayed and made confession, weeping and casting himself down before the house of God, a very great assembly of men, women, and children gathered to him out of Israel, for the people wept bitterly. And Shechaniah the son of Jehiel, of the sons of Elam, addressed Ezra, "We have broken faith with our God and have married foreign women from the peoples of the land. But even now, there is hope for Israel in spite of this. Therefore, let us make a covenant with our God to put away all these wives and their children according to the counsel of my Lord and of those who tremble at the commandment of our God. And let it be done according to the law. Arise, for it is your task, and we are with you. Be strong and do it. Then Ezra rose and made the leading priests and Levites and all of Israel take an oath that they would do as they had said. So they took the oath. Then Ezra withdrew from before the house of God and went to the chamber of Jehohanan, the son of Elishib, where he spent the night, neither eating bread nor drinking water, for he was mourning over the faithless of the exiles. And a proclamation was made throughout Judah and Jerusalem to all the returned exiles, that they should assemble at Jerusalem, and that if anyone did not come within 3 days by order of the officials and all the elders, all the property should be forfeited. And he himself banned from the congregation of the exiles. Then all the men of Judah and Benjamin assembled at Jerusalem within the 3 days. It was the ninth month, on the 20th day of the month. And all the people sat in the open square before the house of God, trembling because of the matter and because of the heavy rain. And Ezra the priest stood up and said to them, You have broken faith and married foreign women, and so increased the guilt of Israel. Now then, make confession to the Lord, the God of your fathers, and do his will. Separate yourself from the peoples of the land and from the foreign wives. And all the assembly answered with a loud voice, It is so. We must do as you have. But the people are many, and it is the time of heavy rain. We cannot stand in the open, nor is this a task for 1 day or two. For we have greatly transgressed in the matter. Let our officials stand for the whole assembly. Let all in our cities who have taken foreign wives come at appointed times, and with them the elders, the judges of every city, until the fierce wrath of our God over the matter is turned away from us. Only Jonathan, the son of Asahel, and Jaziah, the son of Tikva, opposed this, and Mehusalam and Shabbathai, the Levite, supported them. Then the returned exiles did so. Ezra the priest selected men, head of the fathers' houses, according to all the fathers' houses, each of them designated by name. On the first day of the 10th month they sat down to examine the matter, and by the first day of the first month they had come to the end of all the men who had married foreign women. Now there were found some of the sons of the priests who had married foreign women: Messiah, Eliezer, Jerub, and Gedilah. Some of the sons of Jeshua, the sons of Zozak, and his brothers. They pledged themselves to put away their wives and their guilt offerings with ram of the flock of their guilt. Of the sons of Immer, Hanani and Zebediah. Of the sons of Hariam, Maaseiah, Elijah, Shemaiah, Jehiel, and Uzziah. Of the sons of Pashur, Elionaiah, Masahiah, Ishmael, Nathaniel, Jozabad, and Eliash. Of the Levites, Jozabad, Shimei, Kaleah, that is, Kelida, Pethahiah, Judah, and Eliezer. Of the singers, Elishib. Of the gatekeepers, Shalom, Talom, and Uri. And of Israel, of the sons of Parash, Ramiah, Uzziah, Malchiah, Mehiam, Eliezer, Mashaba, and Benaiah. Of the sons of Eliam, Mattaiah, Zechariah, Jehiel, Abdi, Jeremoth, and Elijah. Of the sons of Zatu, Elianiah, Eliashib, Mattaniah, Jeremoth, Zabad, and Azariah. Of the sons of Bebe were Jehonahan, Hananiah, Zabiah, and Athlai. Of the sons of Bani were Meshulam, Maluk, Adoniah, Jashub, Shelah, and Jeremoth. Of the sons of Pathmoab, Ada, Kala, Benaiah, Masera, Matana, Bazalel, Benui, and Manasseh. Of the sons of Hiram, Eliezer, Ishijah, Malchijah, Shemaiah, Shimeon, Benjamin, Maluk, and Shemariah. Of the sons of Hashem, Matane, Mattada, Zabad, Eliphet, Jeremiah, Manasseh, and Shimei. Of the sons of Benai, Medai, Aram, Uel, Benaiah, Bedaiah, Cheluhi, Benaiah, Meremoth, Elishib, Mattaniah, Madonai, Jesu of the sons of Benui, Shimei, Shaleme, Nathan, and Adiah, Machanebi, Sheshaiah, Sharai, Azriel, Shelemiah, Shemariah, Shalom, Amariah, and Joseph of the sons of Nebo, Jael, Mattahiah, Zabad, Zebina, Jedidiah, Joel, and Benaiah. Of these had married foreign women, and some of the women had been born children. Oof. And what an ending there. Now we have Nehemiah next. Just grab a little coffee here real quick. I don't even think it's worth a pause. We're just going to keep rolling. Nehemiah, as we just keep on going here. The words of Nehemiah, the son of Hekeliah. Now it happened in the month of Chislev in the 20th year, as I was in Susa the citadel, that Hanani, one of his brothers, came with certain men of Judah. And I asked them concerning the Jews who escaped and who had survived the exile and concerning Jerusalem. And they said to me, the remnant there in the province who had survived the exile is in great trouble and shame. The wall of Jerusalem is broken down, and its grates are destroying the fire. As soon as I heard these words, I sat down and wept and mourned for days, and I continued fasting and praying before the God of heaven. And I said, O Lord, God of heaven, the great and awesome, God who has kept covenant and steadfast love with those who love him and keep his commandments, let your ear be attentive and your eyes open to hear the prayer of the servant, that I now pray before you day and night for the people of Israel, your servants, confessing the sins of the people of Israel, which you have sinned against you. Even I and my father's house have sinned. We have acted very corruptly against you and have not kept the commandments and the statutes and the rules of the commandments of your servants Moses. Remember the word that your commandments, your servants Moses, saying, if you are unfaithful, I will scatter you among the people. But if you return to me and keep my commandments and do them through your outcasts in the uttermost parts of heaven, from there I will gather them and bring them to the place that I have chosen to make my name dwell there. There they are your servants and your people whom you have redeemed by your great power and by your strong hand. O Lord, let your ear be attentive to the prayer of your servant and to the prayer of your servants who delight to fear your name, and give success to your servants today, and grant him mercy in the sight of this man. Now I was a cupbearer to the king in the month of Nisan, in the 20th year of King Artaxerxes, was when wine was before him, and I took up the wine and gave it to the king. Now I had not been sad in the presence of the king, as the king said to me, why is your face sad, seeing you are not sick? This is nothing but sadness of the heart. Then I was very much afraid. I said to the king, let the king live forever. Why should not my face be sad when the king, when the be sad when the city, the place of my father's graves, lie in ruins, and its gates have been destroyed by fire. Then the king said to me, what are you requesting? So I prayed to the God of heaven, and I said to the king, if it pleases the king, if your servant has found favor in your sight, then you send me to Judah, to the city of the father's graves, that I may rebuild it. And the king said to me, the queen sitting beside me, how long will you be gone, and when will you return? So it pleases the king to send me when I had given him a time. And I said to the king, if it pleases the king, let letters be given to me to the governors and to the provinces beyond the river, that they may let me pass through until I come to Judah, and the letter of Asaph, the keeper of the king's forests, that he may give me timber to make beams for the gates of the fortress of the temple, and for the wall of the city, and for the house that I shall occupy. And the king granted me what I asked, for the good hand of my God was upon me. Then I came to the governor of the province beyond the river and gave them the king's letters. Now the king had sent with me officers of the army of the horsemen, but when Sanballat, the Horonite, and Tobiah, the Ammonite servant, heard this, it displeased them greatly that someone had come to seek the welfare of the people of Israel. So I went to Jerusalem and was there 3 days. Then I arose in the night, I and a few men with me, And I told no one what my God had put into the heart to do to Jerusalem. There was no animal with me, but the one who on which I rode. I went out by night to the valley gate and to the dragon spring and to the dung gate, and I inspected the walls of Jerusalem that were broken down and its gates that had been destroyed by fire. Then I went out to the fountain gate and to the king's pool, but there was no room for the animal that was under me to pass. Then I went up to the night of the valley and inspected the wall, and I turned back and entered by the valley gate, and so returned. And the officials did not know where I had gone or what I was doing, and I had not yet told the Jews, the priests, the nobles, the officials, and the rest who were to do the work. Then I said to them, "You see the trouble we are in, how Jerusalem lies in ruins with its gates burned. Come, let us build the wall of Jerusalem, that we may no longer suffer derision." And I told them of the hand of the God that had been upon me for good, and also for the words of the king that the king had spoken to me. And they said, "Let us rise up and build." So they strengthened their hands for the good work. But then Sanballat and Horonite and Tobiah and Ammonite, servant of Geshem and Arab, heard of it. They jeered at us and despised us and said, "What is this thing that you are doing? Are you rebelling against the king?" Then I replied to them, "The king of heaven will make us prosper, and we, his servants, will arise and build, but you have no portion and right to claim in Jerusalem." Then Elishib, the high priest, rose up with his brothers, the priests, and they built the sheep gate. They consecrated it and set its doors. They consecrated it as far as the Tower of the Hundreds, as far as the Tower of Hananel, and next to him the men of Jericho built. And next to them Zakur the son of Imri built. The sons of Hassanah built the fish gate. They laid its beams and set its doors, its bolts, and its bars. And next to them Meremoth the son of Uzarah, told son of Hakaz, repaired. And next to them Meshulam the son of Berechiah, son of Meshezabel, repaired. And next to the Zadok the son of Barna repaired. And next to them the Tekoites repaired. But the nobles would not stoop to serve their lord. Joadah the son of Paseah and Meshullam the son of Besodeiah repaired the gate of Yeshua. They laid its beams and set its doors, its bolts, and its bars, and next to them repaired Melatiah the Gibeonite, and Jadon the Mariathite, the men of Gibeon, and of Mitzpah, the seat of the governor of the province, beyond the river. Next to them Uziel the son of Harhiah, goldsmiths repaired. Next to him Hananiah, one of the perfumes repaired, and they restored Jerusalem as far as the broad wall. Next to them Rephaiah the son of Hur, rulers of half the district of Jerusalem, repaired. Next to them Jedediah the son of Harumaph repaired opposite his house. And next to him Hattush the son of Hashabneah repaired. Malachiah the son of Horiam and Hashab the son of Pahathmoab repaired another section of the Tower of Ovens. Next to him, Shallum, the son of Halohesh, ruler of half the district of Jerusalem, repaired he and his daughters. Hanan and the inhabitants of Zanoah repaired the valley gate. They rebuilt it and set its doors and its bolts and its bars, and repaired 1,000 cubits of the wall as far as the dung gate. Malchijah, the son of Rechab, ruler of the district of Beth Hacherem, repaired the dung gate. He rebuilt it and set its doors and its bolts and its bars. And Shalom the son of Kol-Hozah, ruler of the district of Mitzpah, repaired the fountain gate. He rebuilt it and covered it and set its doors, its bolts, and its bars. And he built the wall of the pool of Shelah and the king's gardens as far as the stars that go down to the city of David. After him, Nehemiah the son of Azbuk, ruler of half the district of Beth-zur, repaired to a point opposite the tombs of David, as far as the artificial pool and as far as the house of the mighty men. After him the Levites repaired. Rahum the son of Bani, next to him Hashabiah, ruler of half the district of Keilah, repaired for his district. After him their brothers repaired. Bavai, the son of Henadad, ruler of half the district of Kaliah. Next to him, Ezer, the son of Jeshua, ruler of Mitzpah, repaired another section opposite the ascent of the armory at the buttress. After the Baruch, the son of Zabbai, repaired another section from the buttress to the door of the house of Elishib, the high priest. After him, Meremoth, the son of Uriah, son of Hakaz, repaired another section of the door of the house of Elishib to the end of the house of Elishib. After him, the priests, the men of the surrounding area, repaired. After them, Benjamin and Hashab repaired opposite their house. After them, Azariah the son of Manasseh, son of Ananiah, repaired beside his own house. After him, Benui the son of Henadad repaired another section, from the house of Azariah to the buttress to the corner. Palal the son of Uzai repaired opposite the buttress and the tower protecting from the upper house of the king of the court of the guard. And when Pedaiah the son of Parash and the temple servants living on Ophel, repaired to a point opposite the water gate on the east end in projecting tower. After him, the Techites repaired another section opposite the great projecting tower as far as the wall of Ophel. Above the horse gate, the priests repaired each one opposite his own house, and them Zadok the son of Immer repaired opposite his own house, and him Shemaiah the son of Shechaniah the keeper of the east gate repaired. After him, Hananiah the son of Shelemiah and Hanan the sixth son of Zalaph repaired another section. After him, Meshullam the son of Berechiah repaired opposite his chamber. After him, Malchijah, one of the goldsmiths, repaired as far as the house of the temple servant and of the merchants opposite the muster gate, and to the upper chamber of the corner, and between the upper chamber of the corner of the sheep gate, the goldsmith and the merchants repaired. Now, when Sanballat heard that we were rebuilding the walls, he was angry and greatly enraged, and he jeered at the Jews. And he said in the presence of his brothers and of the army of Samaria, "What are these feeble Jews doing? Will they restore it for themselves? Will they sacrifice? Will they finish up in a day? Will they receive the stones out of the heaps of the rubbish and burned ones at that?" Tobiah the Ammonite was beside him, and he said, "Yes, what they are building. If a fox goes up it will break down their stone wall. Hear, O our God, for we are despised. Turn back the taunt on their own heads and give them up to be plundered in a land where they are captives. Do not cover their guilt, and let not their sin be blotted out from your sight, for they have provoked you to anger in the presence of the builders." So we built the wall, and all the wall was joined together to half its heights, for the people had a mind to work. And when Sanballat and Tobiah and the Arabs and the Ammonites and the Ashabites heard that the repairing of the walls of Jerusalem was going forward, and that the breaches were beginning to be closed, they were very angry, and they all plotted together to come and fight against Jerusalem and to cause confusion in it. And we prayed to our God and set a guard as a protection against them day and night. In Judah it is said, "The strength of those who bear the burdens is failing. There is too much rubble by ourselves. We will not be able to rebuild the wall." And our enemies said, "They will not know or see till we become among them and kill them and stop the work." And at the time the Jews who lived near them came from all directions and said to us 10 times, "You must return to us." So in the lowest parts of the space behind the wall, in open spaces, I stationed the people by their clans and their swords and their spears and their bows. And I looked and rose and said to the nobles and to the officials and to the rest of the people, "Do not be afraid of them. Remember, the Lord is great and awesome, and fight for your brothers, whose sons, your daughters, your wives, and your homes." When our enemies heard that it was known to us and that God had frustrated their plan, we all returned to the wall, each to his work. From that day on, half of the servants worked on construction, and half held the spears, shields, bows, and cost of mail. And the leaders stood behind the whole house of Judah, who were building on the wall. Those who carried burdens, who loaded in such a way that each labored on the work with one hand and held his weapon with the other. And each of the rebuilders had this sword strapped at his side while he built. The man who sounded the trumpet was beside me, and I said to the nobles and to all the officials and to the rest of the people, "The work is great and widely spread, and we are separated on the wall, far from one another. In the place where you hear the sound of the trumpet, rally to us there. Our God will fight for us." So we labored at the work, and half of them held the spears from the break of dawn until the stars came out. I also said to the people at the time, let every man and his servant pass the night within Jerusalem, that they may be guard for us by night and may labor by day. So neither I nor my brothers, nor my servants, nor the men of the guard who followed me, none of us took off our clothes. Each kept his weapon with him in his right hand. Now there arose a great outcry of the people and of their wives against their Jewish brothers. For there were those who said, within our sons and our daughters we are many, so let us get grain that we may eat and keep alive. There were also those who said, we are mortgaging our fields, our vineyards, and our horses, and our houses, and get grain because of the famine. And there were those who said, we have borrowed money for the king's tax on the field and on our vineyards. Now our flesh is as the flesh of our brothers, our children are as their children, yet we are forcing our sons and our daughters to be slaves, and some of our daughters have already been enslaved, but it is not in our power to help, for other men have our fields and our vineyards. I was very angry when I heard their outcry in these words. I took counsel with myself, and I brought charges against the nobles and the officials, and I said to them, you are exacting interest, each from his brother. And I held a great assembly against them and said to them, we, as far as we are able, have brought back our Jewish brothers who have been sold to our nations, but you even sell your brothers that they may be sold to us. They were silent and could not find a word to say. So I said, the thing that you are doing is not good. Ought you not to walk in the fear of our God to prevent the taunts of the nation of our enemies? Moreover, I and my brothers and my servants are lending them money and grain. Let us abandon this exacting of interest, return to them this very day in their fields, their vineyards, their olive orchards, and their houses, and the percentage of money, grain, wine, and the oil that you have been exacting from them. Then they said, we will restore these and require nothing from them. We will do as you say. And I called the priests and made them swear to do as they had promised. And I also shook out the fold of the garment and said, so may God shake out every man from his house and from his labor who does not keep the promise. So may he be shaken out and emptied. And all the assembly said amen and praised the Lord. And the people did as they had promised. Moreover, from the time that I had appointed to be their governor in the land of Judah, from the 20th year to the 32nd of the Artaxerxes the king, 12 years, neither I nor the brother ate the food allowance from the governor. The former governors who were before me lay heavy burdens on the people and took from them for their daily rations 40 shekels of silver, and their servants lorded it over the people. But I did not do it because of the fear of God. I also persevered in the work on the wall and had acquired no land, and all the servants were gathered there for my work. Moreover, there were at my table 150 men, Jews and officials, besides those who came to us from the nations that were around us. Now, what we prepared at my expense for each day was 1 ox and 6 choice sheep and birds, and every 10 days all kinds of wine in abundance. Yet for all this I did not demand the food allowance of the governor. Besides, the service was too heavy on this people. Remembered for my God, oh my God, all that I have done for this people. Now, when Sanballat and Tobiah and Geshem and Arab and the rest of the enemies heard that I had built the wall and that there was no breach left in it, although up to that time I had not set up the doors of the gates, Sanballat and Geshem sent to me, saying, come, and let us meet together at Hekaphirim in the plain of Ono. But they intended to do me harm. And I sent messengers to them, saying, I'm doing a great work, and I cannot come down. Why should the work stop while I leave it and come down to you? And they sent me 4 times in this way, and I answered them in the same manner. In the same way, Sanballat, for the 5th time, sent his servant to me with an open letter in his hand. In it was written, it was reported among the nations, and Geshem also says it, that you and the Jews intend to rebel. That is why you are building the wall. And according to these reports, you wish to become their king. And you have also set up prophets to proclaim concerning you in Jerusalem. There is a king in Judah, and now the king will hear of the reports. So now come and let us take counsel together. Then I sent to him, saying, no such thing as you say you have been done, for you are inventing them out of your own mind. For they all wanted to frighten us, thinking, their hands will drop from the work, and it will not be done. But now, O God, strengthen my hands. Now, when I went into the house of Shemaiah, the son of Deliah, son of Mehetabel, who was confined in his home, he said, "Let us meet together in the house of God within the temple. Let us close the door of the temple, for they are coming to kill you. They are coming to kill you by night." But I said, "Should such a man as I run away? And what man such as I could go into the temple and live? I will not go in." And I understood and saw that God had not sent him, but he had pronounced the prophecy against me, and because Tobiah and Sanballat had hired him for the purpose he was hired, that I should be afraid and act in the way of sin, and so they could give me a bad name in order to taunt me. Remember Tobiah and Sanballat, O my God, according to these things that they did, and also the prophetess Noadam, and the rest of the prophets who wanted to make me afraid. So the wall was finished on the 20th day of the month of Elul, in 52 days. And when all our enemies heard of it, and all the nations around us were afraid and fell greatly in their own esteem, for they persevered that this work had been accomplished with the help of our God. Moreover, in those days the nobles of Judah sent many letters to Tobiah, and to Tobiah's letters came to them. For many in Judah were bound by oath to him, because he was the son-in-law of Shechaniah, the son of Ara, and his son Jehonan had taken the daughters of Meshulam, the son of Berechiah, as his wife. Also they spoke to him good deeds in my presence, and reported my words to him. And Tobiah sent letters to make me afraid. Now, when the wall had been built, and I had set up the doors, and the gatekeepers, and the singers, and the Levites had been appointed, I gave my brother Hanani and Hananiah, the governor of the castle, charged over Jerusalem, for he was a more faithful and God-fearing man than many. And as I said to them, "Let not the gates of Jerusalem be opened until the sun is hot." And while they were still standing guard, let them shut and bar the doors. Appoint the guards from among the inhabitants of Jerusalem, some of their guards posts, and some of the people of their own houses. The city was wide and large, but the people within it were few, and no houses have been rebuilt. Then my God put it into my heart to assemble the nobles and the officials and the people to be enrolled by genealogy. And I found the book of the genealogy of those who came at the first, and I found it written. These were the people of the province who came up out of the captivity of those exiles whom Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, had carried into exile. They returned to Jerusalem and Judah, and each to his own town. And they came to Zerubbabel, Jeshua, Nehemiah, Azariah, Ramiah, Nahamani, Mordecai, Bishnan, Mispereth, Bigvi, Nahum, and Benaiah. The number of the men of the people of Israel, the sons of Parash, 2,172. The sons of Shephatiah, 372. The sons of Era, 652. The sons of Pahath-Moab, namely the sons of Jeshua and Joab, 2,818. The sons of Elam, 1,254. The sons of Zatu, 845. The sons of Zakai, 760. The son of Benui, 648. The sons of Bebe, 628. The sons of Azgad, 2,322. The sons of Adonikam, 667. The sons of Bigvai, 2,067. The sons of Adon, 655. The sons of Adar, namely of Hezekiah, 98. The son of Basham, 328. The son of Bezai, 324. The son of Hareph, 112. The son of Gibeon, 95. The men of Bethlehem and Nectophah, 188. The men of Anathoth, 128. The men of Beth Amazaveth, 42. The men of Kirath Jearim, Sephariah and Beeroth, 743. The men of Ramah and Geba, 621. The men of Michmas, 122. The men of Bethel and Ai, 123. The men of other Nebo, 52. And the sons of other Elam, 1,254. The sons of Hiram, 320. And the sons of Jericho, 345. The son of Lod, Hadid, and Ono, 721. The sons of Sanaa, 3,930. The priests, the sons of Jedediah, namely the house of Jeshua, 973, the son of Immer, 1052, the son of Pashur, 1247, the son of Hiram, 1017. The Levites, the sons of Jeshua, namely the Kadmiel, of the son of Hodova, 74. The singers, the sons of Asaph, 148. The gatekeepers, the sons of Shalom, the sons of Ader, the sons of Talmon, the sons of Archab, the sons of Hittiah, the son of Sheboah, 138. Take a pause there real quick. All right, we're back. The temple servants, the son of Ziha, the sons of Shemupa, the sons of Tabath, the son of Keros, the son of Sia, the son of Pardon, the son of Lebna, the son of Hagaba, the son of Shalmei, the son of Hanan, the son of Gadal, the son of Gahar, the son of Rea, the son of Rezin, the son of Nakoda, the son of Gazam, the son of Uzzah, the sons of Paseah, the son of Basai, the son of Menuam, the son of Nephusium, the son of Bakabuk, the son of Hekupa, the son of Hahar, the son of Bilzath, the son of Mehidia, the son of Harsha, the son of Barkus, the son of Caesarea, the son of Tema, the son of Neziah, the son of Hatapha, the son of Solomon's servants, the son of Todai, the son of Sophreth, the son of Perida, the son of Jala, the son of Darkon, the son of Gadal, the son of Sephratiah, the son of Hatil, the son of Pochereth Hazarabim, the son of Amam. All the temple servants of the sons of Solomon's servants were 392. The following were those who came up from Tel Melah, Tel Harshish, Cherub, Adon, and Immer, but they could not prove their fathers' houses, nor their descent, because they belonged to Israel, the son of Deliah, the son of Tobiah, the son of Nakoda, 642. Also the priest, the son of Hakodiah, the son of Hakaz, the son of Barzillai, who had taken a wife of the daughter of Barzillai the Gileadite, and was called by name. They sought their registration among those enrolled in the genealogies, but it was not found there, so they were excluded from the priesthood as unclean. The governor told them that they were not to partake in the most holy food until the priest of Urim and Thummim should arise. The whole assembly together was 42,360. Beside their male and servant and female servants, to whom they were 7,337. They had 245 singers and male singers, male and female. Their horses were 736. Their mules, 245. Their camels, 435. And their donkeys, 672. Now, some of the heads of the fathers' horses gave to them work. The governor gave to the treasury 1,000 darkics of gold, 50 basins, 30 priest garments, and 500 minas of silver. And some of the heads of the father's house gave them the treasury of the work, 20,000 darkics of gold, and 2,200 minas of silver. And what the rest of the people gave was 20,000 darkits of gold, 2,000 minas of silver, and 67 priest garments. So the priests, the Levites, the gatekeepers, the singers, some of the people, the temple servants, and all of Israel lived to their towns. And when the seventh month had come, the people of Israel were in their towns. And all the people gathered and as one man in the square before the water gate, and they told Ezra the scribe to bring the book of the law of Moses, and the Lord had commanded Israel. So Ezra the priest brought the law before the assembly, both men and women, and all who could understand what they had read, what they had heard, on the first day of the seventh month, and he read from it facing the square before the water gate, from early morning until midday, and in the presence of the men and the women and those who could understand, and the ears of all the people were attentive to the book of the law. And Ezra the scribe stood on a wooden platform, and they had made for this purpose. And beside they stood Mattithiah, Shema, Ananiah, Uriah, Hilkiah, Messiah on his right hand, and Pedaiah, Misamel, Malchijah, Hashem, Hashbaddanah, Zechariah, and Meshullam on his left hand. And Ezra opened the book in the sight of all the people, for he was above all the people, and he stood, and he opened it. All the people stood, and Ezra blessed the Lord, the great God, and all the people answered, Amen, Amen, lifting up their hands, and they bowed their heads and worshiped the Lord, and then their faces to the ground. Also Jeshua, Benai, Sherebiah, Jamin, Akub, Shabbathai, Hodiah, Maaseiah, Kelita, Azariah, Jozabad, Hanan, Peliah, and Levites helped the people to understand the law while the people remained in their places. They read from the book of the law of God clearly, and they gave the sense so that the people understood their reading. And Nehemiah, who was who was the governor, and Ezra, priest and scribe, and the Levites who taught the people, said to all the people, This day is holy to the Lord your God. Do not mourn nor weep. For all the people wept as they heard the words of the law. Then they said to him, Go your way, eat the fat and drink sweet wine, and send portions to anyone has nothing ready. For this day is holy to the Lord. And do not be grieved, for the joy of the Lord is your strength. So the Levites calmed all the people, saying, "Be quiet, for this day is holy. Do not be grieved." And all the people went their way to eat and drink and to send portions and to make a great rejoicing because they had understood the words that were declared to them. On the second day of the heads of the fathers' houses of all the people, with the priests and the Levites, came together to Ezra the scribe to order the study of the words of the law, and they found it written in the law of the Lord had commanded by Moses, and the people of Israel should dwell in booths during the feasts of the seventh month, and that they should proclaim it and publish it in their towns in Jerusalem. Go out to the hills and bring branches of olive, wild olive, myrtle, palm, and other leafy trees to make booths, as it is written. So the people went out and brought them and made booths for themselves, each on his roof and on their courts, and in the courts of the house of God, and in the square of the water gate, and in the square at the gate of Ephraim. And all the assembly and those who had returned from the captivity made booths and lived in the booths. For from the day of Jeshua the son of Nun to the day the people of Israel had not done so, and the people was very great rejoicing, and day by day, from the first day to the last day, and he read from the book of the law of God. They kept the feast 7 days, and on the eighth day there was solemn assembly according to the rule. Now the 24th day of the month, the people of Israel were assembled with fasting and in sackcloth, and with earth on their heads, and the Israelites separated themselves from all the foreigners and stood and confessed their sins and their iniquities to their fathers. And they stood up in their place and read the book of the law of the Lord their God for a quarter of the day. For another quarter of it, they made confession and worshiped the Lord their God. On the stair of the Levites stood Jeshua, Bani, Kadmiel, Shebaniah, Buni, Sherebiah, Bani, and Chenani, and they cried with a loud voice of the Lord their God. Then the Levites, Jeshua, Kadmiel, Bani, Hashbaniah, Sherebiah, Hodiah, Shebaniah, and Pethahiah, he said, "Stand up and bless the Lord your God from everlasting to everlasting. Blessed be your glorious name, which is exalted above all blessing and praise. You are the Lord, you alone. You have made heaven, the heaven of the heavens, with all the hosts, the earth and all that is on it, the seas and all that is in them, and you preserve all of them, and the host of heaven worships you. You are the Lord, the God who's chosen Abram and brought him out of Ur of the Chaldeans and gave him the name Abraham. You found his heart faithful before you and made with him the covenant to give to the offspring the land of the Canaanite, the Hittite, the Amorite, the Pezerite, the Jebusite, and the Girgasite. Have and you have kept your promise, for you are righteous. And you saw the affliction of your father in Egypt, and heard their cry in the Red Sea, and performed signs and wonders against Pharaoh, and all the servants and all the people of his land. For you knew that they acted arrogantly against his father, and you made a name for yourself, as it is to this day. And you divided the sea before them, so that they went through the midst of the sea on dry land, and you cast their pursuers into the depths as the stone into mighty waters. By a pillar of cloud you led them in the day, and by the of fire you pillar by fire in the night, to light for them the way in which they should go. You came down to Mount Sinai and spoke to them from heaven and gave them right rules and true laws, good statutes and commandments. And you made known to them the holy Sabbath and command them commandments and statutes and a law by Moses your servant. You gave them bread from heaven for their hunger and brought water from them out of the rock of their thirst. And you told them to go in to possess the land that you had sworn to give them. But they and our fathers acted presumptuously and stiffened their neck and did not obey your commandments. They refused to obey and were not mindful of the wonders that you performed among them. But they stiffened their neck and appointed a leader to return to their slavery in Egypt. But you are a God ready to forgive, gracious and merciful, slow to anger and abounding in steadfast love, and did not forsake them, even when they had made for themselves a golden calf, and said, "This is your God, who brought you up out of Egypt, and had committed great blasphemies. You, in your great mercies, did not forsake them in the wilderness, the pillar of cloud to them, to lead them in the way, did not depart them by day, nor the pillar of fire by night, by light for them the way in which they should go. You gave your good spirit to instruct them, and did not withhold from manna for their mouth, and gave them water for their thirst. 40 years you sustained them in the wilderness, and they lacked nothing. Their clothes did not wear out, and their feet did not swell. And you gave them kingdoms and peoples and allotted to them every corner. So they took possession of the land of Sihon, king of Heshbon, and the land of Og, king of Bashan. You multiplied their children as the stars of heaven, and you brought them into the land that you had told their fathers to enter and possess. So the descendants went in, possessed the land, and you subdued before them the inhabitants of the land, the Canaanites, and gave them into their hand, and their kings, and their peoples, and their land, that they might do with them as they would. And they captured fortified cities and a rich land, and two possessions of houses full of all good things, cisterns already hewn, vineyards, olive orchards, and fruit trees in abundance. So they ate and were fulfilled and were filled and became fat and delighted themselves in your great goodness. Nevertheless, they were disobedient and rebelled against you and cast your law behind their back and killed your prophets, who had warned them in order to turn them back to you, and they committed great blasphemies. Therefore, you gave to them the hand of the enemies, who made them suffer. And in the time of their suffering, they cried out to you, and they heard them from heaven. And according to your great mercies, you gave them saviors who saved them from the hand of their enemies. But after they had rest, they did evil again before you, and you abandoned them to the hand of your enemies, so that they had dominion over them. Yet when they turned and cried to you, you heard from heaven, and many times you delivered them according to your mercies. And you warned them in order to turn back to their law, yet they acted presumptuously and did not obey the commands, but sinned against your rules. Which if a person does this, he shall live by them. And they turned a stubborn shoulder and stiffened their neck and would not obey. Many years you bore with them and warned them by your spirit through your prophets, yet they would not give ear. Therefore you gave them into the hand of the people of the lands. Nevertheless, in your great mercies, you did not make an end to them or forsake them. For you are a gracious and merciful God. Now, therefore, our God, the great and mighty and the awesome God, who keeps covenant and steadfast love, let not all the hardship seem little to you that has come upon you, upon your kings, your princes, your priests, your prophets, your fathers, and all your people, since the time of the kings of Assyria until this day. Yet you have been righteous in all that has come upon us. For you have dealt faithfully, and we act wickedly. Our kings, our princes, our priests, and our fathers have not kept your law or paid attention to your commandments and your warnings that you gave to them, even in your own kingdom and amid your great goodness that you gave them, and in the large and rich land that you set before them. They did not serve you or turn from their wicked works. Behold, they are slaves to this day in the land that you gave to our fathers to enjoy its fruit and its good gifts. Behold, we are slaves. It is rich, its rich yield goes to the kings whom you have set over us because of our sins. They rule over our bodies and our livestock as they please, and we are in great distress. Because of all of this, we make a firm covenant of writing on the sealed document of the names of the princes, our Levites, and our priests, on the seals of the names of Nehemiah the governor, of the son of Hakaliah, Zedekiah, Seraiah, Azariah, Jeremiah, Pashur, Amira, Malachiah, Hattush, Shebaniah, Malach, Hariam, Merathoth, Obadiah, Daniel, Ginoth, Barak, Meshullam, Abiah, Moriah, Mazziah, Biligiah, Shemaiah. These are the priests and the Levites, Jeshua, and the son of Azaniah, Benihu, and the sons of Henadad, Kadmiel, and their brothers, Shebaniah, Hodiah, Kelida, Pariah, Hanan, Micah, Rehob, Hashabiah, Zakur, Sherebiah, Shebaniah, Hobadiah, Baniu, the chiefs of the people, Parash, Abath, Moab, Elam, Zatu, Banui, Agzad, Badea, Abaniah, Bagvia, Adin, Adar, Hezekiah, Azur, Hodiah, Hashem, Bezaiah, Harith, Ananiah, Nebiah, Magapiah, Meshullam, Hazar, Meshabezel, Zadok, Jedua, Paliatha, Hanan, Anaiah, Hoshea, Hananiah, Hashub, Halohesh, Pilla, Shobek, Rehum, Hashabana, Masaniah, Ahana, Hanan, Anah, Maluik, Harim, Bana. The rest of the people, the priests, the Levites, the gatekeepers, the singers, the temple servants, and all who separated themselves from the people of the lands of the law of God, their wives, their sons, their daughters, and all who acknowledge and understand, joining with their brothers, their nobles, and enter into the curse and the oath of the walk of God's law, that which is given to Moses, the servant of God, and to observe all to do the commands of the Lord, our Lord, and his rules and his statutes. We will not give our daughters to the people of the land, or take their daughters for our sons. And if the people of the land bring in goods or any grain on the Sabbath day to sell, we will not buy from them on the Sabbath or on the holy day, and we will forego the crops of the seventh year and the exaction of every debt. We also take on ourselves the obligation to give yearly a third part of the shekel for the service of the house of our Lord, for the showbread, the regular grain offering, the regular burnt offering, the Sabbaths, the new moons, the appointed feasts, the holy things, the sin offerings, to make atonement for Israel and for all the work of the house of our God. We, the priests, the Levites, the people, have likewise cast lots for the wood offerings to bring it into the house of the God according to our fathers' houses, at times appointed year by year to burn on the altar of the Lord our God, as it is written in our law. We obligate ourselves to bring the first fruits of our ground and the first fruits of all fruit of every tree, year by year, to the house of the Lord, also to bring to the house of God, to the priests who minister to the house of our God, the firstborn of our sons and our cattle, as it is written in the law, and to the firstborn of our herd, of our flocks, and to bring the first of our dough and our contributions, the first of our tree, the wine and the oil and the priests to the chambers of the house of our God, and to bring to the Levites the tithes of our grounds, for the Levites who collect the tithes in all our towns where we labor, and the priest's son of Aaron shall be with the Levites when the Levites receive the tithes, and the Levites shall bring up the tithe and the tithes of the house of our God to the chamber of the storehouse for the people of Israel, and the sons of Levi shall bring the contribution of grain, wine, and oil to the chambers where the vessel of the sanctuary are, as well as the priests who minister, and the gatekeepers and the singers who will not neglect the house of our God. Now the leaders of the people lived in Jerusalem, and the rest of the people cast lots to bring out of the 10 to live in Jerusalem, the holy city, while 9 of the 10 remained in the other towns. And the people blessed all the men who willingly offered to give to Jerusalem, to live to Jerusalem. These are the chiefs of the province who lived in Jerusalem, but in the town of Judah, everyone lived in the property in their towns. Israel, the priests of the Levites, the temple servants, and the descendants of Solomon's servants, and in Jerusalem lived certain of the sons of Judah and of the sons of Benjamin, of the sons of Judah, Athahiah, the sons of Uzziah, son of Zechariah, son of Amariah, son of Shekatiah, son of Mahalal, and the son of Perez, and Maaseiah, the son of Barak, son of Kol-Hazal, son of Hazariah, son of Adahiah, son of Jorahiab, son of Zechariah, son of Shilonite, all the sons of Perez who lived in Jerusalem, 468 valiant men. And these are the sons of Benjamin: Salu, the son of Meshullam, son of Joab, son of Pedaiah, son of Keloah, son of Manasseh, son of Ithiel, son of Jehesha, and his brothers, men of valor 928. Joel the son of Zechariah was was their overseer, and Judah the son of Hasanua was second over the city. Of the priests, Jedediah the son of Je- Joiarib, Jachin, Serahiah the son of Hilkiah, son of Meshullam, son of Zadok, son of Merioth, son of Ahitub, ruler of the house of God, and their brothers who did the work of the house, 822, and Adahiah, the son of Jeraham, son of Pelaliah, son of Amzi, son of Zechariah, son of Pashur, son of Malchijah, and his brothers, heads of the father's houses, 242. And Amashaiah, the son of Azareel, son of Ahazai, son of Meshulamoth, son of Inmer, and their brothers, mighty men of valor, 128. Their overseer of Zabdiel, the son of Hagiadolam, and of the Levites, Shemaiah, the son of Hashub, son of Azirikam, son of Hashinabah, son of Buni, and Shebbatiah, and Jozabah, of the chiefs of the Levites who were over the outside work of the house of God, and Mattaiah, the son of Micah, son of Zabdi, son of Asaph, who was the leader of the praise, who gives thanks, and Bakubika, the second among his brothers, and Abda, the son of Shemua, son of Galal, son of Jeduthun. All the Levites of the holy city were 248. The gatekeepers, Akab, Talmon, and their brothers who kept watch in the gates were 172. And the rest of Israel, over the priests of the Levites, were in all the towns of Judah, every one of his inheritance. But the temple servant lived on Ophel and Zihah, and Gishpa were over the temple servants. The overseer of the Levites the jet in Jerusalem were Uzi, the son of Bani, son of Hashmaniah, son of Adoniah, son of Micah, of the sons of Asaph, the singers, over the work of the house of God. For there was a command for the king concerning them, and a fixed provision for the singers of every day required. And Pethahiah, the son of Meshabazel, of the sons of Zerah, the son of Judah, was at the king's side in all the matters concerning the people. And as for the village, for the fields, some of the people of Judah lived in Kirath Arba and its villages, and in Dibon and its villages, and in Jekabzil and its villages, and in Jeshua, and in Molda, and in Beth Pelet, in Hazar Shul, in Beersheba and its villages, and Ziklag, in Makona and its villages, and in Ramon, in Zorah, in Jamuth, Zanoah, Abdullam and their villages, Yashish and its fields, and Zekah and its villages. So they encamped from Beersheba in the valley of Haman. The people of Benjamin also lived with Geba onward in Michmesh, Ajah, Bethel and its villages, Anathoth, Nob, Anahiah, Hazor, Ramah, Gittayim, Hadid, Zemohim, Nebalet, Lod, and Ono, the valley of craftsmen, and certain divisions of the labors of Judah were assigned to Benjamin. These were the priests of the Levites who came up with Zerubbabel, the son of Shealtiel, the Jeshua, Serahiah, Jeremiah, Ezra, Amariah, Maluk, Hattush, Shechaniah, Mahum, Merimoth, Edo, Gineathoi, Abijah, Mijamim, Madahish, Biliga, Shemaiah, Jorahib, Jedahiah, Salua, Amok, Hiliakah, Jedahiah. These were the chiefs of the priests and the brothers in the days of Jeshua. And the Levites, Jeshua, Benui, Kadmiel, Sherebiah, Judah, and Matana, who were with the brothers, who was in charge of the songs of thanksgiving, and Bakabika and Uni, and those brothers stood opposite them in the service. And Jeshua was the father of Joachim, Joachim the father of Elishab, Elishab the father of Joediah, Joediah the father of Jonathan, and Jonathan the father of Jaddua. In the days of Joachim, his were priests, heads of the fathers' houses of Zeraniah, Meraniah of Jeremiah, Hananiah of Ezra, Meshullam of Amariam, Jehoniah of Maluchi, Jonathan of Shebaniah, Joseph of Hariam, Ada of Marioth, Helikai of Edo, Zechariah of Ginnethoam, Meshullam of Abijah, Zechari of Manayanim, of Moabiah, Pelatiah and Billah, Shemua and Shemaiah, Jehonathan of Jearib, Matene of Jedidiah, Uzi of Saleh, Calais of Amok, Eber of Hilkiah, Hashabiah of Jedaniah of Nathaniel. In the days of Elishab, Joiada, Johanan, and Jaddua, the Levites were recorded as heads of his father's houses. So too were the priests of the reign of Darius of Persia. As for the sons of Levi, these heads of the fathers' houses were written in the book of Chronicles until the days of Jonathan, the son of Eliashib, and the chiefs of the Levites, Hasabiah, Jerushiah, and Jeshua, the sons of Kadmiel, with the brothers who stood opposite of them, to praise and give thanks according to the commandment of David, the man of God. Watch, watch by watch, Madaniah, Bakubika, Obadiah, Meshulam, Talman, and Akab were gatekeepers, standing guard of the storehouse of the gates. These were the days of Joachim, the son of Jeshua, son of Jodazek, and the name and the days of Nehemiah, the governor of Ezra, the priest of the scribe. And at the dedication of the wall of Jerusalem, they sought the Levites in all their places to bring them to Jerusalem to celebrate the dedication with gladness, with thanksgiving and with singing with cymbals, harps, and lyres, and the sons of the singers gathering together with the districts surrounding Jerusalem, and from the villages of the Netophathites, also the Beth Gilgal, and from the region of Geba and Asmaveth, from the singers had built for themselves villages around Jerusalem, and the priests of the Levites purified themselves as they purified the people in the gates of the wall. Then I brought the leaders of Judah up onto the wall and appointed two great choirs that gave thanks. One went to the south of the wall to the dung gate, and after them went Hoshashiah, the half of the leaders of Judah, and Azariah, Ezra, Meshullam, Judah, Benjamin, Shemaiah, and Jeremiah, and certain of the priest's sons with trumpets, Zechariah the son of Jonathan, son of Shemaiah, son of Mattaniah, son of Micaiah, son of Zakur, son of Asaph, and his relatives, Shemaiah, Azareel, Malila, Gil, Gilalai, May, Nathaniel, Judah, and Hanani, from the musical instruments of David, the man of God. And Ezra the scribe went before them. At the fountain gate they went up straight before them by the stairs of the city of David, at the ascent of the wall, above the house of David to the water gate on the east. The other choir of those who gave thanks went to the north, and I followed them, with half the people on the wall above the Tower of Ovens, to the broad wall, and above the gate of Ephraim, and by the gate of Yeshunah, and by the fish gate, and the Tower of Hananel, and the Tower of the Hundred of the sheep gate, and they came to halt at the gate of the guard. So both choirs of those who gave thanks stood in the house of God, and I in the house, and the half of the officials with me, and the priests Eliakim, Messiah, Miniahim, Micaiah, Elionai, Zechariah, and Hananiah, with trumpets, and Masalahah, Shemaiah, Eliezer, Uzi, Jehohan, Malachiah, Elam, and Ezer, and the singers sang with Jezariah as their leader, and they offered great sacrifices that day and rejoiced, for God had made them rejoice with great joy. The women and the children also rejoiced, and the joy of Jerusalem was heard far away. And on that day men were appointed over the storerooms, the contributions, the first fruits, and the tithes, to gather into the portions required by the law, for the priests and for the Levites according to the field of the towns. For Judah rejoiced over the priests and the Levites who ministered, and they performed the services of their God and the services of purification, as did the singers and the gatekeepers according to the command of David and his son Solomon. For long ago, in the days of David and Asaph, there were directors of the singers, and there were songs of praise and thanksgiving to God. And all of Israel, the days of Zerubbabel, in the days of Nehemiah, gave the daily portions for the singers and the gatekeepers, and they set apart that which was for the Levites, and the Levites set apart that which was in the sons of Aaron. On the day they read from the book of Moses, in the hearing of the people, and in the found writings of the Ammonite, of Moabite, should ever enter the assembly of God. For as they did not meet the people of Israel with bread and water, but hired Balaam against them to curse them, yet our God turned the curse into a blessing. As soon as the people heard the law, they separated from Israel all those of foreign descent. Now before this, Elishib, the priest who was appointed over the chambers of the house of God, and who was related to Tobiah, prepared for Tobiah the large chamber, where they had previously put the grain offering, the frankincense, the vessels, and the tithes of grain, wine, and oil, which were given by commandments to the Levites, singers, and gatekeepers, and the contributions for the priests. While they were taking place, I was not in Jerusalem, for in the 32nd year of Artaxerxes, king of Babylon, I went to the king, and after some time I asked to leave the king, and came to Jerusalem, and I said, and I then discovered the evil of Elishib had done for Tobiah, preparing for him a chamber in the courts of the house of God. And I was very angry, and I threw all the household furniture of Tobiah into the chamber. And then I gave orders, and they cleansed the chambers. And I brought back there the vessels of the house of God with the grain offering and with the frankincense. I also found out that the portions of the Levites had not been given to them, so that the Levites and the singers who did the work, who fled each of the field. So I confronted the officials and said, "Why is the house of God forsaken?" And I gathered them together and set them in the stations. And all Judah brought the tithe and grain, wine, oil into the storehouses, and I appointed as treasurers over the storehouses Shelemiah, the priest Zadok, and the scribes of Pedaiah, of the Levites, and as the assistant Hanan, the son of Zakur, son of the Mattaniah, for they were considered liable, and their duty was to distribute to the brothers. Remember me, O my God, concerning this, and do not wipe out the good deeds that I have done to the house of God for his service. In those days I saw in Judah people treading wine presses on the Sabbath, treading wine presses on the Sabbath, and bringing in heaps of grain and loading them on donkeys, and also wine, grapes, figs, and all kinds of loads, with which they brought to the Jerusalem on the Sabbath day. And when I warned them on the day that they sold food, Tyrians also, who lived in the city brought in fish of all kinds of the goods, sold them on the Sabbath to the people of Judah in Jerusalem themselves. Then I confronted the nobles of Judah and said to them, what is the evil thing that you are doing, profaning the Sabbath day? Did not the fathers act this way, and did not our God bring all the disaster on us and all the city? Now you're bringing more wrath on the Israel by profaning the Sabbath. As soon as it began to grow dark at the gates of Jerusalem before the Sabbath, I command that the doors should be shut and gave orders that they should not be opened until after the Sabbath. And I stationed some of the servants at the gates, that no load might be brought into the Sabbath day. Then the merchants and the sellers and all kinds of the wars lodged outside of Jerusalem once or twice. But I warned them and said to them, Why do you lodge outside the wall? If you do so again, I will lay hands on you. From that time on, they did not come to the Sabbath. Then I commanded the Levites that they should purify themselves and come and guard the gates to keep the Sabbath day holy. Remember this also was in favor, O my God, and spare me according to the greatness of your steadfast love. In those days also I saw the Jews who had married women at Ashdod, Ammon, and Moab, and half of the children spoke the language of Ashdod, and they could not speak the language of Judah, but only the language of each people. And I confronted them and cursed them and beat some of them and pulled out their hair, and I made them make an oath in the name of God, saying, You shall not give your daughters to their sons, and take their daughters for their sons or for yourselves. Did not Solomon, king of Israel, sin on account of such women? Among that many nations, there was no king like him, and he was beloved by his king, and God made him king over Israel. Nevertheless, foreign women made even him to sin. Shall we then listen to you and do all that is great and that is great evil and act treacherously against our God for marrying foreign women? And one of the sons of Jehoiada, the sons of Elishab, the high priest, was the son-in-law of Sanballat and Horonite. Therefore I chased him from me. Remember them, O my God, because they have desecrated the priesthood and the covenant of the priesthood and the Levites. Thus I cleansed them from everything foreign, and I established the duties of the priests, the Levites, each in his work, and I provided for the wood offerings at appointed times and for the firstfruits. Remember me, O God, for good. Nehemiah down, on to Esther. Esther's at least a shorter one. And then Job, Esther and Job, and then we can call it a night. All right. Just give me a second to refill here and all right, we're back in Esther here. Now, in the days of Ahasuerus, the Ashurians, who reigned from India to Ethiopia over 127 provinces, in those days when King Ahasuerus sat on his royal throne in Susa, the citadel, in the third year of the reign, he gave a feast of all the officials and servants, the army of Persia and Media, and the nobles and governors in the provinces were before him. while he showed the riches of his royal glory and all the splendor and pomp of his greatness for many days, 180 days. And when these days were completed, the king gave for all the people present in Susa, the citadel, both great and small, a feast lasting for 7 days in the court of the garden of the king's palace. There were white cotton curtains and violet hangings fastened with cord of fine linen and purple to silver rod and marble pillars, and also couches of gold and silver on a mosaic pavement of porphyry, marble, mother of pearl, and precious stones. Drinks were served in golden vessels, vessels in different kinds, and of the royal wine was lavish according to the bounty of the king. And drinking was according to the edict. There is no compulsion. For the king had given orders to all the staff of his palace, and do of each man desired. Queen Vashti also gave a feast to the women in the palace that belonged to King Ahasuerus. Of the seventh day, when the heart of the king was merry with wine, he commanded Mehunnam, Biztha, Harbona, Bigtha and Agatha, Zethar and Carcass, and 7 eunuchs who served in the presence of King Asarius to bring Queen Vashti before the king with her royal crown in order to show the people of the price of the princes of her beauty, for she was lovely to look at. But Queen Vashti refused to come to the king of command, delivered to the eunuchs. At this the king became enraged, and his anger burned with him. Then the king said to the wise men who knew the times, for this was the king's procedure towards all who were viziered in law and judgment, and the men next to him were Karshana, Sethar, Adatha, Tarshish, Meres, Meresna, and Memucan, the 7 princes of Persia and Media, who saw the king's face and sat first in the kingdom according to the law, what is to be done with Queen Vashti, because she has not performed the command to King Asarius delivered by the eunuchs. Then Memucan said to the prince of the king of the officials, not only against the king of the queen Vashti, done wrong, but also against all the officials and all the people who are in the providence of King Asarius and the queen's for the queen's behavior will be made known for all the women, causing them to look at their husbands with contempt, since they will say, King Ahasuerus has commanded Queen Vashti to be brought before him, and she did not come. This very day, the noble woman of Persia and Media, who had heard of the queen's behavior, will say the same to all the king's officials, and there will be contempt and wrath in plenty. If it pleases the king, let a royal order go out from him, and let it be written among the laws of the Persians and the Medes, so that it may not be repleted, that Vashti is never again to come before King Asarius, and let the king give her loyal position to another who is better than she. So then the decree made by the king is proclaimed throughout all the kingdom, for it is vast. All women will give honor to their husbands, high and low alike. Their advice pleased the king and their princes, and the king did as Memucan promised. He sent letters to all the royal provinces, to every province to its own script, and to every people in its own language, to every man be master of his own household, and speak according to the language of his people. After these things, when the anger of King Asarius had abated, he remembered Vashti and what she had done and what she had been decreed against her. Then the king's young men who attended him said, let beautiful young virgins be sought out of the king, and let the king appoint officers in all the provinces in his kingdom to gather all the beautiful young virgins of the harem of Susa of Citadel under the custody of Hege, the king's eunuch who is in charge of the women. Let their cosmetics be given them, and let their young women who please the king be queen instead of Vashti. This pleased the king, and he did so. Now there was a Jew in Susa, the citadel, whose name was Mordecai, the son of Jair, son of Shimei, son of Kish, and Benjamite, who had been carried away from Jerusalem, among the captives carried away from Jeconiah, king of Judah, whom Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, had carried away. He was bringing up Hadash, that is Esther, the daughter of his uncle, for she had neither father nor mother. The young woman had a beautiful figure and was lovely to look at. And when the father and her mother died, Mordecai took her as his own daughter. So when the king's order and his edict were proclaimed, and when many young women were gathered in Susa, the citadel, in custody of Hege, Esther, who was taken into the king's palace and put in custody of Hege, who had charge of the women, and the young woman pleased him and won his favor, and he quickly provided her provided with her cosmetics and her portion of food. And when seven chosen young women from the king's palace and advanced her and her young women to the best palace of the harem, Esther had not made known the people nor kindred, for Mordecai had commanded her not to make it known. For every day Mordecai walked in front of the court of the harem to learn how Esther was and what would happen to her. Now, when the turn came for each young woman to do to the king Asterius, after being 12 months under the regulations of the women, since there was the regular period of the beautifying, 6 months with oil and myrrh, and 6 months with spices and ointments for women. Then the young woman went in to the king in this way, and she was given whatever she desired to take with her the harem to the king's palace. In the evening she would go in, and in the morning she would return. And in the second harem, in custody of Shazgaz, the king's eunuch, who was in charge of the concubines. She would not go into the king unless the king delighted in her, and she was summoned by name. When the turn came for Esther, the daughter of Abihail, the uncle of Mordecai, who had taken her, his own daughter, to go into the king, she asked for nothing except for Hegai, the king's eunuchs, who had charged to the woman advised. Now Esther was winning favor in the eyes of all who saw her. And when Esther had taken the king Assuerus into the royal palace in the 10th month, which is the month of Tebeth, in the 7th year of his reign, the king loved Esther more than all the women, and she won grace and favor in his sight more than all the virgins, so that he set the royal crown on her head and made her queen instead of Vashti. Then the king gave a great feast for all his officials and servants. It was Esther's feast. He also granted a remission of taxes to the providences and gave gifts with royal generosity. Now, when the virgins were gathered together the second time, Mordecai was sitting in the king's gate. Esther had not made known her kindred or her people, as Mordecai had commanded her. For Esther obeyed Mordecai just as when she had been buried, she had brought up by him. In those days, as Mordecai was sitting at the king's gate, Bigthan and Teresh, two of the king's eunuchs, were guarded the threshold, became angry and sought to lay hands on King Assuerus. And this came to the knowledge of Mordecai, and he told it to the queen Esther. And Esther told the king in the name of Mordecai. When the affair was investigated and found to be so, the men were both hanged on the gallows. And it was recorded in the book of the Chronicles in the presence of the king. After these things, King Assuerus promoted Haman the Agagite, the son of Hammedatha, and advanced him and set his throne above all the officials who were with him. And all the king's servants who were in the king's gate bowed down and paid homage to Haman, for the king so had commanded concerning him. But Mordecai did not bow down on any homage. Then the king's servants who were in the king's gate said to Mordecai, "Why do you transgress the king's command?" And when they spoke to him day after day, he would not listen to them. And they told Haman in order to see whether Mordecai's words would stand, for he had told them that he was a Jew. And when Haman saw that Mordecai did not bow down and pay homage to him, Haman was filled with fury. But his disdain to lay hands on Mordecai alone, so as they had made known to him the people of Mordecai, Haman sought to destroy all the Jews, and the people of Mordecai fought the whole kingdom of Assuerus. In the first month, which is the month of Nisan, in the 20th year of King Assuerus, they cast lots before Haman day after day, and they cast in month after month, till the 12th month after, which is the month of Adar. Then Haman said to King Assuerus, "This is the certain people scattered abroad and dispersed among the peoples in all the provinces of your kingdom. Their laws are different from those of every other people, and they do not keep the king's laws, so that it is not to the king's profit to tolerate them. If it please the king, let it be decreed that they be destroyed, and I will pay 10,000 talents of silver into the hands of those who had charged the king's business, that they may put it into the king's treasuries." So the king took the signet ring from his hand and gave it to Haman the Agagite, the son of Hammedatha, the enemy of the Jews. And the king said to Haman, "The money is given to you, the people also, to do with them as it seems good to you." Then the king's scribes, who summoned on the 13th day of the first month, and an edict according to all that Haman commanded, was written to the king satraps, and to the governors over the provinces, and to the officials of all the people, to every province in his own script, of every people of his own language. It was written in the name of the king Asterius and sealed with the king's signet ring. Letters were sent by couriers to all the king's provinces with instruction to destroy, to kill, and to annihilate all Jews, young and old, women and children, in one day, the 13th day of the 12th month, which is the month of Adar, and to plunder their goods. A copy of the document was to be issued as a decree in every province by proclamation to all the peoples to be ready for that day. The couriers went out hurriedly by order of the king, and the decree had issued to Susa, the citadel, and the king of Haman sat down to drink, but the city of Susa was thrown into confusion. When Mordecai learned all that he had done, Mordecai tore his clothes and put on sackcloth and ashes, and went out into the midst of the city, and he cried out with a loud and bitter cry. And he went up to the entrance of the king's gate, for no one was allowed to enter the king's gate clothed in sackcloth. And in every province, wherever the king's command and his decree reached, there was a great mourning among the Jews, with fasting and weeping and lamenting, and many of them lay in sackcloth and ashes. When Esther's young women and her eunuchs came and told her the queen was deeply distressed, she went garments to clothe to Mordecai, so that he might take off his sackcloth, but he would not accept them. Then Esther called for Hathach, one of the king's eunuchs, who he did appoint to attend her, and ordered him to go to Mordecai to learn what this was and why it was. Hathach went to Mordecai in the open square in the city of the front of the gate of the king's gate, and Mordecai told him all that had happened to him and the exact sum of money that Haman had promised to pay into the king's treasuries for the destruction of the Jews. Mordecai also gave him a copy of the written decree issued in Susa for their destruction, that he might show it to Esther and explain it to her, and command her to go to the king to beg the favor and plead on him on behalf of his people. And Hathach went and told Esther what Mordecai had said. Then Esther spoke to Hathach and commanded him to go to Mordecai and say, all the king's servants and the people of the king's provinces know that if any man or woman goes to the king's inside the inner court without being called, there is but one law to be put to death, except for the one to the king holds out the golden scepter so that he may live. But as for me, I have not been called to come to the king these 30 days. And they told Mordecai what Esther had said. Then Mordecai told them to reply to Esther, do not think to yourself that in the king's palace you will escape any more than all the other Jews. For if you keep silent at this, relief and deliverance will rise for the Jews from another place. But you and your father's house will perish, and who knows whether you have not come to the kingdom for such a time as this? And Esther told them in reply to Mordecai, go, gather all the Jews, and be found in Susa, and hold a fast on my behalf, and do not eat or drink for 3 days, night or day. I and my young woman will also fast as you do. Then I will go to the king, through it is though it is against the law, and if I perish, I perish. Mordecai then went away and did everything as Esther had ordered him. On the third day, Esther put her royal robes and stood in the inner court of the king's palace in front of the king's quarters, while the king was sitting on the royal throne inside the throne room opposite of the entrance of the palace. And when the king saw Queen Esther standing in the court, she won favor in his sight, and he held out to Esther the golden scepter that was in his hand. Then Esther approached and touched the tip of the scepter, and the king said to him, what is it, Queen Esther? What is your request? It shall be given to you, even to the half of my kingdom. And Esther said, if it pleases the king, let the king and Haman come today to a feast that I have prepared for the king. Then the king said, bring Haman quickly, so that we may do to Esther as he asked. So the king of Haman came to the feast of Esther, came to the feast that Esther had prepared. And as they were drinking wine after the feast, the king said to Esther, what is your wish? You shall be granted. And what is your request? Even to the half of my kingdom it shall be fulfilled. And then Esther answered, my wish and my request is that I have found favor in the sight of the king. And if it please the king to grant my wish and fulfill my request, let the king and Haman come to the feast that I will prepare for them. And tomorrow I will do as the king had said. And Haman went out to the day joyful and glad of heart. But when Haman saw Mordecai in the king's gate, that he neither rose nor trembled before him, he was fulfilled with wrath against Mordecai. Nevertheless, Haman restrained himself and went home, and he sent and brought his friends and his wife Zeresh, and Haman recounted to them the splendor of his riches, the number of his sons, all the promotions with which the king had honored him, and how he had advanced him above the officials and the servants of the king. Then Haman said, even Queen Esther Let no one but me come to the king to the feasts she prepared, and tomorrow also I am invited by her together with the king. Yet all this is worth nothing to me, so long as I see Mordecai the Jew sitting at the king's gate. Then his wife Zeresh and all his friends said to them, let the gallows 50 cubits high be made, and in the morning tell the king to have Mordecai hanged upon it. Then go joyfully with the king to the feast. This idea pleased Haman, and he had the gallows made. On the night the king could not sleep, and he gave orders to bring the book of memorable deeds, the chronicles, and they were read before the king, and it was found written how Mordecai had told that Bigna and Teresh, two of the king's eunuchs who guarded the threshold, and had sought to lay hands on King Ahasuerus. And the king said, what honor or distinction has been bestowed on Mordecai for this? The king's young men who attended him said, nothing has been done for him. And the king said, who is in your court? But Haman had just entered the outer court of the king's palace to speak to the king about having Mordecai hanged on the gallows that he prepared for him. And the king's young men told him, Haman is there standing in the court. And the king said, let him come in. So Haman came in, and the king said to him, what should be done to the man whom the king delights to honor? And Haman said to himself, whom would the king delight to honor more than me? And Haman said to the king, for the men who the king delights to honor, let royal robes be brought, which the king has worn, and the horse the king was ridden, and on whose head a royal crown is set, and let the robes of the horses be handed over to one of the king's most noble officials. Let them dress the man whom the king delights to honor, and let them lead him on the horse through the square of the city, proclaiming before him, thus shall it be done to the man whom the king delights to honor. Then the king said to Hiram, hurry, take the robes and the horses, as you have said, and do so to Mordecai the Jew, who sits in the king's gate, leaving out nothing that you have mentioned. So Haman took the robes of the horse, and he dressed Mordecai and led him through the square to the city, proclaiming before him, thus shall it be done to the man whom the king delights in honor. And then Mordecai returned to the king gate, but Haman hurried in his house mourning and with his head covered. And Haman told his wife Zeresh and all the friends everything that he had happened to him. Then his wise men and his wife Zeresh said to them, if Mordecai, before whom you have begun to fail, is of the Jewish people, you will not overcome him, but you will surely fall before him. While they were yet talking with him, the king's eunuchs arrived and hurried to bring Haman to the feast of Esther had prepared. So the king of Haman went to the feast of the queen Esther, and on the second day, as they were drinking wine after the feast, and the king said to Esther, what is your wish, Queen Esther? It shall be granted to you. And what is your request? Even to the half of the kingdom it shall be fulfilled. Then Queen Esther answered, if I have found favor in your sight, O king, if it pleases the king, let my life be granted me for my wish, and my people for my request. For we have been sold, I and my people, to be destroyed, to be killed, and to be annihilated. And if we had been sold merely as slaves, men and women, I would have been silent. For our affliction is not to be compared with the loss of the king. Then King Asterius said to Queen Esther, who is he, and where is he? Who has dared to do this? And Esther said, a foe, an enemy, this wicked Haman. Then Haman was terrified before the king and the queen. And the king arose in his wrath from the wine drinking and went to the palace garden. Then Haman stayed to beg for his life from Queen Esther, for he saw the Haran was determined against him by the king. And the king returned from the palace garden to the palace where they were drinking wine, and Haman was falling to the couch where Esther was. And the king said, will he even assault the queen in my presence in my own house? And as for the word left the mouth of the king, they covered Haman's face. And then Harbona, one of the eunuchs in attendance to the king, said, moreover, the gallows that Haman has prepared for Mordecai, whose word saved the king, is standing in Haman's house, 50 cubits high. And the king said, hang him on that. So they hanged him on the gallows that he had prepared for Mordecai. Then the wrath of the king abated. On the day King Asterius gave the queen Esther the house of Haman, the enemy of the Jews, and Mordecai came before the king. For Esther had told what he was to her, and the king took off the signet ring which he had taken from Haman and gave it to Mordecai. And Esther set Mordecai over the house of Haman. Then Esther spoke again to the king. She fell to his feet and wept and pleaded with him to avert the evil plan of Haman and Agagite, to the plot that he had devised against the Jews. When the king held out the golden scepter of Esther, Esther rose and stood before the king, and he said, "If it pleases the king, and if I have found favor in your sight, and if the thing seems right before the king, I am pleasing to his eyes. Let an order be written to revoke the letters devised by Hanam the Agagite, the son of Hammedatha, which he wrote to destroy the Jews who were in all the provinces of the king. For how can I bear to see the calamity that is coming for my people, or how can I bear to see the destruction of my kindred?" And then King Asterius said to the queen Esther and to Mordecai the Jew, "Behold, I have given Esther the house of Haman, and they have hanged him on the gallows because he intended to lay hands on the Jews. But you may write as you please with regard to the Jews in the name of the king, and seal it with the king's ring. From the edict written in the name of the king and sealed with the king's ring cannot be revoked. The king's scribe were summoned at the time, and in the third month, which is in the month of Sivan, on the 23rd day. And an edict was written according to all that Mordecai commanded concerning the Jews to the satraps and to the governors and the officials in the provinces from India to Ethiopia, 127 provinces, to each province in his own script, and to each people in his own language, and also the Jews in their own script of their language. And he wrote in the name of King Asterius and sealed it with the king's signet ring. Then he sent the letters by mounted couriers riding on swift horses that that were used to the king's service, bred from the royal stud, saying that the king allowed the Jews who were in every city to gather and defend their lives, to destroy, to kill, to annihilate any armed forces of any people of provinces that might attack them, children and women included, and to plunder their gods. On one day throughout all the provinces, the king Asterius, on the 13th day of the 12th month, which is on the month of Adar, a copy of what was written has to be issued as a decree in every province, being publicly displayed to all the people, and the Jews were to be ready on that day to take vengeance on their enemies. So the couriers mounted on the swift horses that were used in the king's service rode out hurriedly, urging by the king's command, and the decree was issued in Susa, the citadel. Then Mordecai went out from the presence of the king in royal robes of blue and white, and a great golden crown, and a robe of fine linen and purple. And the city of Susa shouted and rejoiced. The Jews had light and gladness and joy and honor in every province and in every city, whereas the king commanded and his edict reached. There was gladness and joy among the Jews, a feast and the holiday, and many from the peoples of the country declared themselves Jews, for fear of the Jews had fallen on them. Now in the 12th month, which is the month of Adar, on the 13th day of the same, when the king commanded an edict were about to be carried out, and on the very day when the enemies of the Jews hopped and gained the mastery over them, the reverse occurred. The Jews gained mastery over those who hated them. The Jews gathered in the cities throughout all the province of King Asterius to lay hands on those whom sought their harm, and no one could stand against them, for the fear of them had fallen on all the people. All the officials of the provinces of the satraps and the governors and all the royal agents also helped the Jews, for the fear of Mordecai had fallen on them. For Mordecai was great in the king's houses, and his fame spread throughout all the provinces. For the man Mordecai grew more and more powerful. The Jews struck all their enemies with the sword, killing and destroying them, and did as they pleased, and those who had hated them. In Susa, the citadel itself, and the Jews killed and destroyed 500 men, and also killed Paranatha, and Dalphanon, and Asphala, and Portha, and Adaliah, and Adaratha, and Massapetha, and Arisiah, and Adariah, and Valasatha, the 10 sons of Haman, the sons of Hammedatha, the enemy of the Jews, but they laid no hand on the plunder. The very day the number of those killed in Susa, the citadel, was reported to the king, and the king said to the queen Esther, "In Susa, the citadel, the Jews have killed and destroyed 500 men, and also the 10 sons of Haman. What then have they done in the rest of the king's provinces? Now, what is your wish? It shall be granted to you, and what further is your request? It shall be fulfilled." And Esther said, "If it pleases the king, let the Jews who are in Susa be allowed tomorrow also to do according to the day's edict, and let the 10 sons of Haman be hanged on the gallows." So that the king commanded this to be done. A decree was issued to Susa, and the 10 sons of Haman were hanged. The Jews who were in Susa gathered also on the 14th day of the month of Adar, and they killed 300 men in Susa, but they laid no hands on the plunder. Now the rest of the Jews who were in the king's provinces also gathered to defend their lives and get relief from their enemies, and killed 775,000 of those who hated them. But they laid no hands on the plunder. This is on the 13th day of the month of Adar. On the 14th day they rested, and made the day of feast and gladness. But the Jews who were in Susa gathered on the 13th day and on the 14th, and rested on the 15th day, making that the day of the feasting of gladness. Therefore the Jews of the villages who live in the rural towns hold the 14th day of the month of Adar as a day of gladness and feasting, as a holiday, and as a day on which they send gifts on food to one another. And Mordecai recorded these things and sent letters to all the Jews who were in the provinces of King Asterius, both near and far, obliging them to keep the 14th day of the month Adar, and also the 15th day of the same, year by year, as the days of those of which the Jews got relief from the enemies, and as the month that had been returned for them from sorrow into gladness, and from mourning into a holiday, that they should make them days of feasting and gladness, days of sending gifts of food to one another and gifts to the poor. So the Jews accepted what they had started to do, and what Mordecai had written for them. And Haman the Agagite and the son of Hammedatha, the enemy of the Jews, were plotted against the Jews to destroy them, and had cast pur, that is, the cast lots, to crush and to destroy. But when it came before the king, he gave orders for writing this, and the evil plan that he had devised against the Jews should return to his own head, and that he and his son should be hanged by the gallows. Therefore, they called these days Purim, after the term Pur. Therefore, because of all that is written in the letter, and of what has been faced in the matter, and of what has happened to them, the Jews firmly obligated themselves and their offspring and all who joined them, that without fail they would keep the 2 days according to that which is written at the time appointed every year. And these days should be remembered and kept throughout every generation and every clan, province, and city. And these are the days of Purim, should never fall into disuse among the Jews, nor should the commemoration of these days cease among the descendants. When Queen Esther, the daughter of Abihail and Mordecai, the Jew, gave full written authority confirming the second letter of Purim, letters were sent to all the Jews, to the 127 provinces of the kingdom of Assuerus, in word and peace and truth, that these days in Purim should be observed at their appointed season, as Mordecai the Jew and the queen of Esther obligated them, as they had obligated themselves and their offspring, with regard to their fasts and their lamenting. The command of Esther confirmed these practices to Purim, and it was recorded in writing. King Asterius imposed taxes to the land and on the coast of the sea, and all the acts of the power and might, and the full account of the high honor of Mordecai, in which the king advances him, and they are not written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of the Media of Persia. For Mordecai the Jew was second in rank to King Asterius, and he was great among the Jews and popular with the multitude of his brothers, for he sought the welfare of the people and spoke peace of all his people. Done. The historical books are completed. On to the poetry. Quick bathroom break, and I'll keep on rolling here. All right, on to possibly my favorite book of the Bible, Job. There was a man in the land of Uz whose name was Job, and that man was blameless and upright, one who feared God and turned away from evil. There was born to him 7 sons and 3 daughters. He possessed 7,000 sheep, 3,000 camels, 500 yoke of oxen, and 500 female donkeys, and very many servants, so that this was the man of the greatest of all the people of the East. His sons used to go and hold the feast in the house of each of his days, and they would send and invite their 3 sisters to eat and drink with them. And when the days of the feast had run their course, Job would send and consecrate them, and he would rise early in the morning and offer burnt offerings according to the number of them all. For Job said, "It may be that my children have sinned and cursed God in all their hearts." Thus Job did continually. Now there was a day when the Son of God came to present themselves before the Lord, and Satan also came among them. And the Lord said to Satan, "From where have you come?" Satan answered the Lord and said, "From going to and fro on the earth, and from walking up and down it." And the Lord said to Satan, "Have you considered your servant Job? And there is none like him on all the earth, a blameless and upright man, who fears God and turns away evil." Then Satan answered the Lord and said, "Does Job fear God for the no reason? Have you not a hedge around him and his house and all that he has on every side? You have blessed the work of his hands, and his possessions, and have increased in the land, but stretched out your hand and touch all that he has, and he will curse to your face." And the Lord said to Satan, "Behold, all that he has in your hand, only against him do not stretch out your hand." So Satan went out from the presence of the Lord. Now there was a day where his sons and daughters were eating and drinking wine in their oldest brother's house. And there came a messenger of God, saying, "The oxen were plowing, and the donkeys feeding beside him, and the Sarabians fell among them, and took them, and struck them down, the servants with the edge of the sword. And I alone have escaped to tell you." While he was yet speaking, there came another, and said, "The fire of God fell from heaven, and burned up the sheep and the servants, and consumed them. And I alone have escaped to tell you." While he was yet speaking, there came another, and said, "The Chaldeans formed 3 groups, and made a raid on the camels, and took them, and struck them and the servants with the edge of the sword. And I alone have escaped to tell you." While he was speaking, there came another, and said, "Your sons and daughters were eating and drinking wine in the oldest brother's house, and behold, a great wind came among the wilderness, and struck the 4 corners of the house, and it fell upon the young man, and they all died. And I alone have escaped you." Then Job arose, and tore his robe, and shaved his head, and fell on the ground, and worshipped. And he said, "Naked I came to my mother's womb, and naked shall I return. The Lord gave, and the Lord has taken. Blessed be the name of the Lord." And in all this, Job did not sin or change. God did wrong, change God with wrong. Again, there was a day when the sons of God came to present themselves before the Lord, and Satan also came among them to present himself before the Lord. And the Lord said to Satan, "From where did you come from?" Satan answered the Lord and said, "From going to and fro to the earth, and from walking up and down on it." And the Lord said to Satan, "Have you considered my servant Job? That there is none like him on the earth, a blameless and upright man who fears God and turns away from evil. He still holds fast the integrity, although he incited me against him to destroy him without reason." Then Satan answered the Lord and said, "Skin for skin. All that that man has he will give for his life. But stretch out your hand and touch his bone and his flesh, and he will curse you to your face." And the Lord said to Satan, "Behold, he is in your hand, only spare his life." So Satan went out to the presence of the Lord, and struck Job with loathsome sores from the sole of his feet to the crown of his head. And he took a piece of broken pottery with him to scrape himself while he sat on the ashes. Then his wife said to him, "Do you still hold fast to your integrity? Curse God and die." But he said to him, "You speak as one of the foolish women would speak. Shall we receive good from God, and shall we not receive in all this Job did not sin with his lips?" Now when Job's 3 friends heard all the evil that had come from upon him, they came each from his own place: Zelophaz and Temanite, Bildad and Shumite, and Zophar the Nemalathite. They made an appointment all together to come to show him sympathy and comfort him. And when they saw him from a distance, they did not recognize him, and they raised their voices and wept, and they tore their robes and sprinkled dust on their heads toward the heavens. And they sat with him on the ground 7 days and 7 nights, and no one spoke a word to him, for they saw that he was suffering was very great. After Job opened his mouth and cursed the day in his birth, and Job said, "Let the day perish in which I was born, and the nights In the night that said, the man was conceived, let the day be darkness. May the God above not seek it, nor the light shine upon it. Let gloom and dark in deep darkness claim it. Let clouds dwell upon it. Let the darkness of the day terrify it. The night let thick darkness seize it. Let it not rejoice among the days of the year. Let it not come to the number of the months. Behold, let the night be barren. Let no joyful cry enter it. Let the curse of those who curse the day, who are ready to round the Leviathan. Let the stars of the dawn be dark. Let it hope for light, but have none, nor see the eyelids in the morning, because it did not shut the doors of the mother's womb, nor hide troubles from his eyes. Why did I not die at birth, come out from the womb and expire? Why did the knees revive me, or why did the breasts that I should nurse? For then I would have lain down and been quiet. I would have slept, and then I would have been rest. For the kings of counselors of the earth, who rebuilt ruins for themselves, or the princes who had gold, who filled the houses with silver? Or why was I not as hidden stillborn child, as infants who never see the light? There the wicked ceased the troubling, and there the weary were at rest. There the prisoners were at the east together, and there not the voice of the taskmaster. The small and the great are there, and the slaves is freed as master. Why is light given to him who is in misery, and life in the bitter soul, who long for death, but who comes not to dig it more than for the hidden treasures, who rejoice exceedingly and are glad when they find the grave? Why is light given to a man whose way is hidden, whose God has hedged him? And the sighing come instead of the bread, and the groaning are poured out like water. For the thing that I fear comes to me, and what I dread befalls me. I am not at ease, nor am I quiet. I am no rest, but troubles come. Then Eliphaz the Temanite answered him and said, In one ventures a word with you, will you be impatient? Yet who can keep from speaking? Behold, you have instructed me, and you have strengthened the weak hands. Your words have upheld him who is stumbling, and you have made him the feeble knees. But now it has come to you, and you are impatient. It touches you, and you are dismayed. And not the fear of God of your confidence, and the integrity of your ways, your hopes. Remember who that was innocent ever perished, or who were the upright cut off, as I had seen those who plow iniquity, and sow trouble reap the same. By the breath of God they perish, and by the blast of the anger they are consumed. The roar of the lion, the voice of the fierce lion, the teeth of the young lions are broken. The strong lion perishes for lack of prey, and the cubs of the lioness are scattered. Now a word has brought me to stealthily my ear received to whisper it amid thoughts from visions of the night when deep sleep falls on men. Dread came upon me and trembled, which made all my bones shake. A spirit gilded past my face, and the hair of my flesh stood up. It stood still, but I could not discern its place. A form was before my eyes. There was silence. Then I heard a voice. Can mortal man in the right before God? Can a man be pure before his Maker? Even in servants he puts no trust. In his angels he charged an error. How much more are those who dwell in the house of the clay, whose foundations is in the dust, and who crushed like moth between the morning and evening, they are beaten to pieces and perish forever without anyone regarding it. It is not the tent cord plucked him within them, do they not die in that without wisdom? Call now, is there any one who will answer you? To which of the holy ones they will turn? Surely vexation kills the fool, and jealousy stays the simple. I have seen the fool taking root, but suddenly I cursed his dwelling. His child are far from safety. They are crushing in the gate, and there is no one to deliver them. The hungry eat the harvest, and he takes it even to the thorns, and the thirst pant after the wealth. For affliction does not come from the dust, nor does trouble sprout from the ground, but man is born trouble as the sparks fly upward. As for me, I would seek God, and to God would I commit my cause, who does great things and unsearchable, marvelous things without number. He gives rain on the earth and sends waters in the field. He sets on high those who are lowly, and those who mourn he lifteth to safety. He frustrates the devices of the crafty, so that their hands achieve no success. He catches the wise in their own craftiness, and the Shechems of the willy are brought to the quick end. They meet the darkness of the daytime and grope the noonday as the night. And as he saves the needy with the sword of his mouth and with the hand of the mighty, so the poor of hope and injustice shuts her mouth. Behold, blessed is the one who God reproves. Therefore despise not the discipline of the Almighty, for he Wounds, but he binds up. He shatters, but his hands heal. He will deliver you from six troubles, and seven no evil shall touch you. In famine he will redeem you from death, and in war from the power of the sword. You shall be hidden from the lash of the tongue, and shall not fear destruction when it comes. As destruction and famine, you shall laugh and shall not fear in beasts of the earth, and you shall be in the league with the stones of the field, and the beasts of the field shall be in peace with you. You shall know that your tent is at peace, and you shall inspect your fold and miss nothing. He shall know also that your offspring shall be many, and your descendants as the grass of the earth. You shall come to your grave in ripe old age, like a sheaf gathered up in its season. Behold, this was to have searched out its true. Hear and know, for it is good. And Job answered him and said, Oh, the vexation has weighed, and all the calamity laid in the balances. For then it would be heavier than the sand of the sea. Therefore my words have been rash. For the arrows of the Almighty are in me. My spirit drinks the poison. The terrors of God are arrayed against me. Does the wild donkey bray when he has grass, and the ox lower than the fodder? Can that which is tasteless be eaten without salt? Or is there any justice in the juice of the mallow? The appetite refused to touch them. They are as food that is loathsome to me. Oh, that I might have request, and that God would fulfill my hope, that it would please God to crush me, that he would let loose his hand and cut me off, that he would be comfort. I would then exult in pain unsparing, for I have not denied the words of the Holy One. What is my strength that I should wait, and what is the end that I should be patient? Is my strength the strength of the stones, or is my flesh bronze? Have I any help in me when resource is driven from me? He he who withholds kindness from a friend forsakes the fear of the Almighty. My brothers are treacherous of a torrent bed. In my torrential streams they pass away, which are dark and ice. And where the snow hides itself, then they melt, they disappear. When it is hot, they vanish from the place. The caravans turn aside from their course. They go up into the waste and perish. The caravans of Tema look, the travelers of Sheba hope. They are ashamed because they are confident. They come there and disappoint. For you have now become nothing, and you see my calamity and are afraid. Have I said, Make me a gift? Or from your wealth offer a bribe for me, or deliver me from adversary's hand, or redeem me from the hands of the ruthless? Teach me, and I will be silent. Make me understand how I have gone astray, how forceful are upright words. But what are the roof from you reprove? Do you think that you can reprove words when your speech of a despairing man is wind? He would even cast lots from the fatherless and bargain over the friend. And now be pleased to look at me, for I will not lie in your face. Please turn, let the injustice be done. Turn now, my vindication is at stake. Is there any injustice in my tongue? Cannot my palate discern the cause of calamity? Has not man a hard service on earth? And are not his days like the days of the hired hand, like the slave who longs for the shadow, and like hired hand who looks for the wages? And my allotted months of emptiness and nights of misery are appointed to me. When I lie down, I say, When shall I arise? But the night is long, and I am full of tossing till the dawn. My flesh is clothed and with worms and dirt, and skin hardens, then breaks out afresh. My days are swifter than a heavier shuttle, and come to their end without hope. Remember that my life is breath. My eye will never again be good. The eye of him who sees me will behold me no more. While your eyes are on me, I shall be gone. As the cloud fades and vanishes, so he who goes down to Sheol does not come up. He returns no more to his house, nor does his place know of him any more. Therefore I will restrain my mouth. I will speak in my anguish with my spirit. I will complain of the bitterness of my soul, and I, the sea of the sea monster that you set guard over me. When I say my bed will comfort me, my couch will ease my complaint, then you scare me with your dreams and terrify me with your visions, so that I would choose strangling and death rather than my bones. I loathe my life. I would not live forever. Leave me alone, for my days are my breath. What is man that you should make me so much of him, that you set your heart on him, visit him every morning and test him every moment? How long will you not look away from me, nor me alone till I swallow my spit? If I sin, what do I do with my watcher of mankind? Why do you make why do you why have you made me mark? Why have you become a burden to you? Why do you not pardon my transgressions and take away my iniquity? For now I shall lie in earth, and you shall seek me, and I shall not be done. The Bildad the Shuhite answered and said, How long will you say these things, and the words of the mouth be a great wind? Does God pervert justice, or does the Almighty pervert the right? If the children have sinned against him, he has delivered them into the hands of their transgressions. If you will seek God and plead with the Almighty for mercy, if you are pure and upright, surely then you will rouse himself for you and restore your right habitation. And though your beginning was small, and your latter days were very great. For inquire, please, of bygone ages, and consider what the fathers have searched out. For there are but yesterday, and know nothing, for our days on earth are a shadow. They will not teach you and tell you and utter words out of the understanding. Can papyrus grow where there is no marsh? Can reeds flourish where there is no water? Yet in the flower and not cut down, the wither before any other plant. Such is the path of all who forgot God. The hope of the godless shall perish. His confidence is severed, and his trust is a spider's web. He leans against his house, but it does not stand. He lays hold of it, but it does not endure. He is lush plant before the sun, and he shoots spread over his garden. His roots entwine in the stone's heap. He looks upon the house of stones. If he is destroyed from his place, then he will deny him, saying, I have never seen you. Behold, this is the joy of the way, and out of the soil others will spring. Behold, God will not reject a blameless man, nor take the hand of the evil doers. He will be filled to the mouth with laughter, and his lips will be shouting. Those who hate you will be clothed with shame, and the tent of the wickedness will be no more. Then Job answered and said, Truly, I know that is so. How can how can be a man be in the right before God if one wished to contend with him? No one, one could not answer him once in 1,000 times. He is wise in his heart, mighty in strength. Who has hardened himself against him and succeeded? Who removes mountains that they know it not? Who has overturned them in his anger? Who shakes the earth out of his place and pillars tremble? Who commands the sun, it does not rise, who seals up the stars, who alone stretched out the heavens and trampled the wave of sea, who made the bear, the Orion, the Pleiadians, and the chambers of the south, who does great things beyond the searching out, and the marvelous thing beyond the number. Behold, he passes by me, and I see him not. He moves on, but I do not perceive him. Behold, he snatches away. Who can turn him back? Who will say to him, What are you doing? God will not turn your back his anger. Beneath him bowed the helpers of Rahab. How then can I answer him, choosing my words with him? Though I am in the right, I cannot answer him. I must appeal for mercy to my accuser. If I summoned him and he answered me, I would not believe that he was listening to my voice. For he crushed me with a tempest and multiplies my wounds without a cause. For he will not let me give my breath, but fulfills me with bitterness. It is a contest of strength. Behold, he is mighty. If it is a matter of justice, who can consume him? Who can summon him? Though I am at the right, my own mouth would condemn me. Though I am blameless, he would prove me perverse. I am blameless, I regard not myself. I loathe my life. It is all one, therefore I say, he destroys both the blameless and the wicked. When disaster brings sudden death, he mocks all the calamity of the innocent. The earth is given to the hands of the wicked. He covers the face of the judges. It is as if he who is not then is it? My days are swifter than a runner. They flee away. They see no good. Go they go by like skiffs of reed, like the eagle swooping on the prey. If they say, I will forget my compliment, I will put on my sad face and be of good cheer. I become afraid of all the suffering, for I know that you will not hold me innocent. I shall be condemned. Why then do I labor in vain? If I wash myself of snow and cleanse my hand of lye, yet you will plunge me into the pit, and my own clothes will abhor me. And he is not a man, for I am that I might answer him, that he should come to trial together. There is no arbiter between us who might lay his hand on both of us. Let his let him take his rod away from me, and let not dread of him terrify me, that I would speak without fear of him. For I am not so in myself. I loathe my life. I will give free utterance to my complaint. I will speak to my bitterness in my soul. I will say to my God, do not condemn me. Let me know why you contend against me. Does it seem good to you to oppress the despise, the work of the hands, and favor the designs of the wicked? Have you eyes of flesh? Do you see as man? Are your days the days of the man, or your years the man's years? Are you that you seek out my iniquity and search for my sin? Although you know that I am not guilty, there is none to deliver out of your hand. Your hand fashioned and made me, and now you have destroyed me altogether. Remember that you have made me like clay. Will you return me like dust? Did you not pour me out like milk and curdle me like cheese? You clothed me with skin and flesh and knit me together with bones and sinews. You have granted my life and steadfast, and your cares has preserved my spirit. Yet these things you hid in your heart, I know that it was of your purpose. If I sin, you watch me, and do not acquit me of my iniquity. If I am guilty, woe to me. If I am in the light, I cannot lift my head. For I am filled with disgrace, and look on my affliction. And were my head lifted up, you would haunt me like a lion, and again work wonders against me. You renew your witness against me, and increase your vexation toward me. You bring fresh troops against me. Why did you bring me out of the womb? Would that I had died before an eye had seen me, and were so though I had not been carried from the womb of the grave. Are not my days few? Then cease and leave me alone, that I may find a little cheer before I go, and I shall not return to the land of the darkness, the deep shadow, the land of the gloom, with thick darkness, with deep shadow, without order, where light is thick darkness. Then Zophar the Naalamite answered and said, should a multitude of words go unanswered, and the man full of talk be judged right? Should you babble, silence men when you mock? Shall no one shame you? For you say, my doctrine is pure, and I am clean in my eyes, in God's eyes. But oh, the God would speak and open his lips to you, and that he would tell you the secret wisdom, that he is manifold in understanding. Know then that God exacts to you less than your guilt deserves. Can you find out the deep things of God? Can you find out the limits of the Almighty? Is it higher than the heavens that you what you can do, deeper than Sheol, which you can know? Its measure is longer than the earth and broader than the sea. If he passes through and imprisons and summons the court, who can turn him back? For he knows worthless men with all the iniquity. Will he not consider it? But a stupid man will get understanding. With wild donkeys, colts is born a man. If you prepare your heart, and you will stretch out your hand toward him. If iniquity is in your hand, put it far away, and let not injustice dwell in your tents. Surely then you will lift up your face without blemish, and you will secure and will not fear. You will forget your misery and will be remembered in all the waters that have passed away, and your life will be brighter than the noonday. Its darkness will be like the morning, and you will feed secure because there is hope, and you will look around and take the rest of the security. You will lie down, and none will make you afraid. Many will court your favor, but the eyes of the wicked will fail. All way of escape will be let to them, and their hope is their breath last. Then Job answered them and said, no doubt you are the people, and the wisdom will die with you. But I have understanding as well as you. I am not inferior to you. Who does not know such things as these? I am a laughing stock of my friends. I who called God, and he answered me, a just and blameless man, am a laughing stock. In the thought of one who is at ease, there is contempt for misfortune. It is ready for those who feet slip. The tents of the robbers are the peace, and those who provoke God are secure, who bring their God into their hand. But ask the beasts, and they will teach you, the birds of the heavens, and they will tell you, of the bushes of the earth, and they will teach you, of the fish of the sea, they will declare you. Who among all these does not know that the hand of the Lord has done this, and the hand of in his hand is the life of every living thing and the breath of all mankind. Does not the ear test words and the palate taste food? Wisdom is with the age and understanding in length of days. With God are wisdom and might. He had counsel and understanding. If he tears down, none can rebuild. If he shuts a man in, none can open. If he withholds the waters, then they dry up. If he sends them out, they overwhelm the land. With him are strength and sound wisdom, and deceiver are his. He leads councils away stripped and judged. He makes fools. He loosens the bonds of kings. He binds the waistcoat of their hips. He leads priests away stripped and overthrows the Almighty. He deprives the speech those whom are trusted, and takes away the discernment of the elders. He pours the contempt on princes. He loosens the belt of the strong. He uncovers the darkness and brings deep darkness to light. He makes nations great, and he destroys them. He enlarges nations and leads them away. He takes away the understanding from the chiefs of the people of the earth, and makes them wander in the trackless waste. They grope in the darkness without light, and he makes them stagger like a drunken man. Behold, my eye has seen all this, and my ear has heard and understood it. What you know, I also know. I am not inferior to you, but I would speak to the Almighty, and I desired to argue my case with God. For as for you, the whitewashed with lies, worthless physicians you all are. Oh, that you would keep silent, and that you would be your wisdom. Hear now my argument, and listen to the pleadings of my lips. Will you speak falsely to God, and will you speak deceitfully for him? Will you show partiality towards him? Will you plead the case of God? Will it be well with you when he searches you out, or can you deceive him, or as one deceives man? He will surely rebuke you if in secret you show partiality. Will not his manifest terrify you, and will dread of him fall upon you? Your maxims are proverbs of ashes, and your defenses are defenses of clay. Let me have silence, and I will speak, and let come on me what to say. Why should I take the flesh of my teeth and put my life in my hand? Though he slay to me, I will hope him. I will hope in him. Yet I will argue my way to his face. This will be my salvation. The godless shall not come before him. Keep listening to the words, and let the declaration be in your ears. Behold, I have prepared my case. I know that I shall be in the right. Who is there who will contend with me? For then I would be silent and die. Only grant me two things, that I will not hide myself from your face. Withdraw your hand far from me, and let not dread of you terrify me. Then call, and I will answer, and let me speak, and you repay me. How many are my iniquities, my sins? Make me know my transgression and my sin. Why do you hide your face and count me as your enemy? Will you frighten the driven leaf and pursue the dry chaff? For you write bitter things against me, and you make me inherit the iniquities of my youth. You put my feet in the stocks, and you watch all my paths, and you set the limit of the soles of my feet. Man wastes away like a rotten thing in the garment of a moth eaten. Man who is born of woman is few of days and full of trouble. He comes out of the flower and withers. He flees like a shadow and continues not. And do you open your eyes on such a one and bring me into judgment with you? Who can bring a clean thing out of the unclean? There is not one, since his day is determined, and the number of his months is with you, and you have appointed his limits that he cannot pass. Look away from him and leave him alone, that he may enjoy like a hired hand this day. And there is hope for a tree; it will be cut down, that it will sprout again, and that its shoots will not cease. Though its roots grow old in the earth and its stump die in the soil, yet the scent of the water will be bud, and put out branches like a young plant. But a man dies and is laid low. Man breathes his last, and there he is, as waters fail from the lake, and the river wastes away and dries up, so the man lies down and rises not up, not again, till the heavens are no more, and he will not awake, or be aroused out of the sleep. Oh, that you would hide me in Sheol, that you would conceal me until your wrath be past, that you would appoint me at a set time and remember me. As a man dies, shall he live again. All the days of the service I would wait, till my renewal should come. You will call, and I would answer you, and you would long for the work of your hands, for then you would number my steps, and you would not keep watch over my sin. My transgressions would be sealed up in a bag, and you would cover over my iniquity. But the mountains fail, mountain falls and crumbles away, and the rock is removed from its place. The waters wear away the stones, the torrents wash away the soil of the earth, so you destroy the hope of man. You prevail forever against him, and passes you change his consonants and send him away. His son come to honor, and he does not know it. They are brought low, and he perceives is not. He feels only the pain of his own body, and he mourns only himself for himself. Then Elzapaz the Temanite answered him and said, should a wise man answer the windy knowledge, and fill his belly with the east wind? Should he argue in unprofitable talk, or in the words with which he can do no good? Are you going away from the fear of God and hindering meditation before God? For the iniquity teaches your mouth, and you choose your tongue on your crafty, and your own mouth condemns you, and not I. Your own lips testify against you, and you were the first man who was born. Or you, or were you brought forth before the hills? Have you listened to the counsel of God, and do you limit wisdom to yourself? What do you know that you do not know? What do you understand that is not clear to us? Both the gray-haired and the aged are among us, older than your father. Are the comforts of God too small for you? Are the words that deals gently to you? Why does your heart carry you away? Why do your eyes flesh, and you turn to the Spirit of God and bring such words out of your mouth? What is the man that he can be pure? Or he is born of woman, that he cannot be righteous? Behold, God puts no trust in the holy ones, and the heavens are not pure in his sight. How much less one of the abominable and the corrupt, a man who drinks injustice like water? I will show you, hear me, what I have seen that I declare, what wise men have told you without hiding it from their fathers, and to whom alone the land has given, and no stranger passed among them. The wicked man withers in pain all his days, though all the years that are laid up for the ruthless. Dreadful sounds are in his eyes, and prosperity and destroyer will come upon him. He does not believe that he will return out of darkness, and he is marked out of the sword. He wanders abroad for bread, saying, where is it? He knows that the days of darkness is ready at his hands. Distress and anguish terrify him, and they prevail against him, like the king ready for battle, because he has stretched out his hand against God and defies the Almighty, running stubbornly against him with a thickly bossed shield, because he had covered his face with fat, and gathered fat upon his waist, and he had lived in desolate cities, and cities that none should inhabit, which were ready to become heaps of ruins. He will not be rich in wealth, will not endure, nor will his possession spread over the earth. He will not depart from darkness. The flame will dry up his shoes, and by the breath of his mouth he will depart. Let him not trust in emptiness, deceiving him, for emptiness will be his payment. It will be paid in him in full before him, and his branch will not be green. He will shake off the unripe grape like the vine, and cast off the blossom like the olive tree. And the company of the godless is barren. The fire consumes the tent of bribery. They conceive trouble and give birth to evil, and their womb prepares deceit. Then Job answered and said, I have heard many such things. Miserable comforters of are you all. Shall windy words have an end, or what provokes you to answer? I could also speak to you, could speak as you do, as if you were in my place. I could join words together against you and shake my head at you. I could strengthen you with my mouth, and the solace of my lips would assu- assuage your pain. If I speak my pain to not assuage, and if I forbear, how much of it leaves me? Surely now God has worn me out. He has made desolate all the company, and he has shriveled me up, which is a witness against me, and he in my leanness has risen up against me. It testifies to my face. It has torn me in my wrath and hated me, and he gashed his teeth at me. His adversary sharpens his eyes against me. Men have gaped at me and with their mouth, and they struck me silently on the cheek, and mass themselves together against me. God gives me to the ungodly, and cast me into the hands of the wicked. I am at ease. He broke me apart. He seized me in the neck and dashed me to pieces. He set me up in his target. His arch surround me. His slashes open my kidneys and does not spare. He pours out my gall on the ground. He breaks me with the breach upon breach. He runs upon me like a warrior. I have sewed the sackcloth upon my skin and have laid my strength in the dust. My face is red with weeping, and on my eyelids is deep darkness. Although there is no violence in my hands, and my prayer is pure. O earth, cover not my blood, and let my finger find no resting place. Even now, behold, my witness is in heaven, and he who testifies for me is on high. My friend has scorned me, and my eyes pour out tears of God, that he would argue the case of the man of God, as the Son of Man does for his neighbor. And when a few years shall come, I shall go the way with which I shall not return. My spirit is broken, my days are extinct, the graveyard is ready for me. Surely there are mockers about me, and my eyes dwell in their provocation. Lay down a pledge for me with you, for there is who will put up security for me, since you have closed their hearts to understanding. Therefore you will not let the triumph he who informs against his friend to get a share of his poverty. The eyes of the children will fail. He has made me a byword of the peoples, and I am one of the people whom men spit. My eye has grown dim with vexation, and all the members are like shadows. The upright are appalled by this, and the innocent stirs himself up against the godless. Yet the righteous holds his way, and he who has clean hands grows stronger and stronger. But you come on again, all of you, and I shall not find a wise man among you. My days are past, and my plans are broke, the desires of my heart. They make night into day. The light, they say, is the darkness, and I hope for Sheol as my house, and I make my bed in darkness, and I say to the pit, you are my father, and to the worm, you are my mother, and to my sister, when there is my hope. Who will see my hope? Will it go down to the bars of Sheol? Shall be descended together in the dust? Then Bildad the Shulamite answered and said, how long will you hunt words? Consider, will you, and then we will speak. Why are you counted as cattle? Why are you stupid in your sight? You who tear yourself in an anger, shall the earth be forsaken for you on the rock to be removed out of the palace? Indeed, the light of the wicked is put, and the flame of his fire does not shine. The light is dark in his light, and his lamp above him is put out. His strong step has shortened, and his own schemes throw him down. For he is cast into the net by his own, and he walks onto the mesh. A trap seizes him on his heel, a snare lays hold of him, a rope is hidden for him in the ground, a trap for him in the path. Terrors frighten him on every side and chase him on his heel. His strength is famished, his calamity is ready to be stumbling. It consumes the parts of his skin. The firstborn of death consumes his limbs. He is torn from the tent in which he trusts, and it brought the king of terrors. In his tent dwells that which is none of his. Sulfur It scattered over the habitation. His root dries up and beneath, and the branches wither above. His memory perishes from the earth, and he has no name on the street. He is thrust into the light of the darkness and driven out of the world, and he has no prosperity or progeny among his people, and no survivors when he used to live. They on the west are appalled by this day, and the horror seizes them by east. Surely such are the dwellings of the unrighteous, such are the place of him who knows God, who knows no God. Then Job answered to him and said, how long will you torment me and break me into the pieces with words? And 10 times you have cast reproach upon me. Are you not ashamed to wrong me? And even if it be true that I have erred, my error remains with myself. If indeed you magnify yourself against me and make me disgrace an argument against me, know then that God has put me in the wrong and closed his net around me. Behold, I cry out violence, and I am not answered. I call for help, but there is no injustice. And he walled up my way so that I cannot pass. And he has set darkness upon my path, and he stripped me from glory, and he's taken the crown off my head, and he breaks me down on every side, and I am gone. And my hope has he pulled out like a tree, and he kindled the wrath against me, and he counts me as his adversary. His troops come on together, and they cast out their siege ramp against me, and they encamped around my tent. He has put my brothers far from me, and those who knew me are wholly estranged from me. His relatives have failed me, his close friends have forgotten me. The guests in my house and the maidservants count me as a stranger. I have become a foreigner in their eyes. I call to my servant, but he gives me no answer. I plead with him with my mouth for mercy. My breath is strange to my child, and I am stench to the children of my own mother. Every young child despises me. Even when I rise, they talk against me. All my intimate friends abhor me, and those whom I love have turned against me. My bones stick to my skin and to my flesh, and I have escaped by the skin of my teeth. Have mercy on me, O you, my friend. For the hand of God has touched me. Why do you, like God, pursue me? Why are you not satisfied with my flesh? Oh, that my words were written. Oh, that they were inscribed in a book. Oh, that with an iron pen and lead they were engraved in the rock forever. For I know that the Redeemer lives, and at the last he will stand upon the earth. And after my skin has thus been destroyed, yet in my flesh I shall see God, whom I shall see for myself, and my eyes shall behold, and not another. My heart faints with me, and if you say, how we will pursue him, and the root of the matter is found in him, be afraid of the sword, for wrath brings the punishment of the sword, that you may know there is judgment. And Zorpha the Nahamite answered and said, therefore my thoughts answer me because of my haste with me. I hear censor that insults me, and out of the understanding a spirit answers me. Do you not know this from old, since the man is placed on earth, that the exalting of the wicked is short, that the joy of the godless but for a moment? Though the height mount of the heavens and head head reach to the clouds and will perish forever, like his own dung, those who have seen him will say, where is he? If he will fly away like a dream and not be found, he will be chased away like a vision of the night. The eye that saw him will see him no more, nor will his place nor will his place any more behold him. His children will seek the favor of the poor, and his hands will give him the wealth, and his bones are full of the youthful vigor, but it will lie down with him in the dust. Though evil is sweet in the mouth, though he hides it under his tongue, though he is loath to let it go and holds it in his mouth, yet his food is turned in his stomach. It is the venom of cobras within him. He swallows down the riches and vomits them up again. God casts them out of his belly, and he will suck the poison of the cobras. The tongue of the viper will kill him. He will not look upon the rivers, the streams